Chapter 1. Super Targeting. A deluge of lust cascaded down upon Xiao Zhengdong's face, accompanied by the thunderous roar of explosions. Slowly, he opened his eyes. His head spun slightly, consciousness flickering in and out. A severe ringing echoed in his ears, leaving him only able to faintly discern the sounds of gunfire and artillery. His bloodshot eyes squinted against the blinding sun, perceiving a disorienting double vision. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, rise quickly, run! The Guangdong troop station in Xinjiang are launching a counterattack, with at least 2 platoons against our single squad. The disparity in firepower is immense. Retreat. A soldier, his uniform caked with mud, a crimson stream trickling from his forehead, brandished a Hanyang rifle as he sprinted toward Xiao Zhengdong, shouting hoarsely. Xiao Zhengdong struggled to comprehend the urgency in the soldier's voice, his ears still ringing. Turning his stiff neck slightly, he realized he was nestled in a small crater, bullets whizzing past like shooting stars, the acrid scent of gunpowder thick in the air. Several soldiers were firing while dashing towards the woods, soon vanishing from sight. Bang! Suddenly, the ringing in Xiao Zhengdong's ears ceased. He heard a gunshot. A bullet struck the thigh of the soldier before him, who collapsed to his knees. In an instant, a torrent of memories flooded Xiao Zhengdong's mind. That he was a scout in the 6th Company of the 5th Battalion, 1st Regiment of the Red 1st Army Corps, and the fallen soldier was his squad leader, Chen Daqiang. Run! Don't worry about me. Chen Daqiang gazed at Xiao Zhengdong, his voice resolute. Another bullet struck Chen Daqiang's shoulder, flesh yielding helplessly before the force of the projectile. He was sacrificing his life to shield Xiao Zhengdong. Squad leader, if I leave, I must take you with me. Determined, Xiao Zhengdong hoisted Chen Daqiang on his back and retrieved the fallen Hanyang rifle. In his previous life, Xiao Zhengdong was a king of special forces, and he swiftly acclimated to the battlefield. Raising his arm, he pulled the bolt, chambering around as the spent cartridge ejected onto the ground. Bang! He squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet racing towards an enemy soldier on a hillside 120 meters away. The bullet sliced through the air. Thud! It penetrated the enemy's steel helmet, embedding itself in his forehead and detonating within his skull. The foe crumpled to the ground. Such. Xiao Zhengdong, bearing Chen Daqiang on his back, was taken aback. He had initially intended to leave Daqiang behind. Yet it seemed Xiao Zhengdong's combat prowess was formidable. Squad leader, you saved me. It is my turn to save you. Xiao Zhengdong spoke with solemnity. With swift precision, he tore his military uniform to bind Daqiang's wound. Carrying Chen Daqiang, he sprinted towards a northern forest. Bullets whizzed past them. Bang! Upon reaching the edge of the woods, he suddenly turned and fired, a bullet piercing the heart of an enemy soldier. The foe collapsed, lifeless. Xiao Zhengdong fired 3 more shots. He felled 4 enemies. None survived. The reconnaissance team in the woods had not retreated far, providing covering fire for Xiao Zhengdong and Chen Daqiang. 1 shot, 1 kill. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, your marksmanship is truly remarkable, Chen Daqiang exclaimed, seemingly realizing the true prowess of Xiao Zhengdong for the first time. Despite their 4 months of acquaintance, he had overlooked Zhao's valiant combat skills until now. Squad leader, where is the ammunition feed? With the last round spent in the Hanyang rifle, Xiao Zhengdong inquired, his focus solely on survival, unperturbed by accolades. Left pocket, Chen Daqiang replied. Xiao Zhengdong reached into Chen Daqiang's left pocket and retrieved the ammunition feed, containing 5 7.92mm rounds. After inserting the new feed into the Hanyang rifle, he discarded the empty one that fell into his hand and stored it away. Xiao Zhengdong carried Chen Daqiang into the woods. Several bullets struck the trees behind them, splintering the bark and exposing the pale inner wood. Retreat. The vice squad leader, Zhou Yu, called out loudly upon ensuring everyone was present. The reconnaissance squad dashed through the forest. The soldiers in the reconnaissance unit were the elite of their company, chosen for their exceptional capabilities and endurance, essential for undertaking perilous reconnaissance. Missions. Whoosh! As they burst from the woods, a bullet struck one of the soldiers in the throat. Blood gushed forth. He collapsed onto the ground. Ugh! Ugh! The soldier clutched his throat, but the torrent of blood could not be stemmed. Within 3 seconds, his complexion turned ashen, and he succumbed to death. Xiao Yong. Upon witnessing the death of his comrade, Zhou Yu fell into inconsolable tears, for that soldier was his cousin. They had enlisted in the Red Army together, driven by lofty aspirations. The loss of his cousin was unbearable for Zhou Yu, plunging him into deep despair. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired a shot, directly eliminating the enemy who had killed Zhou Yu. There are other troops from the Guangdong Army's 1st Division stationed near Xinjiang. As we engage in combat, they are encircling us. We must take a detour to the west. The original route is no longer viable, Xiao Zhengdong stated earnestly. Run west. Follow Xiao Zhengdong. Chun Daqiang, still carrying Xiao on his back, issued the command decisively. Vice Squad Leader. Let's retreat. Zhou Yu, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at his cousin's lifeless form, was pulled southward by soldier Sun Haizi. Sun Haizi, towering at nearly 2 meters, had a physique akin to a small mountain. The reconnaissance soldiers ran, while simultaneously firing into the dense thicket ahead. Meanwhile, enemy bullets continued to rain down from the depths of the forest. As Xiao Zhengdong sprinted, he suddenly halted, binding the pull ring of a wooden-handled grenade between 2 trees with a rope. Once the enemy pursued and triggered the rope with their legs, the grenade would detonate, creating an explosion. Unflappable in the face of danger and capable of crafting traps for the enemy impressive, Chun Daqiang commended from Zhao's back. Everyone emulate Comrade Xiao Zhengdong and create grenade traps, Chun Daqiang ordered. Instantly, any soldier possessing grenades began tying them to the trees with rope. Run, the gunfire is getting closer. The enemy will soon catch up. After the grenade traps were swiftly completed, Chun Daqiang exclaimed loudly. The reconnaissance team advanced westward, treading through the mud and traversing the thicket of thorns. Bang! Bang! Occasionally, the sound of grenades detonating could be heard, likely from the traps previously set. Every enemy we kill is one less to contend with, remarked the reconnaissance soldier, Zhuang Ho, with a cold chuckle. After over an hour of relentless pursuit, they finally arrived within the defensive perimeter of the 7th Company, where Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades halted, gasping for breath. The gunfire that had once pursued them had long ceased, and the enemy did not follow. Ugh! Sun Haizi suddenly stopped, feeling unwell, and retched violently. With a rustle, dozens of Red Army soldiers appeared from all directions, their guns aimed at Xiao Zhengdong and his group. Upon recognizing them as comrades, they immediately lowered their weapons. Deputy Company Commander Wu, our squad leader Chun has been hit by 2 bullets and is losing a considerable amount of blood. Please, we must get him to the nearest medical station at once. Xiao Zhengdong implored Wu Qingshan, the deputy commander of the 7th Company. Quickly, stretcher, get him to the medical station. Upon assessing Chun Daqiang's injuries, Wu Qingshan sprang into action. Chun Daqiang succumbed to unconsciousness as he was lifted onto the stretcher. Squad leader, Zhuang Ho, Sun Haizi, Zhou Yu, and another team member, Zhao Longfei, shouted in concern, fearing for Chun Daqiang's safety. I used to study medicine, rest assured. Chun Daqiang's wounds are being treated promptly, and he will not perish, Wu Qingshan reassured them. Hearing this, the group finally exhaled in relief. Given the direction from which you have come, you must have gone to scout Xiantian. Do you have a topographic map? Please show it to me, Wu Qingshan said, suddenly breaking into an endearing smile as he addressed Xiao Zhengdong and the others. Chapter 2. Emergency Assembly. As Wu Qingshan mentioned the topographic map, Zhou Yu immediately became alert. Deputy Company Commander Wu. The reconnaissance of Xintian's terrain is a mission assigned by our company commander, regardless of whether we possess the map or not, unless our company commander inquires. We have nothing to disclose, Zhou Yu stated. His expression then revealed a hint of despondency. This mission had not only claimed the life of a comrade, but also a relative. The map had been obtained at the cost of a life he held dear. The blockade by the Guangdong army must be breached to honor the sacrifices of so many fallen brothers. Has your reconnaissance squad suffered casualties? Wu Qingshan noted that as Zhou Yu lowered his head, the others fell into silence, their faces solemn, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. Yes, Xiao Zhengdong replied with a nod. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingshan's demeanor grew serious, refraining from further mention of the map, and lowered his hands from behind his back. Return to your 6th Company, he instructed, gesturing with his hand. With a glance from Zhou Yu, Xiao Zhengdong and the others hurried towards the 6th Company. As they passed through the village, the reconnaissance squad exercised extraordinary caution, unwilling to take even a single needle or thread from the villagers. Even in thirst, they refrained from entering local homes for water, lest they cause repercussions for the villagers after their departure. Captain Han, the reconnaissance squad has returned, reported a soldier on duty at the 6th Company's encampment as he spotted Xiao Zhengdong and the others approaching. Han Wufei was engaged in discussion with instructor Zhang Wanhao and deputy company commander in Xing regarding the tactical strategies issued by the regiment. Upon hearing the soldiers' report, they all rushed out of the hut. Commander, this is the topographic map we drew after our reconnaissance in Xintian. Zhou Yu immediately saluted upon seeing Han Wufei and presented the map from his pocket. Receiving the map, Han Wufei inquired, "Where are your squad leader Chun Daqiang and comrade Zhou Yong?" Squad leader Chun was injured and sent to the medical team by comrades from the 7th Company. Zhou Yong has fallen, Zhou Yu replied. The faces of the 6th Company soldiers darkened upon hearing of Zhou Yong's sacrifice. In a tightly knit company, the absence of any member was felt profoundly. Han Wufei glanced at Zhou Yu, hesitating to speak, but ultimately chose to unfurl the map. His eyes gleamed. This map is exceedingly detailed. As our troops prepare to breach the blockade, this document will significantly reduce our casualties. Its importance cannot be overstated. I shall report to the regiment at once. I will commend every member of your reconnaissance squad. With that, Han Wufei mounted his horse and galloped towards the regiment. Zhou Yu, take your entire squad to rest immediately. I will instruct the cooking team to prepare a meal for you all. This relentless journey must have exhausted you. Instructor Zhang Wanhao said, patting Zhou Yu on the shoulder. Understood. Fall in. Zhou Yu promptly led Xiao Zhengdong and the others to the dormitory. Quartermaster. Make sure to include Zhou Yang's name. We must not forget any of our fallen warriors. They are all magnificent, he insisted. Zhang Wanhao turned to the quartermaster Yang Zhan beside him. Very well. Yang Zhan had already begun taking notes. Xiao Zhengdong, when did you secretly hone your marksmanship? Each shot finds its mark with uncanny precision. Zhuang Ho leaned closer to Xiao Zhengdong, grinning as he inquired. It's simply a matter of daily practice. And I cannot fathom why my shooting has suddenly improved to this extent. Xiao Zhengdong scratched his head and replied casually. You possess the makings of a sharpshooter. A true prodigy. Zhuang Ho gave Xiao Zhengdong a thumbs up. Our successful escape this time is inextricably linked to Comrade Xiao Zhengdong's marksmanship and the final setup of the grenade trap. He deserves the highest commendation. Zhou Yu spoke solemnly. Xiao Zhengdong waved his hand modestly. This is the result of everyone's efforts. His humility was genuine, despite being merely 18 and the youngest in the group. He felt that in the presence of these heroic figures, he had no right to act boastfully. Ah, such modesty. Perhaps you shall achieve great things in the future. Zhao Longfei remarked with a smile. The others regarded Xiao Zhengdong with admiration, their smiles wide. At that moment, two cooks entered, bringing bowls of rice porridge and steaming sweet potatoes for Xiao Zhengdong and the others. Boldly, why are you serving us? Just tell us to help ourselves. Sun Haizi bellowed. You've just completed a perilous mission. How can I let you fuss about? Finish your meal and rest quickly. Don't worry about the dishes. We will come by to collect them, Oldly replied with a cheerful demeanor before exiting with the other cook. Damn, these sweet potatoes are truly delightful. One day, I wish to indulge in sweet potatoes whenever I desire, Sun Haizi exclaimed, savoring the steamed sweet potato in his mouth. His large hands made the sweet potato appear diminutive. Haizi, do elaborate on how you came to have a wife and children. Zhuang Ho raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he gazed at Sun Haizi. Sun Haizi was momentarily taken aback, pondering but unable to find an answer. Clearly, he has never been with a woman, Zhuang Ho commented. And you have? Zhao Longfei retorted, directing his question at Zhuang Ho. Everyone turned their attention to him. I have not, Zhuang Ho admitted. Ah, Zhao Longfei sighed in disappointment. Born in tumultuous times. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the Red Army, to shed blood for this nation. What does love and familial ties amount to? Zhou Yu, who had remained silent for a while, spoke with resolute conviction. Exactly so. Everyone echoed their agreement with Zhou Yu. Absolutely correct, Xiao Zhengdong added an affirmation. Being able to join the Red Army at this juncture is a matter of great honor. All Red Army soldiers are united in purpose. After finishing their meal, they washed their bowls and returned them to the kitchen before heading to bed. Xiao Zhengdong, however, did not sleep. He sat on his bed, polishing his own distinctive pistol, a weapon affectionately nicknamed the box cannon, with a magazine capacity of 10 rounds and utilizing 7.63mm ammunition. It was a rare occasion for Xiao Zhengdong to have time to himself, and he found himself deep in thought. Even though the arduous journey ahead stretches over 25,000 miles, we must persist in our pursuit, following in the footsteps of our predecessors. Bearing witness to this segment of history, at 3 o'clock in the morning, the sound of whistles echoed throughout the barracks. Everyone, get dressed and assemble, shouted Zhou Yu, awakening reflexively and addressing the troops. Chapter 3. Capturing 18 submachine guns in the theater of war, speed is of the essence. Which soldier would risk their own life or the lives of their comrades as an excuse for delaying a critical moment? Zhuang Ho, Sun Haizi, Zhao Longfei, and others swiftly donned their uniforms. Among them, Xiao Zhengdong was the first to present himself impeccably dressed and fully prepared. The soldiers of the Red 1st Regiment had become accustomed to the unpredictability of such sudden departures. Before long, all 122 members of the 6th Company were gathered. We are breaking through. The mission of the 6th Company was to follow the Red 1st Regiment and lead the charge, cutting through the enemy lines at Xintian like a sharp blade. Our objective was to advance from Xintian to Gupa and then to Pingshe to completely shatter the encirclement of the Guangdong Army's 1st Division. The tactical arrangement placed the reconnaissance platoon at the forefront, followed in succession by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th platoons. Every soldier was to stay close to their squad. Each squad to their platoon, and each platoon to the company. There could be no room for error, as a misstep could cost lives. Every member of the Red Army is an indispensable part of this formation, with life taking precedence above all. Company Commander Han Wufei delivered a brief yet powerful address. The 5th Company has already set out, a soldier informed him as he rushed over. Onward, Han Wufei bellowed. The entire 6th Company advanced with great momentum to the left flank of the 5th Company. Xiao Zhengdong marched briskly, keeping pace with the hurried march of the troops. The radiant moonlight illuminated the path, while a slight chill lingered in the night air. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of exploding shells resonated, sending shockwaves against Xiao Zhengdong's face. The forward units had engaged the enemy. Run forward. Rapidly take your designated combat positions to prevent encirclement by other forces. Han Wufei commanded. The previously tense atmosphere intensified, sharpening the focus of all soldiers. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The location targeted by the 6th Company was fortified with 2 bunkers, equipped with a heavy machine gun and a light machine gun. As the 6th Company advanced, the gun muzzles in the bunkers erupted with flames in the darkness, unleashing a torrential barrage upon them. In an instant, 7 or 8 soldiers from the 6th Company fell, 4 wounded and 3 killed. Fortunately, the night limited visibility. Otherwise, the casualties would have surely doubled. Take cover immediately, Han Wufei ordered without hesitation. All soldiers of the 6th Company quickly crouched down on a relatively flat slope. Bullets was dangerously overhead. Do not fire unless I command it. Conserve ammunition and refrain from standing up carelessly, Han Wufei cautioned the troops, striving to prevent any unnecessary losses. Whoosh, whoosh. The enemy's bullets continue to his overhead. Boom. A mortar shell detonates within the 6th Company's encampment, claiming the life of a soldier from the 3rd Platoon. The 1st Platoon is tasked with securing the left bunker, while the 2nd Platoon is responsible for the right. The others retreat 50 meters, awaiting the resolution of the bunkers before advancing. Han Wufei swiftly directs operations, striving to minimize unnecessary casualties. The 1st and 2nd Platoons represent the most formidable combat strength within the 6th Company, equipped with the finest weaponry. Indeed, we shall accomplish our mission. The leaders of the 1st and 2nd Platoons shout in unison. 1st Platoon, follow me. We will ascend the mountain and then descend from the cliff to destroy the bunker from behind, announces 1st Platoon leader Shirley, promptly formulating a tactical plan. Having fought numerous battles, Shirley possesses a wealth of experience and a repertoire of strategies stored in his mind. Xiao Zhengdong and the others immediately begin their ascent. Bang! Upon reaching the mountain's midpoint, a gunshot suddenly echoes from behind a cluster of rocks, and a bullet strikes a soldier from the 5th Squad directly in the heart, killing him instantly. Enemy presence, shouts Sun Haizi. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong, wielding a Mauser pistol, instinctively tracks the intense flash of light to pinpoint the enemy's location. He raises his arm and fires. The enemy's body tumbles from behind the rocks, the bullet finding its mark in the center of the forehead. What a shot! Exclaims Sun Haizi beside him. Shirley glances at Xiao Zhengdong, equally astonished. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, your accuracy is remarkable. With a sharpshooter like you in our 1st Platoon, our combat operations will be significantly more manageable. Xiao Zhengdong looks at his hands, surprised by his own speed and shooting prowess. Although he was an ace Special Forces soldier in his previous life, he never imagined he could achieve such extraordinary capabilities. Perhaps the reason lies in his traversing through worlds, which has remarkably enhanced his skills. Xiao Zhengdong approaches the position of the enemy he has just eliminated. Xiao Zhengdong, be cautious. What if there are more enemies in ambush? Zhou Yu urgently whispers a warning. Not likely. If there were another enemy behind the rocks, we would have heard more than one gunshot. I suspect there are still enemies on the mountain, guarding the bunker. This enemy was merely a sentry scout. However, we must tread carefully now. As the gunfire has revealed our position, Xiao Zhengdong replies with a casual smile, his demeanor calm. Zhou Yu is taken aback, astonished by Xiao Zhengdong's swift analysis. Upon reaching the rocks, Xiao Zhengdong retrieves the fallen enemy's black German MP-18 submachine gun, which boasts a substantial magazine capacity of 32 rounds and a firing rate of 400 rounds per minute. This weapon will undoubtedly bolster their chances in the impending breakout. With a grin, he shakes the MP-18. Crouching down, Xiao Zhengdong collects 2 grenades and 50 bullets from the corpse, even discovering a flatbread. He gathers it all. Report to the platoon leader. May I use the confiscated submachine gun, bullets, and grenades? Xiao Zhengdong salutes and inquires of leader Shirley. Certainly, comes the affirmative response. With the impressive reaction time and marksmanship you just demonstrated, it is indeed commendable. Shirley nodded. It is likely that enemy ambushes will sporadically emerge, causing casualties to our unit. I request to scout ahead alone, marking the path with upright branches for you to follow. Xiao Zhengdong stated solemnly. The battle has only just commenced, and he has witnessed firsthand the sacrifice of one soldier after another from the 6th Company. It weighs heavily on his heart. Since he possesses the capability, he must strive to protect every Red Army soldier to the best of his ability. A strange sense of destiny accompanied by enhanced strength enveloped Xiao Zhengdong. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Very well, Shirley agreed. However, one must exercise caution. Signal flares in case of difficulties, Shirley reminded. Chapter 4. One shell, for gains. Xiao Zhengdong, be careful. Zhou Yu observed as Xiao Zhengdong continued his ascent alone and softly remarked. Xiao Zhengdong turned back with a faint smile. The row of soldiers watched as Xiao Zhengdong's silhouette gradually faded from view, their admiration for his bravery palpable. Suddenly, while ascending the mountain, Xiao Zhengdong heard the distinct sound of a dry branch snapping nearby. He immediately slowed his pace, weaving through the dense foliage. Under the cloak of night, he spotted an enemy soldier from the Guangdong army, clutching a submachine gun, camouflaged among the leaves, with only the menacing muzzle protruding. As the enemy shifted slightly, the movement caught Xiao Zhengdong's keen eye. He thought to himself that scouting alone was indeed the right decision. Had all 20 soldiers passed, many would have surely fallen victim to a surprise attack. Xiao Zhengdong treaded silently, inching closer to the concealed enemy. This adversary was clearly well trained, positioned in a manner that allowed for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. As he approached within 5 meters of the enemy, Xiao Zhengdong inadvertently snapped a twig underfoot. He shook his head, realizing the imperfection in his stealth. Suddenly, the enemy, alerted by the sound, pivoted the gun toward him, ready to pull the trigger. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired first. A bullet struck the enemy soldier's mouth from above, penetrating through his teeth and exploding in his throat, leaving a gruesome wound. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Though he had hoped to avoid gunfire, circumstances left him no choice. With the subsequent shot, the vigilance of the remaining enemies above would undoubtedly intensify, and they might even descend to mount a counterattack against him, Xiao Zhengdong mused. Yet, he felt no fear. He pressed onward, marking the path with branches along the way. Tat-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. For guns suddenly opened fire at Xiao Zhengdong. At the moment he heard the mechanical click of triggers being pulled, he dove behind a large boulder. Clang, clang. Dozens of bullets rained upon the rock, sending sand and gravel flying, sparks erupting around him. Sweat began to bead on Xiao Zhengdong's forehead. That was close. He nearly became Swiss cheese. This is the reality of war. With determination, Xiao Zhengdong decisively pulled the pin from a grenade. The enemy's bullets continued to rain down, relentlessly suppressing him behind the stone. Xiao Zhengdong could hear the relentless approach of footsteps. Now was the moment. After a brief pause, he turned and cast the grenade high into the air. Boom! The explosion echoed, causing the entire mountain to tremble as if it were alive. The rocks shook beneath his feet, and several steel helmets clattered to the ground at his feet. A cold smirk crept across Xiao Zhengdong's lips, as those who sought to encircle the Red Army met their demise. Gripping his Mauser, he emerged from behind the boulder, his eyes landing upon 3 lifeless bodies, charred and reeking of burnt hair and flesh, mingled with a torrent of blood. Flee! Bang! Xiao Zhengdong spotted an enemy soldier crouched in the underbrush, slowly attempting to crawl away. However, such subtle movements could never escape his keen senses. Raising his pistol, he pulled the trigger. The bullet piercing through the back of the enemy's skull, shattering it, and instantly claiming a life. The enemy forces were unlikely to have many ambushers on the mountain. After all, the stronghold and the encircling troops were the primary force. Eliminating the stronghold and coordinating with other units to break the encirclement was the priority. Time could not be squandered. Xiao Zhengdong whispered to himself, feeling confident that there would not be significant danger behind him. He retrieved a flare gun and fired it into the sky, sending up a brilliant red beam as a signal for squad leader Shirley to guide his soldiers upward. He continued to ascend, weaving through branches. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he employed a seized military dagger to mercilessly slice the throat of an enemy lying in ambush on the mountain. The blade opened the throat wide, revealing bone and blood. Yet Xiao Zhengdong remained unfazed. As a soldier in wartime, one must become accustomed to killing and confronting the dead. Afterward, he encountered no further enemy forces and successfully reached the cliff, gazing down at the stronghold that continued to unleash gunfire. In that moment, Xiao Zhengdong perceived a transformation within himself. His vision had adapted. He could see through the darkness as clearly at night as in daylight. With an even broader and clearer field of view, the enemy's defensive positions were laid bare before him. In an instant, a mental map of the escape route formed in his mind. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from below. Cautiously, he took cover behind a tree. As the footsteps drew near, he finally discerned that it was Shirley and Zhou Yu approaching. Squad Leader Shi, Deputy Squad Leader Zhou, he called out, relieved to see his comrades. Xiao Zhengdong, you rascal. Your skills are impressive. We encountered 5 or 6 corpses along the way. Those were your handiwork, weren't they? The explosion we heard earlier was also your doing? Your individual combat capabilities are truly extraordinary. Zhou Yu, climbing higher, had been anxious about Xiao Zhengdong's safety. And upon seeing him alive and well, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, playfully delivering a light punch to Xiao Zhengdong's arm. Xiao Zhengdong merely nodded slightly. It was his duty. He had simply done what was required. The cliff was perilous, and caution was paramount. However, in order to stage an assault on the stronghold, we must bravely proceed. At this moment, Shirley's expression was grave. This is merely the beginning of our breakout. The perils will only escalate from here. I shall go first, volunteered Xiao Zhengdong. If he did not take the lead, he would scorn himself. His physical prowess surpassed that of all others. To linger at the back would be a display of cowardice. Upon receiving Shirley's consent, Xiao Zhengdong chose a position and began his descent. The cliff was exceedingly steep, nearly vertical, making it impossible to navigate solely with his legs. He had to rely on climbing. In truth, the Red Army is not omnipotent, but through extensive experience, they become versatile. With Xiao Zhengdong leading the way, the other soldiers descended much more swiftly. Someone is coming down behind us. As Xiao Zhengdong was still over 4 meters above the ground, a soldier from the Guangdong army, using a flashlight, detected something amiss. Rat-a-tat-tat. Xiao Zhengdong decisively pulled the trigger of his German-made MP-18 submachine gun, unleashing a barrage that riddled the enemy's head with bullet holes. Blood erupting profusely. The enemy soldier fell lifeless to the ground. We have been compromised. Xiao Zhengdong shouted to Shirley and the others who were still climbing above. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong leapt down, using the momentum of a forward roll. Despite the 4-meter drop, he emerged unscathed. Just then, a soldier from the enemy, flashlight in hand, emerged to scout the area, only to be met by Xiao Zhengdong's military dagger, plunged directly into his chest. Blood gushed forth, splattering Xiao Zhengdong's face. The scent of blood only heightened my exhilaration, Xiao Zhengdong remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 5. Heroes who sacrificed themselves for others. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun within the stronghold opened fire on Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades. A withered tree was mercilessly shredded by the bullets until it was utterly decimated. Without the obstruction of the dead tree, the machine gun swiftly struck down 2 Red Army soldiers. Jump! There are a few tall trees below that can provide cover. If we continue to crawl down at this pace, we will only become sitting ducks, Shirley shouted. He was the first to leap down from the height of over 4 meters. Sun Haizi and Zhuang Ho had already landed and hurried to catch Shirley. You too. Catch him and hand over all the grenades you have. I will blow up the stronghold, declared Xiao Zhengdong. Every time he witnessed a Red Army soldier fall, anxiety gripped him. He was determined not to see any Red Army soldiers perish. Xiao Zhengdong believed that his existence might not significantly alter the course of history. However, he could at least save a few lives in this war. Behind each Red Army soldier stood comrades and families. And Xiao Zhengdong was willing to exert his modest efforts without seeking reward, driven solely by a desire to repay the peace he had enjoyed in his past life. Without hesitation, Sun Haizi relinquished 2 Soviet grenades into Xiao Zhengdong's hands. The Soviet grenades, towering at 85 millimeters, bore a pentagram on their casings. Upon seeing these 2 grenades, Xiao Zhengdong was momentarily taken aback. Usually, Sun Haizi treated these grenades as precious treasures, never parting with them. Yet this time, he resolutely handed them over. Life is more precious than grenades, Sun Haizi stated. Well said, Xiao Zhengdong nodded. Zhuang Ho bestowed upon Xiao Zhengdong 2 hand grenades. From other soldiers, Xiao Zhengdong procured an additional 5 grenades, complemented by the 2 he already possessed, as well as a wooden-handled grenade. This was sufficient. He charged toward the bunker, yanking the pins from all the grenades in one swift motion. The soldiers manning the bunker, noticing the approaching Xiao Zhengdong, immediately trained their heavy machine guns upon him, unleashing a torrent of bullets in his direction. Yet, everything unfolded as anticipated. A cold smile crept across Xiao Zhengdong's face. He swiftly altered his course, for the bunker's line of fire was limited, causing them to momentarily lose sight of him. A Red Army soldier sprinted toward them. The Red Army was replete with fearless martyrs, and this one was likely another willing to sacrifice himself for a noble cause. They needed to stop him. To intercept him at once, the heavy machine gunner urgently alerted his fellow soldiers. Though the bunker appeared impregnable, it was, in reality, a self-imposed prison. Just then, with a clang, a bundle of grenades was tossed through the adjacent gun slot. The grenades emitted billowing white smoke. Boom! The bundle erupted violently, sending tongues of flame shooting from every opening of the bunker. The very top of the structure was blown apart, and shards from the explosions flew within the confines of the bunker. The instantaneous heat and blast obliterated any chance of survival inside. Xiao Zhengdong wiped the sweat from his brow. The sudden rise in temperature, combined with his relentless sprinting, made it impossible for him not to perspire. He let out a sigh of relief. His efforts had not been in vain. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out to him, wrapping around him in an embrace. Good. Excellent. Sun Haizi laughed heartily. Coughing, Xiao Zhengdong pushed Sun Haizi away. The latter's strength was formidable, nearly squeezing the breath from Xiao Zhengdong's lungs. Moreover, what was the need for such embraces between men? Sun Haizi, astonished, could hardly believe that Xiao Zhengdong had effortlessly cast him aside. He had exerted considerable strength, believing himself unmatched, only to find it was as if he were made of paper before Xiao Zhengdong. One must admit, Comrade Xiao Zhengdong's combat prowess was exemplary. A model for us all. I have never witnessed such remarkable individual combat capability. It seemed that even in this assault on the bunker, Xiao Zhengdong could have achieved success single-handedly. Shirley regarded Xiao Zhengdong with admiration, feeling that despite his position as squad leader, there was much he could learn from him. Let us promptly assist the second squad, he suggested, as gunfire still erupted from their bunker, unrelenting. Shirley then led Xiao Zhengdong and the others toward their next target. Boom. At that moment, a flash of fire shot skyward, followed by a shell exploding in the 6th Company. It's a mortar, Zhou Yu shouted. The enemy is setting up mortars to bombard our company. How fortuitous. Let us annihilate the enemy gunners while we're at it, Shirley exclaimed. His spirits lifted at the sight of the enemy artillerymen. If we were to eliminate both the bunker and its gunners entirely, the subsequent breakthrough would be akin to traversing a smooth, unobstructed path, devoid of any difficulty. Humph. To think that setting up mortars behind the bunker would guarantee unparalleled safety is a grave mistake. We have already taken down one of your fortifications. Zhuang sneered coldly. Boom. Boom. The mortars relentlessly assaulted the direction of the 6th Company. Suddenly, a group of soldiers charged forth amidst the smoke and chaos, unleashing a torrent of bullets that annihilated all the mortar crews. 5 mortars. First squad, gather all the artillery and ammunition. This presents an opportunity to bolster our combat capabilities. Shirley's eyes sparkled at the sight of the 5 mortars. Having endured various bombings in the past, possessing mortars would enable us to retaliate against the enemy. The thought made Shirley's heart race with desire. Yes, the soldiers of the first squad, fierce as wolves, swiftly collected the mortars and the ammunition crates. Spirits were high on the battlefield, where weaponry is paramount. Capturing these mortars was akin to finding a pillow for a weary head. We must swiftly support the second squad. While the first squad diligently collected the mortars, Shirley declared loudly that aiding our comrades was of utmost importance. Soon, the other Red Army soldiers of the first squad reached the rear of another bunker. The 2 bunkers were not far apart. The soldiers had yet to fire their weapons when they spotted a second squad soldier, his body laden with explosives, charging towards the bunker. Even after sustaining several bullet wounds, he pressed on. Long live the Red Army! The soldier shouted, igniting every ounce of his potential to continue his advance. Boom. Upon finally reaching the bunker, the soldier could go no further. With his last breath, he ignited the explosives, resulting in a sudden eruption of flames. The bunker was obliterated, and the soldier was torn asunder, his body dismembered. Xiao Zhengdong was profoundly shaken by this scene. In truth, he had heard many heroic tales of the Red Army in his previous life, but witnessing it firsthand was nothing short of astonishing. For an unwavering belief for the nation, and for the smooth retreat of their comrades, they displayed such selflessness and bravery. Salute, Shirley commanded. All the soldiers saluted in the direction of the fallen hero. Chapter 6. Blocked by a company. Xiao Zhengdong gazed at the ruins of the bunker, a sense of solemn grandeur washing over him. The path to success has always been paved with lives and blood. Behind the vibrant blossoms, there are always others bearing the weight of progress. Surrounding him, several trees blazed with fierce flames, casting a glow that lingered in the smoky air, as the sky brightened with strands of golden light piercing through the clouds. As if the heavens had split apart. Commander Han has arrived. Shirley led the first squad to rendezvous with the second squad, clearing the battlefield and seizing additional firearms. Then, Han Wufei, accompanied by the warriors of the 6th Company, hurried over, prompting Shirley to exclaim with immense excitement. Upon seeing squad leader Shirley and second squad leader, Han Wufei burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly magnificent. In such a brief span of time, we have successfully dismantled 2 enemy fortifications and a mortars team. If our company continues on this path, we shall be at the forefront of the charge. Our regiment serves as a sword to break through the blockade of the Guangdong army, and our company must embody the tip of that sword. Han Wufei declared loudly. Standing tall and proud, the morale of the entire 6th Company surged. The Red Army has never been about individual aspirations, but rather collective resolve. To live as a hero among men, and to die as a valiant spirit, remarked Xiao Zhengdong. He felt fortunate to fight alongside so many like-minded comrades, united in pursuit of a grand objective, an endeavor worthy of being etched in the annals of history, a remarkable saga of heroism in this land. To live as a hero among men, and to die as a valiant spirit. Beautiful. Excellently put. Han Wufei was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Zhengdong's words, then offered his hearty praise. This line of poetry encapsulated Han Wufei's righteous fervor and his determination to sacrifice his life for the motherland. It resonated deeply. When did you become so eloquent? Didn't you just finish elementary school? Zhao Longfei, a soldier from the reconnaissance team, gazed at Xiao Zhengdong in surprise, wondering how much more this fellow had hidden within. Truly, he was both scholarly and martial. Just because I graduated elementary school doesn't mean I cannot recite poetry. Xiao Zhengdong replied, half amused. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, I have come to realize your remarkable talent and formidable combat prowess, which should not be concealed. The more we, the Red Army, shine, the more we will be utilized. Within our ranks, we are all united in purpose, fighting for the same goal. You should continuously showcase your abilities. For the organization values those it recognizes, and you are destined for greatness, Shirley stated earnestly, glancing at Xiao Zhengdong. The recent assault on the fortifications was undeniably orchestrated by Xiao Zhengdong, who had successfully led the charge. With his prowess, he had won the respect of Shirley and the entire squad. Even all the soldiers of the 6th Company regarded him with renewed admiration. Shirley believed Xiao Zhengdong was being overly modest. Indeed, Xiao Zhengdong nodded solemnly, acknowledging Shirley's words. We must press onward. The blockade of the Guangdong army is extensive. Now is not the time to lower our guard. Our circumstances may become increasingly dire, Han Wufei noted, sensing a disarray of voices within the company, and raised his voice. This is war. Han Wufei permitted only one sound within the ranks, his command. Immediately, Xiao Zhengdong and the others fell silent and pressed forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As they passed an abandoned village, the soldiers of the 6th Company heightened their vigilance. Nevertheless, they were caught off guard, as bullets whizzed from various directions. Pft, pft. 3 soldiers from the 6th Company fell to the ground, struck down by random gunfire. Breaking through was inherently a gamble, fraught with peril. Bang! Faced with the gunfire, Xiao Zhengdong did not seek cover nor choose to crouch. Instead, he honed in on the sound, swiftly pinpointing the enemy's position. He raised his rifle, squeezed the trigger, and a bullet spiraled forth from the chamber. Pft. Xiao Zhengdong's bullet pierced through the enemy's eye and entered the brain, resulting in an explosion. A lifeless body tumbled down from the roof. There was an ambush, with covering fire facilitating a swift passage. Among these dilapidated villages, it was uncertain how many enemies lay in wait. Our objective was not to eliminate them all, but to break through without lingering in battle, declared Han Wufei. The soldiers of the 6th Company began to fire into the crumbling village, bullets raining down. For a moment, the ambushed enemy dared not reveal themselves. Bang! An enemy attempted to peek out for a shot, but was swiftly killed by Xiao Zhengdong's bullet, which struck true at the center of his forehead. Zhuang Ho, you go ahead and scout the path, Han Wufei instructed, aware that navigating through the dilapidated village would lead them to a bamboo grove. To avoid another sudden attack, he turned to Zhuang Ho and commanded. Yes. Zhuang Ho responded loudly, vanishing into the bamboo thicket like a wisp of smoke. The others were ordered to rest for a quarter of an hour. Han Wufei then sat down on a pile of hay. He summoned his deputy company commander, and Xing, and platoon leader, Shirley, gathering them around a terrain map to discuss their upcoming route of action. Xiao Zhengdong, come over here, Shirley said to Han Wufei, who then beckoned Xiao Zhengdong. Yes. Xiao Zhengdong immediately ran over. Upon seeing Xiao Zhengdong, Shirley raised an eyebrow. Xiao Zhengdong nodded, aware that Shirley had recommended him in front of Han Wufei. If we cross the bamboo grove and traverse a wetland, we will reach Gupa. The terrain there is unknown and somewhat tricky. The 1st Division has deployed heavy firepower in that area. Han Wufei explained the challenges they would face and the specific route for their breakout, all of which had been discussed in advance at the regiment's meeting. With each company having a designated route map, Xiao Zhengdong participated in the tactical discussion without voicing his opinions but gained a clearer understanding of the breakout line and the distribution of enemy forces. Company commander, there is a company of U army ahead. Zhuang Ho returned from reconnaissance, panting. A company? Then we must engage. To linger would only lead to a dead end. Han Wufei replied, his brow furrowed and his tone resolute. The enemy's equipment was evidently superior to that of the 6th Company, positioned advantageously in a defensible location, giving them a distinct advantage in terms of strength. This cast a shadow of uncertainty over the entire 6th Company. A brief silence ensued as everyone awaited Han Wufei's tactical orders. However, Han Wufei was troubled. He could not gamble with the lives of his soldiers. Once the strategy was set in motion, there would be no turning back. The safety of the troops rested in his hands. Lacking a flawless strategy, he hesitated to issue commands. Instead, let us adopt a guerrilla approach. We can disperse and strike, sowing confusion among the enemy regarding our numbers, disrupting their formation, and leaving them flustered. Xiao Zhengdong suggested. Chapter 7. Infiltrating the enemy's barracks. Upon hearing Xiao Zhengdong's proposal, Han Wufei and Xing and instructor Zhang Wanhao exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. They had consistently endorsed Xiao Zhengdong's insights, which, at least for the moment, constituted the most effective tactical arrangement. While there might be superior strategies, time was of the essence. They could not afford to deliberate over more secure and advantageous plans. First platoon, you are assigned to break through to the south. Attack in units of a squad, dispersing your efforts. Remember to strike and then retreat swiftly. Do not engage excessively with the enemy, Han Wufei commanded. Yes, yes. The various platoon leaders acknowledged the orders. Immediately, Shirley instructed the reconnaissance squad to flank the enemy from the side. Move out. Deputy squad leader Zhou Yu led the charge. They drew ever closer to the enemy's position, aware that the enemy would continue to rotate their guard and patrol. The patrol routes, are they fixed? Xiao Zhengdong inquired of Zhuang Ho. Indeed, they are, Zhuang Ho replied earnestly. I observed their third squad's posts. All follow the same path. Why not identify a moment when they are rotating shifts? We could set an ambush, eliminate an entire squad silently, then don their uniforms to infiltrate their ranks. While our 6th company engages them, we can strike from the shadows, catching them off guard amidst the chaos. Xiao Zhengdong proposed to the reconnaissance squad, seeking their opinions. After all, he was merely a soldier, not a commander. I find it quite feasible, Sun Haizi remarked, brimming with eagerness. Sun Haizi was a fervent warrior. Holding a simple philosophy, in times of war, one must eliminate the enemy at every opportunity. The fewer they are, the more fear they instill, leading to surrender. Xiao Zhengdong's suggestion appears impeccably crafted, Zhao Longfei added. Then it's settled. Zhou Yu declared decisively, with squad leader Chen Daqiang currently with the medical team. Zhou Yu is leading the reconnaissance squad. Under Zhuang Ho's guidance, the 6th company hastened forward, ultimately concealing themselves within a thicket. Hush. Once hidden, Zhou Yu signaled for silence. Waiting patiently for the enemy patrol to arrive. After approximately 2 minutes of anticipation, footsteps echoed nearby. Indeed, an enemy patrol of a squad approached. The enemy's patrol frequency was notably high, yet they were destined to encounter Xiao Zhengdong's unit. With only 5 members in the reconnaissance squad, Xiao Zhengdong, Zhao Longfei, Zhou Yu, Sun Haizi, and Zhuang Ho facing 7 from the enemy patrol, the opportunity was fleeting. You each take one, and I'll handle the rest, Xiao Zhengdong declared. Stepping forward to take charge, the reconnaissance squad turned their gazes toward him, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance, with Xiao Zhengdong among them. In moments of challenging adversity, they needed a warrior like him, bold, decisive, and willing to shoulder the burden. The enemy patrol drew ever closer. Now is the time. Zhou Yu raised his palm. Tightly clenched, a signal for action. All the soldiers of the reconnaissance team rose in unison. The sound of throats being slit echoed sharply. Zhuang Ho and Sun Haizi, moving effortlessly from behind, swiftly severed the enemy's throats. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhengdong, quick as a hare and as thunderous as a storm, brandished a large machete, decapitating 3 adversaries in an instant. One head rolled upon the ground, coming to rest at Xiao Zhengdong's feet, only to be kicked away by him. In his military pack, apart from clothing and supplies, Xiao Zhengdong carried a large machete passed down through generations. According to his grandfather, this very blade had once been wielded by their ancestors to slay marauding pirates during the Ming dynasty. Though it bore the marks of age, its swiftness remained unmatched. Like his forebears, Xiao Zhengdong was resolute in his desire to vanquish foes. He aspired to confront the Japanese invaders as a proud member of the Red Army. He believed he would indeed have the opportunity to face the enemy, provided he survived the arduous journey of 25,000 li. Xiao Zhengdong's strike astounded all present. Zhou Yu and the others stood in awe, mouths agape, as the phrase life is as fragile as straw came to life through Xiao Zhengdong's formidable blow. The enemy's necks, under his assault, felt as insubstantial as paper. Adorning themselves in enemy uniforms, the other squads prepared for combat. We must engage the enemy, Xiao Zhengdong urged, beginning to shed his trousers. All right, Sun Haizi and the others nodded, breaking free from their astonishment at Xiao Zhengdong's brutal artistry. He swiftly donned the uniform of the Guangdong army, while the others followed suit. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of mortar shells erupted. It seems our previously captured mortars are now in use, Zhao Longfei remarked with a smile. Enhancing the unit's firepower was a mark of honor. They were poised to play a crucial role in this encounter. The enemy's formation began to falter. Let us strike, commanded Xiao Zhengdong. Zhou Yu nodded, and with Xiao Zhengdong leading, the reconnaissance team advanced purposefully towards the enemy's defensive position. As they drew nearer, the number of patrolling soldiers increased. After several patrols had ignored them, 2 soldiers finally called out to Xiao Zhengdong and his companions. In response, Xiao Zhengdong and Sun Haizi made a gesture across their throats. With a grin, Xiao Zhengdong approached the patrol. He began, but before he could finish, he lunged forward, plunging his knife into the heart of an enemy soldier. With a swift motion, Sun Haizi followed suit, carving a deep gash into another enemy's neck. The soldiers of the 6th Company commenced their assault from all directions, overwhelming the enemy defenses. At that moment, the enemy forces were unable to ascertain the true number of the Red Army. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated across the mountains, accompanied by artillery shells raining down from various directions, instilling a sense of dread among the enemy troops. Each trench was filled with soldiers who feared an overwhelming surge of Red Army fighters, prompting them to call for reinforcements from one another. Suddenly, a gap appeared in the enemy's defenses. Quickly, Xiao Zhengdong exclaimed upon noticing this vulnerability in the enemy's position, and he swiftly led Zhou Yu and others towards it. They dashed forward and successfully infiltrated the trench. The enemy soldiers were preoccupied with their movements, completely unaware of the infiltration by Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades. Damn it. We're actually in the enemy's trench. Sun Haizi laughed heartily, exhilarated by this unprecedented combat experience. Zhuang Hodao prepared his weapon. Load your bullets, Xiao Zhengdong instructed solemnly. Having previously eliminated several enemy patrols and confiscated numerous submachine guns, each member of the reconnaissance team was now armed with one. Chapter 8. Seeking merit. Seeing that Sun Haizi and the others were ready, Xiao Zhengdong turned to Zhou Yu, indicating that the command to fire should come from him. As Zhou Yu was currently the highest-ranking officer in the reconnaissance team, it's your call. Zhou Yu understood Xiao Zhengdong's intention and shook his head. Throughout their journey, it had been Xiao Zhengdong who had led them. Zhou Yu would not assume the role of merely reaping the rewards. Fire. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Zhengdong issued the order decisively. The moment was fleeting. If they did not fire now, when would they? The enemy soldiers were completely unguarded. Their backs turned to Xiao Zhengdong and his team. Rat-a-tat-tat. The reconnaissance team opened fire in unison, unleashing a hail of bullets. In an instant, dozens of rounds found their mark, blood erupting from the enemy as they fell, a significant number succumbing to the onslaught. The Red Army has infiltrated, shouted a particularly quick-witted enemy soldier. Instantly, all weapons were aimed at Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades. Throw grenades. Retreat amidst the chaos. We've drawn all their fire. Soon the entire 6th Company will charge in. Perseverance is victory, Xiao Zhengdong declared. With that, he began tossing grenades into the enemy ranks. Boom. The explosion of the grenades shook the earth, sending dust swirling into the air. Zhou Yu, Sun Haizi, and the others followed suit, hurling all of their grenades towards the enemy. This was not the time to conserve ammunition. Having already claimed so many lives, they had gained significantly, and preserving their own strength was paramount. They would be able to take more lives in the future, as life was far more valuable than weapons. Xiao Zhengdong and his team quickly began to retreat. Swish. Swish. The enemy, blinded by the thick cloud of dust, fired blindly at Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades. Yet none found their mark. The group concealed themselves within the dense bamboo forest, which provided an excellent hiding place. Damn it. They've killed so many of us and still managed to escape. The commander of the U army stood at the edge of the camp, gazing at the endless expanse of bamboo, his fists clenched in frustration, nearly driven to despair by Xiao Zhengdong and his team, with nowhere to vent his anger. Bang! A bullet shot forth, striking the commander in the throat. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The gunfire emanated from the depths of the forest, where Xiao Zhengdong stood resolute. The company commander has fallen. He was struck down by the Red Army. As the commander was slain, the soldiers of the Guangdong army erupted in cries. Transforming into headless flies, their spirits shattered, scattering in all directions in a frantic retreat. The enemy retreats, and we advance. The enemy retreats, we shall strike. Fire. Xiao Zhengdong led the reconnaissance team, launching a renewed offensive against the enemy. The sound of the charge echoed as the 6th Company sounded the call to arms. The entire 56th Company of the 10th Regiment of the 1st Division of the Guangdong Army was ruthlessly beaten, utterly annihilated. Not a single one was spared. Did they not revel in surrounding and intercepting our Red Army? They were all dispatched. Opposing our Red Army is tantamount to defying the very essence of the times. The commander of the 6th Company declared boldly from the enemy's 56th Company encampment. The bullets from the 6th Company's soldiers never ceased. In this auspicious moment, one must not harbor any mercy for the enemy. Sparing them could mean they become the pursuers of our Red Army tomorrow, possibly even killing our soldiers. We must kill, penetrate, and annihilate them without leaving a trace, so that the enemy may learn to be docile thereafter. Bang! Another shot from Xiao Zhengdong felled an enemy soldier. The battle, which lasted over an hour, concluded with the complete destruction of the enemy's 56th Company. What a thrill! After days of relentless pursuit, this battle was exhilarating. This is the might of our Red Army. The soldiers of the 6th Company cheered, their spirits aflame. They swiftly began to scour the battlefield, gathering equipment. We must hasten to continue our breakout, Han Wufei, the commander of the 6th Company, reminded his men. He did not revel in the victory. He understood well that lurking ahead were formidable dangers, and only after overcoming those challenges could he truly rejoice. Bang! In the calm aftermath of the battlefield, a sudden gunshot rang out. A seemingly lifeless enemy soldier, not completely dead, had fired, claiming the life of a Red Army soldier. Bang! Witnessing the enemy's intent to shoot again, Xiao Zhengdong swiftly retaliated. Damn it! Playing dead, are we? Disgusting wretch. Sun Haizi rushed forward and kicked the head of the fallen enemy soldier. The loss of a Red Army soldier, who had not perished in the heat of battle but rather after the conflict had ceased, deeply stirred Xiao Zhengdong's compassion. One must exercise caution while clearing the battlefield, Weapons should be dealt with immediately, and any signs of life must be met with swift action. Han Wufei shouted, determined not to witness any soldier fall victim during the post-battle cleanup. Such a pity. Deputy Squad Leader Zhou, your reconnaissance team played a crucial role in this engagement. You executed your duties splendidly. Not only did we breach the enemy's ambush line, but we also annihilated them entirely. This was truly unexpected. Han Wufei approached the reconnaissance team and addressed Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu saluted Han Wufei and replied earnestly, report, Commander. The reason our team performed so exceptionally is primarily due to the outstanding leadership of Comrade Xiao Zhengdong. His command abilities far surpass my own. Just as Xiao Zhengdong was about to speak, he was silenced by Zhuang Ho. The prowess of Xiao Zhengdong is evident to all. Both the team members of the reconnaissance unit and the squad leader Zhou Yu unanimously agree that it is not the moment for modesty as he praises Xiao Zhengdong. Xiao Zhengdong opts for silence, graciously accepting the goodwill of his comrades. To be excessively humble would be disingenuous. Han Wufei regards Xiao Zhengdong with astonishment, exclaiming, Xiao Zhengdong, you devised our recent offensive plan and commanded the battle itself. Excellent. With you in our 6th company, we have struck gold. Rest assured, I shall not let your talents go unrecognized. Your contributions will be duly noted. Thank you, Company Commander. Xiao Zhengdong salutes Han Wufei. Zhou Yu and the others beam at Xiao Zhengdong, hoping to see him shine within the company. Since joining the reconnaissance unit, the youngest among them has received special care and attention. Company Commander, the battlefield has been cleared, announces a soldier as he rushes over. Gather. We press on. Han Wufei commands loudly. This is a breakout. Without a complete breach of the blockade, they shall not rest. Chapter 9. Appointed squad leader, the soldiers of the 6th Company emerge from their victorious jubilation and set forth once more on the path to breakout. Having obliterated an enemy platoon, the bamboo forest presents no further impediments, and the 6th Company advances as if on level ground. Halt. Xiao Zhengdong, proceed to scout ahead. Orders Han Wufei. Exiting the bamboo thicket, a mountain looms ahead, with several farmhouse dwellings at its base. From a distance, he observes a few peasant women washing clothes by a stream. To avoid potential ambushes from the mountain and to ensure the safety of the villagers below, Han Wufei prudently decides to send Xiao Zhengdong to scout the route. Understood. Xiao Zhengdong responds, sprinting forward to gather intelligence. Han Wufei leads the soldiers to take cover behind a rocky outcrop. In the course of their march, reconnaissance is an indispensable process. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles, while advancing blindly is a perilous folly. Xiao Zhengdong crouches low, maneuvering around the area, and continues his swift ascent towards the mountain. At last, he reaches the foot of the mountain. Sister Wang, your red attire is truly lovely today. Is it? Well, it's all right, Wanner. I heard your husband went to the city to sell grass mats. It's been over 10 days. Why hasn't he returned? Perhaps the grass mats aren't selling well. In these chaotic times, business is tough. Indeed, we belong to a generation destined to endure hardship. Xiao Zhengdong overhears the 2 village women chatting as they wash clothes by the stream. He reflects that their demeanor is relaxed and their conversation carefree, indicating they remain blissfully unaware of any danger. They could not possibly be enemies. Proceeding to observe the nearby houses, he finds nothing amiss. There remains a significant distance to breach the first line of enemy defenses, and since all appears calm at the mountain's base, the true threat must lie above. Xiao Zhengdong murmurs to himself, I must ascend the mountain. As I am scouting, I must uncover the truth. Drawing his pistol, he loads the chamber, ready to fire at the slightest hint of danger. As Xiao Zhengdong reached the halfway point of the mountain, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps and the clanging of steel helmets against metal pots. He decided to climb from the side, exposing only his head to observe above. To his astonishment, he spotted over 100 enemy soldiers milling about, some seated behind sandbags with their rifles poised, while others were taking turns to eat or on patrol. This contingent of the Yu army possessed overwhelming firepower, making a frontal breakout for the 6th Company utterly impossible. They had to find an alternative route, Xiao Zhengdong muttered softly. He continued to scout the area and indeed discovered a narrow mountain path nestled between 2 enemy units. Retreat. A route for their breakout formed in his mind, and he returned to the 6th Company. Xiao Zhengdong meticulously reported the terrain and the route he had uncovered to Han Wufei, Anxing, and Zhang Wanhao. Let us proceed as Comrade Xiao Zhengdong suggests, taking the small path. If we can advance towards the designated position without encountering combat, that would be ideal, Han Wufei decisively stated. To ensure safety, he first dispatched a squad of 3 soldiers to follow the route Xiao Zhengdong indicated. The absence of gunfire confirmed that the soldiers had traversed safely. We shall set off, Han Wufei declared. They indeed managed to proceed smoothly. This is unexpected. Do the Yu soldiers truly remain unaware of such a path? Could it be that they deliberately allowed us to pass? Suddenly, it seemed the enemy bore less hostility towards them. Just hours earlier, it had been a matter of life and death. Sun Haizi scratched his head, glancing back, feeling that their arrival at the wetland was somewhat surreal. Xiao Zhengdong looked at Sun Haizi, somewhat surprised. The burly Sun Haizi appeared to possess more insight than his rugged exterior suggested. His ability to consider such a possibility indicated a level of intelligence above the ordinary. As a traveler with a godlike perspective, Xiao Zhengdong understood the underlying reasons. This must be the result of some clandestine negotiations viewed from a broader strategic angle. War, after all, is equally pivotal at the negotiation table. The soldiers of the 6th Company then began to roll up their trousers and wade through the wetland. Since they were along the banks of the Tao River, the wetland was rather deep, nearly reaching their knees. Some soldiers, fearing the loss of their shoes, opted to remove them. However, sharp stones lurking beneath the water inevitably caused injuries to their feet. Some soldiers have sustained cuts on their feet. We must carry them, Han Wufei shouted. At that moment, reconnaissance soldier Zhao Longfei also fell victim, stepping barefoot into the wetland where sharp stones pierced the soles of his feet, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream that contorted his face in agony. Old Zhao, I'll carry you, Xiao Zhengdong said without hesitation, rushing to Zhao Longfei's side. The varying depths of the wetland posed no obstacle for him. His physique continued to strengthen. Zhao Longfei looked at Xiao Zhengdong, feeling a bit embarrassed, for he was 6 years older than him and felt it inappropriate to have someone so much younger carry him. Sun Haizi took it upon himself to assist other comrades. Now, it is I who is most suited to carry you. Do not hesitate any longer. Xiao Zhengdong discerned Zhao Longfei's indecision and smiled as he spoke. Very well. Zhao Longfei chose to acquiesce. Xiao Zhengdong lifted Zhao Longfei onto his back, revealing the blood streaming from his feet, a clear indication of severe injury. Sharp stones pierced the soles of his feet. Old Zhao, bear with it. I will remove them, and then promptly bind your wounds, Zhuanghe remarked, observing Zhao Longfei's feet with a furrowed brow. Come on. I fear neither death nor pain, Zhao Longfei replied. Zhuanghe extracted the stones from the soles of Zhao Longfei's feet, causing him to tremble in agony, yet he remained silent. Zhuanghe swiftly wrapped bandages around the wounds. Old Zhao, this injury on your foot is perhaps the most grievous among our 6th Company, inflicted by stones, Zhuanghe noted. It's merely a small injury. Zhao Longfei feigned nonchalance with a faint smile. After several days of relentless advancement, the 6th Company and the entire Red Army successfully breached the enemy's first line of defense. Another night had arrived. Tonight, we can finally rest. However, we still need to take turns standing guard. At the foot of a mountain, Han Wufei commanded loudly. Many soldiers, having gone 3 days and nights without sleep, were elated at the prospect of rest. Nothing could be more delightful than the promise of slumber. And they all eagerly succumbed to sleep. I will take the night shift. Xiao Zhengdong, noticing Zhuanghe's constant drowsiness, offered willingly. Despite having been awake for 3 days and nights, Xiao Zhengdong remained full of vigor. All right. Zhuanghe hesitated briefly before opting to switch shifts with Xiao Zhengdong, as he desperately needed a refreshing, deep sleep. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, from now on, you shall be the leader of the reconnaissance team. Han Wufei approached and informed Xiao Zhengdong. What about our squad leader, Chen? Xiao Zhengdong inquired. Chen Daqiang has made significant progress in his recovery, however. He remains with the medical team as the squad leader of the guard company, and thus, you shall take his place in the reconnaissance team. I have consulted with the battalion and received approval for your appointment. Both the battalion and regiment have expressed high praise for your recent performance in combat, Han Wufei stated. Understood. Xiao Zhengdong saluted Han Wufei. The following morning, the 6th Company resumed its arduous journey. Ahead lay yet another line of enemy defense, this time jointly manned by the Xiong and Yu armies, alongside a substantial force of nationalist troops attacking from both the north and south. The situation grew increasingly perilous. Upon returning from a meeting at the regiment, Han Wufei spoke solemnly. The second line of defense has finally arrived. Xiao Zhengdong touched his nose, murmuring softly. The 6th Company followed in the footsteps of the 1st Red Regiment, advancing steadily. Suddenly, a local villager driving a mule cart caught up with the 1st Red Regiment, tossing several baskets of vegetables into their ranks before cracking the whip and turning the cart around, quickly departing. This was not the first instance of the Red Army receiving unsolicited provisions from villagers. As they journeyed, local villagers continuously offered food and clothing to the Red Army. Xiao Zhengdong possessed remarkable insight. He observed a villager driving a mule cart, who appeared to be in his 50s, with dark skin and a face etched with wrinkles. At his age, he should not have looked so weathered, perhaps having endured too much, yet he understood that the Red Army represented righteousness. Wherever the Red Army went, discipline was upheld, and they mingled harmoniously with the common folk, never oppressing them. Anyone daring to steal from the villagers would face severe punishment, and theft was simply out of the question. Suddenly, Xiao Zhengdong felt a renewed respect for the Red Army. They were a just force, laden with the people's will, fighting for the common good. Victory was their only option. Defeat was not permissible. The responsibility they bore was immense. We are on the verge of crossing Oil Mountain and will soon reach Qinglong town, Han Wufei announced to the soldiers of the 6th Company. This town is partially garrisoned by the Xiong army and is a critical route. We must pass through a narrow valley, and if heavily guarded, it could pose significant challenges. It was crucial for the soldiers to understand their geographical position in the current situation. They had the right to be informed about military affairs. Upon hearing the name Qinglong Town, Xiao Zhengdong's brows furrowed slightly. Squad leader, have you ever been to Qinglong Town? Zhuang Ho inquired, noticing the change in his expression. I have not, Xiao Zhengdong replied, shaking his head. However, after hearing the company commander's account of Qinglong Town, we must act swiftly when we pass through. We need to break through the enemy's defenses with overwhelming force, for if we become entangled in that terrain, it could be perilous. We must seek a quick resolution. You seem well-versed in tactics, squad leader. I believe you will inevitably ascend to a higher command position, Sun Haizi remarked. Scratching his head and gazing at Xiao Zhengdong with admiration, he felt fortunate to be alongside someone like him, where not only were battles fought with vigor, but valuable lessons were also learned, all of which would contribute to his own advancement. Old son, since I became the squad leader, I anticipated many would flatter me. But I never expected you to be the first to sing my praises, Xiao Zhengdong replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Sun Haizi's flattery felt oddly out of place. I speak the truth, Sun Haizi insisted. All right, your flattery is well executed, Xiao Zhengdong nodded. Haizi, though your complexion is dark, your sweet words are quite effective. I hadn't noticed before how adept you are at navigating social nuances, Zhuang Ho chimed in, leaning closer to Sun Haizi with a playful expression. Haizi is quite straightforward, Zhao Longfei added, chuckling from the side. I am not one to curry favor. Sun Haizi protested vehemently, stamping his feet in frustration at being misunderstood by his battle-hardened comrades. To flatter someone, one must do it completely. We all understand that. Zhuang Ho remarked, nodding in agreement with the others. At this moment, Sun Haizi's face was flushed with embarrassment, as if he were becoming increasingly compromised. All units, advance immediately with the 5th Battalion towards the main peak ahead. The enemy is entrenched there. Only by eliminating them can our subsequent forces safely retreat from Qinglong Town and cross the Yanqiu River. Amidst the 6th Company, Han Wufei's voice emerged, slightly hoarse from the strain of continuous command. Indeed, for a commander, the demands of directing troops amidst the cacophony of gunfire and explosions can be quite taxing on one's vocal cords, if he did not raise his voice sufficiently. The soldiers below might not hear him. Understood, came the unified shout from the 6th Company. All members of our squad, load your weapons and prepare for battle, declared Xiao Zhengdong. The previously light atmosphere shifted to one of grave seriousness. As they ascended, the sound of gunfire echoed, tat-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. The enemy had fortified the lower slopes of the mountain with numerous bunkers and heavy machine guns. As the Red Army advanced, a web of firepower ensnared them, resulting in casualties. The entire 5th Battalion endeavored to tackle this formidable challenge but suffered losses in the dozens, ultimately retreating temporarily. At this range, mortars were ineffective against the enemy's bunkers. It would require howitzers. Xiao Zhengdong observed the enemy's deployment from a distance, deep in thought. Squad leader, you should discuss tactics with the battalion commander. Inquire if we have howitzers available. If we do, I am confident we can bombard all their bunkers and heavy fire points, he suggested, noticing Han Wufei heading towards the 5th Battalion headquarters. All right, Han Wufei replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding. At this distance, we are already beyond the effective range of howitzers. Are you truly capable of this? Zhou Yu inquired, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Not here, but over there it is possible. The terrain is higher there, which increases the effective range, Xiao Zhengdong indicated towards a neighboring peak. Zhuang Ho and Zhou Yu followed his gaze to see a thorny secondary peak. One could only imagine the effort required to ascend the steep 20-meter slope, especially given that it was easier to attack than to defend, which likely explained why the enemy had not stationed troops there. However, what appeared to be a harsh position could potentially unleash remarkable strategic advantages. Let us await the news from the company commander. If our battalion lacks howitzers, we will need to devise an alternative plan, Xiao Zhengdong remarked, plucking a dried dogtail grass to chew on. He understood the immense tension among the soldiers and sought to alleviate his own anxiety in this manner. After approximately 15 minutes, Han Wufei and instructor Zhang Wanhao returned to the company. Company commander, the soldiers of the 6th Company exclaimed, turning their attention to him. Following Han Wufei and the instructor were 4 soldiers from the 7th Company, carrying a limping howitzer. Squad leader Xiao, the howitzer you mentioned is indeed with the 7th Company. I have arranged for it, but we only have 6 shells, he informed. Captain Xia stated that as long as one maintains a 30% hit rate, it would significantly reduce casualties for our battalion during the forthcoming charge, thus earning substantial merit. Han Wufei said solemnly. Chapter 11. Please call me the artillery god. Understood. I shall not disappoint, Xiao Zhengdong replied with a resolute gaze. Let us ascend that subsidiary peak, he directed towards Zhou Yu and the other reconnaissance soldiers. The soldiers of the reconnaissance squad accepted the howitzer and shells from the 7th Company and proceeded towards the subsidiary peak. Xiao Zhengdong led the way, forging a path ahead. It proved somewhat challenging to elevate the howitzer up the mountain. However, where there is a will, there is a way. With the assistance of the other soldiers from the 6th Company, despite the arduousness of the task, they ultimately succeeded in moving the howitzer to the steep summit. Squad leader Xiao, allow me to assist you. I spent some time in the artillery battalion and know how to load shells into the cannon. Zhou Yu offered to Xiao Zhengdong. Oh, that would indeed be splendid, Xiao Zhengdong replied, his eyebrows arching with approval. Their collaboration would undoubtedly enhance their efficiency. Xiao Zhengdong began to adjust the cannon's muzzle, using his thumb for comparison and calibration. Remarkably, he possessed no telescope. Load the shells, he commanded decisively. His eyes served as a measuring tool, his ears akin to wind gauges, and his mind functioned like a sophisticated calculating instrument. Zhou Yu retrieved a shell from the wooden crate and glanced at Xiao Zhengdong. This shell was invaluable. There were hardly any shells available within the entire Red 1 Brigade. Load. Upon noticing Zhou Yu's hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong urged him. Damn it, I'm loading it, Zhou Yu exclaimed as he inserted the shell into the cannon's chamber, reassuring himself that if it missed, he would take responsibility. After all, brothers share burdens together. Boom. Xiao Zhengdong fired. A billowing cloud of white smoke erupted as the howitzer discharged with remarkable speed. The trajectory of the shell was barely discernible to the onlookers. Sun Haizi, Zhuang Ho, and Zhao Longfei gazed skyward, their eyes brimming with anticipation. They longed to witness a miracle. In recent days, Xiao Zhengdong had emerged triumphantly, leading the reconnaissance squad to victory after victory. This was his moment to shine within the entire battalion. If this shot were executed well, they would bear witness to the burgeoning path of a general. This shot represented not only an assault on the enemy's fortifications, but also a testament to Xiao Zhengdong's capabilities. They watched intently to see if he would remain steadfast as always, exhibiting the demeanor of a great commander. A true leader must bear responsibility in critical moments and shoulder the weight of their duties. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as the shell struck the ground, and the explosion resonated in a flash of brilliance. The shell precisely landed atop the enemy's stronghold, causing it to collapse instantaneously, engulfing the ammunition within flames, resulting in a chain reaction of detonations. Excellent. Well done, exclaimed Han Wufei, the commander of the 6th Company, in sheer delight. As the commander of the 5th Battalion, Xiao Zai witnessed the enemy's bunker being obliterated. He clenched his fists in elation, initially believing that they would face a fierce battle. The destruction of a single bunker signified a breach in the once impenetrable encirclement. He pondered whether comrade Xiao Zhengdong of the 6th Company could further devastate the enemy's fortifications. Success, Zhou Yu exclaimed, casting an excited glance at Xiao Zhengdong, who remained remarkably composed, attuning his senses to the whispers of the wind, the melodies of birds, the rhythmic breaths of the soldiers, and the cadence of his own heartbeat. Through the branches on the mountainside, Xiao Zhengdong discerned yet another enemy bunker, constructed of thick concrete. It seemed impervious to destruction, even from 3 rounds of artillery fire. However, it harbored a significant flaw, an oversized aperture, presumably intended for a machine gun or cannon. It is imperative to direct the artillery shell into that opening to dismantle the bunker from within, Xiao Zhengdong murmured. Zhou Yu, taken aback by his words, felt the weight of the challenge. Even a skilled marksman might struggle to target such a small opening, let alone artillery shells. Beads of sweat formed on Zhou Yu's brow as he empathized with Xiao Zhengdong's predicament. Yet, the latter's expression remained resolute as he prepared to aim. Load the shell, commanded Xiao Zhengdong. This time, Zhou Yu fully complied with his orders, loading the projectile into the cannon. Boom. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong ordered the cannon to fire, confident in his aim. The entire battalion, indeed the whole of the Red 1st Brigade, depended on him to eliminate one bunker after another. Rather than feeling burdened by this responsibility, he felt honored. His mind was remarkably clear. To be of service to the Red Army was a privilege. In this second chance at life, he resolved to dedicate everything to his country, leaving no regrets. The shell soared, and with a thunderous roar, the enemy's concrete bunker erupted in a conflagration. Direct hit. Damn it, that was precise. Zhou Yu could not contain his exclamation. Only those who had served in artillery units could truly grasp the difficulty of striking such a target, especially under the challenging conditions faced by Xiao Zhengdong, who lacked any auxiliary aiming devices and was operating a cannon with one leg compromised. Against such adverse conditions, Xiao Zhengdong successfully fired 2 flawless rounds in succession. Commander Xiao Zai, seasoned by years of combat, had mentally braced himself for the possibility that the shell might miss. He had never encountered a marksman so accurate as Xiao Zhengdong of the 6th Company. If he can hit again with the next shell, it will be remarkable. Xiao Zai mused. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, the enemy's bunker detonated once more. Another hit. The explosions are coming faster now, he noted. Undoubtedly, Xiao Zhengdong was growing more adept with each shot, his instincts sharpened. Boom. He obliterated another enemy stronghold. Only 3 artillery shells remained. Captain Han, please notify Captain Xia. This level of destructive power is sufficient for an assault, capable of tearing a significant breach, leaving behind several howitzers for unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Zhengdong spoke to Han Wufei. Indeed. Han Wufei nodded, finding Xiao Zhengdong's words quite reasonable. He promptly headed to the battalion headquarters to seek out Xia Zhihua. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades carefully transported the howitzers down the peak. Squad leader, your 4 cannons have been incredibly precise. You are truly a master of artillery. The enemy is in disarray, Sun Haizi exclaimed with a hearty laugh, giving Xiao Zhengdong a thumbs up. Previously, some in the reconnaissance team may have viewed Xiao Zhengdong, who was just a novice months ago, with a condescending attitude. However, that perception has now changed. In the military, prowess commands respect. Xiao Zhengdong has once again validated his position as a deserving squad leader, unmatched by any. Call me the artillery god, Xiao Zhengdong said with a hearty laugh, showing no trace of modesty. In the military, one must cultivate strength from within. Only then can the soldiers feel secure in battle. On the battlefield, one must reveal their full capabilities without reservation. Chapter 12, though thousands oppose, I shall advance. Xiao Zhengdong and Sun Haizi, alongside their comrades, collaborated to return the howitzer back to the waiting soldiers of the 7th Company. Their company commander feared that once the 6th Company exhausted their artillery, they would be left without support. Watching the 7th Company carry away the howitzer, Xiao Zhengdong felt a tinge of loss. What a formidable weapon! The experience lasted barely an hour, yet the thrill of firing was exhilarating. That was exhilarating. Zhou Yu laughed. The howitzer is truly a remarkable asset. Without it, how many of our soldiers would have to sacrifice to neutralize so many enemy fire points? Sun Haizi exclaimed, slapping his thigh and gazing longingly at the receding howitzer. Once our Red Army possesses weapons comparable to or surpassing those of our adversaries, they will crumble, Zhuang Ho remarked. Suddenly, the charge sounded from the 5th Battalion. Kill! Kill! Several company soldiers shouted, roaring like wolves as they surged toward the enemy positions. Onward! We must utterly crush the enemy on the main peak to ensure a successful breakout. Han Wufei returned, leading the 6th Company in a charge from the right flank against the enemy. With the enemy's strongholds and heavy firepower diminished, their advantage evaporated. The battlefield became a deadly dance of exchanges between the 5th Battalion and the enemy. A bullet struck Zhou Yu's shoulder beside Xiao Zhengdong. Damn it, that stings a bit. Zhou Yu muttered under his breath, though he showed no fear. He pressed on, continuing to charge forward with the 5th Company. Xiao Zhengdong merely cast a glance at Zhou Yu without uttering a word. Zhou Yu, fortified by an unwavering belief, continued to fight with tenacity. Xiao Zhengdong chose not to undermine his conviction, opting instead to show respect, a sentiment shared by others who did not urge Zhou Yu to rest. In this moment, any soldier of the reconnaissance unit would never abandon their comrades to linger alone. No abandonment, no surrender. This principle applied to both comrades and to the nation itself. With a rapid succession of gunfire, Zhou Yu unleashed his submachine gun upon the enemy. The sound of bullets echoed as several struck a foe squarely in the chest, sending the enemy soldier crashing to the ground. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong raised his pistol, landing a shot in the center of an enemy's forehead, ensuring a fatal end. Another shot rang out, this time striking an enemy in the abdomen. He followed up with a barrage aimed at the chest and face, ensuring the adversary was irrevocably defeated. To kill, one must ensure total annihilation. As he replaced the magazine of his pistol, Xiao Zhengdong secured it and brandished his submachine gun, charging towards the enemy's position alongside his unit. Boom! Boom! Several bomb throwers hurled explosives into the enemy trenches, creating clouds of dust and a cacophony that severely disrupted the enemy's capacity to respond. Xiao Zhengdong spotted an enemy rising from the trench, aiming at Sun Haizi. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger, unleashing 5 rounds that obliterated the enemy's head. The sound of an anguished cry pierced the air as a soldier from the 5th Company, struck by an enemy mortar, lay on the ground clutching what remained of his severed leg, weeping uncontrollably. Xiao Zhengdong recognized him. His name was Murong Qishan, a fellow recruit who had joined the Red 1st Regiment at the same time and had been assigned to the 5th Company. Life is unpredictable. Each individual has their own path to traverse. The road to success is often paved with blood and sacrifice. Yet, Xiao Zhengdong believed that the blood of every soldier in the Red Army was not shed in vain. Decades later, a peaceful era would bear testament to this truth. Charge! Charge! The soldiers of the 5th Company shouted as they breached the enemy's line, entering into close combat. Xiao Zhengdong leaped into the trench. His submachine gun aimed at an enemy soldier, unleashing a flurry of bullets that tore through the foe's chest. Bang! With the last bullet, he executed a decisive shot to the head of an enemy behind Zhuang Ho. Realizing the danger he had narrowly escaped, Zhuang Ho felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Without Xiao Zhengdong, he would have met his end. In that moment of peril, there was no time for gratitude. Zhuang Ho remained focused on the battle at hand. Click. As his ammunition was expended, Xiao Zhengdong, facing close quarters, switched to a large machete, delivering a lethal strike that severed an enemy's head. A furious enemy, wielding a long rifle with a bayonet, charged at him with the ferocity of a bull, seemingly intent on piercing Xiao Zhengdong's abdomen. This is dire. Sun Haizi's face drained of color as he witnessed the reckless assault. Xiao Zhengdong was in grave danger, with no apparent means to evade. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong acted swiftly, drawing his pistol from his bosom, a bullet hurtling directly into the enemy's mouth and detonating in the throat. The enemy instantly contorted in agony, collapsing at Xiao Zhengdong's feet. Bang! Another shot from Xiao Zhengdong obliterated the opponent's head. Ah, how remarkably effective are these firearms, he mused. A thunderous roar pierced the air, capturing Xiao Zhengdong's attention. Turning to see, he found Zhou Yu atop an enemy soldier, relentlessly stabbing with a knife. Despite the blood streaming from his wounded shoulder, Zhou Yu's fervor remained undeterred. Xiao Zhengdong recalled hearing from comrades that Zhou Yu hailed from a scholarly family. To reduce such an educated man to this state truly indicated desperation. With determination, Xiao Zhengdong sprinted towards Zhou Yu, severing the head of an enemy intent on shooting him. Be careful, Xiao Zhengdong cautioned Zhou Yu. The onslaught was relentless, the fearless charge of their forces decimating the enemy with astonishing ease. The two companies stationed at the peak were entirely annihilated within 3 hours. As he gazed down the mountainside, the soldiers of the Red Army formed a long line entering Qinglong town, filling Xiao Zhengdong with a sense of pride and satisfaction. The blood on his hands had not been shed in vain. The regiment's orders arrived, directing their battalion to secure the summit and ensure the Red Army's advance. Han Wufei loudly addressed the soldiers of the 6th Company. Xiao Zhengdong felt his heart race. The supply troops of the Red Army, burdened with substantial provisions and materials, moved sluggishly, granting the Xiong Army an opportunity to pursue and suppress them in Qinglong town. The garrison at the summit would undoubtedly face the brunt of the Xiong Army's fierce assault. With an omniscient perspective, Xiao Zhengdong deeply recognized the daunting nature of this mission. We must ensure the completion of our task, he proclaimed, fully aware of the impending dangers. Though countless may fall, I shall advance. Chapter 13. High praise from the commander. Our company received orders to defend the main peak of Hill 311, swiftly clearing the battlefield, and then fortifying our position. We need only to hold out for 2 days and nights, ensuring the safe passage of the supply troops through Qinglong town to consider our mission accomplished. Yet, none could foresee what challenges those 2 days and nights would bring. It was an undoubtedly perilous and formidable task. As Han Wufei spoke loudly to the soldiers gathering ammunition, he remarked that no one knew who among them would still see the sun rise the next day, even as his voice grew hoarse. He was eager to impart knowledge to the soldiers, believing that such information could mean the difference between life and death. He wished to foster communication among the troops, so that when sacrifices were made, there would be no regrets. At this moment, Xiao Zhengdong collected a bag full of bullets, wielding his submachine gun as he began to survey the terrain from Hill 311. A gentle breeze caressed his face. After the recent bloodshed, his passion still surged. But the wind dispersed the lingering malice and bloodlust, softening Xiao Zhengdong's countenance considerably. The enemy could hardly have anticipated that we would reach Qinglong town so swiftly. Numerous crates filled to the brim with fresh ammunition had yet to be relocated or distributed. Zhao Longfei approached Xiao Zhengdong, his grin wide enough to nearly split his face. Like Xiao, his pockets were bulging with bullets, a peculiar sense of security emanating from the abundance of ammunition. An inexplicable sense of reassurance enveloped him. Renowned for our resilience against hardship and fatigue, our soldiers executed every command with unwavering unity, making it nearly impossible for us to march at anything less than a brisk pace, a speed the enemy could never hope to match. Thus, they remained oblivious to the thunderous rapidity of our breakout. Xiao Zhengdong, having neglected his haircut for 2 months, sported slightly tousled hair, whimsically tousled by the wind. He had trimmed his sideburns with scissors to maintain a semblance of order. His sharp eyebrows and striking features exuded valor, yet amidst the unpredictable chaos of battle, his extraordinary visage offered no tangible advantages. Do you have any suggestions for troop deployment? Han Wufei inquired of Xiao Zhengdong. I do, Xiao Zhengdong replied. We should dig a trench, a substantial one, not excessively large, but at least 4 to 5 meters wide and 2 meters deep. We could channel some water from the tributary of the Tao River into the newly excavated trench. This would create an artificial tactical barrier, complicating the enemy's advance. Oh? Han Wufei raised an eyebrow, finding Xiao Zhengdong's idea refreshingly innovative. However, the manpower required for this could be considerable, at least 2 battalions. And it would consume the better part of a day. Might it be an overcommitment? What if the enemy's numbers are minimal? Han Wufei pondered. Uncertain whether to report Xiao Zhengdong's strategy to the regiment headquarters, fearing potential reprimand. It's better to take precautions, he reasoned, recognizing the unpredictability of future events. I believe it is essential, Xiao Zhengdong insisted, steadfast in his conviction. Very well. I shall report to the regiment, Han Wufei declared, setting off towards the headquarters. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. It was Zhou Yu, who was undergoing the excruciating process of having shrapnel removed from his wound by a doctor. Given the recent influx of injured soldiers, the anesthetics had been allocated to those in more critical condition, leaving Zhou Yu to endure the agonizing procedure without relief. The sheer torment was nearly unbearable. If it were me, I would remain utterly silent, Sun Haizi remarked, deeming Zhou Yu's cries somewhat melodramatic. Indeed, I too would not utter a sound. In ancient times, Guan Yu endured similar trials. I believe I could manage just as well, Zhuang Ho deeply concurred. Xiao Zhengdong refrained from commenting on their remarks, musing that boasting was a universal trait. Nevertheless, the fierce competitive spirit displayed by these soldiers was commendable. A military unit is fundamentally defined by its martial prowess, and the ongoing rivalry among the soldiers fostered mutual improvement, continually enhancing their combat effectiveness, ensuring they would prevail in all endeavors. Squad leader, I see your backpack is brimming. What equipment have you scavenged from the enemy corpses lately? Zhao Longfei gazed at Xiao Zhengdong's backpack, which had been rather deflated yesterday, but now appeared plump after the recent battle. Curiosity piqued, he approached to inquire. Not much was scavenged, just a few grenades and a considerable amount of ammunition, Xiao Zhengdong replied. A few? More like a tenfold increase. Zhao Longfei chuckled. Xiao Zhengdong remained silent. For him, abundance was paramount. Regardless of the command authority he wielded or the ammunition at his disposal, he would exploit them to their fullest potential, unleashing maximum destruction upon the enemy. Notably, some of the arms had not been registered with the company supply officer. Thus, Xiao Zhengdong felt compelled to be discreet about the exact contents of his backpack. Were he to declare everything, he would be unable to allocate such a vast amount of munitions. Old Zhao, why are you holding a pocket watch? Sun Haizi interjected. Noticing Zhao Longfei engaged in conversation yet suddenly intent on leaving, he seized the opportunity to snatch the pocket watch from Zhao Longfei's grasp. Zhao Longfei frequently checked his watch, and everyone's curiosity had long been piqued regarding its brand, which seemed to inspire such trust and nostalgia. Xiao Zhengdong also leaned in to observe the commotion. A woman's photo. Sun Haizi exclaimed upon discovering a small black and white photograph of a long-haired woman tucked inside the watch. She has a bit of charm, Zhuang Ho remarked, stroking his chin in assessment. She is my fiancée, Zhao Longfei replied solemnly, reclaiming the pocket watch from Sun Haizi. Upon hearing of Zhao Longfei's engagement, Zhuang Ho and Sun Haizi fell into a contemplative silence, wishing for their brother's happiness, yet feeling a twinge of discomfort at the thought of his fortune. How could a comrade fare so well with such a beautiful fiancée? Only Xiao Zhengdong looked at Zhao Longfei with a hint of pity. Typically, revealing a fiancée's photograph was somewhat perilous, often foreshadowing grave danger. Take extra care of old Zhao in the days to come, Xiao Zhengdong muttered, wishing for a reunion with these old comrades at the pinnacle of their futures, hoping for no sacrifices along the way. Next, Xiao Zhengdong began to attentively survey the surrounding terrain, standing atop the peak to gain a comprehensive view of the landscape. Company commander. As he familiarized himself with the topography, he heard the voices of the soldiers. Undoubtedly, Han Wufei had returned. Han Wufei approached Xiao Zhengdong with a grave expression, his voice brimming with excitement. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, your suggestion has been accepted. Our regiment commander even called the division commander personally. It was the division commander who approved it himself. He commended your strategy, stating that should the enemy launch a massive offensive on Qinglong town, your plan to dig trenches for water diversion will yield remarkable results, achieving an unexpected victory. The division commander holds you in high regard. You, my friend, will surely ascend the ranks in due time. Xiao Zhengdong waved his hand dismissively at Han Wufei's praise. After all, Han Wufei was his superior, and it was prudent to remain humble. Then let us get to work, he declared, ready to seize the seized military shovels and commence digging trenches. Your reconnaissance team need not partake in the digging, Han Wufei stated. Why not? Sun Haizi, who had long since approached to eavesdrop, inquired with bewilderment. Does your reconnaissance team still have a mission? According to intelligence, the Xiong army is encircling our forces. You must head out immediately to ascertain how far the Xiong army is from the Red Army. Han Wufei commanded. Understood, Xiao Zhengdong exclaimed, saluting Han Wufei. In Chapter 14, the reconnaissance team found themselves encircled by a brigade. Xiao Zhengdong and Han Wufei deliberated over a reconnaissance direction, and he promptly set out with his team. Lao Zhou, can you manage? Zhou Yu, who had just finished dressing his wounds, approached briskly. Xiao Zhengdong regarded Zhou Yu with a serious expression, questioning him. He had not intended to take Zhou Yu along, hoping he could rest and recuperate instead of being on the move, but Zhou Yu insisted on joining. I can manage. It's just a minor injury. It won't hinder my ability to shoot, Zhou Yu replied with a casual smile. Very well, Xiao Zhengdong nodded. He could sense Zhou Yu's unwavering determination and fearless courage in the face of death, as Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades departed from the main peak. The comrades of the 1st Red Regiment began to dig trenches with great urgency. The number of participants exceeded Xiao Zhengdong's expectations, indicating the command's serious attention to his recommendations. Not only adopting them but also enlarging the scale of the efforts. The 2nd line of defense required breaching Ruching and advancing toward Xiangxi. The 5th Battalion, where Xiao Zhengdong was stationed, was based in Qinglong Town, which lay within Ruching's territory. Now, their reconnaissance team was to venture outside the county to investigate whether the Xiong army was attempting to re-establish a blockade at Ruching, which had already been breached by the Red Army, and to assess their troop strength. Squad leader, look over there. Sun Haizi pointed as they trudged along the path for over 2 hours, passing a mountain village. In this remote homestead, the only one within a 2-kilometer radius, 2 soldiers from the Nationalist Army stood at the entrance, whispering and laughing while occasionally glancing towards the household. Let us approach a bit closer. Something feels amiss, Xiao Zhengdong remarked. They are not merely fleeing soldiers. If they were deserters, they might eventually find their way back and join the Red Army, which could be seen as a return to the right path. But it seems that there is more to this situation, and Xiao Zhengdong felt compelled to intervene. Please, don't. We have so little money. If you take it all, how will we survive? A desperate plea echoed from the homestead, a woman's voice filled with anguish. Get lost. It's just a few bucks. Damn it, you beggar. If you cling to my trousers again, I'll shoot you. A young man's voice rebuffed her. Let us go. On to the next house, one of the soldiers outside urged impatiently. I see it clearly now. These are a few deserters from the Nationalist Army, taking advantage of their weapons to pillage the village, Zhao Longfei said with a furrowed brow. Such oppression of the common folk is despicable. Sun Haizi clenched his fists tightly. The common folk have endured considerable hardship in recent years, and now these soldiers have come to completely drain them of their last resources, leaving them with no means of survival. Taking away all their money, the villagers are left to starve, which is akin to outright murder. Observing their practiced demeanor, it is evident that they are habitual offenders, having plundered countless households, Zhuang Ho remarked. The soldiers who had invaded the villagers' homes had emerged and were now walking down the dirt path in pairs, swaggering with an air of menace. I could easily eliminate them, Sun Haizi stated, raising his rifle and chambering around. Do not fire immediately. We have just broken through Ruching County. Some areas are still embroiled in fierce combat. There may be enemy deserters or scattered troops nearby. Let us strike silently. We cannot attract attention. Doing so might bring calamity upon the villagers, Xiao Zhengdong said, suppressing Sun Haizi's weapon with a serious expression. Sun Haizi scratched his head, realizing his impulsiveness. Let us circle around from the hillside and take them out with knives, Xiao Zhengdong added. All right. Sun Haizi grinned, while the others wholeheartedly supported Xiao Zhengdong's decision. These scoundrels are utterly vile, Zhuang Ho declared. The group began to maneuver around. The 3 ruffians, oblivious to the impending danger, continued to discuss which household to rob next and how to intimidate the villagers. If all else fails, I'll just shoot the poorest one dead. I've done it before. It's quite unfortunate, one of the soldiers expressed angrily, dissatisfied with the day's plundering results. Suddenly, a dagger plunged into the top of the head of the soldier in the middle, piercing through his skull and obliterating his brain. The assailant was none other than Xiao Zhengdong. With swift precision, Zhuang Ho and Sun Haizi each slashed the throats of the other 2, blood spilling onto the ground. The corpses were discarded into a nearby abandoned well. We have tasks to attend to and can only conduct a rudimentary disposal of the bodies, Xiao Zhengdong remarked. The group had already stripped the 3 corpses of their belongings, discovering over 300 yuan and 10 silver dollars, along with a blue handkerchief containing 15 yuan, presumably the spoils from the recent robbery of a local farmer. Xiao Zhengdong tossed the blue handkerchief and its contents through the farmer's window before continuing onward with Sun Haizi and Zhuang Ho, their figures vanishing into the mountain village. The remaining money will be turned into the company for the commander to handle after the mission is complete, Xiao Zhengdong stated, to which the others had no objections. They could not return the leftover money by the same route. It was too cumbersome and they had no time. The group traversed from daylight into the dark of night. Car lights, Zhuang Ho exclaimed as they rounded a narrow path and spotted beams of light from vehicles in the distance. Conceal yourselves, Xiao Zhengdong commanded. They all retreated into the woods flanking the road. Thankfully, the trees lined both sides of the path. Otherwise, there would have been no means of escape. Xiao Zhengdong felt a chill run down his spine for both himself and his comrades, serving as a stark reminder that such blunders must never be repeated. In the event of a similar situation arising again, he resolved to personally scout ahead, ensuring that their entire unit would not recklessly charge into danger. Suddenly, a truck thundered down the center of the road, revealing its cargo of soldiers. It was the Xiong army, undoubtedly dispatched to thwart the Red Army's breakout. Following this, a stream of trucks appeared, all filled with troops, indicating the presence of at least a combat brigade. Zhao Longfei remarked, his pallor evident. But the overwhelming number of enemy forces boded ill for their impending escape from Ruqing. Thankfully, the Xiong army had arrived late, by this time. Over half of the Red Army had successfully broken free from the encirclement. Your suggestion to the division headquarters, squad leader, now seems like a stroke of genius. The waterway must be completed. Even if it's just one brigade, our regiment could hold out for several days, Zhuang Houao added. We have infiltrated the enemy lines. At dawn, without the cover of darkness, and with the enemy likely to send wave after wave of patrols, we will inevitably be discovered. Our immediate challenge is to break through the Xiong army's ranks and report our situation before daybreak, Xiao Zhengdong stated, his expression grave. They faced a significant dilemma. Their reconnaissance team of 5 was encircled by an entire brigade, seemingly trapped in a deadlock. Chapter 15. A serendipitous acquisition of supplies. Dozens of trucks paved the way, soon followed by a vast contingent of infantry, stirring up clouds of dust. The 5 of them found themselves within an enemy brigade. Any slip could lead to their immediate demise. This is bad. Are we going to meet our end here? Sun Haizi said, his face ashen. They won't be marching through the night. When they stop to rest, that will be our best opportunity to escape. We still have a sliver of hope. Remain calm. Xiao Zhengdong reassured, noticing the anxious expressions on Sun Haizi, Zhao Longfei, Zhou Yu, and Zhuang Houjiao. Upon hearing Xiao Zhengdong's words, their fears eased slightly. He was like a stabilizing force. His presence instilled a sense of unexplainable reassurance among them. After 3 more hours passed in tense silence, the enemy remained dormant. Indeed, settling down. Soon, they observed the faint glow of firelight and caught the tantalizing aromas of rice, fried noodles, and various dishes wafting through the air. The enemy, seemingly unperturbed, had brazenly lit a fire to cook in the dead of night, displaying a shocking lack of caution regarding potential Red Army discovery. Xiao Zhengdong shook his head, bemused. Can one truly conduct military operations in such a manner? Zhou Yu inquired, his anxiety mounting with the passage of time. The longer they delayed, the more tense the atmosphere became, especially with dawn approaching. We should wait until they finish their meal and return to their tents before we act. The enemy is currently very active. Venturing out now would be tantamount to suicide, Xiao Zhengdong replied. What are they doing eating at this hour? Such gluttons. Can't they survive a meal without food? Sun Haizi grumbled. Another hour had slipped away. It seemed as though fate was deliberately favoring Xiao Zhengdong and his companions. As time progressed, darkness deepened, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud so thick that one could scarcely see their own hand before their face, bestowing upon Xiao Zhengdong and his group an almost ethereal cloak of invisibility. Most of the Xiong army had retreated into their tents for rest. We must go, declared Xiao Zhengdong. He cast a glance at Zhao Longfei's pocket watch, which indicated it was already 3:30 in the morning. If they delayed any longer, dawn would soon break. They had to escape from the Xiong army's encampment within the hour. We should disperse. 5 individuals together is too conspicuous, Xiao Zhengdong advised. Sun Haizi and Zhao Longfei took positions on the left, while Zhou Yu, Zhuang, and Ho positioned themselves on the right, leaving Xiao Zhengdong to stride alone in the center. The 5 moved swiftly, each vigilant of the other's circumstances. Suddenly, the rustling of footsteps emerged from a tent, as an enemy soldier, still drowsy, ambled toward a nearby haystack. Intending to relieve himself, he inadvertently caught sight of Xiao Zhengdong charging toward him. In an instant, Xiao Zhengdong struck. Before the opponent could react, his dagger found its mark, slashing deeply into the man's throat. What one should not see is best left unseen, otherwise, it could cost them their life, Xiao Zhengdong murmured softly. The group continued to weave through the enemy's encampment, relying on Xiao Zhengdong's keen hearing and sharp eyesight to navigate routes devoid of adversarial movement. After over half an hour of meticulous evasion, they were almost out of the enemy's territory. The sergeant is extraordinarily fortunate. The path he leads us is remarkably safe, Zhou Yuzhuang remarked. Xiao Zhengdong remained silent. Luck? He considered himself only moderately fortunate. His actions were driven by skill. As he spotted several tents marked with the Red Cross emblem indicative of medical supplies, he paused momentarily, then clenched his fist. This was their reconnaissance team's unique signal to halt, as often during reconnaissance missions, speaking was impractical. Thus, Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades had devised a series of gestures comprehensible only to them. In the pitch-black night, the sight of Xiao Zhengdong's clenched fist was clear. Zhou Yuzhuang and the others halted immediately, scanning their surroundings and converging toward Xiao Zhengdong. Sergeant, what is the situation? Zhou Yuzhuang inquired. I have serious suspicions that there are medical supplies within those tents. Our Red Army has recently suffered numerous injuries. And what we need most now is an ample supply of medicine, as vital as ammunition, Xiao Zhengdong explained. Since we have spotted it, we must seize it and transport it back. However, how will we carry it back? There are several tents of supplies, and we are only 5. Barely able to ensure our own safety, Zhou Yuzhuang questioned. I believe the sergeant must have a comprehensive plan. Given his confidence, Sun Haizi interjected. Xiao Zhengdong smiled at Sun Haizi. Ah, you know me well, Sun Haizi. Do you see those off-road trucks over there? We can load the supplies onto them. And I will drive you away. It is certainly swifter than fleeing on foot, since the goods and the vehicle have come so conveniently to us. It would be foolish not to take full advantage of the opportunity. Xiao Zhengdong pointed to several vehicles parked nearby. Can the sergeant even drive? Zhao Longfei exclaimed in astonishment. As did the others, equally bewildered. I had never heard of this before. Stop pondering over trivial matters and start moving the supplies, urged Xiao Zhengdong. With a knife, he violently slashed a long gash in the tent, revealing numerous wooden crates within. Some were labeled with medicinal alcohol, while others bore inscriptions for medical tourniquets. Indeed, these were medical supplies. Move, commanded Xiao Zhengdong. To his astonishment, he discovered at least 20 boxes of anodyne, a life-saving antipyretic. Sun Haizi hastily cut open another tent, his excitement momentarily getting the better of him, causing him to stifle his voice. I have anesthetics and a considerable number of syringes, Zhao Longfei announced. The 5 of them began transferring the medical supplies into an unoccupied off-road truck, the keys conveniently left inside. The tension that had gripped them began to dissipate, replaced by a barely concealed joy. We must survive to bring this back, Zhuang Ho murmured. Within 3 minutes, over 50 boxes of supplies filled the truck's rear, with room for even more. Who goes there? A voice suddenly called from behind. It was a soldier from the Xiang army, sweeping the area with a flashlight, who caught sight of Xiao Zhengdong and his companions and shouted. Positioned strategically behind the tent, they were nearly undetectable unless one approached closely. I'll kill you. Bang. Xiao Zhengdong fired directly, eliminating the patrolman. Get in the vehicle. Leave the rest. We've been compromised, he declared. He swiftly took his place in the driver's seat, turning the key to ignite the engine, which roared to life, vibrating with power. Zhou Yu settled into the passenger seat, while Zhao Longfei, Sun Haizi, and Zhuang Ho jumped into the back. Vroom. Xiao Zhengdong pressed the accelerator, and the truck surged forward. A few soldiers ahead, alerted by the commotion, emerged from the tents only to be struck down by the speeding vehicle before they could even fully comprehend the situation. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Xiang army reacted, firing at Xiao Zhengdong and his team, bullets ricocheting off the vehicle, sparking in all directions. There are Red Army soldiers. They've stolen many of our medical supplies. Call for reinforcements. Echoed cries from the Xiang military camp. Chapter 16, Exceptional Driving Skills. Bang. Bang. Sun Haizi and the others crouched behind the truck, using its steel frame as cover, firing back at the enemy as Xiao Zhengdong drove at full speed. PFF. Zhou Yu fired a shot that pierced the helmet of a Xiang soldier, embedding itself in his forehead, and the enemy's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Bathed in the dim light of the enemy's flashlight, Zhou Yu reveled in his successful kill. What does a shoulder wound matter? I can still take lives. If I weren't injured, I could have taken down at least 3. He shouted, reloading his weapon. The thrill of transporting supplies from the enemy's stronghold to their own unit was indescribably exhilarating. This time, the enemy must be furious, never expecting that 5 of us could outmaneuver their thousands to load the supplies onto our truck. No, it's not theft. It's an act of justice. Sun Haizi exclaimed with a broad grin. Do not rejoice prematurely. Celebrating midway is ill-advised. We have not yet completely extricated ourselves from the combat brigade, Xiao Zhengdong cautioned. The squad leader's words rang true. We must remain wholly focused on the battlefield, for we are still within the enemy's operational radius. We are not yet safe. Zhou Yu echoed his sentiment, swiftly recalibrating his mindset. Xiao Zhengdong drove along the main road, flanked by enemy encampments, each tent housing adversaries in numbers that instilled dread. Their communications were disjointed. Upon hearing the vehicle, they mistakenly believed Xiao Zhengdong and his companions were friendly forces on a mission, never suspecting they were from the Red Army. A checkpoint. At last, we are about to fully disengage from the enemy brigade, yet ahead lies a temporary barricade set by the enemy, marked by a metal gate and guarded by 4 armed soldiers, Sun Haizi announced. As the 4 soldiers observed Xiao Zhengdong approaching, one officer stepped into the road, signaling for him to stop, shining a flashlight toward the vehicle, momentarily blinding him. Did they intend for me to halt for inspection? Absolutely not. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong pressed the accelerator, nearly flooring it. Wait. Red Army uniforms. The officer with the flashlight scrutinized the driver's seat, the realization dawning upon him that they were indeed clad in Red Army attire, shocking him profoundly. How could the Red Army appear here? No wonder we heard gunfire earlier. There were indeed Red Army troops in our vicinity. They were utterly audacious. At the checkpoint, the enemy soldiers erupted in anger, shouting, "Get out! Hurry down!" They aimed their weapons at the off-road truck driven by Xiao Zhengdong, loading their firearms without hesitation. Bang! Bang! Several rounds pierced the windshield, shattering it. With a violent crash, Xiao Zhengdong's vehicle collided with the officer holding the flashlight, sending his body flying 5 meters away. The truck jolted violently, yet Xiao Zhengdong remained unfazed. He swiftly adjusted his position, one hand on the steering wheel, while he rested his submachine gun against the driver's side window, pulling the trigger. A barrage of bullets felled the remaining 3 soldiers, leaving them riddled with wounds. Goodness! Zhou Yu, seated in the passenger seat, was left breathless by Xiao Zhengdong's deft maneuvers. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Merely basic skills, Xiao Zhengdong replied, as they sped past the checkpoint, having traveled less than a kilometer. Relief washed over them, only to be shattered by gunfire erupting from behind, sparks flying from the truck. The enemy was in pursuit. Sun Haizi exclaimed. Bang! Just as Xiao Zhengdong turned to glance at the left rearview mirror, a bullet shattered it. He then turned to the right mirror, but due to distance and angle, he could only discern a single off-road vehicle tailing them. How many vehicles are pursuing us? Xiao Zhengdong inquired of Sun Haizi and the others behind. 3, Sun Haizi replied. Every vehicle was laden with at least 7 or 8 individuals, roughly the strength of an entire platoon. As Zhao Longfei remarked, they are targeting our tires. Xiao Zhengdong, upon hearing the responses from his comrades, gained a clearer understanding of the enemy's firepower. As long as our tires remain intact, they will have no opportunity, he cautioned. Haizi, ensure that none of you expose yourselves or engage in a firefight. It would be futile. Hold tight. I must accelerate. As he spoke, Xiao Zhengdong engaged the clutch, swiftly shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Instantly, the off-road truck surged forward. Ahead lay a serpentine mountain road with a treacherous bend. Brake! We're going to crash. Zhou Yu, seated in the passenger seat, felt the increasing velocity and feared that Xiao Zhengdong would slam into the rocky wall. The others in the back, including Sun Haizi, experienced a sensation of weightlessness. It was too fast. Xiao Zhengdong's expression remained composed. His right foot relentlessly pressed the accelerator without a hint of hesitation. He deftly turned the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to drift. As he continued to accelerate, the front tires spun wildly, filling the air with the acrid scent of burnt rubber. That nearly tossed me out. Sun Haizi grasped the handle tightly. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, he felt as though he were not merely seated in the back of a truck, but rather on a runaway train, or perhaps an aircraft. Zhou Yu, who witnessed Xiao Zhengdong's reckless driving firsthand, whispered in dread, "This is it." The truck's south front drew perilously close to the stone wall. The engine roared under Xiao Zhengdong's command, a relentless symphony of power. As the off-road truck successfully executed a drift around the bend, Zhou Yu, astonished that he had survived, gazed at Xiao Zhengdong in disbelief. He was not merely a driver. He was an exceptional automotive virtuoso. Navigating the curve with extraordinary speed, Xiao Zhengdong distanced the vehicle from the enemy, leaving them behind, their bullets unable to reach them. With several successive bends, Xiao Zhengdong's drifting was so smooth that Zhou Yu felt nauseous multiple times. The others, including Sun Haizi, suffered greatly, nearly being flung from the vehicle on several occasions. After 30 minutes of driving, they reached a small river, where the tires trampled through the water before Xiao Zhengdong gently pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to rest at the foot of a mountain. As the vehicle came to a halt, Zhou Yu and the others succumbed to nausea and vomited. Xiao Zhengdong rubbed his nose, bemused. The driver, who had been on high alert throughout, emerged unscathed, while those who sat idly were the ones to become ill. We must quickly set up improvised landmines nearby. We have seized a considerable amount of the enemy's supplies, and they will not let this go easily. They will pursue us. We must eliminate them decisively by killing more now. We will face fewer adversaries when they attack us later, Xiao Zhengdong coldly reminded Zhou Yu and Sun Haizi. He was the first to begin digging, burying grenades to create a rudimentary minefield. Once Zhou Yu and Sun Haizi had finished retching, they promptly joined in the urgent task of laying the mines. In just 10 minutes, the minefield was complete. Then, Xiao Zhengdong led his team to take refuge behind the rocks. Soon after, the roar of approaching vehicles grew ever more pronounced. The enemy was indeed pursuing them in their cars, careening through a minefield. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated. The enemy's third truck was directly blasted into the air, soaring over a meter off the ground, transforming into a fireball. The soldiers atop were engulfed in flames, their bodies turning a deep crimson. They became living torches, scrambling out of the vehicle and rushing towards the river. The other 2 enemy trucks fared no better, suffering significant casualties amidst the chaos, the explosions rendering them deafened and disoriented. Fire! Commanded Xiao Zhengdong, his expression as cold as ice. As he was the first to pull the trigger, 5 dark muzzles unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets. In an instant, all enemy combatants from the 3 vehicles lay lifeless. Those who pursue shall meet their end, Zhuang Ho remarked. Zhao Longfei was the first to approach, bending down to examine the corpses, seeking to maximize their gains. Any bullet he found would be considered a profit. Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the air. One enemy soldier had concealed himself behind the truck, still alive. The The bullet hurtled directly towards Xiao Longfei. Xiao Zhengdong felt a pang of alarm. His first thought was that Xiao Longfei had been foolishly gazing at a photo of his fiancée, inviting danger upon himself. As anticipated, Xiao Zhengdong raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. In a breathtaking display, his bullet collided with the enemy's projectile, diverting its path entirely. Everyone witnessed the miraculous event. The enemy had aimed to take Xiao Longfei's life. Through this extraordinary act, Xiao Zhengdong saved Xiao Longfei. Ultimately, both bullets embedded themselves in the ground. Zhuang He, who considered himself equally skilled with a firearm, gasped in astonishment. He had witnessed the entire spectacle and was left in profound admiration for Xiao Zhengdong. Bang! The second shot followed swiftly. The bullet struck the throat of the enemy hiding behind the truck, resulting in instant death. Xiao Longfei approached Xiao Zhengdong, wishing to express his gratitude, but was halted by a gesture from Xiao Zhengdong. It was only natural for comrades to save one another. Understanding Xiao Zhengdong's intent, Xiao Longfei shrugged and smiled, before delivering a shot to each remaining enemy and continuing his search for valuable items among the bodies. Xiao Zhengdong remarked, "It is prudent to ensure every enemy is dealt with, as there have been instances where soldiers did not perish in battle, but were instead shot by enemies feigning death. Thus, it is safest to fire a round into each corpse." Fighting alongside Xiao Zhengdong, they need not worry about ammunition. There was plenty to spare. Bang! Bang! The gunfire continued to echo, the powerful sounds mingling with the thick scent of gunpowder. Xiao Zhengdong had grown accustomed to such a life. Retreat. After a brief moment, Xiao Zhengdong drove back to the 6th Company S station. Following his suggestion, the Red 1st Regiment had constructed a water channel, allowing Xiao Zhengdong to drive around it. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, Comrade Zhou Yu, Comrade Sun Haizi, Han Wufei observed that Xiao Zhengdong and his companions returned in an off-road truck. Initially taken aback, he swiftly approached them and saluted. The vehicle had indeed made it back, indicating that Xiao Zhengdong and his team must have engaged in a skirmish with the enemy during this reconnaissance mission. Han Wufei quickly counted the heads. Everyone was present, with no casualties reported. This revelation allowed him to exhale deeply, for each soldier under his command was an invaluable treasure, and the life of every Red Army soldier was worth its weight in gold. Squad leader. A combat brigade from the Xiang Army is advancing towards Ruqing from the southern flank. Their marching route will likely lead them to attack our Qinglong town. It seems our pre-dug trenches will prove advantageous. Moreover, we remain uncertain about how many more Xiang troops might arrive. Xiao Zhengdong promptly reported to Han Wufei, fully aware that the sooner these intelligence updates reached higher command, the more favorable the outcome would be for the battle. Han Wufei immediately retrieved the map, urging Xiao Zhengdong to pinpoint their location. The information was of utmost importance. "I will report to the battalion commander at once. You reconnaissance team, find platoon leader Shirley and have him assign you a defensive position," he instructed before setting off. "Squad leader, we also confiscated a considerable amount of medical supplies," Xiao Zhengdong added. "Understood," Han Wufei nodded, his figure vanishing from the position. He assumed that with only a few men, Xiao Zhengdong wouldn't have seized an excessive quantity of medical supplies, thus he paid it little mind. Xiao Zhengdong couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Such a bounty of medical supplies would suffice for the entire Red 1st Regiment for quite some time. Was it not worth at least a glance? However, it mattered little now. They had successfully transported it back. Let us see what we just seized from the enemy truck, a heavy machine gun. With such a genuine piece of equipment, the excitement of battle will be unparalleled, Sun Haizi exclaimed, his grin wide as he unloaded a heavy machine gun and a significant amount of ammunition, hundreds of rounds, all packed within. "I'll load the bullets when the fighting starts," Zhuang Haodao chimed in. "All right," Sun Haizi nodded. They decided to conceal the truck in a discreet location, awaiting Han Wufei's return to seek his counsel on managing the precious medical supplies. "Let us hide the truck and its cargo well," Xiao Zhengdong instructed, leading his team up the mountain to find Shirley for further arrangements. "Comrade Xiao Zhengdong." Shirley greeted him, shaking his hand firmly. Having interacted with Xiao Zhengdong several times, Shirley understood his prowess in battle. With the support of Xiao Zhengdong's reconnaissance team, he had no doubt that the combat effectiveness of the platoon would double. "You will be stationed in the trench beside Class 12, Shirley directed. "Understood." Xiao Zhengdong saluted in response. Meanwhile, Sun Haizi began searching for an appropriate spot to set up the heavy machine gun within the trench. "Is that a Maxim heavy machine gun? What a splendid piece," Shirley remarked, watching Sun Haizi tinker with the weapon, eagerly rubbing his hands together. "With such firepower, who would want to fire a few rounds? Platoon leader, this heavy machine gun will be my lifeline. As long as the gun is intact, I shall remain unharmed. If it falls, so shall I. Please, do not covet it," Sun Haizi replied earnestly. Sun Haizi noticed that Shirley's gaze towards the heavy machine gun was almost ablaze with intensity. In a hurry, he embraced the heavy machine gun with his robust form, preventing Shirley from seizing it. Xiao Zhengdong found the childish scene amusing. I won't compete with you. What you have captured is yours, Shirley said, his tone somewhat feeble. In truth, he longed to take it, but he realized that he could not overpower the formidable Sun Haizi and thus relinquished the thought. For the next several hours, the entire 6th Company busied themselves with fortifying their defensive structures and heightening their vigilance. Whoosh, boom, whoosh, boom. On this tranquil afternoon, as birds circled overhead, dozens of shells whistled through the sky, exploding among the 5th Battalion's positions. Here they come. The enemy is set to attack Qinglong Town. Chapter 18. Bringing down an aircraft boom. A shell detonated before Xiao Zhengdong, causing a ringing in his ears, as if his very insides were quaking, inducing a sensation of nausea. Old Zhou, switch weapons, Xiao Zhengdong instructed, handing his submachine gun to Zhou Yu in exchange for Zhou Yu's Type 38 rifle. He raised the firearm, aligning the muzzle with a cannon operator from the enemy forces who was just about to load a shell into the mortar. Whoosh! Xiao Zhengdong's bullet sped forth, akin to a fleeting ray of light. It struck the mortar shell directly. Boom! The mortar shell exploded, obliterating the enemy gunner's arms and scattering his limbs, while 2 nearby gunners were also caught in the blast. Excellent shot, Zhou Yu praised enthusiastically. Xiao Zhengdong merely smiled faintly. As time passed, he found his vision sharpening, his body strengthening, and his control over direction and angles improving exponentially. Perhaps it was due to his status as a time traveler, as his skills continually evolved. Xiao Zhengdong was unaware of his limits. Yet he was confident that his capabilities in solo combat were unparalleled. Fire! Fire fiercely! We have the irrigation ditch as a barrier. The enemy is confounded. Ha ha ha. Upon their arrival, they will realize they cannot advance, Shirley declared, observing the enemy forces stalled before the irrigation ditch. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. A line of soldiers, leveraging the advantage of the high ground, unleashed a barrage upon the enemy below, their bullets incessantly flying forth. Should the enemy attempt to circumvent the ditch, they would have to traverse 3 formidable mountains, taking at least a day and a night. By that time, the entirety of our Red Army should be able to pass through Qinglong Town and exit Ru City. They would surely not opt for a detour. As long as we maintain control over the irrigation ditch for a day and a night, ensuring the enemy cannot cross, that would be a significant achievement, a victory. Han Wufei bellowed. Bang! Bang! Han Wufei commanded the company's gunners to fire mortars at the enemy. Firing uphill with mortars posed some difficulty, yet shooting down from the peaks proved remarkably effortless. Shells detonated at the feet of the enemy, claiming numerous lives. Atop the summit, the entirety of the 5th Battalion soldiers stood resolute, while below, the 8th and 11th Battalions were arrayed in formation. The entire Red 1st Regiment extended its lines wide, poised to obstruct the operations of the Xiong Army 2nd Division. At least hundreds of lives have been lost. They have retreated. The enemy has withdrawn. Continue firing, Han Wufei bellowed. After over an hour of intense crossfire, the enemy realized they had gained no advantage and began to retreat, gradually disappearing under the aim of the Red Army's rifles. They must be preparing to lay down planks for the waterway, remarked Xiao Zhengdong. Indeed, they would not easily concede. For this day and night, I expect everyone to remain fully alert. Perseverance is victory, Shirley reminded all in the 1st Company. For hours passed. The sky grew dimmer. The enemy is on the move, Zhuang Ho shouted. The enemy commenced artillery bombardment on the high ground defended by the Red 1st Regiment. Many enemy soldiers began laying planks across the waterway, while others, capable of swimming, jumped in and started making their way across. The 5-meter-wide waterway required only relatively short planks. Even swimming across Wudenti demand much effort. We cannot allow the enemy to successfully lay those planks. We must first destroy them, commanded Han Wufei, directing the soldiers of the 6th Company. Buzzing filled the air, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of aircraft overhead. Xiao Zhengdong looked up to see 2 planes in the sky. With the naked eye, he could see several bombs dropping from the aircraft. It is enemy bombardment. Take cover in the trenches, Han Wufei ordered. The entire Red 1st Regiment entered a defensive posture on the high ground. Xiao Zhengdong gazed at the sky. The first wave of bombings would not strike their position. He hurled a wooden-handled grenade toward the enemy below, which shattered the planks they had laid. Over a dozen enemy soldiers were on the planks when they exploded, killing several instantly and sending the remaining soldiers tumbling into the water. Unable to swim, they struggled and clawed at one another in the water, but ultimately, they were all drowned. Boom, boom. As the bombs fell and detonated, a series of thunderous roars erupted. Fire! Get up! After 3 rounds of bombardment, Han Wufei commanded. The planes circled continuously above the Red 1st Regiment's position, ceasing their bombardment. The ominous roar of the aircraft instilled a peculiar sense of dread. Yet it held no power over the Red Army. The Red Army feared not the shedding of blood or sacrifice. Rat-a-tat-tat. The planes began flying low, targeting the 5th Company with gunfire. A barrage of bullets swiftly claimed the lives of several soldiers. The 5th Company, tasked with preventing the enemy from crossing the waterway, faced fire from the 2 aircraft behind them. Given that the 5th Company occupied the most prominent peak in the battle, they were especially targeted. Damn it. Sun Haizi. Shoot down that plane. Bring it down, and it will behave. One soldier from the 1st Company fell, struck by a bullet, while another was grazed. Shirley, feeling anxious, roared in frustration. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Sun Haizi adjusted the heavy machine gun to fire at the aircraft, but its speed was too great. And his proficiency with the machine gun was still developing, causing him to miss repeatedly. Let me try. Xiao Zhengdong, unable to bear the sight, took over the heavy machine gun from Sun Haizi and pulled the trigger. Shell casings fell incessantly to the ground. The pilots of the 2 aircraft, naturally aware of the threat posed by the machine gun, circled continuously while firing at Xiao Zhengdong. Bullets rained down around him, some striking the machine gun with a metallic clang. With relentless determination, Xiao Zhengdong aimed the heavy machine gun, tracking the flight paths of the 2 planes. At last, he managed to match the trajectory of one aircraft, unleashing a barrage of bullets that shattered its windshield and struck its tail several times. Ultimately, a series of well-placed shots pierced the aircraft's fuel tank, igniting it in a burst of flames. Boom. The plane exploded, plummeting toward the ground. It was a confirmed downing of an enemy aircraft. The soldiers of the 5th Battalion erupted in cheers. Aircraft had always posed a significant threat to the Red Army, and Xiao Zhengdong's success in bringing one down signified that they were not invincible, alleviating the fears of many soldiers regarding aerial assaults. The remaining aircraft retaliated fiercely against Xiao Zhengdong. A bullet struck his right arm, the force of the impact fracturing the bone. Chapter 19, promoted to squad leader. Xiao Zhengdong was knocked to the ground by the sheer force of the bullets. The last plane, seemingly out of ammunition or perhaps intimidated, ascended into the sky and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, the wreckage of the aircraft Xiao Zhengdong had shot down blazed fiercely on a nearby mountain, a testament to his bravery. In fact, prior to Xiao Zhengdong's feat, other Red Army soldiers had also downed enemy planes, and they were not alone in their triumphs. Squad leader! Squad leader! Sun Haizi and Zhuang Ho still reveled in the fervor of Xiao Zhengdong's victory when, upon seeing him fall, they were abruptly jolted back to reality and rushed to his side. As Xiao Zhengdong beheld the blood streaming from his arm, he murmured softly, "So it begins. I am finally wounded. This is war. Even at my strength, I am not immune to injury, let alone the ordinary soldiers." With a determined effort, Xiao Zhengdong forcefully realigned his dislocated arm. "I am fine, no need to assist me. It's merely a bullet wound. I can still take care of myself." He observed Sun Haizi and Zhuang Ho approaching to help him and shook his head with a smile, rising to his feet once again. The only medic in the unit, Ding Haixing, rushed to Xiao Zhengdong, promptly administering basic first aid to his wound and applying a tourniquet. Squad leader. The battlefield is far too chaotic to extract the shrapnel right now. Perhaps you should retreat to the rear, and I can remove the bullet from your arm. If it remains lodged there for too long, it could jeopardize the entire limb, and you will endure relentless agony, Ding Haixing said with utmost seriousness. No need to retreat. Just hand me the scalpel. I can extract the shrapnel myself, Xiao Zhengdong replied calmly. Class leader, do you possess medical skills? You mustn't be reckless. Our class still needs your leadership to vanquish more foes. We cannot afford to lose you. Do not just with your own well-being. This moment is inconsequential. Better to follow the medic for treatment, Zhuang Ho earnestly asserted. Ding Haixing found Xiao Zhengdong's request somewhat incredulous. Bring it here, Xiao Zhengdong commanded. Pulling the surgical kit beside him closer and, wielding a sterilized scalpel, began to make a deliberate incision into his own wound. Instantly, a torrent of crimson blood gushed forth. Sun Haizi could hardly bear to witness such a sight. He could not fathom inflicting harm upon himself, even if he faced a hail of bullets from others. He could never bring himself to shoot himself. Dr. Ding, please assist me in removing the bullet, Xiao Zhengdong instructed, using the scalpel to ascertain the bullet's location. He gently pressed upon the flesh to expose the projectile and address Ding Haixing. The entire procedure took only a few seconds. Done. Ding Haixing, momentarily taken aback, swiftly extracted the bullet and proceeded to rebandage Xiao Zhengdong's arm. Class leader Xiao, you must have studied medicine, haven't you? You skillfully navigated the scalpel around all the veins and located the bullet. The injury on your arm is merely to the flesh without any ruptured blood vessels, which will expedite your recovery and leave no lasting repercussions, Ding Haixing inquired. I possess medical knowledge, Xiao Zhengdong acknowledged with a nod. What else can you do? Zhou Yu asked incredulously. Xiao Zhengdong was adept in numerous disciplines, driving, marksmanship, tactics, artillery, and now, medicine, excelling in each. Continue the fight. Return to your positions, Xiao Zhengdong commanded solemnly, offering no further response to Zhou Yu. Understood. Sun Haizi and the others immediately re-engaged in combat. Meanwhile, A contingent of enemy forces had begun to swim or traverse makeshift rafts to land, only to be swiftly gunned down by the Red Army soldiers. The incursion at Qinglong town was proving increasingly disadvantageous for the enemy. A bullet whizzed through the air, striking Shirley squarely in the heart. His body stiffened and fell to the ground, his grip on the pistol unwavering. Squad leader. Squad leader. Shirley's demise ignited fervor among his comrades. Damn it. I'll fight to the death with you, cried a soldier named Xin Xiao, who had been particularly close to Shirley. Tears welled in his eyes as he rose, brandishing his submachine gun and unleashing a barrage upon the enemy, managing to fell 2 adversaries in the process. Caution. Do not act recklessly. Xiao Zhengdong, not far from Xin Xiao, observed his desperate assault and promptly pulled him back into the trench. Dozens of bullets rained down upon Xin Xiao's previous position. Had it not been for Xiao Zhengdong, he would have perished. Regaining a modicum of composure, Xin Xiao realized that it was Xiao Zhengdong who had saved his life. With squad leader Shirley gone, he must survive to eliminate more foes and aid our Red Army in achieving victory. Xiao Zhengdong delivered a firm punch to Xin Xiao, coldly stating, "You must endure." Xiao Zhengdong swiftly returned to his position, continuing to fire upon the enemy forces. This was a fierce battle. Dawn broke, and the Xiong army began to retreat. The Red Army had also successfully passed through Ruqing. Retreat. Keep up with the main force, Han Wufei commanded. The entirety of the Red 1st Regiment commenced their withdrawal from Qinglong town. This signified that the Red Army had breached the second line of defense. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, your squad has remarkably managed to extract such a substantial quantity of medical supplies from the enemy's operational brigade. This is indeed a significant achievement. After the battle concluded, Xiao Zhengdong took Han Wufei to transfer the medical supplies from the truck, which had run out of fuel, requiring the soldiers to carry them away. Observing the truck brimming with medical supplies, which represented the soldiers' second chance at life, Han Wufei was overwhelmed with excitement, vigorously patting Xiao Zhengdong on the shoulder. Once these supplies reach the regiment's medical team, they will serve as a powerful tonic, Han Wufei continued. It is my duty, Xiao Zhengdong replied with a modest smile, stepping back to avoid another enthusiastic pat from Han Wufei. There is one more matter to address. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, you have been appointed as a platoon leader. Comrade Shirley has sacrificed himself, and I have faith that you will succeed him, carrying forward his spirit and leading the platoon of soldiers onward, Han Wufei stated solemnly. Yes, Xiao Zhengdong exclaimed. He had not anticipated that after such a brief period as a squad leader, he would so swiftly ascend to the rank of platoon leader, a remarkable leap. The defensive battle at Qinglong town had been executed splendidly, and your suggestion to excavate the drainage ditches was invaluable. Do you realize that this has likely saved us from losing over 1,000 soldiers? Both the regiment and division have expressed high commendations for you. Your promotion to platoon leader is well-deserved, Han Wufei remarked. This is merely my duty. You are all my seniors. I will do everything in my power to minimize the sacrifices of those who came before me, Xiao Zhengdong replied earnestly, acknowledging Han Wufei's praise. In his previous life, Xiao Zhengdong was born under the red flag and nurtured by the spring breeze, experiencing a life of peace each day. Such a prosperous era was earned through the blood and sacrifice of those valiant predecessors in the Red Army. Now, as a member of the Red Army, he did not consider himself a mere beneficiary. He understood that survival meant a future devoid of worries. He harbored no misguided thoughts. Having enjoyed the benefits brought forth by his predecessors, he was determined to strive alongside them in this second life, exerting all his capabilities. Even a spark can ignite a prairie fire. If he could spare even one soldier from the Red Army from perishing, it would validate his rebirth. He was prepared to sacrifice himself for the Red Army's cause. He believed that every Red Army soldier was ready to make the ultimate sacrifice at this moment. All soldiers were giving their utmost. The notions of seniority mattered little. There were comrades who had joined the ranks after him. Moreover, each Red Army soldier was supporting one another, striving to reduce casualties within their ranks. Han Wufei corrected Xiao Zhengdong's perspective. Indeed, Xiao Zhengdong nodded in agreement. Han Wufei was unaware that Xiao Zhengdong was a time traveler. His words held profound significance, yet there was no necessity to explain this to Han Wufei. In this era, which still adhered to traditional values, a candid admission of being a time traveler would likely be met with disbelief, and he could easily be considered mentally unstable and dismissed. Furthermore, the Red Army was on the righteous path. Regardless of how many believed Xiao Zhengdong's extraordinary claim, it would only render him an outlier, subjecting him to adversaries and potential demise. Let us take charge of a platoon, Han Wufei remarked, shrugging and smiling at Xiao Zhengdong. Yes, Xiao Zhengdong saluted Han Wufei and proceeded to assume his position within the platoon. Platoon leader Xiao. The supply officer had just informed Xiao Zhengdong of his appointment as platoon leader, and upon seeing him, the soldiers of the platoon promptly adjusted their address. They held a profound respect for Xiao Zhengdong, who had proven himself capable of bringing down aircraft. In their eyes, He was a man of both intellect and valor. Having once led these soldiers through life and death battles, Xiao Zhengdong naturally commanded their loyalty and leadership. Will there be pursuing enemies? Sun Haizi inquired of Xiao Zhengdong. Yes. For a while, we will be relentlessly pursued by the enemy. However, once the clouds part and the sun shines through, our Red Army will sweep through unhindered. Xiao Zhengdong replied with a nod. Platoon leader Xiao, what will our route be? Shinqiu from the first squad asked. We will head west, staying close to the railway. Xiao Zhengdong responded. Oh, Shinqiu nodded. So we are indeed heading west. I had lost all sense of direction. Zhao Longfei remarked with a wry smile. That is understandable. Xiao Zhengdong acknowledged. After several days of travel, although fatigue was setting in, they had not engaged in combat, allowing the soldiers of the 6th Company to recuperate. Commander, where have we arrived? Xiao Zhengdong inquired of Han Wufei. At Shanxikeng, Han Wufei replied. Then we have entered the territory of the Yu Army, Xiao Zhengdong surmised. According to the operational directives from higher command, it was anticipated that the enemy would establish a blockade along the Linzhangel route and employ strategies of pursuit from the north and south, effectively sealing them in. While this appeared intimidating, as long as they moved swiftly, they could still breach the blockade. Hence, their relentless travel in recent days. Han Wufei added. This is why we have been in constant motion. Most soldiers nodded in understanding, albeit with a hint of confusion. However, Xiao Zhengdong comprehended fully. This was likely the best approach at present. Speed was of the essence. A blockade was ultimately just a line, and it could be shattered. All units, follow the Red 1st Brigade to seize Jiufeng Mountain, Han Wufei declared loudly during lunchtime. Upon hearing the command, all soldiers immediately set down their bowls and chopsticks, shouldered their packs, rolled up their bedding, and armed themselves, swiftly assembling. Within 2 minutes, the 6th Company gathered in perfect formation without a single soldier missing. The battle for Jiufeng Mountain was crucial. Victory was the only option. Advance at a run, Han Wufei commanded. The soldiers of the 6th Company advanced towards Jiufeng Mountain, following the Red 1st Regiment. Jiufeng Mountain is strategically situated at the heart of several blockades. Should the enemy capture it, they would impede the progress of numerous units. Therefore, it is imperative to seize it swiftly, leaving the enemy with no opportunity to contest. Suddenly, dark clouds enveloped the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Before a torrential downpour commenced, the mountain path was already treacherous, and the heavy rain made it even more challenging. Sun Haizi muttered, we are moving with the rain. Whereas the enemy, I fear, is scrambling up from the other side, facing the storm. This rain favors us. Hearing Sun Haizi's complaints about the weather, Xiao Zhengdong solemnly explained, hoping to uplift the spirits of the other soldiers who might be feeling disheartened. In this light, it's actually a good thing, he concluded, prompting a smile from Sun Haizi. Indeed, it is a fortuitous circumstance, Xiao Zhengdong nodded. As the rain intensified, the cold droplets soon drenched the soldiers' uniforms. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades pressed on, exerting every ounce of strength to ascend the mountain. Enemy troops had already begun to position themselves atop the peak. Just as Xiao Zhengdong and his team were nearing the summit, a scout from the Red 1st Regiment shouted, the enemy has just reached the top and has yet to establish a firm foothold, with most of their soldiers still caught in the downpour. Quickly, move faster. Up the mountain, Han Wufei bellowed. The pace of the 6th Company quickened. Be cautious. One soldier nearly stumbled on a loose stone, prompting Xiao Zhengdong to grasp his arm firmly. As the enemy realized that the 6th Company was about to reach the summit, they immediately opened fire. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong shot and killed an enemy company commander. The lifeless body of the enemy commander collapsed to the ground. Aside from squad leader Xiao, do not engage the enemy in a firefight. Other companies must also ascend from different directions. They are firing at us now, but soon they will regret it. Han Wufei calmly instructed, refraining from leading a counterattack against the enemy's gunfire. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired again, claiming another enemy soldier. The troops watched in awe as Xiao Zhengdong skillfully dispatched foes, deepening their admiration for him. Chapter 21, Road Builders. Xiao Zhengdong was undeniably the finest marksman in the 6th Company. No one believed that Han Wufei's special treatment of him was unwarranted. It was entirely justified, as Xiao Zhengdong had proven his prowess, hitting every target with remarkable precision. As he continued to eliminate 5 or 6 enemy soldiers in quick succession, the adversary grew frantic, unleashing a barrage of gunfire towards his direction. Xiao Zhengdong focused intently on his ascent, choosing to remain concealed. He understood that the enemy had targeted him. With hundreds of eyes upon him, any exposure would be perilous. Come out. Aren't you quite the hotshot? Just show your head, and I'll blow it off. An enemy commander shouted to his troops. Bullets relentlessly rained towards Xiao Zhengdong, the shots echoing through the air, fueled by an intense hatred for him. The clarion call of the charge echoed through the air, as the other battalions of the Red 1st Regiment ascended the mountain in succession. Bullets rained down from various directions, aimed at the enemy forces stationed atop the peak. The sound of the bugle from the 6th Company joined the fray, with both hands gripping his submachine gun. Xiao Zhengdong unleashed a hail of bullets, striking down 3 enemy soldiers, leaving them riddled with wounds, lifeless on the spot. Just moments ago, they had wished for his demise. Yet here he stood defiantly. "Come at me," Xiao Zhengdong declared coldly. More battalions of the Red 1st Regiment climbed the mountain. The wind and rain favored their ascent, while the enemy struggled against the elements, their pace lagging far behind that of the Red Army. With resounding explosions, grenades rained down, dismembering the enemy soldiers. Retreat. The rear guard became the vanguard. The enemy's retreating cries filled the air, muffled by the howling wind and relentless rain. The Red Army, possessing the advantages of time, terrain, and morale, inflicted heavy casualties upon the enemy, leaving them in disarray. The once formidable foes now resembled frightened rats, scurrying down the mountain. Their earlier haste transformed into a desperate flight. "Splendid! We have secured the strategic stronghold of Jiufeng Mountain." Han Wufei beamed with delight, initially anticipating a fierce battle for the mountain. Yet, the downpour had turned the mission into a remarkably smooth endeavor. "We, the Red Army, are in harmony with the heavens. Even fate smiles upon us," Zhuang Hodao remarked. "Not so," Xiao Zhengdong countered, shaking his head. "We, the Red Army, embody the heavens. It is only by enveloping all territories that we can usher in an era of lasting peace." His words resonated with conviction. "Indeed," Sun Haizi affirmed, appreciating Xiao Zhengdong's sentiments. "Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. To become the heavens is the true path." Shinqiu echoed in agreement. "Chase. Take advantage of their weakness and claim their lives," Han Wufei shouted, urging the other battalions to pursue the retreating enemy. The terrain favored them. And if they did not act now, when would they? Only by striking the drowning dog could they ensure the enemy would not dare to bite back. The soldiers of the 6th Company continued their relentless fire. They had been among the first to ascend the mountain, and now, with the enemy fleeing, they targeted the exposed backs of their foes. Bullets formed a dense web of fire, each shot a harbinger of death. Bodies fell, their blood quickly washed away by the torrential rain, leaving no trace of the carnage, only the mountainside stained red by the flowing blood. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong exchanged the magazine of his submachine gun, his index finger pulling the trigger with precision. The weapon, under his command, seemed devoid of recoil as another barrage of bullets brought down a score of enemy soldiers, akin to corn stalks bowing to a fierce wind. Sun Haizi, who had always considered himself an assault specialist, was awestruck by Xiao Zhengdong's lethal efficiency. "Stop the pursuit," Han Wufei called out as they neared the halfway point up the mountain. At this moment, the other units also regrouped at the mountain summit. Continuing the chase would force them to ascend against the wind and rain, leaving them vulnerable to the enemy's counterattack. "Let us cease here." The soldiers of the Red 1st Regiment stood vigil at Jiufeng Mountain, blocking the direction of Zhuan 2AO to ensure that other Red Army troops could traverse this route unimpeded. "We shall proceed to Yichang." The following day, Han Wufei returned from a meeting at the regiment headquarters, leading his company alongside the main force as they departed Jiufeng Mountain. By this time, the Red Army troops had all successfully passed through, rendering any further garrison unnecessary. Moreover, the weather had begun to clear, and being surrounded by the enemy atop the mountain would be tantamount to confinement, a perilous situation indeed. As they journeyed onward, the 6th Company, alongside the other units, established their encampment outside the city of Yichang. This was a pivotal battle to break through the encirclement. A siege was imminent. Han Wufei gazed at the formidable city walls of Yichang, whispering to himself that they were exceedingly thick and nearly impregnable. An assault from above alone would prove futile. It seemed that tunneling would be essential for a successful siege. Utilizing a dual approach, Xiao Zhengdong suggested. Han Wufei turned his attention to Xiao Zhengdong, whose insights illuminated his understanding. Was this what strategy entailed? Strategy, indeed, required a multifaceted perspective, encompassing geography, the populace, and climatic conditions, all factors to be meticulously considered. What I can conceive, surely the higher-ups have also contemplated. Noticing Han Wufei deep in thought about whether to report Xiao Zhengdong's strategy, Xiao Zhengdong touched his nose and remarked, "Your tactical acumen is quite formidable." There were indeed many exceptional commanders within the ranks of the Red Army, numerous as the stars in the sky. Coughing lightly to mask his embarrassment, Han Wufei reflected on how Xiao Zhengdong seemed to see through his thoughts. "Xiao Zhengdong, do you think it possible that my greatest achievement in the future could be having soldiers like you under my command?" Han Wufei inquired. "The greatest achievement of a company commander should be joining the Red Army and striving for the nation. That is a noble endeavor. And I am but a small part of it," Xiao Zhengdong quickly replied, shaking his head. Han Wufei fell silent, pondering the vast vision of this young man. "Commander, there are many road workers seeking our regiment leader," a soldier approached to report. Han Wufei promptly stepped outside, with Xiao Zhengdong following closely. Comrades of the Red Army, we are the people of Yichang, and we welcome you with open arms. Is there anything we can do to assist you? A representative of the road workers addressed Han Wufei. Han Wufei glanced at Xiao Zhengdong. Perhaps you should take the locals to meet the regiment leader, Xiao Zhengdong suggested, recognizing the significant role these workers could play in the upcoming siege. This also demonstrated the deep affection the Red Army garnered from the populace, who were willingly offering their assistance. Very well, Han Wufei agreed, leading the workers to meet the regiment leader. Approximately an hour later, Han Wufei returned, seeking out Xiao Zhengdong. Xiao Zhengdong, splendid news. The workers are able to assist us in digging tunnels and constructing siege ladders. With their help, our assault on Yichang will be far more efficient. Indeed, Xiao Zhengdong nodded emphatically, and both he and Han Wufei shared a moment of joy. Thus, numerous matters could proceed more smoothly. Chapter 22, Ambush Beneath the Bridge. Before long, the Red Army commenced preparations to assault the city of Yichang. The orders for the 6th Company were to follow the 5th Battalion into the southern underground passage, infiltrate Yichang, sabotage the enemy's defensive systems, and, during the siege, it was imperative to ensure the safety of the innocent civilians. If they encountered any civilians, they must protect their safety at all costs. The soldiers of the 6th Company were poised and ready at their station, ever alert for the call to action. Before the great battle, Sun Haizi was meticulously applying butter to a heavy machine gun, while Zhou Yu was engrossed in a book. Zhao Longfei was gazing at a photograph of his fiancée Yi, and squad leader Shinxiu was training the soldiers in standing posture, preparing them for the impending conflict. Xiao Zhengdong quietly observed the line of soldiers, refraining from interrupting their preparations. Each individual had their own method of psychological adjustment before the chaos of war. The battlefield was a realm of carnage, a hell on earth. Human hearts are tender, and even the most harrowing scenes, though familiar, never fail to elicit a profound emotional response. All right, let us enter the city. Han Wufei suddenly announced loudly to the soldiers of the 6th Company. Enter the city? We haven't even begun the attack. Zhou Yu was taken aback, turning to Han Wufei for clarification. At that moment, Li Xinfeng, the leader of the 8th Squad, also looked at Han Wufei with incredulity, questioning, indeed, we have yet to breach the city. Won't we be turned into a sieve by the enemy? Only Xiao Zhengdong, with authority, called out to the soldiers, all personnel, assemble. We are entering the city. Soldiers are duty-bound to obey orders. Xiao Zhengdong had faith in the decisions of his superiors. The soldiers of the 1st Squad quickly gathered. The defenders of Yichang, having heard rumors of the Red Army digging tunnels and constructing siege ladders, abandoned the city in haste. Han Wufei, with a smile, explained to the soldiers. The enemy has fled. His words left the soldiers scratching their heads in confusion. They were prepared for battle, filled with deadly intent. Yet the conflict had ended before it began. Onward, onward. The other squad leaders directed their men. Han Wufei approached Xiao Zhengdong, saying, Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, when others expressed doubt. You chose to believe without hesitation. Your trust in our Red Army is truly commendable. Because the Red Army is worthy of that trust, Xiao Zhengdong replied without hesitation. Han Wufei nodded emphatically, feeling that Xiao Zhengdong was indeed his confidant, sharing the same sentiments. The other soldiers also placed great faith in their superiors. But Han Wufei's half-breathless statement had led to some misunderstandings. The soldiers of the 6th Company followed the 5th Battalion and other units into the city of Yichang, marking a significant breach of the 3rd defensive line. While stationed within the city, Xiao Zhengdong glanced at the latest newspapers at a kiosk. The headlines were filled with reports of ongoing battles, and he found himself somewhat out of touch with the various domestic situations. Although Xiao Zhengdong was a traveler from another time, he did not possess comprehensive knowledge of this parallel world's historical intricacies. His memory was not so formidable, nor had he perused many historical tomes. According to a compelling investigation, by the end of 1934, the Japanese army had transported over 2 million tons of soybeans from this land to their distant territories. The invaders smuggled vast quantities of silver and committed numerous atrocities. Xiao Zhengdong could discern the movements of the enemy in every newspaper. The year 1934 was relatively tranquil for the Japanese aggressors. Nevertheless, they still perpetrated countless crimes, revealing the extent of their malevolence on this land in the ensuing years. As he anticipated the completion of a grueling 25,000-li journey, Xiao Zhengdong resolved to eradicate every last one of these invaders. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt an inexplicable revulsion towards the term Japanese. He longed to swat them down like flies, with an overwhelming ferocity. Squad leader, do you think we will continue to face relentless pursuit from the enemy? As Xiao Zhengdong absorbed information from the newspapers, Sun Haizi approached him with an inquiry. The future is uncertain, Xiao Zhengdong replied, withholding the knowledge he possessed from Sun Haizi. The breakthrough of the 4th blockade was marked by a harrowing battle. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Had Xiao Zhengdong revealed his thoughts prematurely, it could have dampened morale. He anticipated the upcoming confrontation would be catastrophic, primarily due to the poor geographical positioning for their breakout, compounded by the unprecedented strength of the enemy forces. Observing the ranks of soldiers surrounding him, from the 6th Company to the entire 5th Battalion, his sole aim was to minimize casualties within his unit. He was prepared to sacrifice his own life to preserve the lives of his comrades. The 6th Company, to which Xiao Zhengdong belonged, did not linger long in Yichang City before proceeding with the 5th Battalion towards Meitian, advancing in the direction of Linwu. Xiao Zhengdong carried nearly 40 pounds of ammunition and provisions, in addition to his bedding, while the soldiers bore burdens of similar weight. Yet, this did not impede their pace. In fact, they moved more swiftly than the encroaching enemy. As they journeyed onward, the day after the 6th Company departed from Daoxian, the enemy's central army arrived in the area, indicating how closely they were being pursued. Report to the company commander. We have spotted an enemy advance unit approximately 5 kilometers away, announced Zhuang Ho, who had gone to scout, rushing back in the gloomy weather. Breathless as he reported to Han Wufei. What? Han Wufei's brow furrowed in concern. They are closing in fast. How many troops do they have? He inquired. About 20 soldiers, Zhuang Ho replied candidly. It seemed the enemy had sent scouts to assess their situation. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, lead a squad to eliminate them entirely. Han Wufei commanded, placing his absolute trust in Xiao Zhengdong. As the number of personnel increased, there was a possibility that traces would be revealed prematurely, causing the enemy forces to flee. Thus, Han Wufei dispatched a squad. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong accepted this mission. The imminent battle was approaching, and it was a matter of honor for him to serve the Red Army. Reconnaissance team, 1st and 2nd Squad, everyone, let's set off. Zhuang Ho, lead the way. Xiao Zhengdong commanded. Immediately, he led a squad of soldiers into motion, racing along the dirt paths between the mountains, striving against time. The soldiers, anxious about the enemy's reconnaissance, were aware that they could retreat at any moment after surveying the terrain. They had to locate and eliminate them before they could turn back. Zhuang Ho, how far do you think they have traveled since we last spotted them? Xiao Zhengdong inquired. At least a kilometer, given their speed, Zhuang Ho replied. As they continued to run, Xiao Zhengdong pondered. If they haven't retreated, they should soon cross that small water bridge. Let us position ourselves beneath the bridge and wait for them to ascend. We shall annihilate them then. Having devised a plan, he promptly relayed the strategy to his soldiers. Xiao Zhengdong was determined to eliminate the enemy cleverly, ensuring that his soldiers would not have to charge into gunfire recklessly. Before long, Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades arrived at the base of the water bridge. The river water reached knee level, and the chill in the air was palpable. He observed his soldiers shivering from the icy water, but they could only endure. After all, hardship in battle was preferable to losing one's life. The broad riverbanks on both sides provided ample cover, ensuring that the enemy would be unaware of Xiao Zhengdong and his team's ambush upon crossing the bridge. He also instructed Sun Haizi to conceal himself on the opposite bank, ready to signal with his gunfire. After approximately 20 minutes of waiting, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Xiao Zhengdong tightened his grip on his submachine gun. Gunfire erupted from Sun Haizi's position. A barrage of bullets found their mark, striking several enemy soldiers. Chapter 23, Crossing the River. Action. Xiao Zhengdong commanded loudly. The soldiers of the squad, in perfect unison and adhering to Xiao Zhengdong's formation, emerged from beneath the bridge with remarkable precision, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire upon the bridge itself. Bullets interwove from the left, right, and front, creating a mesmerizing tableau. In the chaos of battle, the enemy reconnaissance soldiers fell one by one, their bodies rolling at Xiao Zhengdong's feet. He discarded the corpses onto the riverbank, mindful that local villagers might come to wash clothes downstream. The sight of bodies floating by would surely frighten them. In less than a minute, the enemy was completely decimated. Each fallen enemy soldier bore at least 3 bullet wounds. The astonishing ease with which they had eliminated enemy elite forces, who were not only equal in number but also superior in firepower, was a scene that seemed almost unfathomable. Shinshio gazed upon the battlefield strewn with the lifeless bodies of the enemy, feeling a surreal disconnection, as if caught in a dream. Had he truly prepared himself for blood and sacrifice only for it to end like this? His mind swirled in confusion. So this is the nature of warfare, he mused. When you follow squad leader Xiao, you can expect to slay enemies daily, chuckled Sun Haizi, who had witnessed Xiao Zhengdong's evolution from his initial days in the military. Under Zhao's command, Sun Haizi had indeed vanquished countless foes. The thrill of having routed the enemy time and again was a tale he could recount for a lifetime. Even if he were to perish at that very moment, he would have no regrets. Enough, squad leader Xiao. I concede, declared Shinshio, the first squad leader. I too concede, echoed Yang Kai, the second squad leader. Xiao Zhengdong waved his hand dismissively, as if this outcome was anticipated. With decades of educational ideology ingrained in him, and as a university graduate and a super special forces soldier from the future, his strategies and tactical concepts were naturally ahead of ordinary soldiers, especially after his transference. His physical prowess, memory, and cognitive abilities had surpassed his former self. He felt an immense strength coursing through him, sensing that his potential was boundless. At present, Xiao Zhengdong's power could easily shatter stones as tall as a man with a single punch. Gather the enemy's ammunition. Fall back to the unit, he commanded, leading the reconnaissance team back to the 6th Company. When Han Wufei spotted Xiao Zhengdong returning shortly thereafter, he was astonished to see that every soldier in the line appeared unscathed, their hair untouched. He inquired, "Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, did you not encounter the enemy's reconnaissance unit? Have they already departed?" "No," Xiao Zhengdong shook his head. "Our squad has annihilated the enemy. These are the spoils of war," Xinxiu added, instructing his squad to lay the captured items on the ground. Han Wufei stood momentarily stunned, glancing at the first squad, noting that none were missing or harmed. How was this possible? It seemed as if they had effortlessly obliterated an enemy of equal strength. Curious, Han Wufei asked, "How did you achieve this?" Squad leader Xiao commands with extraordinary skill, Yang Kai interjected, stepping closer to Han Wufei to recount in detail how Xiao Zhengdong orchestrated the enemy's defeat. Han Wufei was taken aback, raising his thumb in admiration towards Xiao Zhengdong. "With Comrade Xiao Zhengdong in our 6th Company, we have secured numerous tough victories with minimal loss of our brave soldiers." Everyone nodded in agreement, unanimously recognizing Xiao Zhengdong's prowess. Standing tall, Xiao Zhengdong chose this moment not to deflect the praise. The 6th Company continued its advance toward the northwest. In the dead of night, Xiao Zhengdong opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Seizing the opportunity while the other soldiers rested, he stealthily circumvented the patrolling sentries and quietly departed from the 6th Company encampment. He sprinted with all his might, the cool breeze of the night whispering through the darkness as he chased the wind. He held an envelope in his embrace, a missive he had penned just 20 minutes prior. The letter detailed a ruse in which Xiao Zhengdong masqueraded as a member of the enemy's central forces, conveying a message to the Red Army regarding a defection from within the enemy ranks. It unveiled the enemy's operational routes, urging the Red Army to advance rapidly without delay. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the enemy's partial withdrawal, akin to a fleeting shadow crossing a river. This was invaluable military intelligence. The 4th line of defense had resulted in a Pyrrhic victory. Having been reborn into this tumultuous epoch, Xiao Zhengdong could not passively witness history repeat itself. In this parallel world, he endeavored to minimize the sacrifices of his forebears, exerting every effort in his pursuit. Aware of the location of the command center for the 1st Red Regiment, he placed the envelope in the courtyard, then casually shattered a pane of glass with a stone before departing. For such matters, he opted for anonymity. No one would believe him if he revealed his identity. Only by posing as an enemy officer seeking to defect would he gain credibility. Upon returning, ensuring that no one had discovered his presence, he succumbed to a profound slumber. Satisfied with the actions he had taken, his conscience untroubled. As dawn broke, accompanied by the distant crowing of roosters from neighboring homes, Xiao Zhengdong rose to gather his straw mat and quilt. The soldiers of the 6th Company often slept outdoors, enabling them to assemble and depart at a moment's notice. The organization had issued new orders. They were to provide cover for the main forces and swiftly traverse the Rice County before crossing the river. At this juncture, Han Wufei received the latest directive from the regiment and conveyed it loudly to the soldiers. After days of relentless exertion, the warriors were weary, however. The Red Army was unfazed by hardship and fatigue as long as their lives were preserved. These were merely trifling challenges to overcome. Splendid. The main forces must cross the river expeditiously. Xiao Zhengdong clenched his fists, overwhelmed with excitement. It appeared that the anonymous letter he had dispatched to the military command had borne fruit. The letter articulated, from a divine perspective, the movements of the Gue army and other forces. In warfare, intelligence proved exceedingly crucial. Was this rapid march truly different from previous endeavors? Zhuang He observed Xiao Zhengdong's rare emotional surge with curiosity, prompting him to inquire. In Zhuang's memory, under Xiao Zhengdong's leadership, the 6th Company had annihilated an enemy platoon and aided the 1st Red Regiment in holding the Qinglong town, leaving the battlefield strewn with enemy corpses. Yet none had elicited such fervor. Indeed, it is different. To cross the river signifies that the enemy can no longer encircle us east of the Xiang River. Utterly shattering their delusional aspirations, Xiao Zhengdong asserted. Zhuang listened intently, becoming absorbed in Zhao's words. He had always been singularly focused on combat, never contemplating such long-term implications. It was as though Xiao Zhengdong had unveiled a vast horizon before him, broadening his perspective. Chapter 24, 1 against 2 Squad Leader, following you. I feel I have learned an abundance of knowledge, not merely in the art of battle, but in the entire realm of military maneuvering. Zhuang He gazed at Xiao Zhengdong with profound admiration. Although Zhuang He was 5 or 6 years older than Xiao Zhengdong, age had long ceased to matter in his eyes. In the theater of war, capability reigned supreme. Within the ranks of the 6th Company, Xiao Zhengdong radiated an unparalleled brilliance, his prowess eclipsing all others. His reputation was forged through the relentless fire of battle, truly deserving of his accolades. Learning is a lifelong journey, and I have continuously pursued knowledge. The pursuit of progress is indeed a virtue. Xiao Zhengdong smiled faintly. He firmly believed that one must either advance or regress. Continuous improvement was the only path to becoming better. The forward battalion had already secured Dao County, allowing Xiao Zhengdong and the soldiers of the 6th Company to traverse the area without hindrance. They journeyed from the light of day into the twilight, and yet again into another deep night, arriving at the ferry terminal. Report. There are 2 companies stationed ahead, shouted Zhao Longfei from the reconnaissance unit to Han Wufei. Han Wufei furrowed his brow. Our mission for the 6th Company is to capture this ferry along the coastline, thus safeguarding the passage for the main force. Each company in the Red 1st Regiment has its own task, and these 2 companies are indeed formidable. We must find a way to overcome them on our own. Waiting for reinforcements from other units could jeopardize their progress and miss the opportunity for a decisive strike. Han Wufei contemplated earnestly, muttering to himself. Are we to eliminate the enemy's 2 companies? Zhao Longfei inquired. Indeed, it appears we have no other choice, Han Wufei affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing Han Wufei's confirmation, Zhao Longfei's expression turned somber. Undoubtedly, the forthcoming task would be arduous. Yet, on the other hand, if our 6th Company shoulders more of the burden, it may alleviate some pressure from other units. Xiao Zhengdong interjected. Han Wufei gave a thumbs up. You speak wisely, Lieutenant Xiao. Your thoughts align with mine. Instructor Zhang Wanhao could not suppress a chuckle. Our company commander and 1st Lieutenant truly embody the spirit of if I do not enter hell, who will? Such valor is admirable. All leaders above the rank of squad leader, gather around. Let's convene a meeting to strategize on how we can effectively engage 2 enemy companies, Han Wufei declared, his demeanor turning serious. Comrade Zhao Longfei, you come as well and provide us with a detailed account of the enemy's defensive positions. The impending battle loomed ominously. Xiao Zhengdong and the other squad leaders participated actively in the tactical discussion. According to Zhao Longfei's description, the 2 enemy companies had a firm grip on the ferry in the direction of the 6th Company. They had established 4 strongholds, laying a lengthy line of sandbags along the river, equipped with numerous heavy machine guns and mortars, and even an armored vehicle. In terms of firepower, the 6th Company was at a distinct disadvantage, fortified by the strongholds, rendering them difficult to assault. As the attacking force, our sole advantage lies in our ability to strike at any moment and from any position, allowing us to initiate a breakthrough attack. Perhaps we could focus our efforts in this regard, Han Wufei suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding merit in Han Wufei's reasoning. Yet, in that moment, no one could conceive a concrete strategy. Han Wufei felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he solemnly declared, "This cannot continue. We must seize this crossing before dawn. Our main force is approaching, and the enemy may deploy reinforcements at any moment. We have compelling reasons to fight and to triumph." Xiao Zhengdong, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "Let us launch a night raid. According to Comrade Zhao Longfei, I have discerned a weak defensive position in the southeast, with a slight vulnerability. If we catch the enemy off guard, we can capture the high ground and, through precise strikes, utterly dismantle their defensive line. However, given their numerical advantage, this battle will inevitably be fierce." A heavy silence enveloped the group. Xiao Zhengdong's strategy was indeed sound, yet the impending conflict would inevitably lead to the loss of many valiant soldiers from the 6th Company. Each Red Army soldier was an invaluable treasure, and who could bear to see them sacrificed so easily? Let us proceed according to Lieutenant Zhao's tactical plan. All soldiers should prepare for the assault. Since there is still some time before we attack, let us brainstorm ways to refine our approach, Han Wufei stated decisively. Xiao Zhengdong immediately set off to organize the specific combat plan for the first squad. Gradually, night fell. The 6th Company was enveloped in an eerie silence. It is often in the calm before the storm that one senses the impending turmoil. Xiao Zhengdong sat pensively on an old stone mill, furrowing his brow. Was there truly no more suitable means of assault? He felt a pressing need to contribute further to safeguard the lives of his comrades. The enemy possesses an armored vehicle. If we could seize control of that, it would be extraordinarily effective. With only around 260 enemy troops across 2 companies. If we employ the armored vehicle wisely, it could wreak havoc. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Xiao Zhengdong's eyes. He promptly made his way to the reconnaissance team. Squad leader, squad leader. The soldiers of the reconnaissance team saluted him. Though they were all brothers who had fought alongside Xiao Zhengdong, he was still their superior. And amidst the battlefield, this was not a time for personal ties. The reconnaissance team members were acutely aware of their decorum. Old Zhou, when the fighting starts, can you have Sun Haizi accompany me? I have a plan that requires his cooperation. Xiao Zhengdong addressed the reconnaissance team leader, Zhou Yu. Of course. You are the squad leader. All soldiers in your squad are at your command. Your word is law. Zhou Yu nodded in agreement. Very well. Xiao Zhengdong replied with a faint smile. Squad leader, Sun Haizi approached, eager to stand by Xiao Zhengdong's side. He felt a deep respect for him, and the opportunity to be part of his plan filled him with excitement and fervor. What legendary battle scene would Xiao Zhengdong conjure this time? He was filled with anticipation. Stay close to me, and you shall earn your merits, Xiao Zhengdong encouraged. At 2:20 a.m., the Sixth Company commenced their movement towards a crossing in the southeast. The vast expanse of the Xiang River lay before them, accompanied by the resonant sound of the flowing waters. The enemy's searchlights swept across the terrain, illuminating the area as the entire Sixth Company maneuvered in groups to evade detection, eventually taking cover beneath the high ground. Fire! Throw grenades! Commanded Xiao Zhengdong, directing his platoon. In an instant, dozens of grenades rained down towards the enemy stronghold. The Sixth Company, having recently achieved remarkable victories, had acquired a significant cache of American grenades. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions erupted. One of Xiao Zhengdong's grenades detonated among the enemy ranks, claiming the lives of 4 soldiers. Meanwhile, 3 mortars from the Sixth Company launched their shells from a distance, targeting the high ground. This strategic position, situated beyond the reach of 4 bunkers and at the center of the defense line, was crucial for both offense and defense. Charge! Shouted Xiao Zhengdong as he led the charge up the hill. With a series of gunfire, he shattered the skulls of several enemy soldiers who dared to expose themselves. Chapter 25. Seizing the armored vehicle. Witnessing the valiant advance of Xiao Zhengdong, Han Wufei felt a surge of pride. Each battle led by Xiao seemed to be guided by divine intervention. His presence served as an anchor for the troops, instilling confidence even in the most daunting of circumstances. Han Wufei murmured softly, feeling a deep sense of pride as the commander of the Sixth Company, grateful for having such a warrior among them. And he did not begrudge Xiao the spotlight. Suddenly, the enemy, caught off guard, began to counterattack, unleashing a barrage of bullets that formed a deadly net targeting the Sixth Company. Take cover. Men down. Evade the gunfire. Xiao Zhengdong urged his men, leading the charge once more. Damn it. Die. All of you. Sun Haizi, possessing immense strength, braced himself against the heavy recoil of a machine gun, sweeping fire over the enemy, causing them to hesitate and retreat. With his tactical prowess, Sun Haizi enabled the Sixth Company to advance closer to the high ground. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong shot down the searchlight above, dimming the area. Suddenly, a hail of enemy fire rained down, some bullets soared skyward. Others struck the ground or trees. Yet one bullet found its mark, hitting the temple of Deputy Company Commander Enxing. His pupils widened in disbelief as he cast one last glance at his comrades before collapsing to the ground. Enxing! Enxing! Han Wufei, positioned beside him, witnessed the entire tragic event unfold and shouted in despair. Having partnered with him since their days as squad leaders, their bond had deepened over the years, akin to that of brothers. Enxing's death felt like the severing of Han Wufei's own limbs, a profound agony resonating from the depths of his soul. The power of Enxing's face left Han Wufei momentarily paralyzed with confusion. Charge. Continue forward. Zhang Wanhao discerned something amiss with Han Wufei and raised his voice to command the soldiers, temporarily assuming control to shield their morale from Han's influence. At that moment, Xiao Zhengdong surged forward, having already reached the high ground. With a rapid succession of gunfire, he dispatched 6 enemy soldiers hiding behind sandbags. Once his magazine was emptied, he swiftly switched to his blade. With a decisive strike, he severed the arm of an enemy combatant before him, like a deity of war. Xiao Zhengdong instilled terror in the hearts of the enemy soldiers on the entire high ground. Kill him, shouted an enemy squad leader, pointing at Xiao Zhengdong and pulling the trigger of his Czech 26 light machine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets in his direction. Xiao Zhengdong deftly sidestepped, evading a hail of gunfire. The enemy squad leader's pupils constricted in disbelief. He was paralyzed by the realization that Xiao Zhengdong had evaded the bullets with astonishing speed that could rival that of the very projectiles themselves. In a split second, Xiao Zhengdong drew his pistol and shot the enemy squad leader dead, who had been orchestrating the assault. You wish to kill me? I'm afraid you lack the capability. Xiao Zhengdong remarked coolly. That guy just killed the platoon leader. Open fire. All weapons turned towards Xiao Zhengdong, who continued to maneuver, the bullets seemingly in relentless pursuit. Yet, none found their mark. Boom. He even had the presence of mind to toss a grenade, obliterating an enemy machine gunner and a nearby soldier. As Xiao Zhengdong drew the ire of nearly all the enemy's firepower, the soldiers of the Sixth Company faced no further obstruction, swiftly ascending the heights, and, like autumn leaves blown away by a fierce wind, annihilated all enemy combatants on the position. The Sixth Company had finally secured a foothold at the crossing. Xiao Zhengdong's heartbeat remained steady, his expression unruffled. The other soldiers of the Sixth Company were oblivious to the harrowing experience he had just endured. A dance with death itself. We cannot linger here. The commotion will surely attract the enemy's encirclement. Despite the high ground, we cannot withstand relentless bombardment. We must advance and consider a flanking assault on the enemy's left bunker, Xiao Zhengdong suggested to Han Wufei, devoid of any elation from their recent victory. The battle was far from over. Having emerged from the death of Anxing, Han Wufei nodded repeatedly, fully endorsing Xiao Zhengdong's counsel. Second platoon will hold the high ground. The rest will follow me. Continue the assault. Han Wufei commanded. Sun Haizi, accompany me. We shall seize the enemy's armored vehicle. I'll drive while you provide cover fire with the heavy machine gun, Xiao Zhengdong directed. Understood. Sun Haizi replied. Somewhat astonished by Xiao Zhengdong's audacious plan to commandeer an armored vehicle. It seemed utterly reckless. However, as he pondered, it appeared entirely reasonable. For Xiao Zhengdong was an extraordinary individual, and his actions were beyond the realm of ordinary logic. As Xiao Zhengdong and Sun Haizi advanced side by side, firing continuously, they resembled an unstoppable force of thousands. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired a shot, striking down an enemy who was about to leap into the armored vehicle. Since he had not yet seated himself behind the wheel, it was fortuitous indeed. He would never sit there for the rest of his life. It was already his, he declared. Behind Xiao Zhengdong, another soldier fell, struck and lifeless. We must hasten, he urged Sun Haizi. Once we enter the armored vehicle, this battle will swiftly conclude. With that, Xiao Zhengdong sprinted toward the armored vehicle, closely followed by Sun Haizi. Boom! A grenade exploded nearby, sending a cloud of dust into the air, ringing in their ears to varying degrees. Just as I desired. Xiao Zhengdong laughed. The swirling dust obscured his figure, allowing him to charge toward the armored vehicle without hesitation. Their speed quickened. Bang! Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired twice more, eliminating two enemies who attempted to board the vehicle, before wrenching open the door and climbing inside. Clang! Clang! Several bullets struck the door, sparks flying. Were it not for the steel plating, those bullets would undoubtedly have pierced Xiao Zhengdong's body. Haizi, quickly take the back seat, he urged. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Haizi opened the rear door, slipped inside, and slammed the door shut. Xiao Zhengdong accelerated, driving straight into the enemy ranks. The green armored vehicle surged forth like a colossal beast forged of steel, rampaging through the throng of adversaries. Their failure to board the vehicle promptly was their gravest error. A sin of arrogance. Did they truly believe that the Sixth Company could not reach their position? They were gravely mistaken. Rat-a-tat-tat. As Xiao Zhengdong charged forward, Sun Haizi had already begun to unleash a torrent of bullets from the heavy machine gun mounted on the armored vehicle, raining death upon the enemy. In mere seconds, he had dispatched 5 or 6 foes. Bullets flew relentlessly from all directions toward the armored vehicle. Futile. This iron behemoth possessed a modicum of defensive power. Boom. A grenade detonated about 2 meters away from the armored vehicle, causing it to tremble violently. Xiao Zhengdong felt as though he might be sick. However, the explosion did not impede his speed. His foot remained firmly pressed against the accelerator. Crash! The armored vehicle shattered wooden barricades and crushed 3 enemy soldiers beneath its weight. Rat-a-tat-tat. Sun Haizi continued to fire without restraint. The vehicle's ammunition supply was ample, and he unleashed bullets as if they were free. The targets of his gunfire quickly became engulfed in a deluge of bullets. Die, all of you perish. If you wish for our demise, you shall only dig your own graves. Sun Haizi shouted furiously as he fired. Clang! Clang! Enemy bullets continued to rain down upon the armored vehicle, but all struck harmlessly against the steel plating. After Sun Haizi finished firing a magazine, he reloaded while casually picking up a steel helmet from the vehicle and placing it atop his head. The enemy had taken note of the armored vehicle being seized by the Red Army and had begun to focus their assault on it. While Sun Haizi was undoubtedly reckless, he was not entirely foolhardy. He understood the necessity of protection in critical moments. Suddenly, a bullet struck the helmet at a sharp angle and ricocheted into the sky. Sun Haizi instantly collapsed inside the vehicle, succumbing to temporary shock. Xiao Zhengdong sensed something amiss with Sun Haizi behind him and continued to accelerate. His senses heightened. He could discern Sun Haizi's steady heartbeat amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, indicating that his condition was stable. Bang! Bang! Xiao Zhengdong drove through the enemy's positions with reckless abandon, claiming the lives of several soldiers and shattering their defenses. The soldiers of the Sixth Company fired upon the enemy as if they were mere birds. Push forward. Keep up with the armored vehicle. Kill! Han Wufei shouted, determined not to let Xiao Zhengdong's efforts go in vain. There had to be a reward for their endeavors. Meanwhile, a large number of enemy troops rushed to provide support. However, it was futile. The Sixth Company had already overrun much of the enemy's defenses, and the reinforcements would merely fall to the established positions of the Sixth Company. Creaking and groaning, the armored vehicle driven by Xiao Zhengdong was eventually rendered immobile as the enemy shattered its wheels, causing it to veer uncontrollably toward a bunker at full speed. Damn it! Xiao Zhengdong cursed. Yet, he acted swiftly, just before the vehicle collided with the bunker. He flipped over to the back of the vehicle, seized Sun Haizi, yanked open the door, and together they leaped from the vehicle. The inertia of their high-speed escape sent them rolling across the ground. Sun Haizi, who had begun to regain consciousness from his fainting spell, succumbed again as they hit the ground, unaware of the injuries he sustained during the roll. Fortunately, the helmet protected him from severe blows to the head. Boom. The armored vehicle crashed into the bunker with a deafening roar, causing it to collapse and detonating the munitions within. Flames soared into the sky, claiming the lives of many nearby enemy soldiers. Excellent. Marvelous. Han Wufei rejoiced at the sight. They had already taken down over 100 enemy troops, and it had only been a little over an hour since the battle commenced. Kill, kill, kill. All the soldiers fired frantically at the enemy, shouting and roaring. It was a task deemed impossible, yet they had accomplished it. They had indeed seized the crossing defended by 2 enemy companies, as corpses continued to fall. Retreat. The enemy is pulling back, Zhuang Ho observed. Continue firing. Do not break the defensive line to pursue. Our mission is merely to secure this crossing and hold it. Han Wufei commanded loudly. The soldiers of the 6th Company executed Han Wufei's orders with unwavering discipline, none daring to venture from the enemy's fortified positions to pursue the retreating foe. An hour passed, and the sound of gunfire had completely ceased. The soldiers busied themselves with the grim task of dealing with the fallen on the battlefield, the blood casting a crimson hue upon the river's surface. To Han Wufei's astonishment, there were still hundreds of small boats at the ferry. Clearly, it was impractical for the entire main force to cross the river openly on the bridge. The narrow wooden bridge could accommodate only a small fraction of the Red Army at any given time. Thus, these numerous boats were essential for their passage across the river. How are Squad Leader Xiao and Deputy Squad Leader Sun? Han Wufei inquired, seeking out Xiao Zhengdong and glancing at Sun Haizi, who lay on a cot beneath the enemy's tent. Nothing serious, just some superficial injuries. He should wake up shortly, Xiao Zhengdong replied. Han Wufei exhaled a sigh of relief. Squad Leader Xiao, your tactical acumen is unparalleled. We have seized the enemy's position with only a handful of casualties. Han Wufei continued, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Zhengdong, brimming with respect for his remarkable prowess. For the next 3 hours, the enemy attempted to reclaim the lost territory, but the 6th Company was resolute in their defense, leaving no openings for the adversary. Finally, a portion of the main force arrived at the ferry to cross the river. Xiao Zhengdong and the reconnaissance team boarded a wooden boat, while Sun Haizi and Zhuang Ho diligently rowed. As the boat drifted further from the ferry, Xiao Zhengdong murmured with a smile, crossing the river has become significantly simpler through our efforts. I take pride in this accomplishment. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the river, Xiao Zhengdong stood on the boat, reciting poetry inspired by the beauty of the moment. Chapter 27. The siege of the town. The river flowed fiercely, the dimming sun illuminating the surface with a radiant gold. Standing upon the boat and feeling the wind, Xiao Zhengdong observed the countless wooden boats and bamboo rafts making their way across the river, a magnificent sight unfolding before him. Zhou Yu expressed his awe at the spectacle. In the distance along the riverbank, Xiao Zhengdong spotted many civilians, gathered in groups, waving farewell toward the Red Army with reluctant hearts. This heartfelt acknowledgement from the populace filled him with pride. For their sake, he resolved to share in the fortunes and misfortunes of his comrades, to strive for this land, to carry forth the teachings of the sages, and to pave the way for everlasting peace. With a sudden splash, a fish leaped from the river and landed aboard their vessel, momentarily startling Xiao Zhengdong and the reconnaissance soldiers. We can't let this opportunity slip away, he exclaimed, eyeing the sizable fish, which weighed at least 5 pounds. Once we reach shore, we shall roast it for a feast, he said with a smile, eliciting grins from his comrades. At dawn, all the soldiers of the 6th Company had successfully crossed the river. The troops gradually crossed the river, pressing on without pause to evade enemy pursuit. Company commander, where are we headed? Zhao Longfei inquired of Han Wufei after several days of marching northward to assault the crucial stronghold of Liping in eastern Guizhou. Han Wufei responded solemnly, having only recently received the news. Upon hearing of another impending battle, the soldiers of the 6th Company immediately rallied their spirits, accustomed as they were to the relentless cycle of killing and dying. For these warriors, murder had become a habit. Though the loss of comrades evoked sorrow, it was a familiar ache. Even the prospect of their own demise held little terror for them. They had forged an indomitable will through their trials. Xiao Zhengdong found it hard to fathom the resilience of this unit after traversing 25,000 miles. Their relentless march, constantly pushing beyond limits and defying the norm, had shaped them into an invincible force. Xiao Squad Leader, come here. Let us analyze the map and discuss our tactical approach for the assault, Han Wufei said softly as he approached Xiao Zhengdong. Although Han Wufei felt a twinge of embarrassment, being the company commander while Xiao Zhengdong took the lead on many matters, he felt no shame. For Xiao Zhengdong was invariably correct. All right, Xiao Zhengdong nodded. And together with Han Wufei, the instructor Zhang Wanhao, and other squad leaders, they deliberated on their strategy. At noon, the soldiers lit fires to cook their meals. Local villagers spontaneously brought vegetables and provisions to the 6th Company. Despite Han Wufei and Xiao Zhengdong's insistence on compensating the locals, they refused. some even tossing the food back in their faces, leaving the soldiers no opportunity to express their gratitude. The villagers are so warm and affectionate towards us. We must fight for them even more fiercely, Xiao Zhengdong remarked, a sentiment that resonated with all the soldiers. As they shared a meal, warmth filled their hearts. During mealtime, the entire 6th Company dined from a single pot, sharing the same fare. Occasionally, when the regiment commander and battalion commander visited for tactical arrangements or inspections, they too would join the soldiers at the table. As the clock struck midnight, the charge sounded. A multitude of soldiers surged towards Liping from all directions. Xiao Zhengdong and the 6th Company entered the town through the tunnels, continuously firing and dispatching 6 of the defending guards atop the walls. Rows of corpses fell, a sight both grim and gratifying. Boom, boom. The other gates of Liping were under heavy bombardment. Numerous tunnels allowed the Red Army to flood into the town. Like divine warriors descending from the heavens, the enemy had barricaded the eastern gate with a multitude of stones, no matter how many shells were unleashed. It was impossible for the main force to breach that gate. Observing the situation, Xiao Zhengdong remarked with irritation, "Stubborn fools. Their obstinate resistance will only cost them their lives." As squad leader Xinqiu dashed forward, evading enemy gunfire, he shouted furiously, "Advance towards the tower." "Seizing the city tower would consequently grant us control over the entire eastern gate area," exclaimed Xiao Zhengdong with conviction. "Advance on the city tower," Han Wufei bellowed, his voice filled with fervor. This was a strategy they had meticulously devised together beforehand. The soldiers of the 6th Company executed the plan with precision. Dividing into 3 teams, one group attacked from the right staircase, another from the left, while the remaining squad provided covering fire. Leading a squad and a reconnaissance unit, Xiao Zhengdong charged from the right flank. They ascended swiftly. The sound of gunfire echoed as the enemy had fortified the highest steps of the tower with sandbags and positioned 2 light machine guns. Just as the first squad approached, 2 soldiers were immediately struck down, casualties of a moment that had once been filled with camaraderie. This is the brutal reality of war, cold and merciless. Xiao Zhengdong's heart swelled with fury, and simultaneously, his resolve intensified. To bring an end to this conflict, they must instill fear in their enemies, ensuring that none would dare provoke them. True peace could only be achieved through the strength of arms, for mere words could never foster harmony. "Damn it!" Sun Haizi cursed vehemently. "I will take them down." As he gazed at his fallen comrades, rage ignited within him, his eyes burning with intensity. Xiao Zhengdong gripped Sun Haizi's shoulder firmly. Sun Haizi realized he was immobilized. Xiao Zhengdong's grasp was like a vice, unyielding and powerful. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Astonished by the sheer strength of his comrade, which seemed to have grown even greater. "Let me take out those 2 light machine guns," Xiao Zhengdong stated solemnly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The loss of his men fueled his anger. The enemy must pay. In a flash, Xiao Zhengdong darted forward, placing himself in the line of fire. The enemy opened fire immediately. Bang! He swiftly raised his carbine and shot a machine gunner in the head. Without hesitation, he retrieved a wooden-handled grenade and charged towards another gunner, closing in to approximately 50 meters. With a sudden motion, he hurled the grenade. Boom! The explosion sent the machine gunner flying, landing at Xiao Zhengdong's feet. Undeterred, he pressed on, treading over the bodies of the fallen as he commanded Sun Haizi, Zhou Yu, and others to follow. Chapter 28. The mountain bandits surrender. He tossed several grenades, ensuring the enemy could not reclaim their stronghold at the staircase. Having exhausted his grenades, Xiao Zhengdong continued to surge forward, alerting the soldiers behind him and the reconnaissance team. Bang! One enemy attempted to seize a light machine gun, but was met with a bullet from Xiao Zhengdong's weapon, the projectile penetrating his forehead and detonating within, scattering fragments of bone and flesh. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The air was soon filled with the cacophony of grenade explosions. Xiao Zhengdong was the first to ascend the city wall, propping himself on a sandbag before leaping over. Whoosh! Whoosh! A barrage of bullets immediately rained down upon him. With one hand, Xiao Zhengdong lifted a sandbag to shield himself. The bullets embedded themselves within it, as if sinking into the depths of the ocean. Utilizing the sandbag as a makeshift shield, he pressed forward relentlessly. "Fire!" shouted Sun Haizi, as Zhou Yu and Xinqiu joined him. Their firepower was ferocious, swiftly bringing down 4 or 5 enemy soldiers. Bang! With one hand, Xiao Zhengdong hoisted a sandbag weighing over 200 pounds while his other hand remained free to fire his weapon. Peering cautiously, he pinpointed the location of an enemy soldier and fired, the bullet from his Mauser finding its mark in the soldier's heart. Another foe fell beneath his aim. In Xiao Zhengdong's eyes, no enemy was invincible. The enemy soldiers atop the wall were but a disorganized rabble, more accustomed to revelry than warfare. Their combat prowess dwarfed by that of Xiao Zhengdong and the valiant soldiers of the 6th Company. The moment the gunfire erupted, panic set in among them. Despite their numerical superiority, They lacked any will to fight. Many raised their hands in surrender. However, those burdened by guilt, knowing capture spelled certain death, continued to resist desperately. Those who surrender and throw down their arms shall not be harmed, Xiao Zhengdong proclaimed loudly. Consequently, the surrendering enemies hastily discarded their weapons. Yet the battle was far from over, as some adversaries still defended the city. Bang! Suddenly, an enemy who had surrendered drew a pistol and aimed it at Zhao Ho. Xiao Zhengdong, quick on the draw, shot him dead. Zhao Ho, startled by the unexpected gunfire, broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of how narrowly he had escaped death. Thanks to Xiao Zhengdong's timely intervention. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, having let his guard down amidst the many surrenders around him. Surrender and lay down your arms, and you shall not be harmed. Those who do not comply will be fired upon as enemies, Xiao Zhengdong reiterated with authority. Hearing this, the surrendering soldiers hastily cast their weapons aside, fearful of being mistaken for false surrenderers. Rat-tat-tat. Switching to a submachine gun, Xiao Zhengdong squeezed the trigger once more, unleashing a volley that decimated an approaching squad of enemies. An hour later, the east city gate was completely secured. Other gates soon fell as well. With numerous enemy soldiers fleeing in disarray, their morale shattered at the first encounter. Subsequently, the Red Army advanced northward through Guizhou, capturing numerous strongholds along their path. Throughout their journey, the Red soldiers considered the welfare of the common people. Some female combatants, after staying with locals, even cut their blankets in half to leave a portion for their hosts. Many soldiers lent a hand in agricultural tasks for the villagers, while others, moved by the plight of impoverished families, selflessly offered financial assistance. Such profound bonds between the soldiers and the populace became cherished tales of camaraderie. Report, squad leader. During my reconnaissance at the forefront, I passed by a mountain where bandits had taken refuge. Surprisingly, they harbored no ill intentions towards me. Rather, they warmly welcomed me and expressed a desire to join our Red Army. One morning, after completing his reconnaissance, Zhuang Ho returned to report to Xiao Zhengdong. Oh? Xiao Zhengdong raised an eyebrow. In this era, choosing to align with the Red Army is undoubtedly the most prudent decision, promising future glory and blessings for one's descendants. However, Xiao Zhengdong had no authority to determine whether the bandits could join the Red Army. How many bandits are there? Approximately. Xiao Zhengdong inquired of Zhuang Ho. More than 40. Zhuang Ho replied. More than 40 is quite a number, Xiao Zhengdong remarked, immediately taking Zhuang Ho to report to Han Wufei. Han Wufei then proceeded to the regiment headquarters to relay the information. In the afternoon, Han Wufei returned to the 6th Company with instructions from the higher-ups. They were to investigate the bandits thoroughly. If the bandits were found to be malevolent, they were to be apprehended. If they were indeed innocent and sincerely wished to align with us, they could be accepted, although they must not be placed in the same company, but rather dispersed. Squad leader Xiao, would you be willing to go up the mountain to meet the bandits? Han Wufei suggested to Xiao Zhengdong. Certainly, Xiao Zhengdong nodded in agreement. Additionally, I will send other soldiers to visit the nearby villagers to ascertain the bandits' true nature. If they meet our criteria, then by all means, we can discuss their integration into the Red Army, Han Wufei added. Indeed, Xiao Zhengdong concurred with Han Wufei's decision, understanding the necessity of thoroughly investigating the bandits. Rushing blindly up the mountain could lead to dire consequences. Xiao Zhengdong led a squad of soldiers to disperse and join the effort to visit the villagers. Excuse me, ma'am. Do you know what the situation with the bandits on Xiaqingshan is? Xiao Zhengdong approached a woman at the foot of the mountain who was drawing water from a tank with a gourd and pouring it into a broken bowl in the chicken coop. Concerned that the woman, who appeared to be in her 50s, might not hear him clearly, he raised his voice slightly. Are you planning to exterminate the bandits? Please, don't. The bandits on Xiaqingshan are good people. They have never oppressed us. In fact, the villagers at the foot of the mountain are under their protection. Without them, do you think I could still raise chickens? These chickens would have long been taken by the previous soldiers for roasting. Young man, I can tell by your attire that you are from the Red Army. You are good people, here to uphold justice for the common folk. Please do not harm the bandits on Xiaqingshan. They are merely individuals driven to banditry by local tyrants. They genuinely care for the people and have never harmed us. The woman paused, then urgently spoke to Xiao Zhengdong, clearly worried about the fate of the bandits. All right, I understand. Rest assured, if the bandits are as you say, we will not exterminate them. Xiao Zhengdong reassured her with a smile. He continued to visit several villagers, receiving similar responses. A mere endorsement of bandits by an individual does not substantiate anything. However, the very fact that such words are spoken indicates that the character of these bandits is indeed commendable. Xiao Zhengdong found himself intrigued by this group of bandits. They had braved the rain and were still willing to hold an umbrella for others, truly exemplary in character. Upon returning to the unit, the other soldiers' inquiries yielded consistent positive feedback regarding the bandits. Sun Haizi suggested they ascend the mountain together. It is time to meet these bandits, Xiao Zhengdong declared. Chapter 29. Exceptional skills, all right, Sun Haizi responded, completely obedient to Xiao Zhengdong's wishes, holding a deep-seated admiration for him. While he might not heed his father's words, he was resolute in following whatever Xiao Zhengdong dictated. Squad leader, I have a little something for you, Sun Haizi said cheerfully as they made their way to Little Qing Mountain, reaching into his pocket. What is it? Xiao Zhengdong inquired. Sunglasses, Sun Haizi replied, producing a pair of round, black-framed sunglasses. Where did you acquire these? Don't tell me you found them on a battlefield. That would mean confiscation, Xiao Zhengdong said sternly, initially hesitating to accept the sunglasses. I bought these from a villager. They are not from the battlefield. Look, I have an identical pair. If you doubt me, we can visit the villager together, Sun Haizi explained, anxious that Xiao Zhengdong might misunderstand him. No need to visit the villager. I trust you, Xiao Zhengdong said, taking the sunglasses and putting them on. His sharp eyebrows and striking eyes exuded an air of heroism. With the sunglasses on, he appeared even more dashing and handsome. About 10 years ago, when I was just a young lad, I stumbled upon a newspaper featuring a prominent figure wearing sunglasses. I found it incredibly stylish and coveted a pair for myself. Coincidentally, I met a villager willing to sell me these. And now I have 2 pairs, one for me and one for you, squad leader, Sun Haizi recounted, grinning. Though his appearance was rugged and often intimidating, at that moment, he displayed a childlike smile. Xiao Zhengdong gazed at Sun Haizi, touched by the gesture. This man had gifted him a piece of his most cherished dream. The sunglasses felt heavier now, symbolizing not just a simple accessory, but also Sun Haizi's heartfelt sentiment. Haizi, I truly appreciate this, Xiao Zhengdong remarked, carefully removing the sunglasses and placing them in his pocket for safekeeping. Sun Haizi observed this action, and an unspoken bond passed between them. They were brothers, united in life and death. Squad leader, you have saved my life more than once. If there comes a day when you are in peril, I would gladly sacrifice my life, Sun Haizi declared. What are you saying? That's ominous, Xiao Zhengdong shook his head. Sun Haizi scratched his head, appearing somewhat naïve. Upon reaching Little Qing Mountain, following the route outlined by Zhuang Ho, Sun Haizi and Xiao Zhengdong ascended the path. Are you Red Army soldiers? Our chief has been waiting for you. They were greeted warmly. Please, come in. On the makeshift wooden watchtower, a bandit armed with a Type 38 rifle stood guard. Upon spotting the military uniforms of Xiao Zhengdong and Sun Haizi, he swiftly descended and greeted them with enthusiasm. Thank you for your efforts. Xiao Zhengdong acknowledged with a slight nod. Following the bandit into the stronghold, Xiao Zhengdong observed that the courtyard was bustling with bandits engaged in training. They alternated between standing at attention and marching in unison, their movements synchronized, chests out, and heads held high, exuding an air of confidence that could easily rival that of professional soldiers. Their uniforms were uniformly striking, consisting of loose-fitting garments in vivid red. The instructor overseeing the training was a youthful man, approximately 21, possessing refined features and an undeniable charm, though he could not compare to Xiao Zhengdong. Nevertheless, he was certainly a standout in appearance. The leader of the bandits is here. The Red Army soldiers have arrived, the bandit exclaimed cheerfully to the handsome youth. Xiao Zhengdong was taken aback to learn that this youthful figure was indeed the bandit chief. It was hard to fathom how such a refined young man could command a group of rough-and-tumble bandits. He must possess remarkable qualities. Greetings, Chief. I am Xiao Zhengdong, the squad leader of the 1st Company, 6th Platoon of the Red 1st Army. Xiao Zhengdong introduced himself, extending his hand for a handshake. Oyangbai, the bandit chief replied in kind. As Xiao Zhengdong expressed his surprise at Oyangbai, the chief appeared equally astonished. As Xiao Zhengdong was merely around 18 years old yet already held the rank of squad leader. Chief, were you conducting specialized military training for your men just now? Xiao Zhengdong inquired. Indeed, you are witnessing it firsthand, Oyangbai replied with a smile. I learned from various newspapers that once one turns to banditry, survival relies solely on oneself. By training the brothers in the stronghold to be more formidable, the chances of survival naturally increase. In this harsh world, we must take control of our own destinies. Oyangbai added this with a seriousness and determination that resonated deeply. Why did you turn to banditry? Xiao Zhengdong asked. Oppression. The suffocating oppression from the town mayor. Various unjust taxes were imposed. Failure to pay resulted in confiscation of land. The impoverished could barely afford food, leading to my brother's death from hunger and my mother's demise from illness. If I did not become a bandit, I would have been resigned to the same fate of starvation, Oyangbai recounted, his eyes clouded with sorrow. Xiao Zhengdong's demeanor grew solemn. The town mayor? Intriguing, he noted, committing this detail to memory. A tyrant exploiting the common people. Justice has arrived, and he awaits retribution. Chief Oyang, gather your brothers and accompany me to the camp. The organization has approved your application to join the Red Army, Xiao Zhengdong stated, transitioning to the matter at hand. That is splendid news, Oyangbai exclaimed, his spirits lifted. He understood well that in the mountains, one could only remain a bandit. Joining the Red Army would pave the way for a brighter future. As the chief, he felt a profound responsibility to lead his brothers out into the world and champion justice. They are all a group of victims who, having endured darkness, aspire to illuminate the path for others. Ouyang promptly began organizing the members of the stronghold to gather their belongings, subsequently following Xiao Zhengdong to report at the camp. Their stronghold possessed over 100 rounds of ammunition and 7 rifles, with the primary luggage consisting of bedding and similar essentials. After some twists and turns, Ouyang was assigned to the 6th squad, while Han Wufei instructed Ouyang to serve under Xiao Zhengdong. You will be in the reconnaissance team, Xiao Zhengdong stated as he introduced Ouyang to the unit. Zhou Yu, this is Ouyang, a new recruit in your squad, he said, gesturing towards Zhou Yu. Understood. Zhou Yu nodded. I hear you were once the chief of the stronghold. Upon joining our team, you must adhere to our regulations, obey orders, and follow commands. Do you comprehend? Zhuang Ho directed a serious gaze at Ouyang. Xiao Zhengdong refrained from intervening, recognizing it as a matter of squad discipline. Zhuang Ho was also concerned about Ouyang's potential obstinacy and aimed to establish his authority. I understand, Ouyang replied. Do you truly understand or merely pretend to? Let us engage in a sparring match to ensure your compliance, Zhuang Ho declared, rolling up his sleeves. Perhaps we should forego the match. I fear I might injure you. Ouyang remarked. Hey, you think you can hurt me, pretty boy? Zhuang Ho retorted, visibly displeased by Ouyang's comment. Ouyang's expression shifted at being called pretty boy, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. Let us compete, Ouyang asserted. Here it comes. Zhuang Ho warned Ouyang before launching a punch. Bang! Ouyang seized Zhuang Ho's fist and delivered a swift kick to his lower body, causing Zhuang Ho to collapse onto the ground, leaving everyone astounded. They had not anticipated Zhuang Ho being so easily subdued by Ouyang who exhibited remarkable prowess. It is worth noting that Zhuang Ho had survived countless encounters amidst death, honing his skills through relentless combat, yet he faltered before Ouyang's singular strike. Chapter 30. The 18-year-old girl Gu Jiai, all members of the reconnaissance team, began to re-evaluate Ouyang. Xiao Zhengdong wore a smile that nearly split his face, pleasantly surprised to have such a formidable addition to his ranks. He is all yours, Blackie, Zhuang Ho said, scrambling to his feet, his face flushed with embarrassment. Understood. Sun Haizi, a burly figure, approached Ouyang. Ouyang stood tall and resolute, unfazed by the towering presence of Sun Haizi, seemingly poised for the confrontation. In contrast to his demeanor with Zhuang Ho, Ouyang displayed a subtle glimmer of combat readiness in his eyes, which Xiao Zhengdong could discern. From now on, you are all comrades in the same squad. When a new member arrives, we should extend a warm welcome, and any sparring can be postponed, Xiao Zhengdong interjected, preventing Sun Haizi from attacking Ouyang. Sun Haizi retreated. Let us target the local tyrants and rescue the common folk, Xiao Zhengdong suddenly proclaimed. Local tyrants? Who are they? Zhou Yu inquired. The mayor of this area, Xiao Zhengdong replied. Ouyang paused, casting a complex glance at Xiao Zhengdong. He understood instinctively that Xiao Zhengdong was acting for the sake of the local populace, enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. The town mayor had long oppressed the people, forcibly abducting women, committing heinous acts, and even causing the deaths of many. His crimes were egregious and unforgivable. Xiao Zhengdong first reported to his superiors, then led a squad of soldiers directly into the mayor's residence, executing him on the spot, administering justice without delay. As the gunfire echoed, the cheers of the townsfolk filled the air outside. Set forth, came the voice of Han Wufei in the night. Instantly, the soldiers began to prepare. In 5 minutes, all the soldiers were ready for departure. Ouyang stood in astonishment. Even though he had consciously trained the bandits in the mountains for speed, it was still vastly inferior compared to the Red Army. This was the military camp he had longed for. He had made the right choice. The troop proceeded northward. After capturing another city, they enjoyed a few days of respite, primarily for their superiors to convene for meetings and strategize for the future, rather than merely resting. Team leader Xiao, there is a girl from the city outside who wishes to join our Red Army. The company commander is in a meeting at the regiment headquarters. So perhaps you could take a look, said Zhang Yong, the communications officer of the 6th Company, as he approached while Xiao Zhengdong was training a squad of soldiers. Very well. I shall go meet her, Xiao Zhengdong replied with a nod. Now was the time to recruit. As long as one possessed good character and met the physical requirements, joining the 6th Company was not difficult. Continue training as I have instructed. I'll step out for a moment, he told the squad. His training methodology was reminiscent of 21st century special forces training, highly advanced, enabling soldiers to rapidly enhance their professional capabilities. Yes, understood. The squad responded in unison. Xiao Zhengdong then made his way to the entrance of the company. There, he beheld a young maiden with flowing hair, approximately 18 years of age, with a round face and long eyelashes. Her large, sparkling eyes seemed almost to speak. And she donned a blue outfit, exuding grace and elegance. She gazed at the Red Army soldiers with a radiant smile, revealing charming dimples, her skin as fair as snow. The sun shone warmly upon her, casting a refreshing glow. Xiao Zhengdong felt an enchanting fragrance waft towards him, momentarily entranced. "Greetings, miss. I am Xiao Zhengdong, the squad leader of the 6th Company. Are you the one wishing to join the Red Army?" he inquired as he approached the young maiden. "Hello, I am Gu Jiai. I wish to join the Red Army. I have heard numerous tales of your deeds. You are all virtuous individuals. And I want to strive alongside you to forge a better new world." The 18-year-old beamed, her smile even more radiant upon seeing Xiao Zhengdong. Her gaze resolute as she spoke. Gu Jiai then turned her eyes towards the soldiers of the 6th Company, filled with admiration for military life. "You appear too delicate. Clearly the daughter of a wealthy family. To be a soldier, the foremost quality required is resilience. You may encounter extreme danger or harsh conditions at any moment. Are you certain you can endure?" Xiao Zhengdong asked seriously, his tone grave. Joining the army is no trivial matter, especially in moments of crisis within the military. Fleeing is tantamount to cowardice. I am capable. I fear neither hardship nor sacrifice. Gu Jiai clenched her delicate fists, her expression gravely earnest as she uttered these words. In her crystal-clear gaze, Xiao Zhengdong perceived a profound resolve. Initially, upon their first encounter, Xiao Zhengdong held the belief that this woman could never be a soldier. However, her unwavering eyes compelled him to reconsider. He desired to grant her an opportunity. "Very well, I accept your request to join our unit. Nonetheless, enlisting is a significant decision. And I must consult your parents," Xiao Zhengdong stated with a solemn nod. "No problem," Gu Jiai replied, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain. As for her parents, they wholly supported her joining the Red Army, so she felt no trepidation. Subsequently, Gu Jiai led Xiao Zhengdong to her home. Her parents operated a private school in the city. Both were educators, her father serving as the principal. Their family exuded an air of scholarly refinement. And her parents earnestly supported Gu Jiai's decision to enlist, expressing to Xiao Zhengdong that only through arms could a bloody path be forged. They encouraged their daughter to abandon the pen for the sword. Xiao Zhengdong admired the vision and perspective of both Gu Jiai and her parents. They were truly remarkable individuals. Following this, Xiao Zhengdong escorted Gu Jiai back to the 6th Company. After bidding farewell to their daughter with cheerful smiles, her parents were overcome with tears. "Years may pass, and we know not when we shall meet again," Gu Jiai's father lamented. Deep down, he felt that in this era, his daughter was meant to serve in the military. Had he been 20 years younger, he would have certainly enlisted as well. "Comrade Gu Jiai, we currently have a female medic in our company. You should first accompany her to learn the basics of nursing," Xiao Zhengdong remarked as they walked. Indeed, Gu Jiai wholeheartedly agreed. "Furthermore, your long hair needs to be cut short, ideally no longer than shoulder length. We have been on the move recently, and your lengthy locks will become a burden, as there is little time for maintenance. Short hair is far more practical," Xiao Zhengdong pointed out, gesturing towards her waist-length hair. Gu Jiai felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of cutting her hair. Nonetheless, she ultimately consented. Upon returning to the 6th Company, the soldiers could not help but glance at Gu Jiai, captivated by her beauty, a universal human inclination. "Zhuang, is there anyone in our unit who can cut hair? We need to shorten the hair of our new comrade, Gu Jiai," Xiao Zhengdong inquired of Zhuang, who was in the yard. "The only barber has fallen," Zhuang replied, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. "However," he added, "the barber's tools remain with the quartermaster." "Then I shall cut your hair," Xiao Zhengdong declared, a last resort. "Very well." Gu Jiai nodded slightly. Xiao Zhengdong found a wooden stool for her to sit on, then went to fetch the barber's tools from the quartermaster. As he began to cut Gu Jiai's hair, strands fell to the ground in abundance, cascading like silk threads. The sound of footsteps echoed as Gu Jiai wept, tears streaming down her face. The long hair she had meticulously styled and groomed was now shorn, almost perfect. After finishing her haircut, Xiao Zhengdong circled around her, akin to an artist admiring a masterpiece. This was his first experience cutting a woman's hair, and he found the outcome unexpectedly exquisite. He had trimmed her locks with precision. It dawned upon Xiao Zhengdong that his capabilities extended beyond mere physical prowess. His intellect had been steadily honing, enabling him to master new skills with remarkable speed and finesse. His strength was indeed formidable. Xiao Zhengdong cleaned the hair clippers and returned them to the quartermaster. "Sergeant Xiao, do you believe this female soldier is up to the task?" she cries at the mere thought of a haircut. "We could find ourselves on the battlefield at any moment, facing the harsh realities of war. This young lady seems ill-suited for such a life," the quartermaster remarked, expressing skepticism about Gu Jiai's adaptability to military life. He pondered whether she might eventually become a deserter, suggesting it would be better for her to return home sooner rather than later. Such was the quartermaster's perspective, born from a place of concern. Comrade Gu Jiai hailed from a scholarly family, having graduated from a girls' high school, possessing knowledge and culture. In a sense, she was a talent. And Xiao Zhengdong believed that the unit could benefit from having someone like her. Her outward fragility did not denote weakness. He sensed an underlying resilience within her. I will focus on training her, cultivating her survival skills, Xiao Zhengdong declared, affirming his commitment to her since he had enlisted her in the 6th Company. The quartermaster nodded, respecting Xiao Zhengdong's decision. Subsequently, Xiao Zhengdong introduced Gu Jiai to the medic, instructing her to follow him from then on. 3 days of tranquility passed, an unusual peace for the 6th Company. All the soldiers rested, their states of mind and energy reaching their peak. Suddenly, enemy forces were in pursuit. We will accompany the 5th Battalion to intercept the enemy, Han Wufei announced solemnly early in the morning. Fall in, fall in. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhengdong shouted loudly to the ranks of soldiers. The 6th Company quickly assembled, with the cooking team, medics, and Gu Jiai joining the formation. Gu Jiai had a submachine gun strapped to her waist. For the past few days, Xiao Zhengdong had been teaching her to shoot, and she demonstrated a budding talent. Her marksmanship had improved significantly. Let us move out. Forward march. Han Wufei commanded. We are heading to Hill 6355 to thwart the enemy's entry into the city. Once they infiltrate, they may hide, and our soldiers within the city will no longer be safe, facing the constant risk of ambush. Han Wufei led the 6th Company in rapid march alongside the 5th Battalion, encouraging the soldiers as they advanced. Xiao Zhengdong and his squadron were at the forefront of the procession. Glancing back, he noticed Gu Jiai struggling to keep pace at the rear. As they traversed a small grove on a low hill, they finally reached Hill 6355. Other companies of the 5th Battalion occupied various nearby heights, forming an artificial barrier of firearms. The sound of shovels echoed as the soldiers began their swift excavation of trenches. Xiao Zhengdong, wielding a military shovel, bent low and tirelessly dug, his speed surpassing that of all others, creating the deepest pits. As long as the trenches were extensive and numerous, they would serve as shields for life. Comrade Gu Jiai, what are you dawdling for? Hurry down into the trench. The enemy may attack at any moment. A telescope reveals more than the unaided eye, and bullets travel faster than you can run, Xiao Zhengdong reminded her upon noticing her bewildered gaze scanning the surroundings. Oh! Gu Jiai promptly leaped into the trench. Be careful. Just as she was about to crouch down, Xiao Zhengdong caught her by the waist. Their eyes locked, and Gu Jiai's cheeks flushed crimson. Xiao Zhengdong quickly released her and said earnestly, Comrade Gu Jiai, this is your first combat experience. Try not to expose yourself. Your task is to acclimate to the battlefield. Understood. Gu Jiai nodded vigorously, her small hands clutching her clothing nervously. Xiao Zhengdong chose to remain silent. Boom, boom. In an instant, 2 shells hurtled toward their position, detonating on the high ground where the 6th Company was stationed. 2 soldiers observing from the summit were hurled away. One was killed instantly, while the other lost an arm. The cries of the wounded soldier echoed, filled with excruciating agony. A medic rushed forward, carrying a medical kit to administer urgent care. At that moment, Gu Jiai trembled uncontrollably, her mind blank. Lives had been extinguished so easily, one dead, one maimed. In the face of gunfire, life seemed utterly insignificant, as fragile as glass. The air became thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, reshaping Gu Jiai's perception of the world and her understanding of war. War was indeed a hellish ordeal. All into the trenches. Han Wufei commanded loudly. Are you afraid? After this battle, I can send you home. Xiao Zhengdong glanced at the shivering Gu Jiai. I won't go back. I'm not afraid, Gu Jiai declared fiercely, gritting her teeth. Bang. Xiao Zhengdong offered no reply. His pupils dilated as he spotted the enemy. Instantly, he fired, his bullets piercing through the enemy's cap and brain. The enemy is approaching. Prepare to fire. He ordered. Fire. As more enemy soldiers entered their firing range, Xiao Zhengdong shouted. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The entire line of soldiers opened fire simultaneously. The sound startling birds from the nearby forest. Enemy corpses fell one after another under the onslaught of bullets. Yet, the enemy did not retreat. After losing a dozen men, they continued to shoot at the high ground, providing cover for their comrades. The enemy is launching a full-scale assault on our position. Hold your ground, Han Wufei roared. The enemy surged forward like waves of wheat in a field, relentless in their charge towards the high ground, drawing ever closer. The enemy has approached within grenade-throwing distance, and grenades are beginning to explode on the heights in rapid succession. In the distance, several mortars incessantly bombard the high ground. Damn it! How many enemies are there? At least 2 companies, I reckon. Dozens have perished, yet they still come in droves, cursed Sun Haizi muttered. Chapter 32. The crossbow bolt. The enemy force is not merely 2 companies. It is an entire battalion mounting a concentrated assault on our 63-55 high ground, Xiao Zhengdong observed. Gazing at the densely packed enemy troops, his tone calm and composed. What? A battalion! Zhuang Ho and Zhao Longfei exclaimed in astonishment, their mouths agape. The other soldiers, upon hearing Xiao Zhengdong's words, began to feel anxious. This was not merely a numerical disadvantage, but a significant disparity, several times over, especially given the enemy's ample ammunition and fierce firepower. Fortunately, our 6th Company has been consistently victorious, seizing a wealth of armaments. Otherwise, if it were another company, the high ground might have fallen within the hour. We possess the advantage of terrain, even if it is a battalion. They will find it exceedingly difficult to seize our position, Xiao Zhengdong added reassuringly. Yet, should the enemy remain relentless, determined to capture this high ground, continuously sending reinforcements. What then? Will we fight to the last drop of blood? Han Wufei inquired of Xiao Zhengdong. Instantly, several soldiers around fell silent, contemplating the grim implications of such a fight to the bitter end. It could mean the entire 6th Company might perish upon this high ground. This high ground is of paramount importance, yet it is situated outside the city. We need not hold it to the death. If the enemy continues to bolster their forces, we can concede it, and our 6th Company can engage in guerrilla tactics amidst the forests and mountains, obstructing all avenues for them to enter the city, which would still fulfill our mission, Xiao Zhengdong stated solemnly. Han Wufei nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Xiao Zhengdong's perspective. At present, the enemy constitutes only a small fraction of pursuing forces, a mere troop of buffoons. The boats crossing the river are nearly monopolized by us, and the bridge has been destroyed. There are very few pursuing from the opposite bank. Their main force will take at least another 7 or 8 days to arrive. By then, we shall have relocated. Xiao Zhengdong continued, his insights into the battlefield and understanding of combat exceedingly clear, earning the quiet admiration of the surrounding soldiers. One by one, we shall eliminate them. I care not for your numbers. Annihilate them all. Sun Haizi roared, unleashing a torrent of bullets from the heavy machine gun, as Zhuang Ho continuously supplied ammunition. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong witnessed Ouyang Bai shoot down an enemy soldier with precision. In rapid succession, 5 shots took down 3 foes. The efficiency was nothing short of remarkable. This fellow, Xiao Zhengdong mused, had indeed proven to be a formidable combatant. In the life and death arena of war, each soldier stood resolutely in position, their output unwavering, leaving little room for conversation. The gunfire must not cease. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong's rifle felled an enemy company commander who was directing the charge. The commander collapsed, his gaze directed towards Xiao Zhengdong, unaware of the brevity of his life, never anticipating such a swift demise. Kill! 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 The soldiers of the 6th Company roared in unison, their spirits soaring like a mighty torrent. In terms of morale, the 6th Company undeniably held the advantage. With a rapid succession of gunfire, Xiao Zhengdong set aside his Type 38 rifle and unleashed a barrage from his submachine gun, methodically emptying the magazine, the barrel glowing a fierce red from the relentless firing. Bang! At last, the submachine gun could no longer withstand the intensity of Xiao Zhengdong's shooting frequency, leading to a catastrophic malfunction. Fortunately, no shrapnel erupted from the weapon to harm him. All around, the soldiers remained in a state of fierce combat, their ears ringing with the cacophony of gunfire and explosions. No one noticed the malfunction of Xiao Zhengdong's weapon. Indeed, he required no one's concern. Discarding the damaged submachine gun, he grasped the Type 38 rifle anew and resumed firing. With a swift pull of the bolt, he chambered around and squeezed the trigger, sending a bullet hurtling into the chest of an enemy soldier. The sheer force of the impact propelled the foe backward by over a meter, leaving the lifeless body crumpled on the ground, never to rise again. Retreat! Retreat! Echoed the sounds of disarray from the enemy. Their withdrawal as rapid as their initial advance had been forceful. The enemy would undoubtedly launch a second wave to assault the heights, and it was imperative that everyone remain vigilant. With half-hour intervals, all were to take turns resting. Hadn't the cooks prepared ample rations? Those in need of sustenance should eat, and those thirsty should drink. Xiao Zhengdong addressed a row of soldiers. Yes, yes, they replied in unison, their voices filled with enthusiasm. What a thrill! What a thrill! While the other soldiers seized the opportunity to rest, Ouyang Bai lay on the ground, howling at the sky. Xiao Zhengdong couldn't help but smile wryly. This fellow, though seemingly refined, was undeniably a fierce warrior. Yet, when harnessed appropriately, Ouyang Bai could undoubtedly prove to be a tremendous asset. Xiao Zhengdong also observed Gu Jia, tirelessly traversing the battlefield alongside the medics, tending to the wounds of injured soldiers. This sight surprised him. Gu Jia adapted remarkably well to the chaos of war. He had braced himself for the sight of her cowering in a corner, shivering at the gruesome scene of death and carnage. Yet her performance surpassed that of many male soldiers. This girl, I truly did not misjudge her. From the first moment I laid eyes on her, there was a distinct spark of indomitable courage, Xiao Zhengdong mused. Squad leader, do you have a crush on Gu Jia? I can help you talk to her, Zhuang Ho, seated beside Xiao Zhengdong and munching on a steamed bun, observed his gaze lingering on Gu Jia and grinned. Cough, cough. What are you talking about? Xiao Zhengdong coughed awkwardly, somewhat at a loss for words. I merely glanced at her a bit longer. What of it? It's absurd. Is it not affection? Otherwise, why would you have a lady of such stature accompanying you in the barracks? Zhuang Ho countered. Xiao Zhengdong paused, momentarily taken aback. At first glance, Zhuang Ho's reasoning seemed quite compelling. I am drawn to the inexplicable qualities that Gu Jiayi possesses. Please do not speculate foolishly, he replied, shaking his head. Rest assured. Gu Jiayi is under your protection in the barracks. No soldier from the 6th Company would dare to compete for her attention, as everyone understands their place. Zhuang Ho remarked before rising to scout the surroundings. What nonsense! Xiao Zhengdong interjected. After a brief respite, Xiao Zhengdong began inspecting the defensive positions, swiftly addressing any discrepancies in the soldiers' placements or issues encountered, ensuring that the second wave of the impending assault would not be hindered. Boom, boom. An hour later, the enemy commenced another bombardment on the 6th Company's stronghold. Damn it. Ouyang Bai, Sun Haizi, follow my lead. We will encircle them and eliminate their artillerymen. It's infuriating. Xiao Zhengdong's anger flared as he witnessed more comrades fall victim to the explosions, even before they could lay eyes on the enemy. Yes, yes. Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai responded in unison, trailing behind Xiao Zhengdong as they maneuvered from the rear. Xiao Zhengdong had meticulously arranged the first line of defense. He anticipated that the enemy's second wave of attack would falter, predicting at least 4 assaults would be necessary to seize the high ground. Time was of the essence. They needed to act swiftly. This necessity was why Xiao Zhengdong opted to bring only 2 companions. Too many soldiers could lead to unforeseen complications. Whoosh. As they circumvented the enemy, they encountered a reconnaissance soldier, and Xiao Zhengdong hurled a throwing dart, piercing the foe's throat. Blood gushed forth, and the soldier succumbed in a pool of crimson. Squad leader, your throwing darts are astonishing. Sun Haizi marveled. Chapter 33, Annihilation of the Rear Squad. It appeared that Sun Haizi and the others from the 6th Company had never witnessed Xiao Zhengdong wielding throwing darts before. His ability to transform them into formidable weapons was nothing short of remarkable. Silence was one thing, but when he struck, it was astonishing. The intensity of Sun Haizi's surprise was palpable. Ouyang Bai gazed at Xiao Zhengdong with fervent admiration, despite his own pride, even as a mere private. He could not help but respect Xiao Zhengdong's prowess in battle, his fierce combat style, and exceptional command, coupled with the remarkable skill to wield throwing darts with deadly precision from several meters away, was indeed extraordinary. Throughout their arduous journey of 25,000 miles, the entire unit had carried over 6,000 throwing darts, a common weapon that had proven invaluable in combat, often exchanged for firearms and ammunition. Most darts resembled javelins, while Xiao Zhengdong utilized smaller darts, more slender than javelin heads, yet exceptionally sharp. After dispatching the soldier, Xiao Zhengdong retrieved his dart from the lifeless body, carefully storing it away. These small darts were precious, and he possessed only 5. Once expended, they would be gone. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Zhengdong repeated the process, swiftly eliminating 2 more enemy soldiers and retrieving his darts, cleaning them with the fallen's attire before stowing them away. Thus, they advanced silently from the rear. As the battle intensified on the front lines, the sound of bullets and shells echoed like thunder, relentless and booming. Xiao Zhengdong quickened his pace. Can you keep up? He inquired. Absolutely, replied Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai. As Xiao Zhengdong accelerated further, Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai began to pale, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. They were nearing their limits, and Xiao Zhengdong discerned that their speed could no longer be enhanced. He chose not to push them further. Mindful of the rocky terrain that could lead to a serious fall or even a fracture, he would not permit them to overexert themselves. Boom, boom. The enemy's mortars continued to bombard the 6th Company's position, the muffled thud growing increasingly distinct. Over there, Xiao Zhengdong gestured towards a direction, leading them up a steep hill. It was a challenging ascent, yet not insurmountable for the trio. Upon traversing the hill and crossing a thicket, they beheld the backs of the enemy troops. Sun Haizi's face fell upon witnessing the mass of adversaries. Reinforcements had arrived, another battalion joining them, totaling 2 battalions, far beyond what the 6th Company could withstand. Our 6th Company can hold out against the enemy's 3rd wave at most. They have more reinforcements than we anticipated, Ouyang Bai remarked. Fortunately, we agreed beforehand to retreat if we couldn't win and resort to guerrilla tactics, Sun Haizi added. Otherwise, had we chosen to confront them head-on, it would be unimaginable. None of us would survive, Ouyang Bai continued. We cannot withstand the 3rd wave. We must retreat after holding the 2nd wave, Xiao Zhengdong concluded. The enemy's fixation on Hill 6355 was alarmingly intense, possibly fueled by their previous encounters with the Red Army, leading them to seek an easy target to crush. However, they would soon realize they were grasping at a mass of cotton. Xiao Zhengdong would not allow the 6th Company to engage in a direct confrontation. Moreover, with such pressure on the 6th Company, other units would find relief. And once they were free, they might unite with the 6th Company to encircle the enemy's 2 battalions. Xiao Zhengdong's concerns about the front lines grew. The enemy was visibly agitated, and yet their fate was destined for failure. Ahead lay 6 enemy soldiers, and they needed to bypass them to reach the enemy mortarmen. Can we handle 2 each? Xiao Zhengdong asked, concealed within the foliage, observing the 6 defending soldiers. Absolutely, Ouyangbai replied decisively. I can manage as well, chimed in Sun Haizi. Xiao Zhengdong scrutinized the 6 enemy guards. They were laughing and joking, utterly oblivious to the impending danger, their demeanor relaxed and casual. His brow furrowed in concern. This was a battlefield, war was afoot. How could they be so negligent? In their daily lives, they were adept at exploiting the populace, yet in matters of duty, they had become soft and incompetent. Xiao Zhengdong gazed at the enemy troops and shook his head. He lowered his footsteps and stealthily maneuvered behind them, ready to strike. It is effortless to eliminate them, he remarked, noting how the 6 enemies were oblivious to their surroundings. For Xiao Zhengdong, even a single individual could dispatch all 6 of them with ease. He, along with Ouyangbai and Sun Haizi, approached the enemy from behind. Concealed beneath the veil of the battlefield. I found a stunning paramour in the city a few days ago. She is simply exquisite, he mused. Sharing details of her residence and the price of her companionship as a group of enemies continued their idle chatter. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong drew his machete and decapitated 2 of the enemy soldiers. In that same instant, Ouyangbai and Sun Haizi each employed their daggers to swiftly sever the throats of their foes. Blood flowed freely as the once animated 6 enemies collapsed into a pool of crimson, devoid of any signs of life. Surely, you do not believe your lives are so resilient, do you? As guards, how dare you remain so lax? Xiao Zhengdong remarked coldly, surveying the lifeless bodies. The enemy could change shifts at any moment, and now was the time to act. We have taken out those gunners, Xiao Zhengdong stated, gripping his submachine gun with bullets chambered. Through his eyes, he observed a dozen enemy artillerymen relentlessly firing mortars and howitzers at the 6-man position. It was astonishing to witness an entire battalion equipped with 3 howitzers. What valuable assets! Destroy them, he commanded, with a rapid succession of gunfire. The 3 submachine guns reduced the enemy gunners to mere flesh and bone. Throw grenades. Annihilate the artillery, Xiao Zhengdong ordered, before issuing further combat directives. Although he yearned to carry the artillery away, it was an impossibility. Thus, destruction was the only viable option to prevent the enemy from using them against Hill 6355 again. Immediately, Ouyangbai and Sun Haizi followed Xiao Zhengdong's lead, targeting different positions of the mortars and howitzers. The grenades detonated alongside the shells, sending flames soaring into the sky. Igniting the trees on one side of the mountain, a subtle yet ominous spread of fire began to take hold. Retreat, Xiao Zhengdong commanded. Even though they could still strike at the backs of other enemy soldiers, their objective had been accomplished, and Xiao Zhengdong showed no inclination to linger. There's someone in the rear. We are under attack. The enemy had by now realized Xiao Zhengdong and his companions were present. Yet the towering flames briefly obstructed their vision and slowed their advance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Zhengdong, along with Ouyangbai and Sun Haizi, vanished without a trace as they retraced their steps. When the enemy finally pursued them back to their original position, they found no signs of disturbance, fueling their frustration. Chapter 34. Zhao Longfei lost an eye as the enemy scoured the area like headless flies in search of Xiao Zhengdong and his companions, Xiao Zhengdong, Sun Haizi, and Ouyangbai began their descent down the mountain. Their maneuver to flank the enemy had involved treacherous climbs over rugged terrain. The steep cliffs, rising 7 to 8 meters, posed a deadly risk at every misstep. Yet, the 3 of them, without any ropes, advanced with unwavering courage. Xiao Zhengdong arrived on the ground first, his demeanor gravely serious as he regarded Sun Haizi and Ouyangbai. Should either of them falter even slightly, Xiao Zhengdong would exert every ounce of his strength to catch them. Both were specifically chosen by him to accompany him on this mission, and it was imperative that he return them safely, along with every soldier from the 6th Company. In battle, he remained particularly vigilant over each individual, willing to shield them from bullets with his own body if necessary. With a sudden movement, Ouyangbai leaped down from a height of approximately 2 meters, closely followed by Sun Haizi. The enemy's artillery had been neutralized, prompting them to wonder what means the adversary would employ to bombard the high ground. This development significantly eased their burden, as the continuous artillery fire from the enemy posed an immense threat. We must return swiftly, Sun Haizi stated solemnly. Our comrades are still engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the enemy's charge. Xiao Zhengdong concurred wholeheartedly with Ouyangbai and Sun Haizi. None among them exhibited cowardice. They were all warriors. Sun Haizi, I didn't anticipate that you would move with such agility despite your size, Ouyangbai remarked, genuinely surprised as they ran. One would expect Sun Haizi, resembling a small mountain, to be slow, yet his speed surpassed that of most soldiers. Old Sun has a large frame, but his weight is not as burdensome as one might think, Xiao Zhengdong explained. I haven't sat down, Sun Haizi replied. Ouyangbai was perplexed by the remark. Indeed. A slip of the tongue, Sun Haizi clarified. Then, the trio continued their dash, speaking no further as the sound of gunfire drew nearer. The absence of artillery explosions indicated that their recent ambush had been effective. The relentless barrage from the enemy had significantly reduced the ranks of the 6th Company, hindering the soldiers on the high ground and granting the enemy an opportunity to advance. Some adversaries were attempting to flank the 6th Company, an unfortunate turn of events. At that moment, Xiao Zhengdong spotted several enemy soldiers stealthily approaching the 6th Company. A few of their own had fallen, creating a gap in their defenses. These enemy combatants exhibited remarkable perceptiveness, inching closer to the high ground. Should they manage to ascend and unleash a barrage of grenades, the loss of even a dozen soldiers from the 6th Company would be catastrophic, leading to a significant reduction in their firepower and facilitating the enemy's assault. Fire! Xiao Zhengdong commanded. Without hesitation, he, Sun Haizi, and Ouyangbai opened fire, eliminating all 5 enemy soldiers attempting to encircle them. The adversaries had not even realized how swiftly their demise had come. What a fortuitous turn of events, Xiao Zhengdong remarked, brushing his nose contemplatively. Squad leader, observe these 5. Their equipment is notably superior, clearly distinguishing them from ordinary soldiers, Sun Haizi noted. Sun Haizi rushed over to examine the corpse, noticing the equipment adorning it, and immediately called for Xiao Zhengdong. Upon arrival, Xiao Zhengdong observed that the 5 enemy soldiers were armed with the exceptionally smooth-firing Beretta 9mm submachine guns. Each carried 5 American grenades and even smoke grenades. Additionally, one individual bore a radio communicator, a 15-watt transmitter. I will switch to the Beretta submachine gun, Xiao Zhengdong declared. Promptly changing weapons, Ouyangbai and Sun Haizi exchanged glances and swiftly followed suit. These enemy soldiers appeared to be specially trained commandos from an elite unit. What exactly is a commando? Sun Haizi inquired, as it was his first time hearing of such a unit. Commandos differ from ordinary soldiers. They undergo exceptionally rigorous and specialized training. Moreover, they possess outstanding physical attributes and abilities across various dimensions, truly the CR-me de la CR-me of the military. Xiao Zhengdong succinctly explained. As they spoke, their movements remained efficient. Once equipped with the advanced gear, they ascended the high ground anew. The soldiers guarding the rear of the 6th Company recognized Xiao Zhengdong and refrained from firing. Squad leader Xiao, they exclaimed, their faces lighting up with smiles at his arrival. Xiao Zhengdong had become the backbone of the 6th Company, and his return brought them a sense of security. Xiao Zhengdong, splendid work, they cheered. The absence of artillery bombardment significantly alleviated the pressure. The constant overhead explosions had been overwhelmingly oppressive. Han Wufei embraced Xiao Zhengdong upon his return to the front lines. Blood seeping from a wound on his forehead, likely caused by shrapnel from an explosion. Squad leader, after we fend off this wave of enemy attacks, we should retreat and engage in guerrilla tactics. The enemy currently boasts at least 2 battalions, and they are still in a state of mobilization. If we wait for a 3rd wave of assault, we risk being surrounded on the high ground, leaving us no option but to fight to the bitter end with no path for retreat, Xiao Zhengdong stated solemnly as he saluted Han Wufei. This mission not only eliminated enemy gunners but also yielded critical intelligence. Understood. I hadn't anticipated the enemy's strength to be 2 battalions, Han Wufei replied, his back perspiring with cold sweat. Had it not been for Xiao Zhengdong's incursion into enemy territory, the 6th Company would have been in grave peril. Tat tat tat. After finishing his conversation with Han Wufei, Xiao Zhengdong reached the front line of the high ground and pulled the trigger of his submachine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The Beretta submachine gun is colloquially known among the Red Army as the flower machine gun. Whoosh! A shard struck Zhao Longfei in the eye. Zhao Longfei cried out, clutching his eyes in agony, unable to contain his screams. Despite covering his eyes, blood continued to flow, trickling down his cheeks and into the earth. Old Zhao, medic, hurry. Over here. Zhou Yu stood beside Zhao Longfei, witnessing his condition. He promptly supported Zhao Longfei to a slightly elevated position behind the stronghold, calling out loudly for the medic to take care of him. Sun Haizi shouted towards Zhou Yu, then quickly filled Zhao Longfei's position, determined to ensure that this fire point would not cease its barrage. Chapter 35. The Qishui River Fire at Will. Do not concern yourselves with the ammunition, commanded Xiao Zhengdong. We seized a significant amount of bullets in Qingsong town. Unleash a relentless barrage, even if the enemy does not advance. Our gunfire must not falter, let it serve as a deterrent. Anyone among the enemy who dares to take a step forward must be prepared to pay with their life. As he shot down an enemy officer of the rank of company commander, the soldiers of the entire company, inspired by Xiao Zhengdong's exhortation, fired their weapons without hesitation. In this life-and-death crisis, Xiao Zhengdong deemed bullets to be of little value. Bang! With a single shot, Xiao Zhengdong eliminated an enemy company commander. The firing line of the 6th Company extended widely, yet their firepower surged relentlessly, mowing down wave after wave of enemy soldiers below the heights and on the slopes. Ultimately, the enemy retreated, allowing the 6th Company to once again secure the high ground. Set the mines. We must withdraw before the enemy's third assault on the heights. Han Wufei commanded loudly to the soldiers of the 6th Company, fully embracing Xiao Zhengdong's strategic advice, recognizing its soundness. They understood that when the enemy charged again, there would be no opportunity for retreat. Unnecessary sacrifices were to be avoided. Sometimes, taking a step back is, in fact, a step forward. The soldiers immediately began to plant the mines. Even if they had to relinquish the high ground, they would not allow the enemy to take it easily. They must pay a price in blood. 2 hours later, the enemy launched another assault on the heights. Midway through their charge, they suddenly halted. The eerie silence from the high ground instilled fear, prompting them to dispatch scouts to ascertain that the area was unoccupied before daring to ascend the heights. They fled. Ha! An enemy battalion commander exclaimed, reveling in his perceived victory as he climbed the heights, envisioning this triumph as a stepping stone for his future promotions. Boom! As the enemy commander paraded around the high ground, seemingly asserting his authority, he triggered a landmine, obliterating himself in an instant. Boom! Boom! Explosions began to erupt in rapid succession. The minefield set by the 6th Company claimed the lives of over 20 enemy soldiers in one fell swoop. Huh! One less enemy is a victory, laughed Zhuang Ho, hiding in a secluded mountain area with the 1st Platoon, hearing the continuous explosions from the 63-55 direction. Such a pity for old Zhao, murmured Sun Haizi, his voice low. He lost an eye in the blast and has retreated with the medic. Otherwise, witnessing the enemy's demise would have surely brought him joy. This serves as vengeance for old Zhao, Xiao Zhengdong remarked. Squad leader. Old Zhao has lost the sight in one eye. Can he still remain in our reconnaissance team? Surely he won't be relegated to the logistics department by the regiment? Deep down, old Zhao possesses a certain pride. He is valiant and skilled in battle. If he were assigned to logistics, it would surely weigh heavily on his heart. Zhuang Ho turned to inquire of Xiao Zhengdong, knowing that Zhuang and Zhao Longfei were inseparable, akin to brothers, and he understood Zhao Longfei all too well. Sharing in his concerns. After all, he is not missing an arm or a leg. His combat effectiveness remains intact. Rest assured, our reconnaissance team in the 1st Platoon will definitely keep old Zhao, Xiao Zhengdong affirmed. Zhuang nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at Xiao Zhengdong with gratitude. Recognizing that he was vouching for Zhao Longfei, the enemy has seized the high ground, and the next step will likely be an assault on the city. Even if they cannot capture the city, their persistent harassment will impede the movement of the civilians. Our forthcoming guerrilla tasks will involve continuous disturbances to the enemy, preventing them from wreaking havoc at the city gates. Furthermore, once other units are free to encircle them, the enemy on Hill 6355 will surely meet their demise. Having taken the high ground, they have confined themselves like grasshoppers in autumn. Xiao Zhengdong briefed the soldiers of the 1st Platoon on the upcoming battles and the overall situation. In the following 2 days, Xiao Zhengdong led the platoon, constantly shifting positions while engaging in small-scale skirmishes with the enemy's patrolling soldiers and scouts. Gradually, these minor confrontations accumulated, resulting in the elimination of over 20 enemy combatants, while the 1st Platoon suffered 1 fatality and 1 injury. Suddenly, the sound of a charge echoed from Hill 6355, signaling a call to arms. Surely, our other teams have achieved victory and are now coming to besiege Hill 6355. We shall join them. Xiao Zhengdong's spirits lifted as he led his platoon back up Hill 6355. After a day and night of fierce combat, Hill 6355 was recaptured. All enemy forces attempting to assault the city retreated, and not just a short distance. In the days that followed, the 6th Company accompanied the advancing troops, swiftly capturing territory and dealing with local tyrants for supplies. However, as the forces from Qian, Sichuan, and Yunnan shifted from offense to defense, the pace of our advance began to slow, becoming increasingly arduous. The intertwined forces at Duckpool River, Dadu Port, and Knife Handle Water constrained the 6th Company's progress. The enemy aimed to trap the 6th Company and others, tightening their encirclement for an extermination. Yet again, the weary troops crossed the Qishui River, shattering the enemy's daydream of a blockade. One morning, Xiao Zhengdong was personally instructing Du Jiayi on how to use a grenade when Han Wufei returned to the 6th Company's base. Han Wufei announced loudly, "Recent orders from higher command. We are to advance west of the Qishui River." At that moment, Xiao Zhengdong's pupils dilated. This was a signal for the 4th crossing of the Qishui, followed by the crossing of the Jinsha River and the daring assault on the Dada River. On the arduous journey of 25,000 li, The classic episodes of crossing the Qishui River 4 times and the ingeniously crossing the Jinsha River are about to unfold before me. Xiao Zhengdong felt an exhilarating rush. For although he had integrated into the Red Army as a member, he remained, at heart, a traveler from another dimension. Witnessing the immortal legends of his forebears stirred profound emotions within him. The 4 crossings of the Qishui River and the crossing of the Jinsha River were undoubtedly strokes of genius amidst the vast expanse of 25,000 li, sweeping away the current predicaments. Attention! Han Wufei called out loudly to the soldiers of the 6th Company. What are we heading west of the Qishui River for? Zhuang Hao inquired of Han Wufei. I do not know, replied Han Wufei, uncertain of the orders he was given, trusting that his superiors had a grand strategy in mind. Once the troops reached the west bank of the Qishui River, they stood ready for action. Everyone understood that the organization was orchestrating a significant maneuver. Despite the fatigue from their recent relentless march, the majority of the soldiers and commanders remained resolute in their execution, believing in the organization. Cross the river. Upon receiving the latest command, Han Wufei declared. Everyone proceeded to board the vessels heading east across the Qishui River, maximizing the number of passengers aboard. Upon reaching the opposite bank, everyone was taken aback. Where were the enemy's stationed guards at the river crossing? The area was eerily deserted, a remarkably smooth passage. I understand now. I have a cousin in the 839th Regiment who mentioned their plans to attack Guilin City. It seems plausible that this was a feint, drawing all enemy forces away, allowing us to cross the Qishui River unimpeded, the 2nd platoon leader exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The others, upon hearing this, were filled with astonishment. The tactical arrangement of the 4 crossings of the Qishui River was nothing short of divine strategy, truly remarkable. Chapter 36. The ammunition depot. Xiao Zhengdong gazed upon the surging waters of the river crashing against the rocky shore, his heart ablaze with fervor. Such brilliant strategy left him feeling inadequate in comparison. The 4 crossings of the Qishui River had effectively suppressed the enemy's intelligence. With tactical acumen and foresight operating on entirely different planes, the enemy, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, had believed victory was assured. Yet they were now akin to donkeys tethered to a millstone, entirely under control, likely seething in impotent rage. After crossing the river, the 6th Company promptly advanced with the main force. It was only after several days of marching that Xiao Zhengdong and the soldiers of the 6th Company reached a definitive location, Wujiang in Jinsa County. They were to cross the Wujiang River next. The 6th Company was specifically tasked with reaching the ferry at Haosan Town to cross the Wujiang River and seize control of Tizi Rock, where an enemy regiment was stationed. A fierce battle awaited them. Platoon leader, there is a company of enemy troops stationed at the Haosan Town ferry, reported Ouyang by after reconnaissance, approaching Xiao Zhengdong. Under 2 kilometers from the ferry, he added. Xiao Zhengdong nodded in acknowledgement. Beside him were Han Wufei, the captain of the 6th Company, Zhou Qingtian, the captain of the 7th Company, and Xia Zhihua, the battalion commander of the 5th Battalion. 1 company of enemy troops stood against them, while they brought several regiments to bear. We, the 5th Battalion, shall charge ahead, decisively obliterating an entire company of the enemy, thereby preventing delays for our main forces when they arrive. The primary battlefield must remain at Ladder's Rock. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Zhihua expressed his conviction that directly leading the 5th Battalion to annihilate an enemy company was imperative. Throughout our journey, we have often triumphed against greater numbers, and this rare occasion of overpowering the foe with sheer force must not be squandered. What do you think, squad leader Xiao? Xia Zhihua inquired, his admiration for Xiao Zhengdong evident in his eyes. Xia Zhihua was well aware of Xiao Zhengdong's commendable achievements within the 6th Company. I believe it is feasible. Xiao Zhengdong responded confidently. The numerical superiority we possess leaves the enemy with little room for resistance. Then let us proceed. Attack, commanded Xia Zhihua. Immediately, each company began launching assaults from various directions towards the enemy's position. Despite the enemy's inferior numbers, the 5th Battalion maintained a serious and meticulous approach to their offensive. Boom, boom. 2 artillery shells struck, obliterating the enemy company commander's tent, resulting in the commander's demise. Even before the soldiers of the 5th Battalion reached the front lines, they witnessed a multitude of enemy soldiers raising white flags in surrender. Sun Haizi scratched his head, realizing that 2 artillery shells had compelled an entire company to capitulate. Perhaps they had underestimated the enemy's strength. They were, in fact, quite feeble. The enemy proved to be unreliable, strong in appearance yet hollow within. Upon neutralizing the enemy, the troops promptly commenced crossing the river. Although the enemy had preemptively torched all the vessels at the crossing point, the Red Army had prepared extensively, constructing numerous bamboo rafts for the passage. While rudimentary, these rafts proved to be quicker and more efficient than boats for traversing the not-so-wide river. After hastily crossing, Xiao Zhengdong led a squad of soldiers, donning enemy uniforms, to scout Ladder's Rock, which housed a battalion of troops, albeit dispersed. The current task of Xiao Zhengdong and his team was to gather as much intelligence as possible regarding the enemy's deployment within the limited time available, thus enabling a more strategic division of forces during the assault on Ladder's Rock. Sun Haizi, record every enemy position and troop distribution, Xiao Zhengdong instructed. Understood. Sun Haizi nodded earnestly. Xiao Zhengdong assigned this task to Sun Haizi to cultivate his habit of analyzing enemy forces. Xiao Zhengdong believed that as long as Sun Haizi survived, he had the potential to become a great commander in the future. In our quest for enemy intelligence, we have inadvertently stumbled upon their granary, Xiao Zhengdong remarked, raising an eyebrow as he spotted numerous sacks in the distance, with several cooks scooping rice from one of the sacks into wooden basins. Shall we set the granary ablaze? Zhuang Ho suggested, his brow furrowing. Absolutely not. Xiao Zhengdong decisively shook his head. We will undoubtedly capture Ladder's Rock, and these provisions will soon be ours. We cannot destroy our own resources, he explained. Zhuang Ho nodded in agreement, giving Xiao Zhengdong a thumbs up. Squad leader, you were truly insightful. As they gazed at the towering stacks of enemy food supplies, Zhuang Ho and Sun Haizi felt their mouths water. After a period of relentless travel, they had sacrificed much to lighten their burdens, and now the prospect of acquiring such a substantial amount of provisions was undoubtedly a significant boon for their troops. The enemy's defenses appeared alarmingly lax. Even the granaries were accessible to them. If that were the case, why not seek out the enemy's armory? If an opportunity arose, it would be advantageous to obliterate it. The more ammunition destroyed, the less they would have to contend with in their conflict against their compatriots, Xiao Zhengdong suggested. I believe that is feasible, Ouyang nodded in agreement. The other squad leaders, including Zhou Yu and Shinqiu, concurred wholeheartedly. Xiao Zhengdong had a knack for devising unexpected strategies, from which they had all greatly benefited. Xiao Zhengdong and his unfamiliar companions moved in orderly formation through the enemy encampment, seemingly unnoticed. They presented no identification nor were questioned about their regiment, as their impeccable military appearance raised no suspicions. Approximately 15 minutes later, an enemy commander, bearing the rank of battalion commander, passed by and scrutinized the group of 20 or so lined-up soldiers. He approached Xiao Zhengdong at the front and inquired, "Which regiment do you belong to? How is it that your ranks are so impeccably aligned?" In a flash, Xiao Zhengdong unsheathed his dagger and swiftly slit the man's throat. Before the blood could splatter across the ground, he clamped a hand over the commander's neck. Sun Haizi and Zhuang Ho, quick to recognize the situation, rushed to assist Xiao Zhengdong in lifting the body and disposing of it in a corner, covering it with some tattered wooden carts and burlap sacks. Xiao Zhengdong wiped the blood clean from the enemy's clothing, leaving no trace of the murder behind. We were too orderly. The enemy has no ranks as precise as ours. A flaw in their scrutiny led to suspicion, Xiao Zhengdong explained. Well, that works too, Ouyang replied, half amused. The others shared his bewilderment. Subsequently, Xiao Zhengdong deliberately relaxed their formation, allowing them to blend seamlessly into the surroundings, erasing any lingering doubts. They navigated the enemy's stronghold with remarkable ease. Unfortunately, after scouring most of the encampment, they had yet to locate the armory. There it is, Zhuang Ho pointed towards a distant warehouse, where numerous individuals were seen carrying boxes of ammunition in and out. That's the one. Let us wait a moment. Once we detonate it, we need to make a swift escape, Xiao Zhengdong said, invigorated by the prospect. Chapter 37. The 4 vital points as the number of enemy soldiers guarding the armory dwindled. Xiao Zhengdong, Sun Haizi, and Ouyang crept closer, instructing the others to leave. Once the armory was ignited, the ensuing explosion would be catastrophic, necessitating an immediate retreat. Their presence would be of no use. There are 4 guards, Xiao Zhengdong noted. Each is positioned at a different point, making it difficult to eliminate them all simultaneously. You've forgotten that the squad leader has a hidden weapon, Ouyang reminded Sun Haizi. Sun Haizi nodded, recalling the plan. You two take one each. I will handle the other 2, Xiao Zhengdong instructed. Xiao Zhengdong assigned targets to Sun Haizi and Ouyang, and the 3 of them split up to execute their mission. With a swift motion, Sun Haizi struck first, plunging his knife into the abdomen of an enemy soldier while simultaneously covering the man's mouth. To ensure the enemy would not emit any sound, Sun Haizi delivered several more stabs, guaranteeing that his foe was irrevocably silenced. The destruction of the enemy's munitions depot was crucial. A successful operation would inflict significant damage on the adversary, marking this as a life-or-death endeavor. Ouyang was merely a heartbeat behind, using his combat knife to viciously slice through the throat of another enemy, nearly decapitating him in the process. Blood splattered across the ground. With precision, Xiao Zhengdong utilized a throwing dart to eliminate an enemy from a distance of several meters before swiftly snapping the neck of another adversary standing before him. The human eye possesses blind spots, and Xiao Zhengdong had repeatedly instructed his squad on assassination techniques and positioning. Moreover, the enemy's complacency, believing themselves secure within their stronghold, made their downfall seem effortless. In reality, assassination is an art that not everyone can master. Stepping into the munitions depot, Xiao Zhengdong was met with an array of firearms and ammunition, hundreds of crates filled with bullets, grenades, and artillery shells. Sun Haizi eagerly pried open a crate of grenades, hastily stuffing them into his pockets. What a stroke of luck. Let us grab as much as we can before it explodes, he exclaimed, observing Sun Haizi's antics. Ouyang Bai hurriedly opened another crate, filling his arms with ammunition. Xiao Zhengdong shook his head in bemusement. Stop that. Quickly douse it in fuel and let us blow it up and flee. We do not need these trifles. Always prioritize the main objective. Do not be tempted by petty gains. As he spoke, Xiao Zhengdong opened a barrel of gasoline and began pouring it over the crates of munitions. The words of Xiao Zhengdong jolted Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai back to focus. Were it anyone else, they would have found it difficult to restrain Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai, but Xiao Zhengdong commanded their respect. They swiftly joined him in pouring gasoline over the various weapons caches. The last barrel was emptied as they walked, leaving a long trail of gasoline along the ground. Xiao Zhengdong produced a kerosene lighter from his pocket and tossed it onto the gasoline trail. Instantly, flames erupted, spreading towards the munitions depot. What are you doing? An enemy soldier shouted, noticing their actions as he raised his weapon to shoot at Xiao Zhengdong and his companions. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired first, his bullet finding its mark in the enemy's throat, killing him instantly. When it came to shooting, Xiao Zhengdong preferred to target 4 key areas: the forehead, the temple, the throat, and the heart. Each shot to these locations was often fatal. The moment he identified one of these targets, he would take aim and fire, ensuring a swift demise. The fallen enemy soldiers' comrades began to return fire. Run! Do not look back! Xiao Zhengdong shouted. Xiao Zhengdong was uncertain about the magnitude of the explosion following the detonation of the armory. Nevertheless, it was prudent to flee as far as possible. The enemy's bullets ricocheted off the walls. Xiao Zhengdong and his companions had already slipped from their line of sight. The flames had engulfed the armory, consuming it in a fierce blaze. The Red Army had breached their defenses and set the armory ablaze. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhengdong and his team escape, several enemy soldiers chose not to pursue them, instead hastening towards the armory. They were met with an inferno of flames and unbearable heat, momentarily stunned before they erupted into frantic shouts and fled. Bang! A bullet detonated under the intense heat of the flames, triggering a chain reaction with the numerous rounds in the crates. Then, shells exploded in succession. These detonations occurred almost instantaneously. Boom! The entire armory erupted in a massive explosion. The soldiers had only managed to escape a few meters before being engulfed by the searing inferno, vanishing without a trace. The temperature reached an alarming degree at the moment of the explosion, incinerating them almost instantly, and the enemy soldiers in the nearby buildings met a similar fate. The cacophony of explosions continued unabated. A multitude of enemy troops hastily retreated from the armory, creating chaos within their camp. Xiao Zhengdong and his team pressed on without hesitation, seizing the opportunity to escape the enemy's territory. A sense of pride welled within me. We had stealthily obliterated the enemy's armory, once assured of their safety. Sun Haizi slapped his thigh in exhilaration. It was primarily due to the adept leadership of their squad leader, whose wisdom and valor were commendable. Ouyang Bai remarked. Once a leader of a bandit faction, Ouyang Bai carried an air of self-importance. However, after spending time with Xiao Zhengdong, he recognized a profound truth. Even the most extraordinary genius must yield to Xiao Zhengdong. Ouyang Bai considered himself but a fraction of Xiao Zhengdong's brilliance, and with each endeavor alongside him, his admiration grew. Sun Haizi glanced at Ouyang Bai, finding him somewhat ridiculous, thinking to himself that while this fellow was arrogant in the reconnaissance team, he was merely a sycophant in Xiao Zhengdong's presence. Upon returning to the 6th Company, Captain Xia Zhihua enveloped Xiao Zhengdong in a hearty embrace. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, that massive explosion at Ladder Rock was your doing, wasn't it? You were sent to scout the enemy, and you stirred up quite a commotion. Xia Zhihua exclaimed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. We blew up the enemy's armory. Xiao Zhengdong replied nonchalantly. Quickly, tell me the enemy's current situation, Xia Zhihua urged with anticipation. Xiao Zhengdong then recounted all the intelligence he had gathered. A clerk beside Xia Zhihua diligently noted down the critical information. Well done. I shall report this immediately to the regiment headquarters. We must capitalize on the chaos following the explosion of the enemy's armory, Xia Zhihua declared. With fervor, he mounted his horse and raced towards the regiment headquarters. Chapter 38, Promotion to Company Commander. Han Wufei approached Xiao Zhengdong and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Zhengdong, you have accomplished yet another remarkable feat. Xiao Zhengdong shrugged and chuckled, but this mission to scout the enemy's situation was assigned by you, wasn't it? If we are to speak of great achievements, you have your share. Han Wufei rubbed his nose, offering an awkward smile. Everyone in the 6th Company knew that the true leader was Xiao Zhengdong. He, as the company commander, was merely a figurehead. The initiative to gather intelligence on the enemy was entirely Xiao Zhengdong's, with Han Wufei merely nodding in agreement. Han Wufei felt a tinge of guilt for his contribution. However, Xiao Zhengdong did not share this sentiment. If he were a man consumed by jealousy, he would not have achieved such success. Moreover, Han Wufei possessed considerable skills and was quite capable, yet Xiao Zhengdong's brilliance overshadowed him. 3 hours later, the 6th Company received orders to assault Ladder Rock. The enemy had suffered significant losses in munitions and, deprived of ammunition, was at its weakest. It was imperative to strike while they were vulnerable. War is cold and merciless. The 1st and 2nd Regiments advanced, encircling Ladder Rock. Soldiers swarmed the area, tightly surrounding it, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire upon the enemy. The sound of gunfire echoed, tat-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat, while enemy corpses fell one after another. Although the enemy had a geographical advantage, their lack of ammunition rendered them impotent. After a few feigned attacks to draw out their fire, the enemy found themselves without the means to retaliate. The charge sounded, and the assault on the enemy command post commenced. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired again, eliminating an enemy platoon leader. Boom! An enemy vehicle sped towards them, striking a soldier from the 6th Company and barreling toward Xiao Zhengdong. Did they forget to file a request to flee? Xiao Zhengdong scoffed. Bang! He shot the driver dead. The vehicle veered off course, crashing into the rock face. In the back seat, an enemy deputy commander, faced with the force of the collision, was thrown against the windshield, shattering it and severely lacerating his neck, blood streaming from the wreckage. This was an enemy deputy commander. Zhuang Ho, witnessing the corpse with its insignia, gasped in astonishment. To attain the rank of commander is no small feat. This was indeed impressive. You've killed an enemy deputy commander, Zhuang Ho remarked. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong suddenly fired at Zhuang Ho, taking down an enemy soldier several dozen meters away, whose gun was aimed at Zhuang Ho's back. Zhuang Ho felt the cold sweat soak through his shirt. With a stiff neck, he turned to see the enemy corpse collapse. He initially thought Xiao Zhengdong was firing at him, but it was, in fact, a rescue. Focus. We are in battle, Xiao Zhengdong reminded Zhuang Ho, then continued to charge forward with the advancing troops. As a member of the 6th Company's reconnaissance team, Zhuang Ho was skilled in combat. Recognizing his earlier carelessness, he immediately re-engaged with the battle. The fight persisted for roughly 2 days, transitioning from day to night and back again. The 6th Company, alongside the regiment, achieved a resounding victory, seizing Ladder Rock. The Red 1st Brigade has successfully crossed the river and established a firm foothold, rendering the enemy's vast forces, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, helplessly watching from the opposite bank. The platoon leader noticed that the long rifle was surprisingly equipped with a scope, an unusual feature. With such a remarkable marksmanship, possessing a rifle capable of precision aiming would surely enable one to strike down foes with singular shots, achieving remarkable accuracy. Xiao Zhengdong gazed up at the resplendent starry sky, filled with curiosity and longing for the vastness of the cosmos. At that moment, Zhuang Hoqing arrived midway through the battlefield clearance, approaching Xiao Zhengdong with enthusiasm, holding a rifle that was notably longer than the ordinary ones. Its design resembled that of the famed Type 38 rifle. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Zhengdong recognized it to be a Mauser 98 sniper rifle. He promptly took the Mauser 98, glancing through the scope, which was impeccably standard and well-maintained. A fine weapon indeed. I shall make use of it henceforth, Xiao Zhengdong declared, slinging it over his shoulder. As the battlefield clearance concluded, the 6th Company continued its advance. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, in light of your extraordinary achievements and outstanding capabilities, you have been promoted to the position of Company Commander of the 6th Company of the Red 1st Brigade, announced the 5th Battalion Commander, Xiao Zhihua. One afternoon, while Xiao Zhengdong was dining with the soldiers. You are now the Company Commander. Quite impressive. Those with talent should indeed be entrusted with greater responsibilities, he proclaimed. The 6th Company soldiers, upon hearing this news, were immensely pleased for Xiao Zhengdong, who had repeatedly pulled them back from the brink of death and led them to victory in numerous battles. They held him in high esteem. Strictly speaking, Xiao Zhengdong had jumped 2 ranks, bypassing the deputy company commander to become the company commander directly. Captain Xiao, what will happen to our previous Captain Han? Xiao Zhengdong inquired calmly. He has been appointed as our 5th Battalion's deputy commander, Xia Zhihua replied with a smile. Xiao Zhengdong felt a wave of relief. If Han Wufei were reassigned to another company, he would have felt regret. It was best for both that Han received a promotion. Deputy Commander Han is currently in a meeting at the regiment and could not join us. He actually wished to convey this news personally, Xia Zhihua added. I shall not fail to meet expectations, Xiao Zhengdong assured him earnestly. Now that he was a company commander, he would wholeheartedly lead his troops into battle, taking responsibility for the lives of each soldier. With a higher position came greater responsibility, and Xiao Zhengdong possessed the capability to shoulder such duties. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, I have faith that you will succeed, Xia Zhihua expressed. Captain Xia, You haven't eaten yet, have you? Since you're here, please stay for a meal. Xiao Zhengdong urged Xiao Zhihua, calling out to the cook, Old Li, to prepare a bowl of rice for him. Xiao Zhihua stayed behind, engaging in conversation with the 6th Company soldiers as they shared their meal. Suddenly, the roar of 3 aircraft filled the sky as they flew overhead. Enemy aircraft! Take cover! Xiao Zhengdong shouted. He abandoned his meal immediately and led his comrades to find a suitable position behind a slope. Boom, boom. Less than 3 kilometers from the 6th Company, enemy aircraft unleashed a fierce bombardment, the explosive sounds resonating loudly. This was the direction of the 13th Battalion. The enemy, bewildered by our deceptive maneuvers, resorted to aerial attacks in their desperation, remarked Xiao Zhihua coolly. Having aircraft is indeed impressive. I wonder when our unit will possess such power. When that day comes, I shall learn to pilot and shoot down their planes. Zhuang Ho gazed up at the aircraft as it departed after the explosions, filled with indignation. There will undoubtedly be a time for it. It is merely a matter of time, Xiao Zhihua replied. The 6th Company continued to advance steadily alongside the troops. Commander, ahead at Nuchangsai, approximately a regiment of troops has been stationed, came the report. The troop distribution was clear. A few days later, Xiao Zhengdong received orders to follow the unit and seize Nyochang, with Ouyang by reporting after reconnaissance. Chapter 39, The Limit of Endurance on the Ground. Xiao Zhengdong sketched a distribution map of enemy companies using a branch, crouching down to observe intently. Zhou Yu and others formed a circle around him, awaiting his directives. Our 6th Company will flank from the left alongside the 5th Battalion. Observe the enemy's position, while their firepower is fierce. They lack a rapid replenishment of soldiers from the rear, creating a slight disconnection from their camp. When the engagement begins, we can strike here. If we crush this flank, we shall flood into the enemy's defenses. Xiao Zhengdong meticulously recalled all the intelligence gathered by Ouyang Bai. Finally, he pointed to a specific location with the branch. Good. Let us proceed. Zhou Yu, as the 1st platoon leader, was the first to support Xiao Zhengdong. Our commander always finds the most cunning angles to assault the enemy, remarked Sun Haizi, the reconnaissance squad leader. Ouyang Bai, the deputy squad leader, nodded emphatically, recognizing Xiao Zhengdong's strategic brilliance. Having devised a strategy, Xiao Zhengdong began to assign specific action plans to the soldiers of the company. An hour later, the order to move out was given. Advance. Xiao Zhengdong received notification from the battalion headquarters and promptly led the troops toward Nyochang. The area was filled with mountains and lakes, likely a picturesque sight in summer. Boom, boom. Before reaching the designated position, other units had already engaged the enemy in fierce combat, the sounds of explosions echoing incessantly. Each detonating shell could herald the loss of one or several lives. Tat tat tat. Upon reaching the left flank of the battlefield, Xiao Zhengdong chose to attack from the mountain pass, leading the charge at the forefront. As soon as he revealed himself, dozens of bullets from the enemy's heavy machine guns rained down. Stop. Xiao Zhengdong immediately retreated, arms outstretched to halt the advancing soldiers of the 6th Company. Bring out the mortars. Damn it. Do they really think they can hold the pass with mere bravery? Let us obliterate them, he commanded. Though calm on the surface, Xiao Zhengdong's heart surged with turmoil. He had narrowly escaped death moments ago. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Yet the enemy's ambush was somewhat concealed and unexpected. Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades were relatively unfamiliar with the terrain here, relying largely on Ouyang Bai's reconnaissance for insights. It was perilous, indeed. Even someone like Xiao Zhengdong, whose physical prowess stands at the pinnacle of the pyramid, remains at risk of death. In the 6th Company, he has trained several gunners, eliminating the need for him to operate the mortars himself. Boom, boom. 3 mortars accurately strike the enemy positions at the mountain pass, resulting in a violent explosion. Fire another round, Xiao Zhengdong commanded, ensuring that no enemy remains. Any individual capable of firing poses a threat, potentially inflicting casualties on the 6th Company. Another 3 mortar shells obliterate the sandbags at the mountain pass, scattering them in disarray. Charge. Xiao Zhengdong led his team through the mountain pass with remarkable ease. There lay 4 charred corpses, the acrid scent of burnt skin and hair wafting through the air. Nothing escapes unscathed from such bombardment. If there are survivors, we shall increase the dosage. Upon reaching the enemy's defensive line, bang, Xiao Zhengdong fired, taking down an enemy machine gunner before he could even open fire. However, the other enemy positions unleashed a barrage of gunfire toward the 6th Company. Take cover. Take cover. Xiao Zhengdong directed his soldiers to evade the initial wave of bullets. Prior to the assault, he had advised multiple attacks and feints, a singular, forceful charge would be unrealistic and could lead to severe losses. Patience is required to secure victory in this grueling battle, akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth. It is well understood that this location is the most heavily fortified point, yet we must advance toward the lion's den. Bullets incessantly ricochet off the mountainside and trees. Faced with the onslaught of gunfire, Xiao Zhengdong's decision to have his men take cover was astute. Otherwise, the 6th Company would have suffered grievous casualties among its 96 soldiers. Squad 1, hand over all the grenades to me. I will deliver a substantial blow to them, he declared. Upon receiving the command, Shinchio swiftly instructed the soldiers to comply. Approximately 20 wooden-handled grenades were bundled together by Xiao Zhengdong with rope. First, he pulled the safety pins from the first bundle just as the enemy's fire subsided. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, he exposed half of his body and hurled the large bundle of grenades toward the enemy. The trajectory was exquisite. Bang! The grenades detonated above the enemy's heads, causing devastation. Advance. But no one is permitted to move forward. Maintain this position for cover, Xiao Zhengdong ordered. The explosion rendered the enemy nearly paralyzed with shock. The soldiers of the 6th Company, obeying Xiao Zhengdong's command, unleashed their full firepower while the enemy remained dazed, bullets raining down like a torrential downpour, creating numerous bloody holes in the enemy's ranks. The enemy soon regained their composure and retaliated fiercely, suppressing the 6th Company once more. Take cover, Xiao Zhengdong urged. If we cannot fight back, then we must hide. The enemy's formidable firepower rendered the 6th Company unresponsive, leading to a considerable waste of ammunition. Once the enemy's barrage subsided, Xiao Zhengdong launched another bundle of grenades, which accurately detonated in their most densely fortified area, claiming the lives of several more adversaries. Attack, commanded Xiao Zhengdong, prompting the soldiers of the 6th Company to spring forth unexpectedly, eliminating a dozen enemy combatants. This tactic was employed repeatedly 4 or 5 times, and the enemy company was left with less than 30% of its original strength. The enemy's morale was visibly shaken, their faces turning a shade of green with fury. Who was this commander they faced? I had never encountered such brazen audacity. Was it possible to engage in warfare in this manner? Could one confront them directly? The enemy company commander clenched his fists, consumed with rage at Xiao Zhengdong's audacity. Suddenly, a bullet struck the enemy commander squarely between the eyes, sending him crashing to the ground. The shot had come from Xiao Zhengdong. Enraged, the enemy commander stood up, stamping his feet, fully exposed to Xiao Zhengdong's gunfire, an act of sheer folly. Xiao Zhengdong then hurled 2 smoke grenades in the direction of the enemy. The smoke, composed of a combination of eggshell smoke agents and explosives, billowed forth, a timely acquisition from intercepted enemy special forces. Charge! Charge! Shouted Xiao Zhengdong. With the enemy commander eliminated and enveloped in smoke, the enemy lost their resolve and were swiftly overwhelmed by the 6th Company, with many perishing and others surrendering. Chapter 40. Longstreet Ferry. A company of guards held the heavy firepower, occupying a critical juncture. Yet, Xiao Zhengdong forcibly dislodged them, despite the 6th Company being outnumbered. This exemplified tactical brilliance, top-tier warfare. Success and failure define heroes. It is not merely the surface strength that guarantees ultimate victory. To the south, the enemy's defensive line had been breached, and our objective was to assist other units from within the enemy's ranks. The 7th Company was situated nearby to the south, poised to coordinate with the 6th Company to catch the enemy off guard. Xiao Zhengdong spoke loudly to his soldiers, leading the 6th Company to support the 7th Company without pause. Meanwhile, the 7th Company, stationed south of the cattle field, faced a daunting battle. Despite the enemy having only 2 platoons, the ferocity of their 2 heavy machine guns had thwarted 3 waves of assault, leaving them unable to secure an advance. Zhao Xiaolong, the captain of the 7th Company, was drenched in sweat, anxious that the pace of his attack might jeopardize the entire offensive plan. Kill! 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 Just as Zhao Xiaolong was engulfed in uncertainty, he heard a thunderous battle cry, echoing like a tempest. It was the 6th Company, led by Xiao Zhengdong. Zhao Xiaolong's eyes sparkled at the sight of such a fierce steel force. The 6th Company had come to our aid. Fire! Give it your all! Zhao Xiaolong decisively rallied the 7th Company for another assault against the enemy. As Xiao Zhengdong advanced to support the 7th Company, they encountered a contingent of approximately 50 enemy soldiers. The sound of gunfire erupted as Xiao Zhengdong immediately opened fire without the slightest hesitation. 30 rounds poured forth. Ouyangbai, Sun Haizi, and the frontline warriors of the 6th Company reacted with remarkable swiftness, firing in unison as Xiao Zhengdong unleashed his weapon. The enemy, however, was caught off guard. Within mere seconds, the 6th Company had felled over 20 of their adversaries, leaving a grim tableau of bodies strewn across the ground. As the enemy began to respond, preparing to retaliate, Xiao Zhengdong had already led his troops to take cover behind the stones flanking the mountain path. The nearly 100 soldiers of the 6th Company exhibited impeccable coordination and unity. Once the enemy's first wave of fire subsided, Xiao Zhengdong signaled, and all the soldiers in front stood up immediately, resuming their barrage against the foe. With his submachine gun, Xiao Zhengdong unleashed a relentless series of 5 or 6 shots into the head of a single enemy combatant, rendering them utterly lifeless. In the brutal clash for survival, mercy was a luxury none could afford. This wave of assault obliterated the enemy forces entirely, with the 6th Company suffering no casualties. The sounds of gunfire suggested that the 7th Company had commenced their attack, coordinating their efforts with theirs. "Move swiftly, keep pace with me, and continue the assault," commanded Xiao Zhengdong as he stepped over the fallen bodies of the enemy, heading towards the small hill in the south. On that southern slope, more than 40 enemy soldiers were mercilessly firing at the 7th Company. The air around them grew warmer from the gunfire. In this charge, the 7th Company suffered the loss of 7 or 8 brave warriors while managing to kill only one enemy soldier. Captain Zhao Xiaolong of the 7th Company felt a pang of urgency. Where was the 6th Company? If this charge were to falter, the 7th Company might never have another chance to advance, and retreat would be perilous, leaving them vulnerable to enemy fire from behind, risking further losses. As Zhao Xiaolong watched another of his men succumb to enemy fire, he muttered anxiously, recognizing the dire straits facing the 7th Company. "Xiao Zhengdong, I entrust the hopes of the 7th Company to you. Do not let us down," he gritted his teeth and said. Suddenly, Xiao Zhengdong led the 6th Company in a surprise assault from within the enemy lines, decimating the defenders on the southern slope. Captain Zhao Xiaolong was momentarily bewildered by the emergence of the 6th Company. He could not fathom how Xiao Zhengdong had found himself in such a position. For the 7th Company, breaching that enemy line had been a formidable challenge, costing them the lives of several soldiers. Yet the 6th Company had effortlessly dispatched the enemy. "Captain Zhao, let us hasten to assist the other squads," Xiao Zhengdong urged. "The combined strength of our 2 companies will greatly amplify our impact within the enemy ranks." Zhao Xiaolong paused, then nodded resolutely. The 6th and 7th Companies advanced together, alleviating the pressure on various units and reducing casualties by at least a dozen, if not more. This battle to seize Shanghai concluded successfully within just a few days. After a brief regrouping, the 6th Company set off once more with the main force. After traversing the Red River 4 times, the Red Army had successfully distanced itself from the enemy's main forces by several days' march. They could not afford to rest. It was imperative to continually expand their advantage. Speed and time were now on their side. Seizing this moment and amplifying it infinitely would lead to victory. Xiao Zhengdong, possessing a godlike perspective, observed the unfolding events, while the organization relied solely on strategy. "Squad leader, look." As Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades ascended a mountain, they caught sight of the southern bank of the Jinsha River engulfed in fierce flames. The fire spread across a considerable distance along the river. "The enemy has burned all the boats heading towards Longjia Crossing," Xiao Zhengdong remarked coldly. "Humph, they have burned the boats. But does that mean we cannot cross the river?" Sun Haizi scoffed. "We are unstoppable," Ouyangbai declared. They continued their ascent. After climbing yet another mountain, Xiao Zhengdong ordered his troops to take a brief respite at the foot of the hill. At that moment, a communications officer rushed over to him. "The latest directive from headquarters instructs your 6th Company to accompany the forces in capturing Longjia Crossing and then cross the Jinsha River." As Xiao Zhengdong climbed another mountain, he anticipated the 3 nearby crossings, Jialong Crossing, Hongkou Crossing, and Longjia Crossing, aligning with his predictions. Other divisions might opt for different crossings, allowing multiple points of entry for a swifter crossing. "Advance to Longjia Crossing," Xiao Zhengdong commanded the soldiers. "No rest. Crossing the river is paramount. After finally shaking off the enemy's main forces, we must create an even greater distance. The enemy boasts over 100,000 troops. Let them pursue us. The daily cost of their army is exorbitant, and as they fall further behind, they will be unable to catch up. Meanwhile, during the crossing, we will also face threats from local warlords like the Yunnan and Hunan armies, as well as several divisions of the National Army. Crossing the Jinsha River is no simple task. Furthermore, some troops would create a diversion to draw away significant enemy forces. Xiao Zhengdong and the soldiers of the 6th Company needed only to execute their orders. Squad leader. Headquarters also mentioned that everyone should don the uniforms of the enemy's Central Army. We will pass through several counties on our way to the Jinsha River at Longjia Crossing, disguising ourselves as the enemy, which will facilitate our progress. We won't need to besiege cities. Doing so would waste precious days. And we cannot afford to squander even a single second, the communications officer added. "Good. You've anticipated my thoughts," Xiao Zhengdong replied with a nod and a smile. Disguising oneself as the enemy during battle is a common tactic. Leading the 6th Company, Xiao Zhengdong had dispatched countless adversaries, acquiring an abundance of enemy uniforms. If other companies were in need of enemy attire, they could provide the excess they had. Indeed, the communications officer nodded in acknowledgement before returning to the headquarters. Chapter 41. Bloodstains on Sister Yao. Xiao Zhengdong led the 6th Company alongside the main force to the Longjia Ferry, effortlessly overwhelming the enemy's defending troops. The enemy scattered in disarray, displaying no capacity to resist. Their primary weakness stemmed from insufficient manpower, compounded by their awareness of the imperative for Xiao Zhengdong's forces to seize the Longjia Ferry. Their determination to hold the position would only culminate in a futile demise. Retreat. Perhaps, was their most prudent option. We still have some time. Let us see if we can construct a pontoon bridge. This would facilitate our crossing of the river, proposed a deputy division commander. The soldiers fervently set to work on the bridge. Xiao Zhengdong, leading the 6th Company, busied himself transporting timber. They not only charged to the front lines in battle, but also vied to be the most diligent in construction efforts. Meanwhile, other units proceeded toward the remaining ferry points, engaging in divided actions. After a considerable period of relentless effort, the pontoon bridge at Longjia Ferry was completed to only 1/3 of its intended length, as the conditions did not permit the rapid assembly of a longer structure. Boom, boom, boom. An aircraft soared overhead. "It's an enemy reconnaissance plane," exclaimed Xiao Zhihua. The revelation that the enemy had detected the situation at Longjia was undoubtedly unfavorable. Yet, Xiao Zhengdong remained unfazed. So what if they discover us? The 4 crossings of the Chishui River have already left the enemy in a state of confusion. They cannot fathom the intentions of our main force. All units prepare to cross the river, commanded the temporary crossing command post. Adhering to orders and maintaining discipline, the troops began their crossing. Although the pontoon bridge was incomplete, several boats had been procured, enhancing their means of transport and expediting the crossing. 5th Company. "Take advantage of the darkness to be the first to land on the opposite shore and clear any obstacles," said Yang Kaisheng, the commander of the 1st Regiment, as he gathered all company level and above officers of the 5th Company. "Understood. We will ensure the completion of the task." Xiao Zhihua responded with vigor. The 5th Company had achieved remarkable success, becoming the brightest star of the 1st Regiment at that moment. This vital mission was entrusted to them due to their reliability and formidable combat prowess, a mark of honor to be proud of. Indeed, Yang Kaisheng nodded, thoroughly satisfied with Xiao Zhihua's demeanor. As a leader, one must embody vigor, confidence, and an indomitable spirit to challenge and overcome all obstacles. "Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, I am well aware of your recent accomplishments. You have performed admirably." Before departing the 5th Company, the regiment commander specifically acknowledged Xiao Zhengdong. All eyes turned toward him, recognizing it as a sign of the commander's appreciation for Xiao Zhengdong. He remained silent, saluting Yang Kaisheng in response. "Previously, I dispatched scouts across the river for reconnaissance. After our swift crossing, we would encounter a mountain path ahead. To the left lay an enemy security detachment, while to the right stood a company. The security detachment comprised roughly a company's worth of soldiers, summing up to 2 companies in total. Your 6th Company will engage the security detachment, while the 7th and 13th Companies will confront the other enemy company. What are your thoughts?" Xiao Zhi inquired of Xiao Zhengdong as they prepared for the impending battle. It would be unwise to deliberate on tactics after crossing the river. Such a course would be akin to trifling with one's life. "No problem," Xiao Zhengdong replied resolutely. As the most formidable company within the entire regiment, the 6th Company was more than capable of confronting the enemy security detachment, and Xiao Zhengdong felt no fear. Rather, it was the adversary that should be apprehensive. The leaders of the 7th and 13th Companies, Zhao Xiaolong and Zhou Yulong, regarded Xiao Zhengdong with admiration. Despite being newly appointed and merely 19 years of age, his audacity was unparalleled, commanding respect from all. Unbeknownst to them, as they had breached the first line of defense and now skillfully navigated the Jinsha River, Xiao Zhengdong had matured a year in this parallel world. Having prepared the boats and bamboo rafts, the 5th Battalion commenced their crossing under the cover of darkness, proceeding surprisingly smoothly. As they began to land, doubts arose. This shouldn't be the case. The enemy had camps flanking both sides of the landing site. How were there no scouts present? I had almost anticipated engaging in gunfire upon reaching the river's edge. Sun Haizi scratched his head, standing on the northern bank of the Jinsha River, somewhat incredulous. Xiao Zhengdong shrugged. "The reason is simple. The enemy is a bunch of drunken layabouts. Advance. Attack the security detachment," he commanded. The subsequent units had begun to land at Longjia, and we would clear the obstacles for them. Leading the 6th Company, Xiao Zhengdong arrived at the enemy security detachment's encampment, only to find the soldiers indulging in revelry late into the night, drinking heavily and playing cards. Some even had courtesans summoned directly to their quarters. It hardly resembled a military camp, resembling more a brothel. Indeed, a gathering of gluttons, Ouyang Bai remarked. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired the first shot, striking down a soldier who was in the midst of embracing a courtesan in the courtyard. The soldier's head exploded, splattering blood across the courtesan. She shrieked in horror, her split cheongsam revealing her alabaster legs. Such beauty, bathed in blood, appeared somewhat diabolical. Tat tat tat. Sun Haizi, Ouyang Bai, Zhou Yu, and Zhao Longfei swiftly followed Xiao Zhengdong's lead, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that enveloped the entire security detachment. Meanwhile, the detachment commander, still seated in his office smoking and sipping tea, was startled from his chair by the gunfire. What is happening? The Red Army has arrived? Aren't they still constructing the floating bridge? It should take at least another fortnight to complete, the commander stammered, dazed. Their nightly debauchery stemmed from the assurance of their military pay, leading them to believe the Red Army would not approach. Thus they drank merrily without a care. Bang! The security commander, wearing an expression of disbelief, reached for his weapon from the drawer to confront the threat, only to be met with a fatal shot from Xiao Zhengdong. He forcefully kicked open the door and shot the security team leader dead. "Disarm and spare them," shouted Xiao Zhengdong. This was to prevent further innocent casualties among the soldiers of the 6th Company. After all, they were compatriots. Xiao Zhengdong was willing to offer them a chance to turn back. "I surrender. I too surrender." All remaining members of the enemy security team capitulated, gripped by fear and greed. After properly managing the captured security personnel, Xiao Zhengdong led his company to eliminate the security team. They were equipped with 2 mortars, 20 shells, 2 light machine guns with 300 bullets, and a plethora of other firearms and ammunition. Fire was unleashed. Zhou Yu smiled broadly. Chapter 42. The assault on the building. The assault on the security team seemed less a daunting task for Xiao Zhengdong's 6th Company and more akin to a lucrative assignment. This significantly amplified the firepower of the 6th Company. After subduing the security team, they advanced several kilometers forward, clearing the path for the main force and ensuring no enemy remained ahead. Once the river crossing was completed, the troops moved northward towards the Dada River. Simultaneously, the enemy forces had reached the southern bank of the Jinsha River, intending to cross and pursue. However, after much searching, they found no boats as most had been burned, entangling themselves in their own traps. Some enemy soldiers, frustrated by the Red Army's repeated clever breakthroughs of their blockade, resorted to fighting among themselves, venting their anger on their comrades instead of the Red Army. The enemy was once again forced to retreat. They journeyed northward, finally taking a brief respite at Xichang. The main dilemma before the troops was which of the 2 paths to choose, a decision that weighed heavily on their minds. The hardest part was having to choose. Once a decision was made, the fear of taking the wrong path loomed large. "Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, the organization has ordered us to serve as the vanguard and scout the left path," said Captain Xia Zhihua of the 5th Battalion. "Let's set off," replied Xiao Zhengdong with a nod. This was indeed an honorable mission. Accompanying the 5th Battalion, Xiao Zhengdong meticulously reported everything he observed via telegram to the higher-ups, effectively uncovering the enemy's deployment on the left route. Similarly, there was undoubtedly another vanguard on the right path, who also reported their findings regarding the enemy's positioning. "Stand by." Xia Zhihua dispatched another confidential message, addressing Xiao Zhengdong and the other company commanders. "Rest." Xiao Zhengdong instructed the soldiers of the 6th Company. They found themselves in the woods upstream, able to see the waters of the Dada River flowing through the gaps in the trees, hearing the sound of the water. The upstream current was relatively gentle compared to downstream, yet it still rushed with vigor. The Dada River had been renowned throughout history. It was linked to Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Menghua, and decades prior, it was the site of the Wing King's defeat. Many of the challenges faced today could glean wisdom from historical precedents. History is indeed a profound subject to study. Without keeping Xiao Zhengdong and the vanguard waiting for long, Xia Zhihua received a telegram confirming the decision to proceed along the left path. Taking the left path, there lies a formidable challenge, for there exists a local chieftain, and the advanced troops led by Xiao Zhengdong are few in number, swiftly slipping away from the E region, silent and unnoticed. The main force, undoubtedly, cannot achieve such stealth. They must confront the situation directly. Will the main force manage to arrive at the upper reaches as smoothly as we have? Ouyangbai inquired anxiously of Xiao Zhengdong. Certainly. Throughout history, those who win the hearts of the people win the world, Xiao Zhengdong replied with confidence and determination. As the main force progressed, they were met with warm welcomes from the local populace, who even offered provisions voluntarily, signifying a deep bond between the military and the civilians. This conveyed much. At that moment, as the main force advanced, they consistently demonstrated goodwill towards the local chieftains, refraining from retaliation or harsh words, even garnering affirmation and support from them. Before long, Xiao Zhengdong and the advance team welcomed the arrival of the main force, while the main troops had been tirelessly on the move. Xiao Zhengdong and his advance team, having waited in place, were full of energy. With the arrival of the main force, they received a new mission to assault the Anshuan ferry. "It's time to act. Let us go," commanded Xiao Zhengdong, leading the 6th Company as the vanguard. Charging to the forefront, with a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong, though the commander of the company, placed himself at the very front after strategizing, just as before. He stealthily infiltrated the enemy's outpost at Anshuan ferry, and with a flash of cold steel, he swiftly dispatched 2 enemy soldiers with a single stroke, their blood gushing forth. Their eyes wide with disbelief as they pondered what to have for lunch, oblivious to their impending demise. Xiao Zhengdong gestured for the 6th Company soldiers to follow, penetrating deep into the enemy camp. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the west, indicating that another squad from the advance team had engaged the enemy. "We strike?" Taking advantage of the enemy's diverted attention, Xiao Zhengdong opened fire, eliminating an enemy company commander with a single shot. The soldiers of the 6th Company, catching the enemy off guard, managed to take down over 20 enemy soldiers in the barracks. Charge. Eliminate all who resist, commanded Xiao Zhengdong. A lone enemy soldier peeked out from the rooftop, aiming at Xiao Zhengdong, but before he could pull the trigger, Xiao Zhengdong's bullet had already pierced his heart. Zhou Yu, lead a squad to the rooftop. From that vantage point, we can dominate this area, Xiao Zhengdong ordered, recognizing the strategic advantage of the height. Yes. Zhou Yu responded, promptly leading the team upward while the others provided cover fire. With a decisive shot, Xiao Zhengdong felled another enemy soldier. Soon after, some enemies, hiding within the building, began to shatter windows, hurling grenades towards Xiao Zhengdong and his men. The deafening explosions echoed throughout the barracks. 2 soldiers from the 6th Company were killed in the blast. Then, an enemy soldier, exposing only half his body, attempted to throw a grenade in Xiao Zhengdong's direction. However, with remarkable reflexes, Xiao Zhengdong shot and shattered his arm, causing the grenade to fall to the ground, resulting in the enemy's demise and claiming several lives nearby. Hiding within the confines of the building, they resorted to cold weaponry and clandestine grenade throws. Assault the building, commanded Xiao Zhengdong, with a submachine gun in hand. He was the first to breach the premises. As he fired a preemptive shot, his figure emerged, leaving the ambushed enemy with no opportunity to retaliate, resulting in the demise of 3 adversaries amidst a chaotic barrage. Bang! Ouyang Bai eliminated a soldier, who, in a desperate bid for survival, dashed out of the building. Xiao Zhengdong glanced at Ouyang Bai, acknowledging his commendable bravery. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, Xiao Zhengdong ordered his soldiers to kick down the door from the side and toss grenades into the soldiers' quarters. Those who remained hidden would meet their end by the explosive blasts, while those who dared to emerge would be met with gunfire. Jumping from the windows would only expose them to the line of fire from the soldiers led by Zhou Yu on the rooftop. They were trapped with no means of escape, though this marked Xiao Zhengdong's first experience leading an assault on a building. It served to enhance the combat experience of the 6th Company soldiers. I will fight you to the death, cried an enemy soldier, frantically running towards Xiao Zhengdong, his body laden with explosives. Everyone down, Xiao Zhengdong shouted, promptly returning fire. Boom. The explosion engulfed the room in flames. Chapter 43. The artillery god unleashed the detonation of a substantial quantity of explosives caused the entire barracks to tremble. The eardrums of all present were nearly shattered. Exhibiting remarkable physical resilience, Xiao Zhengdong was the first to recover from the disorienting effects. Armed with a submachine gun, he swiftly cleared the building, eliminating the remaining enemy soldiers beneath him. The battle concluded here. Of the enemy company, aside from a handful who surrendered, the rest were annihilated. Although the remaining units did not achieve victory as swiftly as the 6th Company, they too managed to capture their respective enemy positions, bringing Anchuan completely under the control of the Red Army. With victory in battle came the next daunting challenge, the swift currents of the river. With an enemy battalion positioned on the opposite bank, how could they cross? The available boats were limited. Is there anyone willing to volunteer to cross the river first and divert the enemy's fire? The company commander addressed the soldiers below. I will go. Me. Upon hearing their commander's call, the soldiers of the 1st Company eagerly stepped forward. Xiao Zhengdong also harbored a desire to participate. However, before he could voice his intent, those closest to the commander had already filled the ranks. Due to the limited capacity of the boats, dozens of brave soldiers stepped forth, unafraid of death. Ultimately, the commander selected 18 valiant warriors, each a standout in the unit. At that moment, Xiao Zhengdong felt a profound sense of awe and warmth. It was well known that this was a mission from which few returned. Yet the soldiers were enthusiastic to enlist, fearlessly charging ahead. Xiao Zhengdong felt immense pride to be part of such a team. Alas, Sun Haizi shook his head in regret. He too wished to be among the 18 heroes but was not selected due to his larger stature. The other soldiers along the riverbank commenced suppressive fire towards the enemy. Yes, yes, affirmed the company commander. The warriors responded loudly. Xiao Zhengdong led the 6th Company, securing a small breach, tasked with suppressing enemy fire. 18 brave souls boarded the vessel in 2 waves, setting out to row towards the opposite shore. All the soldiers gazed at the 18 heroes, their crossing exuding a tragic sense of resolute determination. The wind howled, and the icy waters surged against them. Gunfire erupted as soldiers on the opposite bank relentlessly targeted the boats carrying the 18 brave souls. The mighty Data River, 100 meters wide, placed both boat and men within the enemy's range. I shall protect them. Xiao Zhengdong gritted his teeth. What reason did he have to not shield such valiant comrades? He stowed his submachine gun and grasped a Mauser 98 sniper rifle. Loading the bullet, he fired. Bang! A shot rang out, shattering the skull of an enemy machine gunner across the river. 100 meters apart. What of it? Xiao Zhengdong possessed remarkable eyesight, able to discern the enemy's features with astonishing clarity. as if they stood right before him. At that moment, a boat collided with a reef, violently shaking, causing 9 of the brave warriors on board to nearly topple into the turbulent waters. With swift reflexes, they clung tightly to the vessel and assisted one another in maintaining their positions. The boat, teetering on the brink of capsizing, stabilized just in time. Xiao Zhengdong and many soldiers witnessing this scene couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Gunfire crackled again as Xiao Zhengdong, having just dispatched another enemy machine gunner, noticed that the enemy stronghold continued to unleash its fire upon the 18 warriors. Did they think they could hide behind the fortifications and shoot with impunity? Xiao Zhengdong scoffed. The 6th Company also possessed a howitzer. It was time to put it to use. Sun Haizi, bring that damned howitzer over here. Xiao Zhengdong shouted. Understood. Sun Haizi responded promptly. While waiting for Sun Haizi to bring the howitzer, Xiao Zhengdong took down 2 more enemy gunners with well-placed shots. It was a matter of course. Suddenly, one of the 18 warriors was struck, toppling from the boat and plunging into the raging current. A splash of crimson blood mingled with the river, swiftly washed away, along with the fallen warrior, who vanished without a trace. Xiao Zhengdong shook his head. There was no saving him. The 2 boats continued to struggle toward the opposite shore, swaying precariously amidst the waves, on the verge of submersion. Company commander, the howitzer has arrived, Sun Haizi announced. Load the shell. Xiao Zhengdong adjusted the angle, aiming at the stronghold, and instructed Sun Haizi. Sun Haizi retrieved a shell from a wooden crate and loaded it into the cannon. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong decisively fired. A moment's delay would grant the enemy stronghold an extra second to inflict damage upon the brave souls. 1 warrior had already fallen, and Xiao Zhengdong was determined to prevent further loss of life. Boom! The enemy stronghold was struck with precision, collapsing in a thunderous crash. Direct hit, Sun Haizi exclaimed. Witnessing Xiao Zhengdong fire with sheer pleasure, there was no shot he could not make. Continue loading. Xiao Zhengdong addressed Sun Haizi, revealing his discovery that the destructive power of artillery shells far surpassed that of a sniper rifle. A single bullet could claim 1 life, whereas a single cannonade could obliterate many. Furthermore, the thunderous roar of the cannon served as a significant psychological deterrent to the enemy. Boom! Xiao Zhengdong fired again, successfully dismantling an enemy machine gun nest. The gunner and several soldiers were torn apart, reduced to mere fragments. The continuous barrage was commendable. Commander Yang Kaixing of the regiment was troubled by the fierce firepower of the enemy's bunkers, but in an instant, they were silenced by 2 well-placed shells. Reporting to the commander, it was Captain Xiao Zhengdong of the 6th Company from the 5th Battalion who initiated the bombardment. A guard returned, relaying the information. Xiao Zhengdong, that lad is a god of artillery. Yang Kaixing laughed heartily. Xiao Zhengdong fired once more, this time hitting a densely packed area of enemy soldiers, resulting in the gruesome demise of 6 foes. Suddenly, an enemy bullet found its mark, piercing the heart of a brave warrior, who succumbed and sank into the river. Fire! Give them everything you've got. Provide covering fire. The 18 soldiers are the heart of our forces. We must ensure their safe passage across the river. Yang Kaixing bellowed. The river's current grew increasingly fierce. Any delay in crossing could lead to dire consequences as the waters rose. With a sniper rifle in hand, Xiao Zhengdong diligently provided cover, taking down enemies one by one. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a barrage of shells rained down as the enemy recognized the threat posed by Xiao Zhengdong. If left unchecked, he could decimate their ranks, forcing the enemy to retaliate with artillery fire directed at him. The position of the 6th Company was instantly engulfed in flames, resulting in the immediate death of 5 soldiers. All of you, retreat. Xiao Zhengdong commanded the soldiers of the 6th Company. Remaining by his side would only bring them peril. Without hesitation, the soldiers withdrew, obeying Xiao Zhengdong unconditionally. After half an hour of firefight, they had inflicted less damage than he alone had managed. Understanding that staying would only be a burden. Boom! Boom! Unfazed by the enemy's artillery, Xiao Zhengdong continued to shoot at the enemy gunners, methodically taking them down one by one. As enemy shells rained toward him, the brave warriors crossing the river would endure less fire. Against all odds, the warriors successfully crossed the river. A mere handful, laden with ammunition, unleashed their fury upon the enemy's defending forces at the landing point, displaying a fearless approach that bewildered the enemy battalion. Coupled with the long-range fire support from Xiao Zhengdong and other soldiers, they managed to hold the enemy at bay. Cross the river, the commander ordered. The regiment led the way, and with the actions of a few brave souls, a safe route was forged for the following troops. As waves of soldiers crossed the river, hope surged anew. The defending troops at the enemy's crossing, realizing their disadvantage, retreated midway. The Dadu River was forcefully crossed. As for the 18 valiant warriors, only a few survived. Their spirit of fearless sacrifice is truly commendable and worthy of being etched into history. To the east, we shall proceed towards the Looting Bridge. Given the treacherous currents of the Dadu River and the scarcity of boats, it is impractical for the entire battalion to attempt crossing there. as it would consume excessive time and risk being overtaken by the enemy. Having successfully created distance, we cannot afford to let the enemy close in again. Our 5th Battalion, known for its valor, has been specially requested by the commander to accompany a portion of our forces to the looting bridge, where additional troops will also advance to encircle and seize the bridge. Captain Xiao Zhengdong of the 5th Battalion approached Xiao Zhengdong and stated, "Understood," nodded Xiao Zhengdong. Shortly after the battle concluded, he led the 6th Company forward once again, marching under the stars and moon, traversing what seemed an impossible distance. Charge! Charge! Upon reaching the western side of looting bridge, Xiao Zhengdong and his soldiers launched an assault against the enemy defenders. The enemy commander was left astonished, having recently received a telegram indicating that Xiao Zhengdong's unit was still at a considerable distance, yet they had arrived so swiftly. What a legendary force this is! The sound of gunfire echoed as Xiao Zhengdong unleashed a barrage from his submachine gun, taking down several enemy soldiers. The enemy defenders began to falter. Ultimately, Xiao Zhengdong led the 6th Company and other units to capture the western side of looting bridge. The soldiers gazed at the bridge before them, their faces pale. Is this truly a bridge? Confirming its reality, they beheld 13 iron chains spanning the entire Dada River. Each chain measured approximately 100 meters in length, with a total width of 3 meters. The chains were far from robust. Below them flowed the tumultuous Dada River. These scoundrels have dismantled the wooden planks to prevent our passage, leaving only the chains, spat Sun Haizi. Remain vigilant and composed, Xiao Zhengdong reminded calmly. This is merely the beginning. Let us take a moment to rest and prepare for the forthcoming bridge assault. The commander of the 4th Regiment advised. Make the most of your rest. If anyone is short on ammunition, see the supply sergeant. What awaits us may well be another fierce battle. Xiao Zhengdong addressed the soldiers of the 6th Company. Sitting down, he meticulously reloaded his submachine gun, pistol, and Mauser sniper rifle. Meanwhile, Gu Jiai was bustling around the 6th Company, tending to the wounded. She had fully integrated into the battlefield, and no one now referred to her as a mere heiress. She was proving herself to be exceedingly capable. Commander Xiao, this time, the regimental commander and several battalion leaders have convened to select a contingent of over 20 soldiers to form an assault team, tasked with being the vanguard and scaling the iron cable to forge a path. Additionally, a group of warriors will be stationed behind to lay down wooden planks, while the remainder of the forces will provide suppressive fire against the enemy on the opposite bank and prevent any reinforcements from joining them. The decision has been made to choose 22 assault soldiers. Would you like to join? We can accommodate one more. Xia Zhihai gravely addressed Xiao Zhengdong, fully aware of his prowess in individual combat, which had been vividly demonstrated during the crossing of the Dada River. Should Xiao Zhengdong become an assault soldier, Xia Zhihai believed the bridge capture plan would be significantly more achievable. Absolutely, Xiao Zhengdong declared emphatically. Regrettably, he had not been among the 18 valiant warriors previously. However, the chance to join the ranks of these 22 heroes as the 23rd champion scaling the iron cable was an opportunity he eagerly embraced. I knew there was nothing you would shy away from, Xia Zhihai remarked with a smile, though he soon adopted a serious demeanor, patting Xiao Zhengdong on the shoulder. Be sure to exercise caution. An hour later, the call to charge resonated through the ranks. Boom, boom. Our forces commenced their bombardment against the enemy, seizing the initiative. The 23 assault soldiers slung their weapons around their necks and began their ascent on the iron cable. The wind was fierce, even before they set foot on the cable. It swayed incessantly, and as the soldiers began to climb, the oscillation intensified, the frigid metal causing a biting chill in their palms. Were the 23 assault soldiers afraid? Naturally, but their unwavering commitment to justice and the belief in their success transcended their fears. Initially, Xiao Zhengdong and the other 22 soldiers crawled atop the iron cable. However, this proved too slow. They soon opted to dangle beneath the cable, resembling a swarm of bats. Behind them, another battalion of soldiers swiftly began laying down wooden planks in support. Clang, clang. The enemy on the opposite bank was momentarily incapacitated by our bombardment. However, they managed to deploy 2 heavy machine guns and 3 light machine guns, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the assault soldiers scaling the iron cable. The bullets striking the metal with a sharp, piercing sound. Thud. One assault soldier was struck in the head and fell into the raging waters below. Xiao Zhengdong was among the foremost climbers. Bang. He secured his feet on the cable with one hand while using the other to fire his pistol, eliminating a heavy machine gunner. Thud. Another bullet took down a light machine gunner who was targeting the assault soldiers. The shot had come from Ouyang Bai. Xiao Zhengdong continued his ascent, now around halfway up the cable. Suddenly, a soldier lost his footing and plummeted. Steady. You must maintain your composure, Xiao Zhengdong shouted anxiously, unwilling to see any of his comrades fall. Chapter 45, The Fork in the Road. The iron cable, thin and cold, was riddled with rust. Xiao Zhengdong and his fellow heroes persistently advanced forward, braving the relentless barrage of enemy fire. Behind them, soldiers were diligently laying down wooden planks. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired his weapon, once again eliminating a heavy machine gunner. The firepower from our troops intensified, causing the enemy to retreat into their defensive positions. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was in disarray, Xiao Zhengdong summoned all his strength to climb the iron cable. He reached 3/4 of the way across. The other soldiers were also making significant progress. Their wrists were sore, their palms pained, their feet ached, and their thighs were exhausted. From this point on, it was a battle of willpower, fueled solely by an indomitable spirit. At the front of the bridge, the enemy had been completely neutralized. Xiao Zhengdong was merely 5 meters away. 3 meters. 1 meter. Finally, he stood firmly on the opposite bank of the Dadu River. Suddenly, 5 enemy soldiers rushed in, attempting to reclaim the front of looting bridge, opening fire on the soldiers scaling the iron cable. Yet, before they could take their positions, Xiao Zhengdong had already squeezed the trigger of his submachine gun, dispatching them all in an instant. 5 bodies collapsed like mud, lifeless. Whiz. Bullets flew from both sides as the enemy opened fire on him. Xiao Zhengdong executed a forward roll, seeking refuge behind a bridge pillar. A barrage of bullets struck the pillar, deflecting harmlessly away. Curse you! Xiao Zhengdong swiftly hurled a grenade. Adorned with numerous grenades, he had ascended the iron cable heavily armed, yet continued his ascent undeterred. The explosion from 2 grenades sent the enemy reeling, claiming 4 lives in total. Carrying 10 grenades, Xiao Zhengdong relentlessly bombarded the enemy flanks. With sheer determination, he rendered the enemy too terrified to even glance at the front of the bridge. They were directly shattered by the force of our troops across the river. One by one, the heroes climbing the iron cable reached the opposite bank of the Dadu River. The pace of laying down the wooden planks quickened. We will hold our fire here to ensure the enemy cannot disrupt the progress of the planking on looting bridge. Once the planks are laid, the main force can cross, securing a resounding victory. Xiao Zhengdong instructed the other soldiers, who each sought cover to fortify the bridgehead. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Undeterred by the hail of gunfire from across the river, the enemy made another attempt to seize the bridgehead. However, as the heroes crossed and established their positions, they provided substantial and stable fire support, systematically eliminating the 2 enemy platoons trying to reclaim the bridge. The resounding calls of the charge echoed louder, signaling the completion of the wooden planking on looting bridge. The main force surged forth in an orderly fashion. The defending 2 battalions were entirely annihilated. The daring capture of looting bridge. By traversing this treacherous terrain, and with Xiao Zhengdong as presence, many heroes scaling the iron cable survived, resulting in fewer casualties among the soldiers and a swifter crossing. In every battle he personally experienced, Xiao Zhengdong radiated brilliance, illuminating the path for his comrades. This was his duty, even if it existed only in a parallel world. Yet the spirit of patriotism remains ever steadfast. The troops merely took a brief respite before forging ahead once more. After several days of arduous travel, the unit concealed themselves at various intervals, taking turns to rest, all in an effort to evade the reconnaissance of enemy aircraft, thereby obscuring their movements and leaving the enemy in a state of confusion. Halt! Upon reaching a fork in the road, the unit came to a standstill, and Xiao Zhengdong promptly commanded the soldiers of the 6th Company to do the same. Before him lay 3 divergent paths, presenting yet another moment of crucial decision-making. Each decision must not be made in ignorance. Rather, the soldiers must scout each route thoroughly. The 6th Company was assigned the task of investigating the eastern path. Xiao Zhengdong, having exhibited unparalleled valor and exceptional prowess during the fierce battles at the Dada River and the capture of the Luzhou Bridge, garnered significant attention from the command. Thus, when pivotal tasks arose, Xiao Zhengdong was entrusted with leading the reconnaissance, a testament to the faith placed in him and the 6th Company. Indeed, Xiao Zhengdong saluted and proclaimed loudly. Without delay, he led the 6th Company down the eastern route. After traversing several kilometers, they discovered that this path was remarkably smooth, broad, and easy to navigate. This road appears promising, remarked Sun Haizi. Let us continue onward. We cannot draw premature conclusions, responded Xiao Zhengdong. Only by completely traversing this path can we unveil the ultimate truth. We must refrain from making judgments midway. Half an hour later, Xiao Zhengdong's ears perked up as he faintly discerned the sound of vehicles approaching. He swiftly signaled for the entire 6th Company to halt. Conceal yourselves, he commanded. The soldiers immediately took refuge in the mountains flanking the narrow path. Soon, 2 enemy trucks appeared, slowly making their way toward them. Fire! Xiao Zhengdong ordered. With precision, he unleashed a burst from his submachine gun, striking the driver of the lead vehicle in the head. The truck veered off course, abruptly slowing down and colliding with the following vehicle, which came to an abrupt stop as well. The soldiers of the 6th Company unleashed a torrent of gunfire, eliminating all enemy combatants within both vehicles. Emerging from the mountains, Xiao Zhengdong and his men approached the enemy trucks. They peeled back the green tarpaulin covering the cargo, revealing a substantial load of vegetables. Together, the two vehicles carried at least 300 pounds of produce. It appeared that these trucks were indeed enemy transport vehicles. Now rendered inoperable. Let us leave them for now. We shall return for the vegetables on our way back, Xiao Zhengdong declared as he surveyed the bounty. Continue advancing, he urged, though his brow furrowed in thought. This road, branching in multiple directions, suggested the presence of an enemy camp nearby. Should there be troops stationed along this route, it could complicate matters significantly. They would face numerous obstacles, prolonging their journey and potentially incurring heavy casualties. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out from ahead, claiming the lives of 2 soldiers from the 6th Company. Xiao Zhengdong spotted 2 enemy scouts fleeing up the mountainside. It is an encounter with enemy reconnaissance. Ouyang Bai gritted his teeth. I shall pursue. Continue to advance at a steady pace, Xiao Zhengdong instructed, his resolute demeanor making it clear he would not tolerate any betrayal of comrades under his watch. As he ascended the mountain with remarkable speed, the rest of the team lost sight of him. At that moment, he shed all pretense, sprinting at full throttle. In mere seconds, he traversed the challenging uphill terrain and found himself behind enemy lines. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his large blade and severed the heads of 2 adversaries with a single stroke. A gentle breeze tousled his flowing hair as he turned to rejoin his unit, the 6th Company. Along the way, he conducted reconnaissance, encountering several groups of enemy scouts and spotting a few enemy encampments. We must retreat. This route is unsuitable for our journey to Shaojing County, Xiao Zhengdong stated matter-of-factly. On their return, he and the 6th Company ensured they brought back a supply of vegetables. Upon rejoining the unit, Xiao Zhengdong reported his findings to the higher command. It seems we can no longer proceed along the main road to the east, a commanding officer remarked gravely, though a smile broke through upon seeing the vegetables the 6th Company had procured. Soon after, the other 2 reconnaissance teams returned, each providing their respective updates. One alternative route involved a commercial path around Mount Jiajin, which would significantly increase their travel distance and risk encounters with local armed forces, potentially leading to disastrous confrontations. The other route, while shorter and devoid of enemy presence, required crossing the formidable snow-capped peaks of Mount Jiajin, which soared to an altitude of 4,000 meters and was largely enveloped in thick snow. Climb the snow mountain was the final directive issued to Xiao Zhengdong. The soldiers commenced their ascent, the temperature dropping with each step. Before long, they trudged through deep snow, their clothing insufficient against the biting cold that swept down from the mountain. After a grueling day and night, Gu Jiayi, who had been beside Xiao Zhengdong, suddenly collapsed with a soft grunt. Quick to react, he caught her slender waist, preventing her from falling into the vast expanse of snow. He hoisted her onto his back and continued onward. If anyone cannot go on, let your comrades carry you or lend support to one another, he called out to the 6th Company. Eventually, they reached a relatively flat area that offered some shelter from the wind. Xiao Zhengdong promptly ordered the troops to rest and began to kindle a fire for cooking. As the flames flickered to life, a collective sigh of relief washed over the soldiers. They had gathered ample firewood along the way, and Xiao Zhengdong stoked the fire vigorously. The entire company huddled closely, warming themselves as they watched the millet porridge bubbling in a large iron pot. At that moment, the imagery of millet and rifles coalesced. Though the ascent of the snow mountain was arduous, it provided a rare tranquility, free from the threat of enemies. After continuous battles, we had no time to reflect. This day and night spent climbing the snow mountain, amidst the wide expanse, has purified the soldiers' spirits, tempering their aggression and restoring a hint of gentleness to their gazes. Ouyang Bai observed. Captain, my foot is swollen, one soldier lamented. A soldier, roughly the same age as Xiao Zhengdong, wept as he spoke. After enduring countless life and death situations, he remained silent, consumed by the fear that his feet might succumb to frostbite, rendering him a burden to the unit. Xiao Zhengdong gazed at the young soldier's swollen feet, his brow furrowing slightly. My own feet are swollen too. I too have suffered frostbite. A single stone cast can stir up 1,000 ripples. Xiao Zhengdong was taken aback by the fact that so many soldiers had already begun to suffer from frostbite on just the first day. Do you not have blankets? You can tear them apart to stuff some cotton into your shoes, and also into your clothing. Additionally, we have plenty of chili peppers. Anyone who finds themselves freezing should consume more chili, walk more, and warm themselves by the fire, Xiao Zhengdong suggested to the soldiers. His advice may have seemed rather rudimentary, but it indeed alleviated the dire situation. Many soldiers promptly began to dismantle their blankets. After resting for a few hours, they continued their arduous journey through the night. For the snow had begun to fall. Flakes danced through the air, resembling goose feathers. The flames could no longer be rekindled. They had to rely on constant movement to warm their bodies. The soldiers were covered in snow. Once they shook off the snow, it quickly settled back onto them, and they grew too weary to brush it away. Xiao Zhengdong glanced back, observing the formation of the unit stretching infinitely. Coupled with the swirling snowflakes in the towering snow-capped mountains, enemy reconnaissance planes circled above, creating a striking spectacle. After 7 days and nights, some soldiers tragically succumbed to the freezing conditions on the snow-capped mountains. At long last, the main force emerged, converging with other units. Climbing the snowy peaks was fraught with challenges, yet the soldiers persevered. Through this ordeal, Xiao Zhengdong felt an even deeper bond with his comrades in the 6th Company and the greater unit. Tens of thousands of them shared the bond of brotherhood forged in the crucible of life and death. Upon descending the mountain, the sunlight enveloped them warmly, as if they had entered a new realm, prompting many soldiers to weep tears of joy. Xiao Zhengdong and the 6th Company, along with other troops, set up camp and were granted several days of rest, during which the soldiers made significant physical and mental recoveries. Then, the journey continued, climbing one snow-capped mountain after another. Pressing onward, ever forward. Days later, Xiao Zhengdong, alongside the 5th Battalion, arrived at a vast expanse of grassland in the plateau region. The boundless grassland was breathtakingly majestic. Initially, the grassland was traversable, but at times it was interspersed with deep water that could submerge up to their knees. There was no option to detour. They had to wade through, with their legs soaking for hours, leaving their skin raw and uncomfortable. The relentless winds blew day and night, coupled with the harsh sunlight, causing the soldiers' faces to almost peel. Here are wild vegetables. We can eat them. Let's dig. Xiao Zhengdong exclaimed as he led the 6th Company across the grassland, suddenly spotting wild edibles ahead. In the grassland, food scarcity posed a serious threat. Running out of supplies would be disastrous. Therefore, Xiao Zhengdong urged the soldiers of the 6th Company to prioritize consuming the wild vegetables, conserving their rations wherever possible. Sun Haizi, Zhou Yu, and others all began foraging for wild vegetables. The cooking team immediately started a fire. Upon hearing that there were wild vegetables available, other units also commenced their search. Suddenly, a soldier began to vomit uncontrollably, collapsing onto the grass from exhaustion. Are you so hungry that you resorted to recklessly digging up anything edible? Xiao Zhengdong inquired of the soldier, who nodded in response. Without my permission, no one is allowed to forage indiscriminately. Do you understand? Some plants are toxic. Xiao Zhengdong stated emphatically. An hour later, the sky grew overcast once again. Almost as if on cue, a torrential downpour began. This was the grassland, where there was no means of escape. They could only brave the rain and hasten their journey. This relentless state of being unable to find shelter or rest persisted almost daily. Some soldiers, unable to withstand such extreme conditions and weather, found their lives claimed by the grassland. Squad leader, Zhuang Ho cannot go on. Xiao Zhengdong observed the vast expanse of grass, pondering when it would finally end. Even he thought this, a testament to the suffering of the other soldiers. Then, a voice struck him like a thunderclap in his ears. Zhuang Ho cannot go on? Xiao Zhengdong dashed toward the rear of the formation. There he found Zhuang Ho, pale as death, lying on the grass, barely breathing. In recent days, Zhuang Ho had fallen ill and, compounded by the relentless march, had succumbed to exhaustion. Brother, we have been walking for 5 days. We are only 2 days away from making it out. Can you hold on? You must endure, even if it seems impossible, Xiao Zhengdong pleaded. Gazing at Zhuang Ho's countenance, this was the first time tears welled up in his eyes since his arrival in this world. Memories of their shared experiences flooding his mind, fighting side by side, sharing laughter and anger, even covering themselves with the same blanket at night. The grief he felt could only be described as profound. I have no regrets joining the Red Army, Zhuang Ho said, looking at Xiao Zhengdong. Then at Zhou Yu and Sun Haizi, smiling gently as he closed his eyes. Zhuang Ho, Zhuang Ho. Sun Haizi and Zhou Yu shook him. But he showed no sign of life. Soon, his face was devoid of color, vitality extinguished. Xiao Zhengdong and the soldiers buried Zhuang Ho in this stretch of grass. Zhuang Ho, in our next lives, we shall be brothers again. Xiao Zhengdong took a swig from his flask and poured the remainder of the liquor over Zhuang Ho's grave. In his memory, it seemed he had never shared a drink with Zhuang Ho. Only at the brink of life did he realize the multitude of regrets that surrounded them. Xiao Zhengdong personally carved a headstone for Zhuang Ho, signing it with his unit number. Zhuang Ho's name deserved to be remembered. He would always be a soldier of the 6th Company. The 6th Company would never forget him. After a week, the 6th Company finally traversed the grassland and continued north with the main force. They had nearly evaded the enemy's pursuit, with only a small contingent of pursuers remaining, insignificant and laughable, akin to jesters. Moreover, as they advanced northward, they also raised the banner of resistance against the Japanese invasion. However, Xiao Zhengdong was unable to accompany the troops to complete the arduous journey of 25,000 miles. In early 1936, the organization decided to transfer him to northeast China, where he would serve as a battalion commander in the anti-Japanese United Army. Although it was regrettable that he did not finish the long march, the path ahead was promising. During the most challenging times, Xiao Zhengdong had already followed through, which was enough. At this juncture, the Japanese were becoming increasingly rampant in their so-called puppet manchukuo, oppressing the local populace. Xiao Zhengdong frequently encountered reports in the newspapers about the Japanese slaughtering entire villages. There was even one Japanese soldier with internal issues who resorted to harvesting the internal organs of the local people. A cruel and barbaric act aimed at supplementing his own health through macabre means. The Japanese were indeed perverse, despicable creatures that must be resisted. Their arrogance needed to be crushed. When Xiao Zhengdong received the order, he was overwhelmed with excitement. At last, he would have the opportunity to fight against the Japanese. In the previous decade, he had longed for this moment. I am coming for you, Japanese, he thought. I will be your nightmare. A month later, Xiao Zhengdong, accompanied by Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai, disembarked from the train, stepping onto the soil of northeast China. Dressed in a black long robe, adorned with a black hat and gold-rimmed glasses, he presented himself as an intellectual. In contrast, Ouyang Bai and Sun Haizi donned simpler attire, resembling Xiao Zhengdong's attendants, thus concealing their true identities. They traveled by horse-drawn carriage toward the Dahuang Fort in Guilin Town. Sir, your accent suggests you are not a local of Dahuang Fort. Are you visiting relatives? The coachman inquired casually as he guided the horses. Indeed, Xiao Zhengdong nodded. I have heard that Dahuang Fort has not been very peaceful lately. The coachman remarked. What do you mean by not peaceful? Ouyang Bai pressed for details. The Japanese are causing trouble, the coachman replied. Xiao Zhengdong readily agreed. Where the Japanese were present, tranquility was evidently unattainable. Master, I have heard that there is a garrison of nearly 100 Japanese soldiers not far from Dahuang Fort. Is that correct? Xiao Zhengdong asked, as he was not well versed in the specifics of Dahuang Fort and saw this as an opportunity to inquire. The coachman, having seen many travelers, was knowledgeable. Indeed, it's all Japanese. Even the dogs dare not bark when passing by the garrison's gates. Those soldiers rob the locals of their belongings every few days, and some indulge in heinous acts of violence. Many young girls, barely 17 or 18, who have scarcely left their homes, have been subjected to their brutal assaults. Not only are they violated, but many are also murdered. Consequently, countless families have fled, choosing to risk starvation rather than live under the perpetual shadow of the Japanese in a state of constant fear. As the coachman spoke of the Japanese garrison, he seemed to open up, revealing his pent-up frustrations. With clenched fists, Sun Haizi's bones crackled as he heard of the Japanese's atrocious deeds. He truly wished to tear them apart. Even dogs would disdain the stench of Japanese flesh, he exclaimed. Xiao Zhengdong gently patted Sun Haizi's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. After all, they were there for a purpose, to annihilate the Japanese. Sitting in the carriage, Xiao Zhengdong looked up at the sky, which, despite its blueness, seemed to hold an ominous weight. However, an air of desolation lingered. We passed by the enemy garrison ahead. For a considerable stretch, silence enveloped us, until the driver pointed towards a military camp. The garrison, surrounded by towering walls exceeding 4 meters, stood formidable, with a heavily fortified entrance. 2 soldiers, upon noticing the striking figure of Xiao Zhengdong, furrowed their brows and raised their rifles, mimicking a shooting gesture towards him. Instantly, Xiao Zhengdong, Sun Haizi, and Ouyang Bai became vigilant, ready to draw their weapons at any moment. The soldier's actions startled the driver nearly out of his wits. We are law-abiding citizens, he hastily proclaimed, offering a nervous smile. Indeed, law-abiding citizens, Xiao Zhengdong echoed. The 2 soldiers sneered but ultimately allowed Xiao Zhengdong and his companions to depart. With a sigh of relief, the driver continued along the mountain road before coming to a halt. Gentlemen, just ahead lies Guilin Town. Follow the main road, and upon reaching a small grove, take a right to reach Dahuang Fort. This area has seen the presence of guerrilla fighters, and the enemy has been actively hunting them in Guilin Town. It's rather unsafe. I must apologize for my hesitation earlier due to the garrison's intimidation, the driver expressed, bowing with regret towards Xiao Zhengdong. Not at all. Xiao Zhengdong replied with a shrug and a smile, fully comprehending the driver's fear. It was a natural response. The driver had already shown considerable courage by appeasing the enemy for their sake, even without reaching their intended destination. Xiao Zhengdong awarded the driver a silver dollar as previously agreed, reflecting his empathy for the common people. The driver, momentarily taken aback by the coin, bowed deeply and drove his cart back into the city. We shall explore Dahuang Fort and survey the surrounding terrain, Xiao Zhengdong suggested. Those enemy scoundrels. I would eliminate one for every encounter, he declared passionately. How dare they occupy our lands and oppress our people with such audacity? Sun Haizi, having restrained his anger throughout the journey, finally vented his frustration. Should we not return and deal with those 2 soldiers? Ouyang Bai pondered, visibly stirred. Though Ouyang Bai maintained a composed exterior, he shared Sun Haizi's deep-seated hatred for the enemy. Both turned their hopeful gazes towards Xiao Zhengdong, their commanding officer, knowing that any course of action required his consent. That is unwise, Xiao Zhengdong countered, shaking his head. If we were to return and kill those two soldiers, it would raise alarms, making the garrison's defenses even more stringent. Furthermore, we are unfamiliar with the terrain. We cannot guarantee that other enemy forces are not lurking nearby. Should we fire a weapon, we risk being surrounded and endangering our lives. Xiao Zhengdong's reasoning persuaded Ouyang and Sun Haizi to relent. Let go of me. Do not strip me of my clothing. I would rather bite my tongue than grant you any advantage. As Xiao Zhengdong and his companions approached a mountain village, they noticed the word stone village carved upon a rock. Passing by a thatched cottage, they were startled by the piercing screams of a woman from within. Let her scream. Hehehe. The more she does, the more exhilarated I become. Immediately, a voice in Japanese echoed through the air. Xiao Zhengdong and his companions furrowed their brows, knowing all too well that this indicated the presence of the enemy violating a civilian woman. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong swiftly pushed open the door. With a swift thrust, he plunged his dagger into the back of the enemy soldier. Instantly, he covered the soldier's mouth to muffle any cries that might alert his comrades. As he twisted the blade, it tore through the soldier's insides, ensuring a death fraught with endless agony and fear. Chapter 48. Slaying 3 more enemies, releasing his grip. The lifeless body of the soldier crumpled to the floor, blood gushing forth. Aside from the enemy's corpse, the room contained 2 more bodies, a man and a woman, both seemingly in their 40s. Xiao Zhengdong cast a glance at the 18-year-old girl, cornered against the wall, her clothing torn, revealing her fair shoulders. These 2 must be her parents, he surmised. The enemy's weapon lay discarded nearby, its bayonet still glistening with fresh crimson blood. The girl's parents had been brutally stabbed to death, each victim suffering multiple wounds, at least 5 for each. Ouyang and Sun Haizi, witnessing this horrific scene, gritted their teeth in anger. It was only by not confronting the enemy directly that they remained unaware of the depths of their cruelty. Ouyang exclaimed in frustration. With a resounding thud, Sun Haizi stomped heavily on the soldier's thigh, shattering the bone beneath. Even this act of retribution did not quell his anger. Damn it. We acted too soon, Sun Haizi muttered. Put this on, Xiao Zhengdong instructed, picking up a long garment from the ground and offering it to the 18-year-old girl. She was a vision of beauty, even in her disheveled state, her skin translucent, her nose delicate, and her eyes sparkling like the night sky. The girl accepted the clothing and quickly donned it. Thank you. Thank you for saving me and avenging my parents, she said, tears mingling with her gratitude. Once she was dressed, she knelt before Xiao Zhengdong. He promptly helped her to her feet. It is we who are sorry for your plight. We arrived too late. He spoke sincerely. As a soldier, it was his duty to protect the homeland. In times of such calamity, soldiers must bear the responsibility to the end, striving for a world of peace and tranquility. You are a good person, the 18-year-old girl said, gazing deeply into Xiao Zhengdong's eyes. She had witnessed too much evil, and in him, she saw a beacon of hope dispelling the darkness. Is your village besieged by only this one enemy? Xiao Zhengdong inquired, steering the conversation towards the pressing matter of preventing further atrocities against the innocent. For have come, she replied. The village chief mentioned they were here to investigate the guerrilla forces. I do not know the whereabouts of the other 3. Xiao Zhengdong stroked his nose, sensing a lingering danger for the other villagers. Stay here. We shall return shortly to assist you with the enemy's bodies and ensure your parents receive a proper burial. Our immediate priority is to deal with the remaining 3 enemies, he instructed the girl before hastily departing with Ouyang and Sun Haizi. Should we split up? Ouyang queried. We will remain together, Xiao Zhengdong affirmed. Xiao Zhengdong hesitated for a moment before making a decision. After all, there were 3 Japanese soldiers outside. What if they were acting in concert? Encountering them alone would be difficult to manage. It was imperative to eliminate the soldiers silently to prevent the village's traders from hearing gunfire and alerting others, which would endanger the residents of Shitu village. Xiao Zhengdong was uncertain whether there were traders in the village, but precautions were essential. He and his 2 companions moved swiftly through the village. With the Japanese soldiers having entered, the villagers remained behind closed doors, resulting in few witnessing the presence of the 3 strangers. Shitu village, being a mountainous settlement, covered a considerable area. After expending considerable effort, they finally spotted the Japanese soldiers. The 3 soldiers, clad in military uniforms, emerged from a house, adjusting their trousers and laughing, displaying a sense of satisfaction. Damn it, Sun Haizi exclaimed, immediately sensing that the soldiers had likely committed unspeakable acts. Kill them, Xiao Zhengdong uttered, his tone chilling and resolute. Leading Sun Haizi and Ouyang by, Xiao Zhengdong concealed his dagger within his sleeve and strode purposefully toward the trio. The soldiers, noticing them, shouted curses in Japanese. What are you? Get lost. However, Xiao Zhengdong, Ouyang by, and Sun Haizi continued to advance, disregarding their taunts. Xiao Zhengdong understood Japanese, but it mattered little. Their fate was sealed. The soldiers sensed the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Zhengdong and his companions, promptly grasping their rifles. Yet, they had no opportunity to pull the trigger. In unison, Xiao Zhengdong, Sun Haizi, and Ouyangbai struck. Xiao Zhengdong's dagger plunged into one soldier's throat. Ouyangbai pierced another's temple, and Sun Haizi, with brutality, stabbed into the chest of the last, slicing downward to eviscerate him. The movements were swift, brutal, and lethal. Nearby lay a dry well, into which they disposed of the soldiers' bodies, covering them with withered leaves to conceal their presence. That wasn't enough, Sun Haizi remarked. I feel the same, Ouyangbai agreed, nodding emphatically. Xiao Zhengdong recalled the initial friction between Ouyangbai and Sun Haizi. Had he not intervened, they might have come to blows. Now, however, they were in perfect harmony. Indeed, relationships require cultivation and a gradual process, much like friendship. Let us return to find that 18-year-old girl, Xiao Zhengdong suggested. True to his word, he and his companions dealt with the Japanese soldiers at the girl's home in a similar manner, discarding them into the dry well. They also dug a grave on the hillside for her parents, ensuring they were laid to rest together. The young girl mourned at her parents' grave, weeping with a hoarse voice. What is your name? The girl was asked. Huang Yuer, she replied through her sobs. I am Xiao Zhengdong. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again, he said, leaving his name behind as he departed with Sun Haizi and Ouyangbai. They arrived at Dahuang Fort, which had become a desolate village, with empty houses standing abandoned. This inevitably reminded Xiao Zhengdong of the words spoken earlier by the coachman, who mentioned that guerrilla forces roamed about Dahuang Fortress, rendering it particularly favored by the Japanese troops. The villagers suffered immensely, forced to abandon their homes and flee, for remaining in the village meant not only the peril of losing their wealth but also their very lives. Who are you three? What brings you to Dahuang Fortress? Inquired a middle-aged man, around 40, as he approached Xiao Zhengdong, Ouyangbai, and Sun Haizi after they had meandered through the fortress. You must be with the guerrilla forces, Xiao Zhengdong replied with a smile. Instantly, the middle-aged man became exceedingly vigilant. Drawing his weapon, who are you? He demanded, aiming his gun at Xiao Zhengdong and then at Sun Haizi and Ouyangbai. I have been sent by the organization to lead you, Xiao Zhengdong asserted. Upon hearing his name, the middle-aged man lowered his weapon. Do you have any proof of your identity? He asked. Chapter 49. Eliminate the Japanese garrison. The middle-aged man did not lower his gun out of complete trust in Xiao Zhengdong and his companions, but rather because 5 more guerrilla members emerged from an alley, their weapons aimed at Xiao Zhengdong. Should Xiao Zhengdong provide an incorrect answer or insufficient evidence, he would be executed on the spot. The Japanese were cunning. Their intelligence agencies had frequently ambushed members of the Red Army's underground operatives, employing traitors disguised as Red Army personnel to infiltrate the northeastern guerrilla forces, leading to widespread arrests. Hence, the guerrilla members were compelled to remain cautious, ever vigilant in their approach. What is the meaning of this? Not only do you refuse to extend a warm welcome, but you also point guns at our heads. Sun Haizi exclaimed, his anger palpable. Haizi, calm down. As newcomers, we must respect the local customs, Xiao Zhengdong soothed. He believed the guerrilla members were not acting improperly. Caution was essential. However, their methods felt somewhat unrefined. This is my transfer order, Xiao Zhengdong stated, producing a letter from his belongings and handing it to the middle-aged man. The man scrutinized it carefully, his brow gradually relaxing. Captain Xiao, it is indeed a pleasure to have you lead our Dahuang guerrilla forces. I have heard you were the company commander of the 6th Platoon in the 5th Battalion of the 2nd Regiment, and that you have traversed snowy mountains with the main forces. I am truly impressed, the middle-aged man said warmly, his demeanor shifting to one of friendliness. Red 1st Regiment. Xiao Zhengdong corrected him with a wry smile, aware that the man was still testing him. Captain Xiao, welcome. We have been awaiting your arrival, the man continued. I am Lin Guiyong, a member of the Dahuang guerrilla forces. He extended his hand to Xiao Zhengdong. Greetings, Comrade Lin Guiyong, Xiao Zhengdong responded, shaking his hand. I am bowing. It is a pleasure to meet you, Captain Xiao, said a fair and plump young man, approximately in his 30s, stepping forward to greet Xiao Zhengdong. Jiafugue, Zhang Bo, Lin Nanshan, and Wang Xia, the remaining 4 guerrilla members introduced themselves in turn. Xiao Zhengdong then noticed that there was a female warrior among the Dahuang guerrilla forces. Wang Xia held a unique pistol in each hand, sporting a short hairstyle akin to that of men. However, Wang Xia was extraordinarily beautiful, possessing an exquisite and radiant charm, even with her short hair. It was evident that she was a stunning beauty. It was hard to imagine how magnificent she would appear with longer hair. The unique pistol, a product of local craftsmanship, could fire only a single bullet at a time and was colloquially known as the snub-nosed. Hey, with such beauty, why not marry into a wealthy family and enjoy a life of ease? Sun Haizi remarked. It's dangerous out here in battle. If a bullet were to strike your face, you might not die, but your beauty would be marred. That would be unfortunate. Xiao Zhengdong felt somewhat speechless. He really did not want to divulge that he had come from the northeast with Sun Haizi. Whenever Sun Haizi encountered a woman, he lost all decorum. Wang Xia shot Sun Haizi a cold glance and replied quietly, "If the enemy can disfigure me, I accept that, after all. I've taken down no fewer than 10 enemies with my own hands, so it balances out." 10 enemies? Ouyang Bai was taken aback. Indeed, 10. Lin Guiyong attested on Wang Xia's behalf. Sun Haizi looked at Wang Xia, his demeanor becoming more serious. Wang Xia had silenced not only Sun Haizi, but also those guerrilla fighters who had previously doubted her. It was no small feat for a woman to be a warrior and slay enemies. Xiao Zhengdong admired her courage. "Where are the others? Lead me to meet them," Xiao Zhengdong said. "This way, please," Lin Guiyong replied, leading the way. Dahuang Fort was interspersed with 7 or 8 small hills and dense forests, making it an ideal hiding place. Lin Guiyong guided Xiao Zhengdong through winding paths until they reached a larger village atop a hill. There were 40 guerrilla fighters in the village, the eldest being 50 and the youngest merely 18. Today is the day of the meeting for the Dahuang guerrilla forces. "And everyone is present," Lin Guiyong announced. Xiao Zhengdong surveyed the motley crew before him, a group of only 50 fighters with varying heights, weights, and ages. He was momentarily stunned. Had he not been appointed as the battalion leader? This was hardly a sufficient force. And the disparity among them was stark compared to the 6 companies he had led during his time in the Red 1st Regiment. Reality often proved far more sobering than one's imagination. Indeed, rising rapidly through the ranks to the position of battalion commander was no easy feat. This title seemed to have been bestowed upon him to prevent him from abandoning his post. "Well, Xiao Battalion Commander, are you dissatisfied with us?" Lin Guiyong inquired. Xiao Zhengdong rubbed his nose, thinking that since the truth had surfaced, there was no point in denying it. "Satisfied. Very satisfied. You all appear to be heroes." He forced a smile. "Fake," Wang Xia retorted bluntly. Coughing lightly, Xiao Zhengdong attempted to regain his composure. "I am Xiao Zhengdong, your battalion commander. From now on, the Dahuang guerrilla forces will be officially organized under the 38th Regiment, 23rd Battalion of the Anti-Japanese Allied Forces. In order to facilitate our address and maintain confidentiality, we shall henceforth refer to ourselves as the Dahuang Guerrilla Brigade during our anti-Japanese operations." Xiao Zhengdong's demeanor turned serious as he proclaimed loudly, "From now on, we are a regular army." The soldiers of the Dahuang Guerrilla Brigade exchanged glances, brimming with excitement. Some even shed tears. After months of battling the enemy, enduring life and death, and sacrificing numerous comrades, they finally received recognition and found their organization. "On our way here, we eliminated 4 Japanese soldiers and confiscated 4 Type 38 rifles. You may divide them among yourselves," Xiao Zhengdong announced, noticing that a few members of the Dahuang Brigade were still unarmed. Subsequently, Sun Haizi handed over the 4 Type 38 rifles, which he had been carrying, wrapped in black cloth, to Lin Guiyong. "Daji, your marksmanship is commendable. The Type 38 is an excellent rifle. It's yours to use." Lin Guiyong swiftly allocated the rifles to his comrades. Xiao Zhengdong then inquired curiously, "What meeting are you discussing today?" "We are planning how to eliminate the company commander of the Japanese garrison near Guilin Town, Fukuyama Daisuke," Lin Guiyong replied. "Fukuyama Daisuke was responsible for the death of our former brigade leader, Wang Kong, who is the elder brother of comrade Wang Xia. This grudge must be avenged." As he spoke, Lin Guiyong clenched his fists, and the other guerrilla fighters were equally stirred. It appears that Fukuyama Daisuke is indeed a villain of the utmost degree. Is merely killing Fukuyama Daisuke sufficient for our vengeance? "I will lead you to annihilate the entire Japanese garrison near Guilin Town," Xiao Zhengdong declared, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle. Chapter 50, A Massacre of Personal Vendetta. Captain Xiao, we number only 40 to 50 men. While the Japanese garrison consists of at least 150 soldiers, armed to the teeth, we cannot possibly match their firepower, and their defenses are exceedingly tight. It's simply unfeasible, Lin Guiyong cautioned. He understood that Xiao Zhengdong sought to make a bold impression as a newly appointed leader. Yet such audacity could easily deplete the guerrilla force on the very first day. To challenge a lion with mere rabbits is a fool's errand, he warned, urging Captain Xiao to reconsider. The Dahuang Brigade members erupted in chaos, vehemently rejecting Xiao Zhengdong's proposal. However, Xiao Zhengdong remained composed, having anticipated this very reaction. "Please, allow me to share my thoughts," he began earnestly outlining his plan. From the moment he laid eyes on the Japanese garrison, he had been resolute in his intention to eradicate them. Xiao Zhengdong had joined the anti-Japanese coalition with the singular purpose of vanquishing the enemy. 3 days later, under the cloak of night, Xiao Zhengdong approached the entrance of the Japanese garrison alone. In a swift motion, before the stationed Japanese soldiers could utter a word, he simultaneously hurled 2 shurikens, piercing their hearts and emerging through their ribs. The 2 Japanese soldiers collapsed against the door, lifeless, unaware of their sudden demise. Their deaths were inexplicable, a fatal ambush that caught them entirely off guard. As he neared the garrison's entrance, Xiao Zhengdong gently pushed open a narrow gap. He observed the vast military parade ground, nearly devoid of Japanese soldiers, while the rooms were brightly illuminated. In the distance, the curtains of the second floor faintly revealed the silhouette of a woman, gracefully dancing with a fan in her hands. Xiao Zhengdong seized the moment. Swiftly donning the uniform of a Japanese garrison soldier, he gestured towards a narrow stone alley across the way. The company commander had already infiltrated the garrison. Our task now was to secure all the entrances, permitting no Japanese soldiers to approach the garrison. We would eliminate anyone we encountered and remain poised for the signal flare. Once it ascended, we would storm the garrison. Ouyangbai addressed the other members of the Da Huang guerrilla squad loudly, as he had been instructed by Xiao Zhengdong to lead the guerrillas in this manner. Yes, yes, the guerrilla fighters replied in hushed tones. They dispersed according to the planned route. As Xiao Zhengdong entered the garrison, he spotted a Japanese soldier practicing on the horizontal bar, bare-chested in the frigid weather, showcasing a chiseled physique with 8-pack abs, exuding an air of strength. With swift determination, Xiao Zhengdong approached and plunged his knife into the soldier's abdomen. In an instant, he struck again, this time at the soldier's temple. Those well-defined abs proved futile, succumbing easily to the blade. Xiao Zhengdong remained unfazed, kicking the lifeless body into a corner where it would be concealed in the shadows. 10 meters away, 2 Japanese soldiers were practicing with bayonets, their targets being 2 women bound to a wooden post, their bodies marred by bloody wounds, undoubtedly having been mercilessly slain by these soldiers. Rage surged within Xiao Zhengdong at the sight of his fellow women being treated as mere targets for combat practice. He sprinted towards them, seizing one soldier by the throat, dragging both into the open water room like discarded carcasses. One soldier, gripped tightly by Xiao Zhengdong, was gradually asphyxiated until his vertebrae crumbled under the pressure, blood bursting forth. The water room was splattered with thick, crimson liquid. The other soldier, witnessing this gruesome scene, thrashed in terror, his pupils dilating in fear as he attempted to flee. However, Xiao Zhengdong would not relent, maintaining his iron grip on the soldier's throat, regardless of the desperate struggles to escape. Then, Xiao Zhengdong turned on the faucet, dousing the soldier's lower half with scalding water, steam billowing around them. It wasn't long before the unmistakable scent of cooked flesh filled the air. The soldier succumbed to death. Suddenly, a soldier exercising on the playground sensed something amiss and approached the water room. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of 2 corpses and a pool of blood. Before he could react, Xiao Zhengdong had already slashed his throat, dispatching yet another foe with calm resolve. At that moment, 5 Japanese soldiers remained engaged in a collective game of soccer on the playground. Xiao Zhengdong's gaze fixated on their necks. How could they revel in their activities on this land, having committed numerous heinous acts that rendered countless innocent lives shattered and displaced? He surveyed the various rooms of the barracks. No one noticed the playground through the window. Xiao Zhengdong thought to himself that he must act swiftly. He needed to eliminate these 5 Japanese soldiers quickly to proceed with his next move. "Hey, fetch the ball," commanded a Japanese second lieutenant as he kicked the ball away, directing Xiao Zhengdong to retrieve it. The 5 soldiers gathered together, sipping water. Fortunately, Xiao Zhengdong had learned Japanese in his previous life. He understood and promptly went to retrieve the soccer ball, jogging to present it to the lieutenant. "Well done," the lieutenant said with a smile. In an instant, as the soccer ball was taken, Xiao Zhengdong's dagger appeared in his right hand, and he swiftly slashed the lieutenant's throat, the blade slicing through with precision. The lieutenant's neck bore only a red line before he toppled backward, blood gushing forth as he fell, splattering the ground. It was a rare opportunity with the 5 soldiers clustered together. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong turned, and his dagger once again cut through the throat of another soldier. With a powerful strike, he slammed his fist against the temple of yet another soldier, the impact rendering the opponent's brain as fragile as tofu, sending the lifeless body flying 6 meters away like a kite severed from its string. Then, with a swift step, he delivered an elbow strike to the jaw of another soldier, the tremendous force instantly causing fatal trauma. Xiao Zhengdong's arm, still gripping the dagger, arced toward the last soldier's head, plunging the blade down into the center of his skull, obliterating the brain tissue within. The lieutenant's body had not yet touched the ground when the 5th soldier fell, all 5 corpses hitting the earth almost simultaneously, stirring up a cloud of dust. The spotlight from the garrison continued to sweep around, and Xiao Zhengdong kicked the bodies aside, cleverly evading the light. With a swift motion, he ignited a signal flare. A plume of red smoke slowly ascending into the night sky. He could still hear the Japanese soldiers in their barracks singing songs steeped in the essence of cherry blossoms, seemingly reveling in their life on this foreign soil. This night, Xiao Zhengdong intended for them all to perish. None would be spared. Chapter 51. 50 gold bars. Xiao Zhengdong withdrew his dagger from the soldier's head, noticing a chip on the blade, which he then discarded onto the fallen soldier. Sun Haizi, Ouyangbai, Lin Guiyong, and Wang Xia each led a team, and upon seeing Xiao Zhengdong's signal flare ascend, they surged into the garrison. In the darkness, they fought independently. Although Xiao Zhengdong could not direct them, He had anticipated this scenario and had assigned attack positions in advance, ensuring there would be no mistakes. As Wang Xia passed the water room, she was struck by the gruesome sight of the Japanese soldiers' lifeless bodies, a chill running down her spine. Without a doubt, this was the work of their captain, Xiao Zhengdong. In the center of the playground lay a multitude of corpses. They now truly grasped the magnitude of Xiao Zhengdong's claim that he had slaughtered all the Japanese in the garrison. It stemmed from his formidable strength. Through his solitary prowess, Xiao Zhengdong had created an opportunity for them to silently infiltrate the Japanese garrison. It was not due to any weakness in the enemy's defense, but rather a testament to Xiao Zhengdong's extraordinary combat abilities. The guerrilla fighters of the Great Wilderness dispersed, stealthily approaching the walls of the military camp. 3, 2, 1. Xiao Zhengdong initiated the countdown. As the final moment arrived, he hurled the explosive charge he carried into one of the barracks, shattering glass with precision as it landed. Concurrently, the other warriors of the Great Wilderness guerrilla band launched their own explosives. The charges inundated every room of the garrison. Having practiced this synchronized maneuver over 1,000 times, Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades executed it flawlessly. Inside the room, the Japanese soldiers, upon witnessing the explosive packages descending, momentarily froze before a wave of terror compelled them to flee. But it was too late. Xiao Zhengdong retreated hastily. Boom, boom, boom. The detonations reverberated in succession, engulfing the entire garrison in flames. This explosion claimed the lives of at least half the Japanese troops stationed there. A multitude of soldiers began to emerge from the building in panic. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong shot dead a soldier who had rushed out clad only in a white loincloth. The remaining guerrilla fighters, akin to hunters, relentlessly fired upon the fleeing Japanese, who had no opportunity to retaliate. The blaze grew fiercer, thick smoke billowing forth. The Japanese soldiers could not endure the heat. Bang! One soldier scrambled to the rooftop, intent on shooting Xiao Zhengdong. But the latter spotted him and swiftly pulled the trigger of his revolver, the bullet piercing through the soldier's jaw and exiting his skull. The Japanese soldier collapsed onto the ground, leaving a pool of blood. Damn it, that feels good, Sun Haizi exclaimed, cursing as he shot another Japanese soldier, his third kill of the night. Since arriving in Guilin town, he had felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The invaders had gone too far. Tonight, the Great Wilderness guerrilla band had unleashed their fury. Henceforth, it was the Japanese who should feel fear on this land. They had no right to be here. One by one, the Japanese soldiers fell, their bodies littering the ground. A few raised white flags as they fled the building. Bang! Without hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong shot them down. They had committed heinous crimes. Not everyone could survive by merely surrendering. These garrison soldiers had done too many vile deeds. None were innocent. They all deserved their fate. The explosions would surely alert the city's Japanese military police, who would be rushing here shortly. With nearly all the garrison troops eliminated, the fighters split up to search for anything of value within the camp. Though the dormitory had been destroyed, the armory and kitchen remained intact. Time was of the essence. They needed to move quickly. Now we can speak freely, Xiao Zhengdong addressed his comrades amidst the raging flames. And there is no need to hide any longer. Die, you bastards, he shouted, making his way toward the armory. A duty-bound Japanese soldier, realizing there was no escape, grasped a light machine gun and opened fire on the guerrilla fighters. Rat-a-tat-tat. A member of the Dahuang guerrilla team was suddenly struck by 5 or 6 bullets, as the Japanese soldier had opened fire prematurely, leaving no time for a response. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong swiftly shot at the soldier's heart, causing the enemy to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Retrieve the body. Lin Guiyong rushed forward, crying out in anguish upon witnessing the sacrifice of his comrade. Xiao Zhengdong shook his head. The loss of any guerrilla fighter was an unbearable burden for him. We shall bring back the body of Huizi for burial at Dahuang Fort, he declared. Xiao Zhengdong immediately entered the enemy's armory, prioritizing the battlefield over grief. 2 mortars, 3 light machine guns, over 50 rifles, and an uncountable amount of ammunition were now in their possession. Incredible! Sun Haizi exclaimed, his face beaming with delight. Wang Xia, upon seeing the vast arsenal, allowed a rare smile to break through her usually cold demeanor. Take it all. We must swiftly evacuate the Japanese garrison, Xiao Zhengdong commanded decisively. Understood. The guerrilla fighters responded in unison. At that moment, every soldier in the Dahuang guerrilla team held deep respect for Xiao Zhengdong. He had successfully led them in slaughtering the Japanese garrison with minimal casualties. Only 1 guerrilla had fallen, while 3 others sustained minor injuries. It felt surreal. A testament to Xiao Zhengdong's overwhelming personal strength and tactical acumen. The guerrilla fighters began to transport the weapons away. Meanwhile, Ouyang led a dozen guerrilla fighters to the enemy kitchen, where they discovered numerous cans and a bounty of meat and vegetables, all of which they quickly collected. In a corner, a Chinese chef was weeping profusely, trembling with fear. Ouyang spared the chef's life upon hearing from a fellow guerrilla that he had committed no heinous acts. Hurry, we must relocate from Guilin Town. Ouyangbai instructed the chef. Ouyangbai also made a hasty retreat from the garrison. Captain, why are you running toward the building? The flames are immense. Wang Xia observed Xiao Zhengdong's intent to advance into the inferno of the enemy garrison, perplexed. I must scavenge the building. It surely holds a fortune, Xiao Zhengdong replied. You all evacuate first. Having come this far, he was determined to seize every opportunity. I'll go with you, Wang Xia insisted. No, your presence would be a burden. Xiao Zhengdong replied, dismissing further debate as he dashed into the fire. Wang Xia was momentarily taken aback by his words. Feeling both insulted and yet recognizing a semblance of truth in them, she quickly joined the others in their retreat. Xiao Zhengdong possessed extraordinary physical resilience. The intense heat and thick smoke within the building only caused him slight discomfort. He rummaged through each room, collecting watches and pocket watches, taking everything he could find. In one office, he discovered an unlocked safe. Upon opening it, he was dazzled by the sight of approximately 50 gold bars, gleaming brilliantly. He weighed one in his hand. It was over 100 grams, standard large yellow fish. 50 gold bars in total. In total, there were over 5,000 grams of gold. It is unimaginable that a mere garrison camp on the outskirts of a county could hoard such a vast quantity of wealth. This stark reality reveals the extent to which they exploit the already impoverished populace, accumulating such riches. They are not merely robbers, they are vile miscreants, worse than beasts. A disgrace to humanity. Aside from 50 gold bars, the safe also contained over 200 silver dollars and several stacks of paper currency. Xiao Zhengdong closed the safe, intending to carry it away from the garrison, when his foot inadvertently kicked something. Looking down, he saw a plump figure, Fushan Daxiang. The old rascal was here. Over the past few days, Xiao Zhengdong had closely observed the garrison, and he recognized Fushan Daxiang at once. At that moment, Fushan Daxiang had merely succumbed to the choking smoke. He was not yet dead. Xiao Zhengdong drew a nearby fallen military knife and swiftly severed Fushan Daxiang's head. He removed the old soldier's uniform and wrapped the head in it, slinging it over his shoulder. Cradling the safe, Xiao Zhengdong leapt from the second-floor window, landing firmly on the ground. Suddenly, several trucks roared into the garrison, their headlights illuminating Xiao Zhengdong in stark clarity. Clutching the safe in one arm and bearing the dripping head in a bag on his back, he presented a bizarre sight. A captain emerged from one of the trucks and shouted at the figure clad in Japanese military attire. Hey, what's going on? Bring the safe over here. Bang. Xiao Zhengdong swiftly drew his gun, firing a shot that pierced the captain's skull. What the hell? Do you think I would hand over what I've worked so hard to acquire? He retorted, glancing disdainfully at the lifeless body of the Japanese captain. Did they even speak human language? Speaking in Chinese, Xiao Zhengdong's words triggered a realization among the Japanese soldiers, who shouted, he asked not one of us. He must be a guerrilla. Soldiers poured out of the trucks like dumplings, raising their guns to fire at Xiao Zhengdong. Some of them began shooting while still on the trucks. Whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, hundreds of bullets rained down upon him like a tidal wave. Clang. A few bullets struck the safe, producing a resounding metallic clatter and sparks flying. Enjoy your treasures. Xiao Zhengdong scoffed, swiftly darting behind a stone table for cover. He still possessed a bomb made of 10 wooden-handled grenades bundled together. Pulling the safety pin, he hurled it toward the gathering Japanese soldiers. Boom. The bomb exploded, sending a thick plume of flames skyward. 2 trucks were overturned, their drivers perishing in the shockwave, along with over 20 other Japanese soldiers who were killed in the blast. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 Japanese soldiers writhed on the ground, some with severed arms or legs, moaning in agony. Seizing the moment of chaos, Xiao Zhengdong sprinted toward the high wall. Kill him, the detestable guerrilla. A major, upon witnessing Xiao Zhengdong single-handedly inflicting such significant destruction, felt his temper flare. Veins bulging in anger, he unsheathed the saber at his waist and bellowed orders to his soldiers. The sound of gunfire erupted as all soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Xiao Zhengdong. He sprinted, propelling himself off the wall with his legs, and with a swift motion, seized the ledge, hoisting himself over the high wall. Bullets ricocheted off, leaving deep, jagged holes in the structure. In an instant, Xiao Zhengdong had vanished from the military encampment. The soldiers of the Japanese military police stood in awe, witnessing Xiao Zhengdong's almost acrobatic escape. Their expressions blank as they turned to the major. Pursue him. What are you waiting for, you fools? We must eliminate him. The major thundered. For too long. They had treated the local populace as mere fodder. Even when the guerrillas caused a ruckus, the chaos was manageable, the casualties contained. But tonight, the upheaval was beyond their control, inflicting severe losses upon them. The major seethed with a desire to rend Xiao Zhengdong into pieces. Not far from the encampment, Xiao Zhengdong found a horse tethered and swiftly mounted, spurring it into a gallop. His accomplishments remained cloaked in anonymity. He had anticipated every turn of events. orchestrating both the beginning and the conclusion of his plan with total mastery. As he rode, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. He touched the area and found it soaked in blood. Despite the barrage of bullets, he had been struck by one. He rode furiously until he finally reached the fortress of Da Huang. At that moment, within Da Huang Fortress, the guerrilla fighters were gathered around the newly acquired mortars and light machine guns, their eyes glinting with envy. Previously, their most advanced weapon had been a rifle. But now they were awash with an abundance of arms, an overwhelming sight for them. Xiao Zhengdong tightened the reins, arriving before all the warriors of the Da Huang guerrilla group. "Commander! Commander!" They greeted him with expressions filled with reverence. The transformation of the Da Huang guerrilla group, with their newfound arsenal, was solely attributed to Xiao Zhengdong's efforts. Xiao Zhengdong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "You are injured." Sun Haizi observed the blood-staining Xiao Zhengdong's abdomen and rushed to assist him off the horse. Concern etched on his face. "It is merely a superficial wound, nothing serious. The bullet did not penetrate my organs," Xiao Zhengdong replied with a casual smile. "You have lost a considerable amount of blood, and to prevent infection, we must treat the wound promptly. We have some bandages, disinfectant, and Yunnan Baiyao in the village. Come with me, and I shall tend to you." Wang Xia, holding a box of supplies, suggested upon noticing his injury. "Wang Xia has medical training. Let her attend to your wound," Lin Guiyong added. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong nodded in agreement. Following Wang Xia, he entered a clean room, where a faint, fragrant aroma lingered, undoubtedly belonging to Wang Xia, as it appeared to be her living quarters. Guerrilla fighters typically reside in a village, which happens to be the property of Wang Xia. Her family was once part of the local gentry. However, with the arrival of the invaders, her parents were brutally slain, their land seized by treacherous elements of the security forces, and the village's wealth plundered. It has now become a refuge for the guerrilla fighters, with her family annihilated. It is no wonder that a smile seldom graces Wang Xia's lips. "Remove your upper garment," Wang Xia instructed. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong complied, revealing an impressive set of 8 abdominal muscles, a perfect line of definition, muscular chest, and well-defined biceps. His physique was nothing short of extraordinary. Wang Xia momentarily froze, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Chapter 53, The Battle in the Mountains and Forests. "What are you dawdling for? Do you wish to devour me?" Xiao Zhengdong reminded her. "Oh," Wang Xia snapped back to reality, quickly retrieving cotton swabs and iodine from a drawer to cleanse Xiao Zhengdong's wound. She was puzzled by the length of the bullet graze. Despite the jarring journey, he seemed unaffected. A common individual might have succumbed to excessive blood loss long ago. This man is remarkably strong and possesses great stamina. Wang Xia's delicate, porcelain-like hands diligently worked along his waist. Occasionally, her fingers inadvertently brushed against his skin, which felt remarkably firm. After applying Yunnan Baiyao and wrapping gauze around his waist twice, she completed the bandaging. "What is wrapped within that Japanese military uniform?" Wang Xia inquired, pointing at a bundle discarded by Xiao Zhengdong. "Open it, and you shall see," he replied. Dressing himself, Xiao Zhengdong exited Wang Xia's chamber. After a moment's hesitation, she crouched down to unveil the insignia of a major. A head. A bloodied head. Yet, instead of terror, tears streamed down her face. It was the head of Fukuyama Daxio, the one responsible for the murder of her brother, father, and mother. At last, he had met his end. Wang Xia's tears flowed uncontrollably. Years ago, she had been a carefree girl, cherished by her brother and adored by her parents, living in luxury and peace. She had believed life to be a simple pursuit of joy until the Japanese forces invaded Guilin town, shattering her existence. Now, she was utterly alone. With Fukuyama Daxio's demise, her heart found redemption. She broke free from her shackles. From that moment forth, she became a symbol of resistance against the Japanese. Her heart filled with love for her country, no longer confined to her small family. Her home had vanished, the nation had become her family, and the organization her sanctuary. Xiao Zhengdong arrived in the courtyard of the village where the warriors of the Da Huang guerrilla team were still surveying the scattered weapons and ammunition, eager to take action. "Distribute the arms among yourselves. Any surplus shall be concealed within the mountains, along with the safe. We have successfully annihilated the Japanese garrison. They will not let us off lightly. By dawn, they may launch a significant counterattack. This village of Da Huang is likely to be exposed by tomorrow. It is no longer a suitable refuge. After we complete our tasks, everyone should rest promptly and prepare for battle anew." Xiao Zhengdong addressed the Da Huang guerrilla team. Upon hearing that another battle awaited them the following day, the warriors grew solemn. "Indeed, we have vanquished over 100 Japanese soldiers, thereby piercing through the very fabric of this county, a monumental affront to the dignity of the imperial army. They will undoubtedly dispatch a formidable force to Guilin town tomorrow to hunt us down." Lin Guiyong nodded, drenched in cold sweat. He had been so immersed in the euphoria of victory that he had not considered the impending repercussions. It is no wonder that Xiao Zhengdong is the battalion commander. His thoughts are astute. Several guerrilla fighters felt a twinge of anxiety. After achieving such a splendid victory, must we engage in battle once more tomorrow? The members of the Dahuang guerrilla team are not professional soldiers. Many of them had only recently joined the ranks at the behest of Wang Xia's brother. Their psychological resilience is not particularly robust, and their physical stamina varies significantly. The thought of yet another confrontation tomorrow stirred excitement within me. I yearned to slay the enemy. I followed Battalion Commander Xiao here for the sole purpose of exterminating those wretches, declared Sun Haizi with a rugged demeanor. Sun Haizi retrieved a light machine gun and began loading the magazine, preferring the thrill of heavy firepower. With Battalion Commander Xiao leading us, victory is assured. Ouyang Bai chimed in cheerfully. Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai were employing this banter as a means to alleviate the psychological strain felt by their fellow guerrilla fighters. This was precisely why Xiao Zhengdong had brought them along, an understanding, a clever strategy. Having endured the long march, they had been tempered, their will fortified, and their camaraderie deepened. Subsequently, Xiao Zhengdong led several guerrilla fighters to conceal the remaining firearms and ammunition in a safe, after which the others retired to rest. Xiao Zhengdong spent the night awake. Lying on the rooftop, gazing at the moon and stars. The night sky was enchanting. He pondered the world from which he had traversed, and what transpirations might be occurring there. It seemed that slaying the enemy exponentially amplified my strength, far surpassing the growth I experienced during the long march. Clenching his fists, he could feel a significant enhancement in his power. Even a steel plate 5 centimeters thick would now yield a deep imprint from his punch. He had grown larger and more resilient. Xiao Zhengdong was uncertain how long this increase in strength would continue. Perhaps it was limitless. The following morning, the enemy has arrived. The enemy has arrived. The slender monkey of the Dahuang guerrilla team shouted as he rushed into the village. The 10 villages of Gulin town were now swarming with Japanese soldiers. Reports indicated that half of the military police had come, accompanied by an additional 300 from the security battalion. Their intent is to annihilate us completely. Half of the military police means 250, plus 300 from the security battalion. It totals 550 soldiers, more than 10 times our numbers. Lin Guiyong exclaimed. What shall we do? Our village will undoubtedly be searched. We cannot fight them. The guerrilla fighters buzzed with concern. Assemble. Xiao Zhengdong's voice resonated authoritatively as he stepped out from the living room. Immediately, Sun Haizi, Ouyang Bai, Wang Xia, and others rallied their respective teams. The formation of the guerrilla fighters was disorganized. They appeared exceedingly casual. Xiao Zhengdong resolved that, once time permitted, he would train them diligently in military posture. 300 Japanese soldiers, a number that may seem daunting, are but paper tigers, mere cowards driven by self-preservation, posing no significant threat. Our primary focus must remain on the 200 Japanese military police. We must take the initiative, otherwise they will fail to locate us and will exact their wrath upon the innocent populace, potentially leading to a massacre of villages. Xiao Zhengdong stated gravely as the personnel gathered. We cannot allow a massacre, Lin Guiyong interjected. That would mean we have destroyed the Japanese garrison, ultimately harming the good people of Gulin town. The other guerrilla fighters nodded in agreement, as their families were from Gulin town. Shohozi, are there Japanese troops at Dahuang Fortress? What is their strength? Where have they already advanced? Xiao Zhengdong inquired. The enemy is aware of our guerrilla activities around Dahuang Fortress. Hence, they have dispatched 100 Japanese soldiers and 100 auxiliary troops to this area, which they are closely monitoring. They have already reached Aishan, Shohozi replied. Aishan? We shall ascend Aishan as well. Let us engage in a battle amongst the mountains, Xiao Zhengdong declared coldly. He then swiftly organized tactics for all present. Grasping a Type 1 Nambu submachine gun, he led the ascent. They aimed to reach the summit before the Japanese. They're coming, Sun Haizi whispered. After a brief moment, they spotted the Japanese and the auxiliary troops. Fire! As more and more of the enemy came into view, Xiao Zhengdong commanded. The Dahuang guerrilla squad, concealed behind the rocks, opened fire suddenly. In that encounter, numerous enemies fell. Chapter 54. The auxiliary troops are annihilated. All those who perished were the auxiliary troops, the so-called traitors. The Japanese were cunning, sending the auxiliaries to scout ahead while they remained in the rear. Xiao Zhengdong and his guerrilla fighters continued to unleash a relentless barrage upon the auxiliaries, these despicable collaborators who were as contemptible as the Japanese themselves. Had they directed their viciousness towards the Japanese instead of their own, the enemy would have long since fled from this land. Some wield power not from bravery, but from a deep-seated cowardice masquerading as boldness. Xiao Zhengdong fired a salvo, taking down 4 more auxiliaries. The other guerrilla fighters similarly claimed the lives of several more. As they traversed the forest and approached the summit, they found the auxiliary troops completely exposed, like living targets. Retreat! Retreat! Roared the head of the security regiment, Hao Dajiang. Immediately, the security regiment fell back. The auxiliary troops were paralyzed with fear. Is this truly a guerrilla force? Their firepower is overwhelming, they thought in dismay, noting the various submachine guns and several light machine guns in play. Fire! Fire fiercely! Xiao Zhengdong shouted. Taking advantage of their retreat, they continued to shoot. One by one, the bodies of the auxiliary troops fell. Comrade Lin Guiyong, do you know of any paths that might allow us to flank the enemy? Our primary objective remains to eliminate the Japanese. Once the flank eliminates the Japanese forces, these traitors will return to their ranks. We are merely leading them like dogs on a leash. There is no need for us to engage in a desperate struggle. Should these traitors retreat to their defenses again? Pursue them relentlessly, and we shall encircle them. Xiao Zhengdong addressed Lin Guiyong, then articulated his strategic thoughts to all the guerrilla fighters. I know a shortcut, Lin Guiyong replied. I will take the soldiers from your squad along this path. The others remained on the mountaintop. Once the traitors retreated, they were to act as instructed. Xiao Zhengdong issued the command. To the left, Lin Guiyong promptly led the way. Guerrilla squad. Commander, the guerrillas are on the mountaintop. At that moment, the captain of the county security regiment, dressed in a crisp blue uniform, was visibly shaken after witnessing the deaths of over 40 traitors. Causing his hat to slip askew as he hurriedly retreated to report to Major Kobayashi Ichiro of the military police. It's terrifying. That's over 40 armed lives lost. Among the deceased was also the deputy commander of the security regiment. You fools. Having discovered the guerrillas, why doesn't your regiment lead the charge? Kobayashi Ichiro chastised the flustered captain, Hao Dajiang. Why are you here retreating? You cannot withdraw, do you understand? With a sharp slap, Kobayashi rebuked Hao, showing little concern for the losses within the security regiment. They were merely his dogs. If they perished, they could be replaced without a second thought. This guerrilla squad possesses overwhelming firepower. We cannot contend with them. Should I summon the remaining members of the security regiment scattered across other villages? He sneered. Hao Dajiang seethed with frustration, acutely aware that they were being used as expendable shields by the Japanese. Their lives seemed worthless, yet he dared not voice his anger, instead maintaining a facade of deference before Kobayashi Ichiro. However, when confronting the common people, Hao's demeanor transformed into something menacing and grotesque. Never pity those who appear pitiful. There is always something detestable about them. Do not empathize with someone who seems flawless, for perfection is an illusion in this world, save for those with performative personas. I demand you to charge now. Eliminate the guerrillas. Kill them. Kobayashi Ichiro bellowed, delivering another slap to Hao Dajiang. His veins bulged as he drew his pistol, loading it with a menacing intent, ready to execute Hao on the spot if he disobeyed orders. Yes, I will obey, Hao Dajiang replied, eager to comply. He promptly led the traitors of the security regiment back toward the mountaintop. This time, however, he wisely positioned himself at the rear of the formation. As the sound of gunfire resounded, Hao Dajiang and his contingent charged forward, while Xiao Zhengdong and Lin Guiyong, accompanied by a dozen guerrilla fighters, stealthily navigated the shortcut through the woods. Upon spotting the Japanese forces, they opened fire without hesitation, causing blood to spatter as the soldiers of the military police fell victim to their onslaught, enveloped in a mist of crimson. Xiao Zhengdong withdrew a hand grenade, released the safety, and hurled it towards the clustered position of the Japanese troops. Boom! The grenade detonated, sending 3 Japanese soldiers flying 5 meters away. How did the guerrillas manage to infiltrate this area? Hao Dajiang truly is a fool. To fail at such a trivial task, he must be executed once the battle concludes. Kill. Charge forward. Annihilate the guerrillas. Judging by the sound of their gunfire, there are likely only a dozen of them. We must advance directly. Suppress their fire. Kobayashi Ikir hid behind a tree, vociferously cursing Hao Dajiang, and then led his men to shoot continuously in the direction of Xiao Zhengdong. Kobayashi Ikir was seasoned in battle. He was neither a coward nor a novice. He quickly devised a countermeasure. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired a shot, killing a Japanese soldier who was running beside Kobayashi Ikir. Fortuitously, a few trees shielded Kobayashi Ikir. Otherwise, Xiao Zhengdong would have surely aimed for him. As they entered the dense forest, Xiao Zhengdong remarked, "The trees are sparse here, and our numbers are too few to confront them head-on. This Japanese military police major possesses some skill." Immediately, Xiao Zhengdong and his companions vanished into the thicket. Kobayashi Ikir led his soldiers into the forest, seeing no sign of the guerrillas, believing they had not fled far, and chose to pursue them into the underbrush. "We shall head that way. The forest is laden with traps we have set to prevent the Japanese from ascending the mountain to eliminate our guerrilla forces. Once they reach this point, they shall find it impossible to return," Lin Guiyong declared. "Oh?" Xiao Zhengdong raised an eyebrow, gaining a renewed respect for Lin Guiyong. Meanwhile, at the mountaintop, the Japanese were forcibly assaulting the peak, becoming targets and suffering heavy casualties. As they attempted to suppress fire and press on, they heard fighting erupt behind them and hastily retreated to defend their own, for the Japanese were their overlords, and their priority was to protect them. Damn it! These treacherous dogs are just as we suspected, returning to rescue the Japanese. Fire! Chase them down. Slaughter them all. To risk their lives for the Japanese is truly a sign of madness. Their consciences must have been devoured by dogs, Sun Haizi remarked. Chapter 55, they must be eliminated. Indeed, these treacherous dogs, born of this land, collude with the Japanese to oppress their own kin, devoid of conscience, akin to beasts. Now they wield guns against us. The guerrillas who are willing to sacrifice our lives for our nation in the fight against Japan. They have become dogs, striving to prevent others from rising. This is utterly despicable. Execute them all. Ouyang wholeheartedly agreed with Sun Haizi's words. They surged down from the mountaintop, pursuing and slaughtering Hao Dajiang and the other Japanese soldiers. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Each bullet struck true, and the Japanese soldiers of the security regiment continued to suffer losses. One after another fell. Sun Haizi and Ouyang could not discern whether their foes regretted their treachery at that moment. Yet there was no escape for them, only a path to death. As the fierce gunfire from the guerrillas intensified, the Japanese soldiers fled in panic, utterly becoming prey without any means to suppress their attackers. They are merely a ragtag group. An army composed of local bullies from the surrounding villages, utter amateurs. Not everyone who dons a military uniform is fit to be a soldier. Meanwhile, Sun Haizi, Ouyang Bai, and Wang Xia are making remarkable progress, while Xiao Zhengdong and Lin Guiyong have lured nearly 100 Japanese soldiers deep into the dense forest. Suddenly, a Japanese soldier lets out a blood-curdling scream, writhing on the ground, clutching his ankle. His left foot is ensnared in a brutal animal trap, exposing grim white bones, nearly severing his foot. Just then, a sharpened bamboo stake plummets from above, piercing the throat of one soldier, its force propelling it through to the neck of another, claiming 2 lives in an instant. With a crash, the ground gives way beneath 5 soldiers, plunging them into a pit filled with sharpened bamboo stakes, their blood spilling profusely. There are traps hidden within this forest. Lieutenant Colonel Kojiro O'Hara's face darkens like a stormy sky. Colonel, should we withdraw from this forest? A lieutenant inquires. O'Hara gazes deeper into the woods. The guerrillas are nestled within, so close yet so elusive. Can we simply allow them to escape? Pursuing them could result in significant casualties. He hesitates. Damn them. Those devils shall all descend into hell. Suddenly, Lin Guiyong of the guerrilla band bursts forth from the depths of the forest, roaring as he fires his light machine gun, shattering numerous slender trees and gunning down several Japanese soldiers in the process. Xiao Zhengdong leads a dozen more guerrillas in hot pursuit, unleashing a hail of gunfire. One by one, the Japanese fall. Retreat. Xiao Zhengdong commands after emptying his magazine, not even granting the Japanese a moment to retaliate. Cunning. These guerrillas are exceedingly sly, striking and vanishing. What do they take us for? Pursue. We must eradicate them. As long as these guerrillas exist, our entire county will remain unsettled. They must be exterminated for us to conquer this county in peace. O'Hara makes his decision. This is not an impulsive act, but a well-considered resolution. Over 100 Japanese soldiers in the garrison have already fallen to these guerrillas. Their tactics are so unexpectedly effective that leaving such a group unchecked is a constant threat. He could very well meet his end at their hands one day. So even if some soldiers must sacrifice themselves in the forest, all guerrillas must be eliminated. To let a tiger return to the mountain is to invite greater peril. As the Japanese soldiers continue their pursuit deeper into the forest, they fall into more traps, and their numbers dwindle amidst anguished cries. They have yet to engage the guerrillas directly, yet more than 30 have perished. Fire. Xiao Zhengdong commands as he and his band of guerrillas take cover on a reverse slope by a small river in the forest as the Japanese emerge. A barrage of bullets swiftly takes down the entire front line of Japanese soldiers. O'Hara's face flushes with anger. So many have fallen again. He reflects. How is it that these guerrillas are so different from before? They are remarkably formidable. He understood that the guerrillas' firearms were likely seized from the garrison troops, and his own adeptness in combat was a matter of tactical finesse and methodical approach, truly exceptional in its execution. This band of guerrillas must have received a new commander, undoubtedly a graduate of a prestigious military academy, and a top-tier student at that. Such a realization ignited a fervent desire within Kojiro to eliminate every member of the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Brigade, particularly its leader. A tactical genius, a master strategist, could sometimes wield a greater destructive force than an army of thousands. Charge. Press forward, Kojiro proclaimed emphatically. To retreat at this juncture would only result in the demise of numerous comrades. Thus, the optimal choice was to bravely advance, employing a human wave tactic. Despite the disadvantageous terrain, their numerical superiority would allow them to overwhelm the enemy with sheer firepower, forcing the guerrillas hiding behind the slopes to remain concealed. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Japanese soldiers pulled their triggers, directing their gunfire towards Xiao Zhengdong and his compatriots. Bombs were incessantly hurled in their direction. Boom. A bomb detonated beside Lin Guiyong, claiming the life of a nearby guerrilla instantly. 2 additional guerrilla fighters were struck in the head by bullets during the exchange, succumbing to the fierce enemy fire. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. Do not expose yourselves recklessly. Use grenades. Explode. Xiao Zhengdong commanded. With merely a dozen fighters remaining, and despite having already dispatched over 40 Japanese soldiers, they still faced an adversary with more than 50 left, an almost 5-fold disparity in firepower. With a barrage of bullets raining down, it was imperative that they remain concealed. The guerrilla fighters began to hurl grenades at the Japanese troops, each carrying several. Throw them all. Do not conserve ammunition, Xiao Zhengdong urged. Boom. The grenade thrown by Xiao Zhengdong found its mark, eliminating 2 Japanese soldiers with precision. The other soldiers managed to take down a few more foes with their grenades as well. With their stock of grenades nearly depleted, their capacity for resistance would soon dwindle. Once the Japanese charge, it will be a fight to the death, Lin Guiyong remarked. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The damage inflicted by the traps on the Japanese was less than he had anticipated. He had overestimated the effectiveness of his own preparations. Our other guerrilla fighters will arrive shortly. We shall sandwich them from both sides. The Japanese should be the ones in a panic, Xiao Zhengdong said with an air of calm. Lin Guiyong gazed at Xiao Zhengdong, struck by the enigmatic nature of this man. His foresight was remarkable. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Almost as soon as Xiao Zhengdong finished speaking, gunfire erupted from the rear of the Japanese forces. It was the sound of Ouyang Bai and Sun Haizi engaging the security brigade's Japanese troops. The gunfire was alarmingly close. Captain, Lin Guiyong looked towards Xiao Zhengdong, momentarily elevating him to a near-mythical status in his mind. It seemed as though his words had manifested into reality. The soldiers of the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Brigade had indeed arrived, and just in time. Your Excellency, have you engaged the guerrilla fighters? We have come to provide support. The leader of the security team, Hao Dajiang, rushed over, his voice strained from exertion. He approached Kojiro Ogawa and pulled out a white handkerchief, beginning to wipe the dust from Ogawa's body while saying, General, you have worked hard. You are covered in dust. Suddenly, a slap rang out as Ogawa struck Hao across the face. The impact left Hao's already swollen cheek even more pronounced. Primarily because Ogawa was left-handed and always struck with his left hand. Ogawa rebuked Hao angrily. Dajiang, do you even realize the gravity of your mistake? The group of guerrillas on the mountaintop was initially far from here. Your retreat has drawn them closer, and now they will encircle us. We had the advantage in numbers, and victory was nearly within our grasp, but you have ruined everything. Ogawa was on the verge of spitting blood and fury. If given just 20 more minutes, he assured that he could eliminate Xiao Zhengdong and his men completely. Hao Dajiang's arrival had proven more detrimental than beneficial. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck directly at the center of Hao Dajiang's forehead. He collapsed, instantaneously bereft of all strength, consciousness, and life. The shooter was Xiao Zhengdong. Just as Ogawa had finally entered Xiao Zhengdong's line of fire, Hao Dajiang had obstructed the shot, resulting in Xiao Zhengdong hitting Hao instead of Ogawa. Damn it! Lin Guiyong spat on the ground upon witnessing Hao Dajiang's death. Hao Dajiang had bullied men and women alike, leveraging his power with the Japanese army, who had committed many heinous acts in Guilin Town. Hao had seized hundreds of acres of fertile land for himself. This was merely a glimpse of Guilin Town. The entire county, with over 20 towns, could only hint at the immense wealth Hao possessed, all built upon a foundation of countless bones. The Japanese treated Hao like a dog, and he, in turn, wielded their blades to oppress the common people. The Japanese army continued their slaughter of civilians, while Hao Dajiang claimed their possessions, pouring salt into the wounds of the bereaved. The guerrilla fighters, witnessing Hao's demise, felt a sense of vindication akin to Lin Guiyong. The gunfire from Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai echoed behind them as they pursued the enemy soldiers. As the Japanese troops became exposed to their gunfire, Sun Haizi and his comrades unleashed their wrath upon the enemy. Bullets found their marks, and the Japanese soldiers fell like leaks in a field. To the rear. All security team members, retreat and block the gunfire. Ogawa shouted as he saw the Japanese military police sustaining heavy casualties in an instant. With Hao Dajiang's death, the traitorous security team was left leaderless. Fear gripped them, and retreating seemed a certain death. Hesitation reigned, and none moved. Scoundrels! 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 Ogawa cursed vehemently in Japanese and shot dead an enemy soldier. Move. Military orders are absolute. Those who disobey shall be executed on the spot, Ogawa declared resolutely. Xiao Zhengdong heard the foul language spewed by Kobayashi Ichiro and could only shake his head in resignation. In this small, insular place, the cultural depth was virtually non-existent. Even insults lacked originality, reduced to the tiresome repetition of baka. They were utterly devoid of impact. Bang! Bang! Seeing the security team hesitate, Kobayashi Ichiro executed 3 more enemy soldiers without delay. The remaining soldiers quickly retreated, realizing that continuing down this path would lead to their demise. They figured that blocking the gunfire might offer at least a slim chance of survival. Humph. Did they truly believe that serving the enemy would be an easy task? They were just as likely to meet their end. Lin Guiyong observed the scene with a cold snort. The sounds of gunfire echoed as Xiao Zhengdong, along with Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai, took advantage of the chaos between the Japanese troops and the enemy soldiers, inflicting continuous casualties on both sides. Of the 100 Japanese soldiers and 100 enemy soldiers that had come to Dawang Fortress, fewer than 80 remained. Xiao Zhengdong was dissatisfied with the enemy's rate of attrition, as a total of 550 had arrived from Guilin town. The fierce fighting meant that the remaining forces would undoubtedly gather at full speed. If they were to be delayed for another 30 minutes, escape would be impossible. It was time to accelerate their efforts, he thought, to control the duration of the battle. Suppress their fire. Charge forward. Kobayashi Ichiro roared, momentarily setting aside his anger towards the inept security team. He initiated a counterattack, pushing closer to the reverse slope by the creek. The distance closed. Boom. Xiao Zhengdong hurled his last grenade, killing 3 Japanese soldiers, and prepared for close combat. He signaled to the dozen or so guerrilla fighters with him. Each member of the Dawang guerrilla team was equipped with a large blade. Everyone, draw your swords, he commanded. Having traversed much of the long march without his own large sword, which he had left behind for safety during the train journey to northeast China, he entrusted it to Zhou Yu for safekeeping, vowing to reclaim it later when he reunited with Zhou Yu, Qin Daqiang, and Zhao Longfei. That sword held significant meaning for him. Old Lin, may I borrow your sword? Xiao Zhengdong inquired. Of course, Lin Guiyong replied without hesitation, handing over his blade. The Japanese soldiers were now less than 3 meters away from the reverse slope. Xiao Zhengdong suddenly dashed out, executing a forward roll to confront the enemy. Crack! Crack! With a mighty swing of the blade, he severed the legs of 2 soldiers in the front row. Their upper bodies collapsed to the ground, coated in dust and debris. The 2 soldiers writhed in agony. Bang! Bang! In desperation, they drew their pistols and took their own lives. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhengdong sprang to his feet, swiftly decapitating another 2 soldiers in a single motion. In the span of a breath, 4 soldiers had perished. By my mother! The guerrilla warrior, known as Slim Monkey, gazed in awe at the fierce combat display of Xiao Zhengdong, his mouth agape. Is this truly the work of a human? It seems almost unfathomable. As if even slicing tofu would not be so effortless. Charge! Let us join the fray, Lin Guiyong exclaimed. At that moment, Xiao Zhengdong found himself encircled by Japanese soldiers, their bayonets lunging toward him. With a swift motion, he swept his weapon, deflecting all the thrusts. With a decisive strike, he embedded his blade deep into the shoulder of one assailant. As he grappled with another, the blade of the Japanese soldier pierced the shoulder of his comrade. The scene soaked in blood, violence, and the thin line between life and death. Chapter 57. Assault on the county town despite being surrounded by the enemy. Xiao Zhengdong exuded an aura of invincibility, reminiscent of a wolf amidst a flock of sheep. How could a mere lamb hope to vanquish a ferocious wolf? Such thoughts were but a delusion. With a powerful swing, he thrust his weapon backward, piercing the abdomen of a Japanese soldier attempting to attack from behind. The soldier fell. His insides ruptured, and as Xiao Zhengdong withdrew his blade, a putrid stench filled the air, mingling with the metallic scent of blood. Strangely, he felt an unsettling kinship with the blood spilling around him. The enemy's blood bore an acrid odor. Xiao Zhengdong seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, akin to having eyes in the back of his head. This was not mere superstition. It stemmed from an acute sense developed through countless encounters with death. His mind, honed beyond that of an ordinary person, processed threats with remarkable precision. Another swift strike, and 2 heads fell, the act of killing as effortless as slicing fruit. Eliminating the enemy is as simple as relieving oneself, he murmured. At that moment, Kobayashi Ichiro, standing less than 3 meters away amid the throng of Japanese soldiers, understood Chinese and was infuriated by Xiao Zhengdong's words. What insolence! Bang! He pulled the trigger of his pistol, hoping to catch Xiao Zhengdong off guard amidst the chaos. Yet, Xiao Zhengdong instinctively turned, the bullet finding its mark in the throat of another soldier. The man clutched his neck, staring in disbelief at Kobayashi Ichiro before collapsing lifelessly. Never having imagined his demise would come at the hands of his superior. Bang! Witnessing the death of his subordinate only intensified Kobayashi Ichiro's resolve to kill Xiao Zhengdong. He fired again, this time aiming for the chest to ensure a clean shot. But again, to his astonishment, Xiao Zhengdong evaded the bullet by shifting his shoulder, causing it to strike yet another Japanese soldier. Kobayashi Ichiro felt a chill run down his spine. This man seemed capable of dodging bullets. It was no mere coincidence. Xiao Zhengdong truly possessed the speed to evade gunfire. Even if 100 shots were fired, he could still avoid them. With a decisive swing of his blade, Xiao Zhengdong severed an enemy's arm with ease, the weapon razor-sharp and deadly. Xiao Zhengdong, a formidable force, confronted any adversary with unwavering resolve. The commanding presence he exuded was undeniable. Leading a band of guerrilla fighters, he brandished his sword as they relentlessly attacked the enemy. The Japanese soldiers, whose blood stained the ground. The spirit of the Japanese troops had already waned under Xiao's ferocity. This skirmish was destined to be their defeat. Despite their numerical advantage, their combat prowess was merely equal. Xiao, adept in evasion, ducked beneath the thrusts of 4 bayonets from different angles. With a swift motion, he cleaved through an enemy's abdomen, exposing their innards. In the chaos, one guerrilla fighter was grievously impaled by a bayonet, blood gushing from his mouth as he roared in defiance. With his last ounce of strength, he struck the enemy's head with his blade, embedding it deep within. Yet, another Japanese soldier swiftly pierced him, ensuring his demise. In a corner, another guerrilla leapt upon an enemy soldier, pinning him down before plunging a knife into his throat. However, the moment was fleeting. Kojiro Kobayashi shot the guerrilla, ending his life. The brutal melee was soaked in blood, and all were consumed by rage. The sound of gunfire echoed as Ouyang Bai, Sun Haizi, and Wang Xia annihilated the remaining Japanese soldiers, shooting them down one by one. The sight of dismembered bodies and the blood-soaked ground was haunting, and the tragic fates of several guerrilla fighters pierced the hearts of Ouyang Bai and his comrades. No escape for you, Xiao Zhengdong observed as he spotted Kojiro Kobayashi attempting to flee 50 meters away. With a cold smirk, he raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck Kobayashi's ankle, causing him to collapse. A second shot rang out, hitting Kobayashi's shoulder, forcing him down again in agony. Let me finish him. Wang Xia urged Xiao. No more than 2 minutes, Xiao replied. Wang nodded and approached Kobayashi, drawing a dagger from her boot. She had not been able to personally avenge Fushanda Xiao, the one responsible for her parents' deaths, and now she sought retribution against Kobayashi, the one who had issued the fatal orders. Kojiro Kobayashi, as a lieutenant colonel in the county's gendarmerie, had wielded power over the lives of countless citizens, deciding their fates at will. Now, it was her turn to determine his fate. I will execute you for all those who perished because of you. You had no right to set foot on this land, a civilization of 5,000 years, while you hail from a mere speck of territory. What do you understand? Wang Xia grasped Kobayashi's hair, compelling him to meet her gaze as she raised the dagger. In the sunlight, the blade glimmered with lethal brilliance. Please, do not kill me. If you spare me, I can make you the security chief. No, I can recommend you to the city, to the intelligence agency, where you will truly access the core. Kobayashi pleaded, his tone urgent as he spoke in Chinese, panic overtaking him. Once upon a time, Ichiro Kobayashi believed that this entire expanse of land would belong to their nation. Everything seemed to proceed smoothly. However, now they had hit a wall. Revenge is not forgotten. The time has yet to come, Wang Xia stated, each word deliberate. With a swift motion, Wang Xia plunged her dagger directly into Ichiro Kobayashi's ear, gently twisting it. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and he departed this world silently, unable to utter a sound. Wang Xia withdrew the dagger, wiped it clean on Ichiro Kobayashi's military uniform, and hurried back to the ranks. Captain Xiao, where do we proceed next? Should we flee or continue the fight? Wang Xia inquired, looking toward Xiao Zhengdong. Flee? We must advance. Xiao Zhengdong replied with a smile, exuding warmth. Yet the guerrilla fighters shivered with dread, for Xiao Zhengdong had just single-handedly dispatched over 30 Japanese soldiers. Yet he remained seemingly harmless, even resembling a sunny, affable young man. Advance. Wang Xia was perplexed. Not only were Japanese troops from Guilin Town approaching, but the county's garrison was surely en route as well, setting up checkpoints at every exit from Guilin Town and even the county. Would it not be wiser to execute a strategic retreat, taking the opposite approach, and directly assault the county town, plunging it into chaos? Currently, the county town is lacking in Japanese military strength, Xiao Zhengdong asserted, his gaze fixed ahead, resolute. Chapter 58. Assault on the Japanese military hospital at present. The Dahuang guerrilla brigade comprised only 38 warriors. 38 individuals, tasked with the audacious mission of attacking a county town, seemed a fanciful notion. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it was not entirely devoid of possibility. With the garrison and security troops fully mobilized, the Japanese soldiers stationed in the county town were few. If they could evade the approaching garrison, they could surge forward, directly targeting the county town to wreak havoc upon the Japanese military hospital, camps, administrative buildings, and even plunder the Manchurian bank established by the Japanese. Xiao Zhengdong was certainly not content with just a handful of men. With sufficient funds, he could recruit more soldiers and procure the finest weaponry. Those 50 gold bars were merely a start. As the captain, Xiao Zhengdong aimed to expand his regiment to at least 300 men, solidifying his role as a true leader. Wang Xia, Lin Guiyong. The Japanese forces are likely to take both main and minor roads to provide support for Guilin Town. Do you know of any alternative routes, such as mountain paths, that could lead us to the county town? Xiao Zhengdong inquired of Wang Xia and Lin Guiyong, who were locals and undoubtedly more familiar with the terrain than he was, especially as guerrillas accustomed to navigating the mountains and forests. Xiao Zhengdong had faith that they knew the way. There are mountain paths, and they are not at all circuitous. In fact, they are swifter than taking the main road to the county town, Wang Xia replied. Oh? Xiao Zhengdong raised an eyebrow. Attacking the county town required urgency. Should they arrive only to find the city gates barred, they would be trapped and face certain death. Time was of the essence. Were we able to arrive in the county town a bit earlier, it would have been splendid. Fortune favors me, sighed Xiao Zhengdong. Set out and immediately assault the county town, he instructed. The warriors of the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Team, let us hasten along the mountain path directly to the county town. No one harbored fear. Instead, they were filled with exhilaration. So many had perished, so many had been slain. And now they were to launch an attack on the county town once more. Everyone's blood surged with fervor, existing in a state of heightened spiritual excitement. No one feared death. In fact, they were all eagerly anticipating the forthcoming grand maneuvers. It seemed we would conveniently pass by our concealed ammunition stash, where we could replenish our supplies, remarked Xiao Zhengdong. Indeed, most of us have nearly exhausted our ammunition. We certainly require a resupply, nodded Lin Guiyong. By the scars on my soul, this sensation of having an inexhaustible supply of bullets is unprecedented. Had it been this way earlier, we would have long since eradicated those little devils, Lin Nanshan exclaimed, expressing himself fervently. En route, they replenished their ammunition. By around 4 in the afternoon, the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Team arrived at the county town, gathering 38 members. Xiao Zhengdong chose not to disperse their actions, given their limited numbers. Scattering would likely yield minimal results, rendering their efforts futile. Every member, armed with their rifles and submachine guns, was shrouded in black cloth. However, the 38 individuals, each visibly cloaked in long black coverings, stood out remarkably. Particularly, the spirit and vigor of the Great Wilderness guerrilla warriors were unmistakable to any discerning eye, prompting the townsfolk to instinctively steer clear of them. They entered through the southern city gate. The 4 guards stationed at the city gate promptly raised their weapons, aiming at Xiao Zhengdong and his 37 comrades. Halt! What is wrapped in that black cloth? Throw it all to the ground and raise your hands, commanded a squad leader from the security team, gesturing toward the black cloth-covered guns. The bullets were chambered and ready to fire upon the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Team. Xiao Zhengdong was the first to speak. What is wrapped is our weaponry. Bang! Bang! Lin Guiyong, Wang Xia, Sun Haizi, and Ouyang by suddenly opened fire, each targeting one of the 4 guards, who fell lifeless to the ground. Those treacherous dogs. Are they so loyal to the enemy that they would not turn a blind eye, even suspecting that the black cloth concealed firearms? They have truly relegated themselves to the role of dogs, serving the Japanese as their masters. How despicable, how wretched, they deserve to perish, Sun Haizi declared, trampling over the bodies of the fallen guards as they entered the city. The townsfolk at the city gate witnessed the guards being slain, yet none fled. They simply observed the scene, feeling a sense of vindication. The townspeople willingly made way for Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades. Suddenly, a squad of Japanese soldiers stationed at the city gate, having heard the gunfire, rushed over. The Great Wilderness Guerrilla Team encountered them head-on, and the Japanese soldiers had no opportunity to fire back before being cut down by a hail of bullets. First, to the hospital, they called, referring to the hospital operated by the enemy. Before Xiao Zhengdong arrived in the northeast, he had familiarized himself with the layout of this county town. Closest to the south gate stood a military hospital established by the Japanese army, predominantly staffed by Japanese doctors catering exclusively to their own soldiers. With only a scant few local residents permitted to seek treatment, at a staggering cost, often demanding the sacrifice of one's very soul and nation. The doctors and nurses at this military hospital were, in essence, considered soldiers of the Japanese army. A group raced through the town, and on their way to the hospital, they passed a military vehicle occupied by a Japanese soldier at the wheel. Suddenly, Xiao Zhengdong positioned himself in the middle of the road, took aim, and pulled the trigger, delivering a fatal shot that severed the soldier's throat. The vehicle veered uncontrollably and crashed into a shop selling kimonos, owned by the Japanese. Damn it! Who dares to kill our soldiers? Exclaimed the Japanese shopkeeper, who had been indulging with a courtesan, oblivious to the chaos until the military vehicle demolished his store. Undeterred by the gunfire, he emerged brandishing a Type 38 rifle, only to be met with the sight of over 30 guerrilla fighters brandishing their weapons. In disbelief, the kimono shopkeeper stammered, "What is happening?" A shot rang out, and Xiao Zhengdong struck him down, the shopkeeper collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Those who raise arms against us are no longer mere civilians. They deserve their fate, Xiao Zhengdong declared. A cacophony of screams erupted from the streets. Do not rush blindly forward. Remain vigilant of your surroundings, Xiao Zhengdong cautioned the Dahuang guerrilla fighters to prevent ambushes. Upon reaching the Japanese military hospital, they encountered a checkpoint. With a thunderous blast, several grenades erupted, sending flames soaring from the checkpoint. A handful of Japanese soldiers within the hospital rushed out to confront the Dawang guerrillas. The ensuing gunfire erupted as they took cover behind the stone sign of the hospital. Several Japanese soldiers fell, pierced by bullets, while guerrilla fighter Jia Fuguwei succumbed to gunfire. 20-odd Japanese soldiers are nothing. We shall not fear their fire, Xiao Zhengdong rallied. Sun Haizi, Ouyang Bai, take your positions beside me. Let us advance. The two men armed with light machine guns quickly aligned with Xiao Zhengdong, and the trio fired in unison, pushing forward. With precise aim, Xiao Zhengdong eliminated a Japanese machine gunner. Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai unleashed a torrent of bullets, riddling several Japanese soldiers with holes. In a moment of fierce determination, Wang Xia hurled a grenade that landed squarely at a Japanese soldier's feet, detonating and sending him soaring through the air. Chapter 59, The Massacre at the Black Dragon Society Hall. Xiao Zhengdong led Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai in a swift advance as over 20 Japanese soldiers gradually came into view. They engaged directly, and before the Japanese could fire, they were cut down by the Dawang guerrilla fighters. Within minutes, the battle outside the hospital concluded, with all the defending soldiers slain. Xiao Zhengdong, Ouyang Bai, and Sun Haizi were like deities of war. Just over 10 days ago, the warriors of the Great Wilderness guerrilla team harbored concerns about whether the newly appointed captain would harmonize with them or if there would be any peculiar matters to address. However, those anxieties have since dissipated entirely. Through a series of battles, Xiao Zhengdong has won the hearts of all, while Ouyang Bai and Sun Haizi, with their extraordinary combat prowess, have similarly earned the respect of their comrades. Bang! Suddenly, Xiao Zhengdong drew his pistol and pulled the trigger skyward. In response, a Japanese doctor clad in a white coat fell from above, his hand still gripping a pistol tightly. Damn it! Trying to shoot from up there, are we? Sun Haizi bellowed. Charge! Eliminate every last one of them. Xiao Zhengdong was the first to breach the hospital's entrance. The hospital corridor was deserted. With a powerful kick, he forced open a consultation room door, revealing two trembling Japanese doctors who cowered within, their eyes pleading for mercy. Yet, it was futile. Xiao Zhengdong shot them down without hesitation. This was a military hospital. They were Japanese soldiers, tasked with tending to aggressors. Throughout the facility, gunfire erupted. Had it been a private clinic run by the enemy, Xiao Zhengdong would have refrained from violence. But a military hospital was a different matter altogether. All you damn devils must perish. Bang! One after another, Xiao Zhengdong dispatched the enemy soldiers room by room. Entering a ward, he encountered several injured Japanese soldiers who attempted to draw their weapons upon sighting him. Alas, their reflexes proved slower than his, and they were all swiftly eliminated. Xiao Zhengdong's marksmanship was unparalleled, the fastest in the world. Had he chosen the path of a gunslinger, he would undoubtedly be the most formidable of them all, a legendary figure in the annals of history. Withdraw from the hospital. Our next target is the Black Dragon Society, Xiao Zhengdong declared. The Black Dragon Society was no ordinary establishment. Its members were known as Ronin, a criminal organization for the Japanese that wielded significant influence over their politics and military. Equipped with katanas and handguns, they played a crucial role in the First Battle of Songhu, gathering intelligence and persecuting underground organizations of the Red Army. In summary, the existence of the Black Dragon Society in this county was intolerable, and Xiao Zhengdong was determined to eradicate them. Upon encountering them, they would meet their demise. The Black Dragon Society was somewhat distant from the military hospital, thus the sounds of gunfire from the hospital went unheard. As he advanced, Xiao Zhengdong severed any electrical lines in his path, wreaking havoc on the county's communication systems with ease. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Zhengdong led the Great Wilderness guerrilla team into the villa of the Black Dragon Society, killing anyone in sight. Many Ronin were practicing their sword techniques, only to be gunned down in an instant. The Black Dragon Society comprised elite members of the Japanese forces capable of engaging in such activities. Destroying the Black Dragon Society would wield far greater influence than vanquishing a garrison. Bang! A rogue from the Black Dragon Society suddenly emerged, firing a shot that claimed the life of a guerrilla fighter before swiftly retreating into the depths of a villa. His movements were fluid and seamless. Xiao Zhengdong frowned as he gazed upon the fallen guerrilla. That rogue possesses some skill. I must pursue him. You all stay together. Search the Black Dragon Society thoroughly, ensuring not a single soul escapes, he commanded, before hastily setting off in pursuit of the rogue. Xiao Zhengdong moved with remarkable speed, almost vanishing in an instant. As he slipped from the sight of the guerrilla fighters, his velocity remained unmasked. Within a heartbeat, he reached the back of the rogue who had committed the murder. With a swift thrust, he plunged a dagger into the rogue's back, withdrew it, and immediately drove it into the rogue's side. Then pulled it out once more to pierce his neck. The lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Xiao Zhengdong conceded that this rogue indeed possessed some training. Likely a graduate of a military academy or perhaps even a captain or higher within the Japanese forces. Yet, it mattered not. Encountering Xiao Zhengdong meant certain death. as he was invincible in single combat. The Japanese soldiers need only await their demise. Bang, bang. Upon entering a grand bath within the villa, Xiao Zhengdong discovered several rogues holding their breath beneath the surface, who suddenly erupted from the water, opening fire upon him with 4 handguns. Xiao Zhengdong deftly dodged their bullets, seizing a table to shield himself from the remaining shots. As the gunfire diminished, he hurled the table into the bath, obscuring the rogues' line of sight and the trajectory of their bullets. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his submachine gun and unleashed a barrage into the bath, the bullets stirring the steam-laden water into splashes, mingling with the flesh of the rogues, culminating in a crimson spray. The grand bath transformed into a mist of blood. As all 4 rogues were slain, their bodies floating lifelessly in the water, one of whom was a female rogue. Was it customary for the Japanese to bathe together, men and women alike? Indeed, they were a perverse species, their openness bordering on repugnant. How could they be so devoid of civilization? Xiao Zhengdong continued his search through the wooden structures. Meanwhile, a man who served as a translator for the Black Dragon Society cowered atop the roof, trembling in fear. Upon realizing he had been discovered by Xiao Zhengdong, he awkwardly greeted him in Chinese. Bang! A gunshot rang out, silencing him, with no one left to oppose him. Xiao Zhengdong leapt directly from the 3rd floor. Gather! We are heading to the Japanese Manchukuo Bank, he proclaimed loudly. The bank heist was the paramount objective of their incursion into the county. Upon hearing the mention of the bank, the guerrilla fighter's eyes gleamed with anticipation, eager for the forthcoming endeavor. It signifies an immense wealth. A group of individuals continued to sprint wildly down the road. Boom! A Japanese military truck, laden with soldiers, approached swiftly. However, it was futile. Before they could close the distance, Xiao Zhengdong, calculating the truck speed, hurled an explosive package with precision. The device detonated in the open cargo bed, annihilating over 30 Japanese military police officers in an instant. The street was strewn with severed limbs. Chapter 60. The bank heist. The 30-odd members of the group ruthlessly eliminated any Japanese soldiers they encountered on the street. Their audacity was boundless, yet justifiable. For this territory was never theirs to claim. They had invaded, and thus they deserved to perish upon this land. Death was the rightful fate of these deranged Japanese soldiers. They charged forward relentlessly, the guerrilla fighters weary, but their desire for victory overshadowed their fatigue. They even forgot their exhaustion. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, claiming the lives of 2 Japanese guards at the Manchukuo Bank. The patrons within the bank, upon hearing the gunfire, scattered in panic. Xiao Zhengdong entered the bank hall and addressed the impeccably dressed Japanese manager. Open the vault. Nanny? The manager feigned ignorance, standing rigidly, showing no signs of distress despite the chaos. He appeared to have weathered many storms. I command you to open the vault. We shall take the money inside, and you will live, Xiao Zhengdong instructed in Japanese. Wang Xia expressed her bewilderment. The members of the Dahuang guerrilla team were equally astonished. Xiao Zhengdong could speak Japanese. Even Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai, comrades on the long march, were unaware of this skill. It was astonishing. If I hand you the key, I will die. If I withhold it, I might survive. The manager instinctively patted his pocket, then shook his head resolutely. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong shot the manager dead, retrieving a brass key from his pocket. You would have had a chance at survival had you surrendered the key. Now you are destined to meet your demise. Xiao Zhengdong muttered coldly, gazing at the manager's lifeless body. This manager seemed to underestimate the fearsome nature of the Dragon Kingdom's people. Indeed, they were known for their gentlemanly demeanor, refined and composed. Yet, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. In the face of danger, even a gentleman can instill terror. The Japanese soldiers still failed to comprehend the essence of the Dragon Kingdom's people. They knew nothing. Follow me. We shall unlock the vault and empty this bank, Xiao Zhengdong declared. After all, the Japanese bank's depositors were mostly Japanese themselves. Emptying this bank would bear no burden, and it would significantly harm the Japanese, striking a severe blow to their interests. They proceeded to the back of the bank, where a heavy metal door loomed before them. A female bank teller, an enemy combatant, hastened to intercept Xiao Zhengdong and his companions, intent on preventing them from accessing the vault. Concealed behind her, she clutched a handgun. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired a shot, ending her life. To be candid, the woman possessed an alluring voice and a commendable figure, her only flaw being a slight bowing of her legs. However, this was not the moment for compassion. Her death was imperative, especially with a firearm in her possession. Xiao Zhengdong had already glimpsed the muzzle and recognized the potential for her to open fire, risking the lives of his comrades. In his eyes, the notion that a man should never strike a woman held no weight. Rather, he struck down villains with even greater ferocity. Click. Xiao Zhengdong turned the key, swinging open the imposing vault door. Yet, upon breaching the heavy iron gate, he encountered a combination lock guarding a second formidable metal door. Damn it! Another door! Sun Haizi cursed vehemently. Ouyang swiftly summoned a bank employee from the lobby. The remaining members of the Dahuang guerrilla squad secured the bank staff, ensuring none could escape. What is the code? Ouyang inquired. I cannot disclose that, stammered the middle-aged enemy bank employee, his head shaking like a bobblehead. A gleam of triumph ignited in Xiao Zhengdong's eyes. Cannot say? Then you must know the code, he asserted. He drew his dagger, gently tapping it against the enemy's face. Speak honestly. You must have witnessed my slaying of several individuals. If you refuse to comply, this blade will carve pieces from your flesh, slice by slice. Have you heard of Lingqi? It refers to the method of removing thousands of pieces of flesh from your body while ensuring you remain alive. As he spoke, the dagger hovered ominously against the employee's face, poised to inflict pain, while Xiao Zhengdong's intention was merely to intimidate it. The average employee's mental fortitude would surely falter under such duress. I'll fetch some coarse salt to rub into your wounds, Sun Haizi added, his menacing appearance further unsettling the bank employee. I will tell you. The code is 630156, the employee finally confessed. Xiao Zhengdong then rotated the dial, inputting the correct Arabic numerals. Indeed, the second gate swung open, revealing a dazzling trove of gold within. Hundreds of gold bars glimmered before them. Hurry, gather it all, Xiao Zhengdong commanded, as bags lay ready for their use. This bounty far surpassed the impact of merely 50 gold bars. It encompassed not only gold, but also an abundance of currency and numerous silver coins. Each individual filled their bags to the brim, emptying the bank vault. Retreat, Xiao Zhengdong ordered. With such wealth now in their possession, there was no time to linger. The Dahuang guerrilla squad departed from the Japanese Manchukuo Bank, leaving the bank employees to watch helplessly. Despite any reluctance to comply, they lacked the power to resist. A bank employee, who had just revealed the password, stealthily entered the vault and seized some coins that had fallen to the ground. He then slipped out the back door, fleeing without a trace, leaving only demise in his wake. The sound of shuffling echoed as everyone departed the city from the north, yet a dozen Japanese soldiers were already approaching. The footsteps grew nearer. The members of the Dahuang guerrilla team, infused with an adrenaline rush, swiftly dispatched the group of Japanese soldiers, eliminating them in mere seconds. Each individual bore a substantial fortune, unwilling to falter in their mission. They truly charged from the southern part of the city to the north. Just as they exited the city, a truck barreled towards them at full speed, seemingly intent on striking down some of the guerrilla fighters like bowling pins. Danger! Sun Haizi shouted. The truck was now mere meters away from them. For a vehicle traveling at such velocity, those few meters would vanish in the blink of an eye. If it struck them, at least 5 or 6 members of the Dahuang guerrilla team would perish. Time for a reaction was scant. Only a few seconds remained. In a split second, Xiao Zhengdong sprang into action. At the city gate, he spotted a dilapidated wooden cart weighing over 50 kilograms. He grasped it with one hand and hurled it with all his might towards one of the truck's tires. The cart flew through the air, producing a tremendous impact. Bang! It collided with the tire, emitting a loud crash. The entire truck began to veer off course, narrowly avoiding the guerrilla fighters and even teetering slightly, 2 of its tires lifting off the ground. The Japanese driver frantically maneuvered the steering wheel, but it was futile. This very action hastened the truck's overturning. The truck flipped, leaving a long scratch on the ground and generating a shower of sparks. In the end, it crashed into a tree, killing the driver instantly. Retreat. We'll take refuge in the mountains. It will be difficult for the Japanese to track us there. The mountains are our primary battleground for guerrilla warfare, Xiao Zhengdong proclaimed loudly. We should head west into the mountains, where the forest is dense and the terrain rugged, Lin Guiyong suggested. Agreed, Xiao Zhengdong nodded. He respected Lin Guiyong's knowledge of the terrain. While he had some understanding of the area, Lin Guiyong's expertise was undoubtedly superior. After a brisk march of 5 to 6 kilometers, they finally entered the woods. Let us rest for half an hour, Xiao Zhengdong instructed. It was hard to gauge how long they had been running or the distance they had covered. The soldiers were utterly exhausted. At last, they could pause to touch and inhale the scent of the money they had secured. The guerrilla fighter, Shohozi, sprawled on the cool earth, his taut muscles gradually relaxing, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort. Clutching a sack filled with money, he smiled and remarked, "This money is the greatest consolation for us. All our bloodshed and sacrifices were not in vain. I can feel gold bars through the sack. This is the first time I've ever seen a gold bar. So, this is what it looks like," said guerrilla fighter Zhang Bo. The remaining warriors finally found the opportunity to express their sentiments regarding the substantial sums of money at hand. Xiao Zhengdong merely sat in repose, indifferent to the allure of wealth. In his heart, there resonated but 4 words: resistance against Japan and the salvation of the nation. This was an era where the might of artillery spoke volumes. Money? Regardless of its abundance, without weaponry, it was utterly futile. Such funds were destined for confiscation. No one was permitted to pilfer, understood? Any act of theft would be deemed corruption. Lin Guiyong addressed the warriors of the Dahuang guerrilla squad. acknowledging that some truths may be unpalatable, yet they were imperative to voice. As one of the veterans of the Dahuang guerrilla squad, which he had helped establish alongside Wang Xia, he was reluctant to witness comrades fall not to the enemy's blade, but to expulsion from the ranks due to avarice. They were now a regular army, bearing a designation, and their identity as professional soldiers had been hard-won. Uncle Lin, rest assured, we are mindful and will not transgress. The warriors assured him. Xiao Zhengdong had faith in the Dahuang guerrilla squad. They had been engaged in fierce combat these past few days, demonstrating no signs of cowardice. Initially, he had harbored reservations about their capabilities, viewing them with disdain as mere amateurs. Yet now, he regarded them with newfound respect. Their character and integrity were commendable. Xiao Zhengdong felt fortunate to encounter comrades willing to fight valiantly for their nation. What shall our next course of action be? Lin Guiyong inquired of Xiao Zhengdong. As all eyes turned towards him, the Dahuang guerrilla squad had battled the Japanese forces for over a year, yet the losses they had recently endured were far graver. All attributed to Xiao Zhengdong's leadership. They admired him and looked forward to his next move, wondering if it would be as earth-shattering as the last. We can undertake 2 tasks simultaneously, Xiao Zhengdong declared. First, I must travel to Changchun to report to the underground operatives assigned to me about the current situation of the Dahuang guerrilla squad and how to manage this money. Furthermore, I intend to utilize these funds to enlist the organization's assistance in procuring a substantial cache of weaponry, equipping at least 300 personnel. The wealth we have seized is exceedingly vast, and it is essential to bolster our military strength. Equip at least 300 personnel? Ouyang Bai expressed his astonishment. This leads to the second matter, Comrade Lin Guiyong. I require you and the other warriors to recruit more soldiers from the surrounding areas. More is better. Of course, there is a prerequisite. They must be of impeccable character to avoid the infiltration of traitors, Xiao Zhengdong articulated. He also had methods to identify traitors, not fearing their presence in the ranks. But there could not be too many, as it would jeopardize the safety of the other warriors. Moreover, there must be certain limitations regarding age and physical fitness, Xiao Zhengdong added. Selecting soldiers necessitates specific criteria. We have successively annihilated the enemy's garrison, triumphed against overwhelming odds in Gulin town, and eliminated Hao Dajiang and Kobayashi Aikir. Our commotion in the county town will surely spread like wildfire. The Dahuang guerrilla brigade will become renowned throughout the county and even in Changchun City. Recruiting new members will undoubtedly be a straightforward task, I assure you of that. Lin Guiyong said with a hearty smile, already harboring plans for recruitment in his mind. I too possess some methods for enlisting fighters. When my brother was rallying troops, many expressed their desire to join the guerrilla forces, but due to limited firearms, he ultimately declined their requests. I could attempt to reach out, Wang Xia suggested. That would be splendid. Xiao Zhengdong responded with a grin. The members of the Dahuang guerrilla brigade chuckled in camaraderie, all eager for the future. Once the team boasts over 100 members, it will be an imposing force. The prospects are indeed bright. When that time comes, each of you will be a squad leader, guiding the new recruits, Xiao Zhengdong encouraged, aiming to lift the spirits of the soldiers. This is not merely a dream. It is a forthcoming reality. Can I truly become a squad leader? That's fantastic. I want to be a squad leader. The soldiers were each filled with uncontainable excitement. 3 days later, Xiao Zhengdong arrived in Changchun City, clad in a long black robe and wearing a black top hat. He crawled out from beneath a large cart filled with cabbages. He had found a vegetable delivery cart along the way, and the multitude of vegetables concealed him as he infiltrated the city. Every road was guarded, and this was the only way for Xiao Zhengdong to smuggle firearms into the city. He must carry a weapon. It is the essence of truth. With the truth in hand, one can feel secure. He handed a silver dollar to the delivery man before turning away. Xiao Zhengdong made his way directly to a dyeing shop. Sir, please stop. We only dye fabric. We do not sell it. An apprentice, noticing Xiao Zhengdong entering the shop, reached out to block him. I wish to purchase fabric. 2 feet of red silk, 3 inches of yellow silk, and 8 meters of white cloth, Xiao Zhengdong replied calmly. This was the coded message. Upon hearing his words, the apprentice's demeanor shifted noticeably. Please, sir, come inside. Your request is rather extensive. You should speak with my boss, he said, leading Xiao Zhengdong into the courtyard of the dyeing shop, where he would wait briefly while the apprentice notified the owner, Lu Yuzhao. Before long, a gentleman in his mid-50s, dressed in a deep blue robe, hurried over to Xiao Zhengdong. Without a doubt, he was Lu Yuzhao, the contact responsible for liaising with Xiao Zhengdong. Any difficulties or updates on Xiao Zhengdong's end could be addressed to Lu Yuzhao. Xiao Zhengdong, he introduced himself, shaking hands with Lu Yuzhao and squinting as he made his introduction. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, I have heard of your recent exploits in Gulin town. You successfully dismantled the Japanese garrison station just outside the town, an achievement truly remarkable. The Japanese forces had long been a scourge, oppressing the local populace mercilessly. And your victory over them is indeed a monumental feat according to intelligence. A significant number of Japanese military police have been dispatched to hunt down your guerrilla unit. So seeing you here, unharmed, brings me great relief. Lu Yuzha remarked with a smile, his gaze fervent as it fell upon the esteemed war hero, Xiao Zhengdong. Lu Yuzhao held him in high regard, especially having learned of Xiao's arduous journey along the long march. Let us find a quiet place to converse, suggested Xiao Zhengdong. Please, come inside, Lu Yuzha responded promptly. Once seated, Xiao Zhengdong sipped his tea and began recounting the recent endeavors of the Dahuang guerrilla unit. Lu Yuzha was taken aback upon hearing how they had completely looted the Manchukuo Bank in the county town. Astonished that a mere handful of arms could allow them to operate with such audacity in a city under Japanese control. Having eliminated over 100 Japanese soldiers and numerous security personnel, a cold sweat broke out on Lu Yuzhao's back as he felt a pang of anxiety for Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades. Old Lu, the reason I sought you out is to channel some funds to the organization. The anti-Japanese United Army is fervently mobilizing, and various fronts are in dire need of financial support, Xiao Zhengdong explained. Very well, Lu Yuzhao nodded in agreement. However, I must liaise with the organization, which requires some time. They will certainly need this batch of funds. It will likely take 3 days to arrange the withdrawal. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuzha provided a definitive timeline, aware that it was no easy task for Xiao Zhengdong to venture into the city and that all matters must be settled today. 3 days hence is acceptable. I shall write down an address. We will bring the funds then, Xiao Zhengdong stated. He scribbled an address on a piece of paper, which Lu Yuzha studied intently before incinerating it with a lighter. There is one more matter, old Lu. I wish to expand the guerrilla unit. Do you have any channels for procuring weapons? Xiao Zhengdong inquired. Lu Yuzha furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Indeed, there is a band of mountain bandits on Yulin Mountain who have allied themselves with the Japanese. Their leader has conspired with the Japanese colonel, engaging in arms trafficking for personal gain. Perhaps you could procure weapons from him, but you must be exceedingly cautious to conceal your identity. If they discover you are part of the guerrilla unit, they will surely refuse to sell to you, and you may even face grave danger, Lu Yuzhao cautioned. Yulin Mountain? Could you provide specific directions? Xiao Zhengdong asked. Lu Yuzhao then detailed the route meticulously, which Xiao Zhengdong committed to memory. I shall await you at the designated location in 3 days. Farewell, Xiao Zhengdong waved goodbye. With the pertinent matters discussed, he felt it prudent to depart swiftly from this perilous place. Xiao Zhengdong emerged from the dye house, proceeding southward along the narrow alley with the intent to leave the city. However, after traversing a single alley, a frown creased his brow. He sensed that he was being followed. Surely, it could not be Lu Yuzhao's men, as they were colleagues and had no need for such pursuits. This left only one possibility. The dye house had been compromised, and the Japanese were surveilling it, luring in unsuspecting fish. The dye house had become ensnared in the clutches of the enemy. Old Lu was likely still unaware of the peril that loomed over them. The personnel at the dye house must not come to harm, for they were essential to the transfer of funds through the dye house. The Japanese would inevitably capture more Red Army soldiers in the future, and this must be thwarted. Xiao Zhengdong murmured softly to himself. He did not turn back, maintaining a fade of ease as he veered into a side alley. The 2 Japanese intelligence operatives tracking him exchanged glances and hastened their steps, darting into the alley. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong drew his dagger and slashed their throats, blood gushing forth, staining their clothing and skin. Seeking death, he remarked coldly as he gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the Japanese. Their pursuit was intended to unearth his connections, but that was an impossibility. Returning to the dye house, he realized that without the Japanese trailing him, other enemy informants would undoubtedly sense something amiss, likely leading to the immediate obliteration of the dye house. We cannot use the front entrance, Xiao Zhengdong stated, vaulting over 3 meters to land atop the roof. By traversing the rooftops, he drew ever closer to the dye house. However, he soon discerned that even the rooftops were under surveillance. It seemed every mosquito attempting to enter the dye house was being monitored. Spotting a man seated beneath a sycamore tree on a rooftop opposite the dye house, seemingly leisurely sipping tea, Xiao Zhengdong recognized the ruse. The pistol's grip was plainly visible. With a swift flick of his wrist, he hurled his dagger, which struck true, embedding itself in the chest of the Japanese operative, who slumped lifelessly in his chair, still seated yet devoid of life. Xiao Zhengdong swiftly leaped into the dye house. Why has he returned from the roof? Has something gone awry? Lu Yuzhao, supervising the workers in the dye house courtyard, was taken aback by Xiao Zhengdong's sudden descent, but quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Your dye house has been compromised. The Japanese are everywhere. We must escape via the rooftops. Quickly, Xiao Zhengdong urged. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Use the rooftops. Lu Yuzhao commanded without hesitation, orchestrating the swift departure of all personnel. The Japanese had seamlessly executed their surveillance, Yet Xiao Zhengdong's dagger had disrupted their plans, allowing the Dai House staff to retreat unscathed. I wondered why every comrade who had contact with the Dai House has been captured recently. It appears the Dai House has indeed been compromised. I cannot absolve myself of this oversight, Lu Yuzhou lamented. Xiao Zhengdong said little in response as he began making his way toward the outskirts of the city. This time, he opted for a less traveled route to exit the city, where 4 Japanese soldiers manned a checkpoint. After consulting Lu Yuzhou, he chose a route out of the city. Bang! Bang! Approaching the checkpoint, Xiao Zhengdong fired 2 shots, instantly killing 2 Japanese soldiers. Taking life was as effortless as quenching thirst. Chapter 63. The master of Yulin Mountain and the other 2 Japanese soldiers at the checkpoint, upon hearing the gunfire, immediately aimed their weapons at Xiao Zhengdong. Yet, even if he stood still and did not evade, their bullets failed to find their mark. Professional soldiers, within 50 meters of a target, usually hit their mark every time. However, combat presents an entirely different scenario. In the heat of battle, there is no time for careful aiming. The stakes of life and death demand psychological resilience and swift muscle memory and targeting. The 2 Japanese soldiers were simply no match for Xiao Zhengdong. He anticipated the trajectory of the bullets, hence he remained unflinching. Even if granted 1,000 opportunities, they would still miss their target. Bang! Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired again, dispatching the remaining 2 Japanese soldiers with ease. Around him, a dozen local residents, frightened, fled a considerable distance, fearful that the Japanese would come seeking retribution. Xiao Zhengdong nodded in acknowledgement. Their actions were wise. It was best to flee when the danger did not concern them. Lingering around the corpses, they risked becoming victims themselves. Thus, Xiao Zhengdong exited the city, heading straight for Yulin Mountain. Since Yulin Mountain had succumbed to the Japanese, bandits patrolled the base of the mountain with great fanfare. From a distance, one could see numerous small buildings atop the mountain, likely the spoils of the bandits who thrived at the expense of the suffering populace. Though the bandits enjoyed a comfortable life, it was built upon the anguish of the common people. Xiao Zhengdong strode forward, ascending the mountain. Hey, do you know where you are? You can't just walk in here. Watch out, or you might lose your skin. One of the bandits coldly obstructed his path. Now that you're here, leaving without giving something will be quite difficult, another bandit sneered. A few others joined in with malicious grins. Had Xiao Zhengdong been an unsuspecting civilian wandering into this territory, his fate would have been dire. Even if he offered money, the bandits would likely not let him off easily. The more he offered, the less likely they would release him. I seek your chief to discuss business, Xiao Zhengdong stated. To see our chief? Do you know who he usually associates with? Japanese colonels? And you think you can meet him? What a joke, one bandit scoffed, surveying Xiao Zhengdong with disdain. The others followed suit, laughing derisively. Perhaps we should just give him a good beating and send him on his way, suggested another bandit. With the others nodding in agreement, Xiao Zhengdong then produced a gold bar from his pocket, casually tossing it to one of the bandits. Give this to your chief as a token of goodwill for our first meeting, and to demonstrate my sincerity. I genuinely wish to collaborate, and I can assure him great profits. Upon seeing the gold bar, the bandit's eyes sparkled with greed. A casual gesture could yield a gold ingot, undoubtedly. Xiao Zhengdong is a formidable businessman. As they regard him, none dare to underestimate his presence. Look, Xiao Zhengdong nonchalantly tosses a coin to them. 7 bandits share in the spoils. Such trifles must be spent. Otherwise, these brigands would not diligently carry out Xiao Zhengdong's errands, no matter how much wealth one possesses. If the underlings do not reap the benefits, they shall not toil with vigor. People are inherently pragmatic. Sir, please hold on a moment. I will immediately inform the chief. One of the bandits says, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost respect, as someone rushes to relay the message to their leader. Approximately 20 minutes later, the bandits descend. Come, our chief requests your presence, declares the returning bandit, leading the way. Sir, should the business succeed, do not forget us. The bandits call out as they watch Xiao Zhengdong ascend the mountain. I shall not forget, Xiao Zhengdong replies earnestly, reflecting on their initial display of thuggishness. A band of treacherous scoundrels, utterly unrepentant. As Xiao Zhengdong makes his way up the mountain, he is astonished to encounter numerous bandits along the path. The presence of over 500 brigands on Yulin Mountain signifies formidable combat prowess. The sight of so many willingly collaborating with the enemy stirs a sense of indignation within him. Were all these traitors to unite and wield the weapons provided by the Japanese, they could surely pose a significant threat. The bandits are armed to the teeth. Xiao Zhengdong has ventured into the lion's den. Upon reaching the summit, he finds a sizable stronghold. In the courtyard, a robust man, towering at around 6 feet tall, brandishes a large knife, thrusting it into the abdomen of a wild boar securely bound with rope, causing a torrent of blood to spill forth as the creature emits a piercing cry. Guests have arrived. The burly man exclaims with a hearty laugh, extracting the knife and tossing it aside. Around his neck hangs a necklace of wolf teeth. Let us discuss matters indoors, he invites, leading Xiao Zhengdong into the abode. Xiao Zhengdong touches his nose, pondering the predictability of this display, a mere demonstration of slaughter to instill fear. Does he believe that such brutality would intimidate him? Xiao Zhengdong has taken far more lives than he has slain pigs. Speak. What business do you wish to discuss? Should the transaction be trivial, I may not acquiesce. And your life may very well remain here, the robust man states, placing a firearm on the table, a sly grin playing upon his lips. The weapon's muzzle aimed directly at Xiao Zhengdong. There is no need for you to brandish that gun to intimidate me, Chief. If you truly wished me dead, it would require no effort on your part. Your men are all around. Survival would be impossible, Xiao Zhengdong replies casually, holding the chief's bravado in contempt. It is evident that while his strength has grown, his demeanor has not evolved. He still resembles a mere bandit leading a handful of men. I wish to procure firearms, 200 Type 38 rifles, each accompanied by at least 50 rounds of ammunition, Xiao Zhengdong states, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Previously, after raiding the garrison, the guerrilla forces had already acquired over 100 firearms. With an additional 200 guns, the total would amount to 300. Aligning perfectly with Xiao Zhengdong's ambitions to equip 300 men. 200 firearms? 70 large yellow croakers. Upon hearing the mention of 200 firearms, the burly man's eyes briefly glimmered with excitement, only to quickly revert to a profound demeanor as he stated, 200 firearms. The market value is merely 20 large yellow croakers. The chief demands 70. That is indeed exorbitant. Xiao Zhengdong shook his head, unable to accept such a price. 30 croakers. He countered. 60 croakers, not a single one less. The burly man asserted with unwavering determination, rendering further negotiation futile. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhengdong nodded in agreement. May I inquire as to your affiliations? Are you with the anti-Japanese allied forces? The burly man inquired. How could that be? I am procuring arms for the Xiong army. In these times, avenues for acquiring firearms are scarce, hence my journey from afar, Xiao Zhengdong replied, employing a premeditated explanation. Chapter 64. Expansion to 400. Xiao Zhengdong invoked the Xiong army as a pretext, knowing they were situated far away, and the local bandits of Yulin Mountain, including the elusive colonel, were beyond scrutiny. Xiao Zhengdong did not require the bandits or the Japanese forces to wholly trust his words. As long as the firearms were in his possession, he had his means to retain them. The Xiong army. Very well, we shall sell you the arms. However, a single gold bar will not suffice. I have mobilized considerable effort to assemble 200 firearms, and should you toy with me, I would become a laughingstock. You must provide a certain deposit. The burly man squinted his eyes, observing Xiao Zhengdong with a calculating gaze, as if he regarded him as a piece of meat that had presented itself willingly. 15 gold bars, Xiao Zhengdong declared, unfastening the buttons of his coat to reveal the 15 gold bars bound within, casting them onto the table. Upon witnessing the gold bars, the burly man exhibited a flicker of excitement and immediately instructed his subordinates to inspect them. After they bit into the bars and nodded in affirmation of their authenticity, the remaining 45 gold bars would be exchanged 4 days hence. One hand would deliver the firearms, while the other exchanged gold. Furthermore, I have acquiesced to your terms regarding price and deposit. However, the location of the transaction shall be dictated by me, specifically at the southeastern foothills of Shaohanshan. Xiao Zhengdong stated, allowing the mountain bandits to verify the gold bar's legitimacy, casting a calm glance at the chief of Yulin Mountain. Agreed. The burly man replied after considering the location of Shaohanshan. Should you manage to procure a heavy machine gun along with 500 rounds of ammunition, I am willing to offer an additional 5 gold bars, Xiao Zhengdong added. Certainly, the burly man acknowledged. Then we shall meet at Shaohanshan in 4 days. With the transaction settled, Xiao Zhengdong turned to depart. However, just as he took 2 steps, a bandit from Yulin Mountain stealthily drew a firearm from behind, aiming it at Xiao Zhengdong. The sound of the gun echoed ominously. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong, with his pistol already chambered, swiftly drew it and pulled the trigger, eliminating the bandit who had intended to shoot him. The bullet shattered the bandit's eye, rendering his brain a mere pulp. Life signs extinguished. The mountain bandits, who had originally awaited the spectacle of Xiao Zhengdong's folly, found themselves momentarily stunned. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Xiao Zhengdong's reflexes were astonishingly swift. How did he discern the position of the bandit poised to shoot him? Remarkably, even after Xiao Zhengdong discharged his firearm, he did not cast a glance at the fallen bandit. Boss, what does this signify? Xiao Zhengdong turned to the leader of Yulin Mountain, his brow slightly furrowed. Even within the lair of brigands, he maintained his characteristic tone and cadence, exhibiting no signs of panic. In our stronghold, we adhere to a principle, aside from our own. Anyone who dares ascend must relinquish something of value, even if merely for business dealings. Our late comrade merely intended to claim an arm from you. Harboring no intent to kill, his lack of skill led to his demise, which is of little consequence. The imposing figure regarded the deceased bandit with no sense of sorrow, but rather a flicker of anger. feeling that their reputation had been tarnished. Had you proven superior in marksmanship and bested 3 of us simultaneously, you would not have been compelled to forfeit an arm. Should you choose to concede, you may sever your own limb and depart. However, if you refuse, I shall instruct my subordinates to potentially render your arms useless. The burly leader continued, his gaze fixed coldly upon Xiao Zhengdong. Let us engage in a contest of marksmanship. Xiao Zhengdong did not deliberate excessively. If he were to lose in this challenge, retaining his arm would be futile, as it would eventually be severed by another. Nevertheless, he was confident in his abilities. Wang Si, Zhao Lu, Xia Laoqi, you 3, take your shots. The leader of Yulin Mountain explicitly named them. These 3 were renowned for their sharpshooting skills. The leader's intent was clear. He aimed to incapacitate Xiao Zhengdong, Wang Si, and Zhao Lu. Unwilling to provide Xiao Zhengdong any opportunity to react, swiftly reached for their weapons. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong shot Wang Si dead before he could even draw his gun. As Zhao Lu prepared to pull the trigger, Xiao Zhengdong's bullet found its mark, piercing his forehead. Xia Laoqi, however, managed to fire a shot that struck Xiao Zhengdong in the leg. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong retaliated, delivering a fatal shot to Xia Laoqi's heart, causing him to collapse instantly. From his pocket, Xiao Zhengdong retrieved a dollar coin embedded with a bullet, exclaiming, "Fortunately, I had this coin. It saved my leg." The coin clinked as it struck the ground, producing a clear, resonant sound of silver meeting earth, rolling to the feet of the Yulin Mountain leader. Now stained with the blood of the fallen. "Boss, I have triumphed. Do you honor your word?" Xiao Zhengdong gazed up at the leader of Yulin Mountain. "You may depart." The burly leader replied, feigning composure. In truth, his fists were clenched in frustration, having witnessed Xiao Zhengdong slay 4 of his men, an insult of the highest order. Yet, as a man of the underworld, he was bound by honor. He had no choice but to uphold his word, lest he lose the trust of his followers, and thus, he allowed Xiao Zhengdong to leave. "May I inquire your name, sir?" the burly leader asked. In principle, the trade of arms should not necessitate the inquiry of an employer's name. It is unlikely that the counterpart would disclose such information. Nonetheless, the burly man felt compelled to inquire, just to test the waters. "Xiao Zhengdong," came the reply. "I shall not change my name or surname." With that name, Xiao Zhengdong strode away, descending the mountain with an air of tranquility. "Boss, after 4 days, are we still to engage in trade with Xiao Zhengdong? He has slain 4 of our brothers," one of his associates remarked. "I suggest we simply ignore him. 15 gold bars for nothing. He wouldn't dare seek revenge. He would only swallow his losses." At that moment, the strategist from Yulin Mountain leaned closer to the burly man and whispered. Shaking his head, the burly man scoffed. "We must continue with the transaction. We have stumbled upon a substantial opportunity. Those 15 gold bars are merely a trivial fraction of the bounty." "What do you mean?" the strategist queried, somewhat perplexed. The burly man elucidated. "Our county in Changchun has been robbed of gold from the Manchuria Bank. These gold bars appear remarkably familiar. They belong to the very batch stolen from the bank. If we can trace the leads back to Xiao Zhengdong and his band of marauding guerrillas, we could seize nearly 1,000 gold bars." "What nonsense about the Xiong army. I do not believe in his lies. He must be linked to the guerrillas." Upon hearing the burly man's words, the Yulin Mountain strategist promptly inspected the gold bars. "Indeed, this is the batch reported missing from the Manchuria Bank," he confirmed. "Then, I entrust you to devise a battle plan," the burly man said with a cold smirk. "Very well," the strategist replied, mirroring his smile. Xiao Zhengdong's journey to Changchun consumed 2 days and nights. Upon returning to the forest, he felt somewhat disoriented. The mountains were teeming with people, at least 400. "Captain Xiao! Captain Xiao!" As he made his way through the crowd, instructors Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai, who were conducting training, recognized him and shouted excitedly, "Captain!" The entire contingent of 400 echoed in unison. Lin Guiyong, Wang Xia, and other warriors from the Dahuang Guerrilla Brigade rushed to greet him upon hearing of his return. "What has transpired? How did our ranks swell to 400? Xiao Zhengdong inquired, astonished. It had only been a brief trip, and he barely recognized his own brigade. Even the weathered Lin Guiyong appeared remarkably youthful. "Our Dahuang Guerrilla Brigade has been making waves in Gulin Town and the county seat. Whenever we announce recruitment, throngs of individuals rush to enlist, at least 1,000 eager to join us. This is after the screening based on your standards. Otherwise, our numbers would have doubled," Lin Guiyong explained, grinning widely at the tenfold increase in their ranks. Xiao Zhengdong nodded appreciatively, surveying the 400 guerrilla fighters. He noted that nearly all were in their prime. With proper training and marksmanship, they would all become elite soldiers. "Excellent. Splendid work," Xiao Zhengdong exclaimed, nodding in approval. With fewer than 40 comrades, Xiao Zhengdong dared to assault the county town. Now, with 400 men at his disposal, his thoughts began to multiply. The future appears promising. "Captain, have you procured the weapons?" Ouyang Bai inquired. "Indeed, 200 rifles will arrive in 3 days," Xiao Zhengdong replied. but we currently require 300 rifles. We are still short by 100, Sun Haizi remarked. With a force of 400 assembled, acquiring 100 more rifles should pose no challenge. Xiao Zhengdong narrowed his eyes and asserted, "Does the captain already have a plan to procure the additional 100 rifles?" Sun Haizi asked. Having spent the most time with Xiao Zhengdong, he understood him well. "Where will we source the other 100 rifles?" Ouyang Bai, perplexed, questioned the logic. "Rest assured. The additional 100 rifles will arrive alongside the 200, Xiao Zhengdong stated confidently. He did not allow Ouyang Bai to pursue further inquiries, proclaiming loudly, "Hasten to continue training the new recruits. By the time the firearms arrive, I need them prepared to fire and engage the enemy. I understand their desire to confront the Japanese and traitors. I assure them of endless battles and opportunities for glory, as long as they are willing to fight." Xiao Zhengdong's words ignited a fervor within Ouyang Bai and Sun Haizi. They relished the prospect of war and the chance to contribute to their nation. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Following Xiao Zhengdong's systematic training methods, the newly inducted soldiers had already mastered the basics of assembly and marching. On an afternoon, Xiao Zhengdong led 50 soldiers to a designated meeting point agreed upon with Lu Yuzhao, where he surrendered the substantial sum acquired from robbing the Manchurian bank. Despite having previously disclosed the amount, Lu Yuzhao gasped in astonishment upon witnessing the vast fortune. The contributions of Xiao Zhengdong and his guerrilla unit were indeed monumental, not only infuriating the Japanese but also facilitating further development of the anti-Japanese allied forces. "Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, you have achieved a remarkable feat," Lu Yuzhao expressed, overwhelmed. The two men clasped hands firmly, having shared a brush with death in Changchun. Had it not been for Xiao Zhengdong's timely warning, Lu Yuzhao and several underground operatives would have met their demise. To still be alive and reunite was nothing short of a miracle. "Old Lu, let accolades be set aside. You must swiftly ensure that this sum is delivered to the organization without fail. Once the war concludes and peace is restored, we will have ample time to converse." Xiao Zhengdong advised Lu Yuzhao earnestly. "Understood," Lu Yuzhao replied with a solemn nod. He saluted Xiao Zhengdong and departed with his team, transporting the money by vehicle. Having remained in hiding for many years, Lu Yuzhao had his own reliable channels to guarantee the safe transfer of the funds. As they parted ways, Xiao Zhengdong reflected wistfully, unaware of when they might meet again. "Next, we must deliberate upon the tactics for tomorrow. The bandits from Yulin Mountain are intent on annihilating us at Shaoan Mountain. At that time, we had merely dozens of men, thus my proposed strategy was rather different. However, now that we number 400, I believe we ought to adopt a new approach. Those fresh recruits must experience life and death to mature swiftly. No amount of training can substitute for real battle experience. I suddenly contemplate leaving the treacherous dogs of Yulin Mountain to perish entirely at Shaoan Mountain." Xiao Zhengdong turned to his comrades, Sun Haizi, Ouyang Bai, Wang Xia, and Lin Guiyong. "What specific strategy do we have?" Wang Xia inquired. With that, Xiao Zhengdong began to outline the details. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and everything appeared so ordinary. Before the onset of great battles, life always seems to proceed unchanged. The following morning, Xiao Zhengdong led over 50 warriors from the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Brigade, waiting at the southeastern foot of Shaoan Mountain. After approximately an hour of anticipation, 3 jeeps approached. The passenger door of the first jeep swung open, and a burly man emerged. It was Li Xiaohu, the formidable chief of the Yulin Mountain bandits. "They've arrived. Let us proceed," Xiao Zhengdong instructed. "Mr. Xiao, we have brought the goods. What about the money?" Li Xiaohu inquired with a grin, signaling a dozen bandits to bring forth their weapons. As the wooden crates were opened, each contained 10 Type 38 rifles along with a substantial quantity of ammunition. Additionally, there was an oversized crate, which, when opened, revealed a heavy machine gun. "Damn it, a heavy machine gun!" Sun Haizi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He favored the heavy machine gun, as a standard pistol seemed diminutive in his large hands, akin to a child's toy. The machine gun suited both his stature and combat style perfectly. "What about the money? Have you brought it?" Sun Haizi attempted to reach for the machine gun, but was halted by Li Xiaohu's hand. Xiao Zhengdong gestured for several guerrilla warriors to bring forth a box containing the agreed-upon 45 gold bars, along with an additional 5 bars to purchase the machine gun. The bandits from Yulin Mountain began inspecting the gold bars, while Xiao Zhengdong instructed Sun Haizi and others to examine the firearms. Once Sun Xiaohu confirmed the authenticity of the gold, he grinned with feigned cordiality and said, "Mr. Xiao, where are the remaining gold bars? Hand them all over, and I shall exchange them for an equivalent value." Xiao Zhengdong ignored Sun Xiaohu and directed Sun Haizi and the others to carry away the weapons. "Humph." Sun Xiaohu scoffed at being disregarded. He continued, "Xiao Zhengdong, I worry your guerrilla brigade might conduct reconnaissance too early and scare away your men. Therefore, I kept the majority of my brothers stationed at a distance. They are now nearly upon you. Your fate is sealed. I know you are merely the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Brigade, facing your impending doom. With that, several bandits behind Sun Xiaohu immediately opened fire. Yet, before they could complete their sentence, Xiao Zhengdong and his men quickly crouched behind a small mound. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired, and a gaping wound erupted from Sun Xiaohu's head. The chief of the Yulin Mountain bandits had met his end. Chapter 66, Annihilation. Without a trace. The leader of Yulin Mountain believed his plan to be impeccable. The gold seized by the Dahuang guerrilla team was within easy reach. However, Xiao Zhengdong proved to be even more skilled, having anticipated the leader's intentions to monopolize the gold. These mountain bandits surely had not disclosed their plans to the Japanese army. Dealing with a rabble of miscreants was a task all too simple. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired again, claiming the life of yet another bandit. These bandits, having submitted to the Japanese, were ruthless killers and forced laborers, mere lackeys of the invaders, indistinguishable from the enemy. With each death, the world became a touch more serene. The greater the number of people, the greater the number of evildoers. In times of war, eliminating a few vile individuals could ensure a peaceful existence for 2 or 3 decades during the ensuing peace. Xiao Zhengdong, do you dare commit murder and theft? Are you aware of your actions? By doing so, you are opposing Yulin Mountain. Surrender now, and we may let you go, the strategist of Yulin Mountain declared, concealing himself entirely to avoid giving Xiao Zhengdong any opportunity to shoot. He understood all too well that wherever Xiao Zhengdong was present, he would never expose himself, leaving no chance for attack. It was you who aimed to kill me first. Spare me the pretense. I know precisely what you were thinking. Xiao Zhengdong replied with a cold sneer. Surrender? That term is meant for you on the opposing side. Our 500 bandits from Yulin Mountain will be here shortly. Regardless, your fate is sealed. Little did they expect, this transaction was merely a stalling tactic. The strategist of Yulin Mountain laughed heartily. Particularly as the chief of the bandit stronghold had perished, from that moment forth, the leadership would be his. The strategist reveled in his good fortune, feeling as though he were basking in the spring breeze, even amid the battlefield. Come out. Arm yourselves, Xiao Zhengdong shouted. Suddenly, the ground behind him appeared to be upheaved, and a multitude of able-bodied men surged forth. They organized themselves with remarkable efficiency, collecting weapons and ammunition in a manner that was both chaotic and orderly. Within 2 minutes, all 200 rifles had been distributed, a task meticulously arranged by Xiao Zhengdong beforehand. The strategist of Yulin Mountain was taken aback. A tunnel. The Dahuang guerrilla team had the foresight to excavate a tunnel in this area, concealed beneath wooden boards and a layer of soil. It is nearly flawless, he marveled, unable to fathom how such an ingenious plan had been conceived. The most alarming revelation was that the guerrilla force comprised at least 400 men, a staggering tenfold increase from the reported 40. The strategist's anger surged. Almost all the Japanese soldiers in the town of Guilin, as well as the other invaders, were unified in their intelligence, believing that the Dahuang guerrilla team consisted of merely 40 individuals, or even fewer. This led them to feel assured of their victory. With 400 men on their side, how could they possibly lose? In a situation where numbers were close, even if they achieved victory, the Yulin Mountain bandits would suffer substantial losses. Should their numbers dwindle to a certain extent, the Japanese would no longer regard their stronghold with respect, reducing them to mere pawns, subject to arbitrary whims. The strategist of the Yulin Mountain bandits felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Kill! Kill! The bandits of Yulin Mountain surged forth in a great wave, over 500 strong, their battle cries reverberating through the air. At the foot of the mountain, the crowd appeared densely packed, as if completely filled with the Yulin Mountain bandits. Kill! Slaughter every last one of the Dahuang guerrilla team. Their leader had been slain. Avenging the leader, the strategist bellowed. Upon hearing of their leader's demise, the bandits indeed charged forward with even greater fervor. Excellent! Attack! Xiao Zhengdong observed the advancing horde of Yulin Mountain bandits, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. He had awaited this moment. Swiftly, Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai began to reposition themselves. This mountainous terrain was second nature to the Dahuang guerrilla team. They knew precisely how to exploit the geographical advantages to their utmost benefit. Xiao Zhengdong had also stationed 20 guerrilla fighters armed solely with light machine guns halfway up the mountain, granting them a commanding view of the battlefield, leaving the Yulin Mountain bandits fully exposed to their fire. Boom! Xiao Zhengdong hurled a grenade, which detonated at the feet of the bandit strategist, obliterating him. He was left in a disarray of limbs and head. Did he truly believe that, like a turtle retreating into its shell, he could hide from him? Xiao Zhengdong scoffed. At a distance of just a few dozen meters, he could easily and accurately strike with a grenade. He deliberately refrained from immediate action, granting the strategist the opportunity to issue a combat order, which urged the bandits to charge recklessly forward. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired once more, taking down another bandit. Suddenly, the entire Shaohan Mountain was engulfed in a cacophony of gunfire. The Dahuang guerrilla team unleashed a torrent of fire, their firepower intertwining like a spider's web from all directions, while the Yulin Mountain Bandits' gunfire was rather singular in its approach. It was not that their tactical strategies were inept. Rather, they had initially underestimated the Dahuang guerrilla team, believing them to be only a mere 40 in number, and thought a headlong charge would easily shatter them. Little did they anticipate that the Dahuang guerrilla team numbered around 400. Bullets flew indiscriminately amidst the frequent explosions. In this battle, Xiao Zhengdong had also instructed Sun Haizi to bring forth the mortars they had previously concealed. Boom! A mortar shell exploded on the ground, sending 4 bandits flying. 2 of them lost their legs. One had his head blown off, while another's innards were reduced to a gruesome mess. Bandits continued to fall one after another. Xiao Zhengdong pulled the trigger of his submachine gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets that felled a row of bandits, at least 7 in total. On the hillside, 10 light machine guns became the bandits' nightmare, forcing them to flee in panic, with no refuge to be found. This was not merely a battle of back and forth, it was a massacre. A new guerrilla fighter was struck and fell lifeless. Fire! Spare no bullets, Xiao Zhengdong commanded. With so many bandits from Yulin Mountain present, once we eliminate them, we shall reap great rewards and become wealthy instantly. Annihilate them. Leave not a single one alive, Xiao Zhengdong shouted. Even if these bandits surrendered, they would still meet their demise. Each one was guilty of heinous crimes, and death was their only fate. No further contemplation was needed. Kill Xiao Zhengdong. The 30-odd robbers, aware that there was no hiding left for them, surged toward Xiao Zhengdong in a frenzied rush. Even in death, they were determined to take him down, seeking to make him a scapegoat and quench their thirst for vengeance. The machine guns on the hillside shifted their aim, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon the 30-odd bandits, who fell one by one. Rising from behind a rock, Xiao Zhengdong joined the fray, targeting the remaining bandits. Mere seconds passed, and of the 30 or so, only 10 remained standing. These last 10 bandits unleashed a desperate barrage at Xiao Zhengdong, yet only one bullet had a chance of striking him. However, Xiao Zhengdong deftly sidestepped, evading the projectile. His physical prowess enabled him to dodge bullets with remarkable agility. He could not only anticipate their trajectories but also move swiftly enough to avoid them. A pack of treacherous dogs. Die. Just die. Sun Haizi had already found a vantage point to set up a heavy machine gun, pulling the trigger as a stream of bullets tore into the bandits, sending them flying, leaving deep crimson wounds in their wake. In a mere 15 minutes of combat, over 100 bandits had perished. With their leaders all dead, the remaining bandits were utterly disoriented, moving aimlessly, some darting forward and then backward. Yet ultimately they were merely treading in place, meeting their demise at the hands of indiscriminate gunfire. Do not panic. No one shall pursue, Xiao Zhengdong shouted. He had effectively boxed these bandits in. They were ensnared within a pocket, with no escape. Pursuing them would only create gaps through which they could flee. Xiao Zhengdong was determined to leave none alive. Since they had chosen to fight, they would face the consequences, a definitive separation of life and death. No one was permitted to escape. Xiao Zhengdong's words acted as a stabilizing force, rallying the soldiers, who were now consumed by the thrill of the kill. Especially the newly recruited guerrilla fighters. They had finally achieved the capability to take down an enemy with each shot, their spirits soaring as they danced on the precipice of tactical discipline. Xiao Zhengdong's commands brought them back to their senses, transforming their defense into an impenetrable fortress. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired a shot, claiming the life of yet another bandit. The soldiers alongside him marveled at his remarkable accuracy. His precision was extraordinary. The first time I fought alongside Xiao Zhengdong unfolded in this manner. He was enveloped in an aura of legend. The air above Shaohan Mountain was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, lingering long after the chaos. The bandits flitted about like clowns, driven hither and thither. Die. I've slain 8. After Ouyang Bai dispatched another bandit, he resumed his relentless barrage with a submachine gun, his bullets ricocheting off tree trunks, striking the ground, and piercing the leg of a fleeing bandit. No matter how they scurried or sought refuge, they could not escape the bullets, especially the sweeping fire from the submachine gun. In such moments, an indiscriminate hail of bullets was imperative, widening the damage radius and saturating the area with firepower, rendering the bandits too fearful to return fire, leaving them without any space to retaliate. Bang! A bandit attempted to shoot but was instantly dispatched by Xiao Zhengdong's bullet. While everyone unleashed a torrent of firepower, Xiao Zhengdong, with surgical precision, would take the life of a traitorous scoundrel with a mere flick of his finger. He did not keep count of the lives he had claimed. But if not 80, then surely 60. After each battle, he felt a twinge of embarrassment when asked about his kills, fearing disbelief from others. The combat raged from dawn until dusk, and by 4 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Zhengdong commanded a consolidation of forces. The guerrilla fighters rounded up the remaining bandits, then opened fire from all directions. Not a single bandit was spared, all perished. A lone tree on Shaohan Mountain still burned, but Xiao Zhengdong felled it with a mighty swing of his blade, kicking up dust to extinguish the flames, which released thick clouds of white smoke. As they scoured the battlefield, he cautioned the soldiers, be vigilant. Should any corpse appear suspicious, execute a follow-up shot immediately. Even after the fighting had ceased, one must remain alert on the battlefield. Xiao Zhengdong tirelessly imparted his wisdom to the new recruits, teaching them the art of survival amidst the chaos of war. Captain Xiao, we have achieved a resounding victory. Over 400 bandits from Yulin Mountain met their demise on Shaohan Mountain. We also confiscated more than 300 firearms, nearly 10,000 rounds of ammunition, and a substantial quantity of explosives. All the gold bars we had previously given them have been reclaimed, Ouyangbai reported, his face alight with joy. Xiao Zhengdong nodded slightly. This was merely another victory in his storied career. He exhibited little emotion. Ouyangbai had grown accustomed to Xiao Zhengdong's demeanor following a triumph. He wished to emulate that depth of character, but could hardly contain his exhilaration. 400 adversaries, disarmed yet possessing such an arsenal of weapons and ammunition, all vanquished. Reflecting on the specifics of this battle was nothing short of miraculous. You are divine. A god of war. Sun Haizi approached, giving Xiao Zhengdong an approving thumbs up. Let us cleanse Yulin Mountain of this scourge once and for all. On Yulin Mountain, there must still be a considerable amount of resources. They have been subservient to the Japanese army for over a year, wreaking havoc on the nearby villages and colluding with some colonel in the shadows to engage in arms trading. They have undoubtedly accumulated a wealth of valuable items on the mountain. Xiao Zhengdong, touching his nose, remarked that one must eradicate the roots of weeds, otherwise it is futile. He would not allow the resurgence of this treacherous faction on Yulin Mountain, which could once again thrive. Good, good. The warriors of the Dahuang guerrilla team responded to Xiao Zhengdong's words with resounding voices, shouting in unison. Ouyangbai, you shall not accompany us to Yulin Mountain. I entrust you with a task. Return to Dachang County and assess the situation of the gendarmerie, Xiao Zhengdong instructed before leading the team to Yulin Mountain. Understood. Ouyangbai immediately accepted the order. Why must we scout the gendarmerie in Dachang County? Lin Guiyong asked, somewhat perplexed. We have already robbed the Manchurian Bank in Dachang County. Yet the commotion is insufficient. Why not eliminate all the Japanese soldiers in the county? Xiao Zhengdong declared. To kill the Japanese, he was serious about this matter. It was an unassailable course of action. Hearing his words, Lin Guiyong felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean? Just days ago, the Dahuang guerrilla team had only numbered 40 to 50 men. It had been less than a week, and now they were to liberate an entire county seat? Lin Guiyong had never dared to even dream of such a thing before. Yet now, it seemed Xiao Zhengdong truly had the capability to achieve it. With 40 men, they could dominate Dachang County. With 400, they could act with impunity. Set forth. To Yulin Mountain, Xiao Zhengdong proclaimed loudly. The Dahuang guerrilla team set off in a grand procession toward Yulin Mountain. At this moment, all the warriors were armed, each with ample ammunition and explosives. All well prepared for the task ahead. Commander, there is a contingent of Japanese soldiers on Yulin Mountain. Approximately 150 of them. A scout reported as they neared the mountain. Oh, Xiao Zhengdong raised an eyebrow. He did not consider this a troublesome predicament. In fact, it was advantageous. It would be best if the Japanese soldiers were always under their watchful eyes, allowing for continuous slaughter. Chapter 68. The cornered Japanese soldiers. The enemy is finite. What Xiao Zhengdong could do was to maximize the number of enemies he eliminated. Ideally, he aimed to wipe them all out before August 15, 1945, ensuring their complete submission. The Japanese were a species that everyone denounced and should not exist in this world. They certainly should not tread upon this land. Haizi, Wangxia, and Lin Guiyong. You three, along with me, shall each lead a team of warriors. We will split into 4 groups and descend from the mountain's base to the summit. Currently, the bandits on Yulin Mountain number at most 50, and with the 150 Japanese soldiers, we face a total of 200 combatants. This constitutes a formidable fighting force. When engaging in battle, we must not launch a strong offensive. If the enemy's firepower is fierce, we shall retreat. If it is weak, we shall advance. After all, this is a mountain, and we hold the most advantageous position. We will encircle them, taking our time to annihilate them. Xiao Zhengdong promptly issued the combat order and detailed the grouping of the warriors. Haizi, Wangxia. Let us first eliminate the 6 Japanese soldiers at the foot of the mountain. Silently, we shall ascend to the summit, thus enhancing our chances of a successful assault while delaying our exposure, maximizing the element of surprise to inflict damage upon the enemy. Upon reaching the base of Yulin Mountain, Xiao Zhengdong signaled for the team to halt and addressed Sun Haizi and Wangxia. Is there a problem with taking down 2 adversaries simultaneously? The Japanese soldiers stood in pairs, making the task seem manageable. Xiao Zhengdong glanced at Sun Haizi and Wangxia, ready to substitute any who felt daunted, or even to increase his own efforts if necessary. Not difficult, Wangxia replied, her tone as frosty as ever. Simple, Sun Haizi added, scratching his head with a naive smile. Having engaged in covert operations with Xiao Zhengdong countless times, he had learned the art of ambush, initially a novice under Zhao's guidance. But now he had become quite adept at assassination. Action. With no objections from Sun Haizi or Wang Xia, Xiao Zhengdong promptly issued the combat orders. Wang Xia, armed with a military dagger and clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her curves, leaped gracefully down the slope, her long black ponytail swaying behind her. Exuding an air of elegance reminiscent of a moonlit beauty, Sun Haizi slid down the hillside, somewhat clumsily, yet swiftly. Xiao Zhengdong, though appearing to walk steadily, actually descended faster than both Sun Haizi and Wang Xia. Although he was the last to depart, he swiftly approached the two Japanese soldiers stationed to the south from behind, moving without a sound. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong's hand reached around the necks of the unsuspecting soldiers, delivering a fatal cut. As their bodies crumpled to the ground, he gently lowered them, gripping their collars. Simultaneously, Wang Xia had approached another pair of soldiers, her agile figure allowing her to close in unnoticed. She raised both arms, daggers poised, and struck precisely at their temples, instantly killing them. Blood spilled forth like a burst of juice from a crushed caterpillar. Xiao Zhengdong frowned slightly. Wang Xia, despite her beauty, was truly ruthless. The commotion attracted the attention of the last two Japanese soldiers, who immediately raised their weapons to fire at Wang Xia. However, Sun Haizi charged forward, seizing one soldier by the head and violently colliding it with his companions, the sound of shattering skulls echoing in the air. Both soldiers collapsed, their heads bloodied and their brains reduced to a pulp. Wang Xia, your methods lack precision, Sun Haizi remarked. Humph. Wang Xia scoffed, uttering not a single word further. Enough chatter, let us commence the assault on the mountain, Xiao Zhengdong reminded them, emphasizing that now is not the time for banter. Xiao Zhengdong waved his hand, and immediately the soldiers behind him followed suit, dispersing in all directions. When Xiao Zhengdong initially ascended Yulin Mountain, he had deliberately observed the terrain, never expecting to utilize that knowledge so soon. The mountain was divided into 4 paths, 3 broad trails, and 1 narrow one. Leading 80 new recruits of the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Team, Xiao Zhengdong took the narrow path, which was nearly devoid of a proper trail, relying solely on climbing. Although it was not exceptionally steep, it was indeed challenging. However, the narrow path would undoubtedly allow for a quicker ascent. Exiting the narrow path, they reached the mountainside. After a quarter of an hour, as Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades continued their ascent, the sound of gunfire erupted in the distance. Judging by the intensity, it seemed that Lin Guiyong's group had fired the first shots. Hurry, increase your pace, Xiao Zhengdong urged. Once we reach the mountainside, we can ambush the Japanese soldiers and the bandits above, striking down upon them from a higher position. The mountainside we are climbing is not merely a location. It is a strategic stronghold. Hearing the increasingly dense gunfire, Xiao Zhengdong realized that the onset of battle had arrived sooner than anticipated, likely due to a heavy Japanese presence at the mountain's base. He quickened his pace, and the soldiers followed suit. Upon reaching the mountainside, they were confronted by a group of over 30 Japanese soldiers descending. Fire! Xiao Zhengdong reacted swiftly, opening fire immediately, and his comrades followed suit. After a volley of bullets, only 6 of the Japanese soldiers remained. Suddenly, several grenades were hurled towards Xiao Zhengdong. 2 guerrilla fighters were killed, and 1 sustained a severed arm. At that moment, as the 6 Japanese soldiers threw their grenades, Xiao Zhengdong seized the opportunity to shoot one of them dead. The guerrilla soldier, who had lost an arm, writhed on the ground, howling in agony. The cheers of victory from earlier seemed a distant memory now, overshadowed by the pain of his injuries. This was the reality of war. Even in triumph, there were always sacrifices. In truth, there are no perfect victors in war. Loss is an inevitable companion, and failure brings even greater costs. Witnessing the fallen and the injured, Xiao Zhengdong felt a pang of sorrow. Yet the path of revolution was destined to be fraught with hardship. Quickly bandage him, he instructed the soldier carrying the tourniquet. After the bloodbath at the Japanese military hospital in Dachang County, Xiao Zhengdong had seized numerous medical supplies. The Great Wilderness Guerrilla Team possessed ample medical resources. He was determined to ensure that the soldier who had lost his arm would survive. Charge at them, Xiao Zhengdong commanded. They are merely a handful. We cannot waste time exchanging fire with 5 Japanese soldiers. They're not worthy. Without hesitation, he divided the troops into 3 teams, surrounding the Japanese soldiers who were taking cover behind a few trees from different directions. Bang! A Japanese soldier attempted to change positions, and in the fleeting moment he exposed himself from behind a tree. Xiao Zhengdong fired. The bullet shattered the soldier's thigh, and with a swift follow-up shot, he struck the soldier in the groin. The pain was excruciating. Blood soaked through the soldier's trousers, and he collapsed, unconscious from the severe hemorrhage, effectively sealing his fate. The remaining Japanese soldiers were swiftly dispatched by the guerrilla fighters. A sense of pride swelled within Xiao Zhengdong. Who would have imagined that these were mere recruits? Having trained for only a few days, their coordination was remarkable, not due to any extraordinary talent, but rather a shared and fervent belief in expelling the Japanese forces. United by a common cause, their synergy in combat was palpable. As more bandits and Japanese soldiers descended from the mountains, Xiao Zhengdong thwarted them all. Not even a single fly from the mountains escaped his vigilance. Under the leadership of Sun Haizi and Wang Xia, the soldiers engaged in a tactical advantage of numbers against their foes. "We can see part of the Japanese forces below," one guerrilla fighter exclaimed. "Fire!" commanded Xiao Zhengdong. The sound of gunfire erupted as a contingent of soldiers targeted the Japanese below. These soldiers had been pursued to this location by Lin Guiyong and a portion of his troops. With a coordinated assault from both above and below, the 40 or 50 Japanese soldiers found themselves trapped. Xiao Zhengdong emptied his submachine gun, claiming the lives of 4 more adversaries. Desperation set in among the Japanese. They realized that retreating further up the mountain would only lead to more death, and thus they turned to charge towards Lin Guiyong's direction. Lin Guiyong and the guerrilla fighters were not to be trifled with, forming a formidable line of defense. One by one, the bodies of the Japanese fell, leaving no opportunity for their forces to descend. Suddenly, a bullet pierced Lin Guiyong's heart. His body stiffened, and he collapsed, lifeless. Lin Guiyong was one of the stalwarts of the Dahuang guerrilla team. Without him, it could be argued that this unit might not have existed at all, fragmented and disorganized. He had forsaken his family and home to join the Dahuang guerrilla fighters, still filled with youthful fervor and courage, a model for all the soldiers to admire. Besides Xiao Zhengdong, Lin Guiyong was known for his steady demeanor. Yet, Xiao Zhengdong understood that beneath that calm exterior lay a passionate heart, yearning to explore the world with his wife and children, but the times dictated otherwise, compelling him to take up arms and forge a peaceful future. The spark of revolution could ignite a prairie fire, a belief Lin Guiyong held dear, and he embodied that conviction. The sacrifice of comrade Lin Guiyong was a tragedy none desired. It served as a stark reminder that only by driving the invaders from this land could they ensure safety and truly achieve independence. Xiao Zhengdong spoke softly, his gaze intense and his expression grave. "Xiao Houzi, take a platoon of soldiers and descend. Completely encircle and annihilate that group of Japanese soldiers in vengeance for comrade Lin Guiyong." "Understood," Xiao Houzi replied, immediately rallying a team of soldiers to charge down. The slender monkey shared a profound bond with Lin Guiyong, akin to that of a father and son. The demise of Lin Guiyong plunged the slender monkey into a state of deep sorrow, igniting within him a desire to vent his wrath upon the Japanese soldiers. "Damn it! I curse you all!" he shouted as he charged forth. With a stature not imposing, the slender monkey's determination was unwavering as he pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the unsuspecting backs of the enemy. Suddenly, a barrage of artillery thundered down upon them. The Japanese forces on the mountain sought to break through Xiao Zhengdong's blockade once more, launching mortar and hillside cannon attacks. The resounding boom of a howitzer echoed ominously. "I knew it," exclaimed Xiao Zhengdong, his eyes gleaming with realization. He had long suspected that Yulin Mountain harbored significant weaponry, given the Japanese's dealings in arms trade. "That howitzer belongs to the Dahuang guerrilla brigade," he sneered. "Everyone, take cover on the reverse slope. Evade the shells." As the bombardment continued, Xiao Zhengdong witnessed several brave soldiers from the Dahuang guerrilla brigade fall victim to the explosions. He persistently urged his comrades to seek shelter, believing that his words might save a life, willing to speak indefinitely if it meant protecting others. Meanwhile, over 70 Japanese soldiers seized the opportunity to charge down the mountain, drawing ever closer to Xiao Zhengdong and his men. Their intent was clear. They aimed for a single point, realizing they were encircled by the Dahuang guerrilla brigade, desperately seeking an escape. "Not a single one shall escape," Xiao Zhengdong remarked coldly. "Open fire. Shoot. Everyone, fire," he commanded. As the enemy closed in, the cannon fire ceased. With the Dahuang guerrilla brigade soldiers now firing in defense, rows of Japanese soldiers fell. Despite their relentless advance, the Japanese returned fire. Yet their tightly packed formation rendered them vulnerable, many unable to even pull the trigger. This reckless charge, though seemingly bold, squandered their combat effectiveness, revealing a desperate path to demise. "The enemy is panicking, resorting to a suicidal breakout," Xiao Zhengdong declared. "Fire," he shouted emphatically. Then, amidst the chaos, Xiao Zhengdong discerned a significant figure at the center of the Japanese ranks, seemingly shielded by others, indicating that this individual was the true reason for their frantic escape. This was no mere skirmish. It was a desperate bid to protect a high-ranking officer. How fortuitous, Xiao Zhengdong thought with a smirk. He aimed to eliminate that very target. With bullets loaded, he joined his comrades in firing upon the Japanese, swiftly decimating half of the 80 soldiers charging down the slope. Caught off guard by the Dahuang guerrilla brigade's superior weaponry, the Japanese forces halted their advance, retreating behind a small wooden shelter for cover. In a moment, The squad led by Xiao Zhengdong found itself locked in a stalemate with a contingent of Japanese soldiers. "Follow me around," Xiao commanded his soldiers, leading 8 warriors. He ascended to a higher position on the mountain. Upon reaching the location where the Japanese troops were concealed, Xiao suddenly led his men into a fierce ambush. Indeed, he had positioned himself behind the enemy. With a decisive pull of the trigger, the sound of gunfire erupted as the remaining soldiers followed suit. "Let us provide support." The guerrilla fighters stationed halfway up the mountain rushed to join the fray as Xiao and his men engaged the enemy. The Japanese forces became ensnared in a hail of bullets, succumbing one after another. Ultimately, only one soldier remained, cowering in a corner, hands clasped over his head. His rodent-like demeanor starkly contrasted with his military rank. He was a colonel, a figure capable of commanding a regiment, yet before Xiao Zhengdong, he was reduced to a pitiful state. This world, indeed, is a theater of absurdity, where those who appear resplendent often harbor a profound fear of death within. Xiao gazed at the Japanese colonel, pondering helplessly. Some individuals, despite their evident incompetence, managed to ascend to great heights. With a click, Xiao drew his pistol, chambering a round. The mechanical sound of the bullet being loaded sent tremors through the colonel. "Spare me, please. If you let me go, I will never return to this land. I can provide you with an abundance of weapons and ammunition, all for free." The colonel fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Bang! Xiao fired, the bullet piercing through the enemy's skull. The Japanese colonel collapsed, lifeless at Zhao's feet. Chapter 70. "You come, I come." Xiao Zhengdong stepped upon the fallen colonel's head, pressing down with force until the enemy's face was forced into the ground, blood streaming from his head. If one does not court death, one shall not find it. Xiao reflected. "Captain, the thin monkey has already encircled and eliminated the Japanese soldiers and mountain bandits below, joining forces with Xiao Zhengdong. Sun Haizi and Wang Xia soon followed suit. Up the mountain, Xiao commanded. There are likely only a few Japanese soldiers and bandits remaining, perhaps 20 or 30 at most. They are on their last legs, but we must remain vigilant. It would be most regrettable and unjust to sacrifice ourselves at the brink of victory. Remember, never let success lead to complacency." While ascending, Xiao reminded all his soldiers, imparting wisdom born from experience. If the soldiers heed this counsel, they may indeed save a few lives. Bang! Xiao spotted a mountain bandit attempting to flee and immediately fired. Gunshots rang out intermittently from other directions, each one claiming the life of either a Japanese soldier or a bandit. "Damn it! I am as good as dead," the bandit thought. "But you will take none of this with you. All will be buried here, and we shall perish together." Upon ascending the mountain, Xiao Zhengdong commanded the members of the Dahuang guerrilla team to scour the area. He approached a wooden cabin, where he discovered a bandit muttering to himself, dousing the floor and walls with gasoline. After discarding the gasoline canister, the bandit produced a match, intending to ignite the flammable liquid. This cabin undoubtedly contained valuable goods. Xiao Zhengdong's expression turned grim. He could not allow this bandit to succeed. Bang! With a single shot, he shattered the bandit's hand, who had not yet struck the match, leaving a gaping wound. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong fired again, ending the bandit's life. What audacity! Not even willing to leave anything behind. Truly treating the Japanese as their masters? Foolish imbecile. The thin monkey approached the lifeless body of the bandit, who had attempted to set the cabin ablaze, cursing vehemently and even spitting on the corpse. Though it is said that the deceased deserve respect, some deaths genuinely provoke ire, necessitating a means to vent frustration. The thin monkey kicked the body disdainfully, pushing it away as it was displeasing to behold. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhengdong entered the cabin and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of numerous crates filled with munitions. So much ammunition. Among them were even 2 brand-new Italian howitzers. It was well known that Yulinshan colluded with Japanese colonel to traffic arms. Who would have imagined that Yulinshan also served as a cache for munitions? No wonder the bandits of Yulinshan, even when submitting to the Japanese, enjoyed privileges, continuing to rule the mountains, unincorporated into the security brigade, instead guarding the munitions depot and serving as a transit point for arms trade. Xiao Zhengdong's previous doubts were now resolved. Move. Empty the place. We must equip the Dahuang guerrilla team with the howitzers and firearms. Whatever remains, we shall hide for future needs, and when we encounter other guerrilla forces or allied troops, we can generously share, Xiao Zhengdong proclaimed. Immediately, the warriors began to move. Hurry, evacuate Yulinshan and retreat into the vast mountains, thereby eliminating the risk of encirclement by other Japanese forces, he urged, his voice ringing with urgency. There was no time to waste. Xiao Zhengdong proceeded to check the situation in other locations. Commander, we have struck gold. We've found several crates of silver dollars, at least 7,000, reported Sun Haizi. Rushing to him. Excellent. Xiao Zhengdong nodded. In comparison to the vast cache of arms, this sum of silver dollars was quite satisfactory, primarily because they had already amassed considerable loot. Commander, Captain Wang Xia's thigh has been injured. He has been shot. None of our guerrilla team possess medical skills. What shall we do? In the past, we relied on the clinic in Gulin town, but it has recently been under strict Japanese guard. And the distance from Yulinshan is considerable, a member of the Dahuang guerrilla team exclaimed urgently. Take me to him. Xiao Zhengdong's expression grew solemn. In the midst of battle. When ordinary soldiers were injured by gunfire, it was Lin Guiyong who tended to their wounds, having acquired medical knowledge. However, with Lin Guiyong's sacrifice, when others were struck, the Dahuang guerrilla team found themselves bereft of medical assistance. Immediately, the guerrilla fighters escorted Xiao Zhengdong to Wang Xia's side. At that moment, Wang Xia lay pale upon a bed, surrounded by rough animal skins that adorned the room, which appeared to be the quarters of the chief of Yulin Mountain. Peel off all these animal skins, Xiao Zhengdong instructed the two guerrilla warriors, and later bury them alongside those silver dollars for safekeeping. Tiger skins, wolf pelts, and leopard hides are all valuable commodities. If we do not take them, the enemy will surely seize them. They must not be left for the enemy. The two soldiers promptly complied. Captain Wang Xia, frail and weakened, attempted to rise upon noticing Xiao Zhengdong's arrival, but he gently pressed her back down. You are gravely injured. Rest well. I shall help you remove the shrapnel from your thigh. He spoke softly. Wang Xia, a remarkable woman who had endured much, was indeed a heroine. Xiao Zhengdong held a deep admiration for her and for every hero of the anti-Japanese resistance. Wang Xia's cheeks flushed at the thought of Xiao Zhengdong assisting her with the extraction of the shrapnel. Her initial concern was not about his medical skills, but rather the embarrassment of the injury's location on her thigh. It is of no consequence. This is a matter of healing, transcending the bounds of gender, Xiao Zhengdong reassured her, having perceived her apprehension. After a moment of silence, Wang Xia nodded in agreement. Xiao Zhengdong smiled, finding it amusing to witness a blush on the face of this ice beauty. Rest for now. I shall search for the necessary tools and medications for the extraction, he said, gently patting her shoulder before stepping out. Approximately 10 minutes later, Xiao Zhengdong returned with basic tools for shrapnel removal, along with anesthetics and anti-inflammatory medications. Heisey, once you finish moving the items, make haste to leave Yulin Mountain. I need to treat Wang Xia's leg. We will regroup shortly, he instructed, concerned that the operation might take longer than anticipated. Given that most of the items had already been relocated, he felt it prudent to allow the guerrilla fighters to withdraw, not wanting their progress to be hindered due to the two of them. Understood. Sun Heisey nodded, recognizing the military order and the urgency of the situation. Time is of the essence. It is time to remove your trousers. Shall I do it, or will you? Xiao Zhengdong asked Wang Xia. Her face turned crimson once more at his words. You must remove your trousers to access the shrapnel in your thigh. Otherwise, the fabric may adhere to the wound or become contaminated with dirt and debris, leading to infection and complications in the healing process. Xiao Zhengdong spoke to Wang Xia with utmost seriousness, asserting that her trousers must be removed. Approaching the matter from a medical perspective, he recognized the urgency of the situation and preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. However, certain steps were imperative and could not be overlooked. Wang Xia gazed at him and ultimately nodded in agreement. Her porcelain-like hand began to reach for her trousers. The once cold and detached assassin, Wang Xia, appeared fragile and vulnerable at this moment. Xiao Zhengdong, too, reevaluated his perception of her. Her icy demeanor was merely a fade, for deep down, she was simply a woman, a delicate woman. Isn't there a blanket over there? After removing your trousers, wrap yourself tightly in it, Xiao Zhengdong suggested, then turned away. You can turn around now. I'm ready, Wang Xia softly replied. With a grave expression, Xiao Zhengdong commenced the procedure by administering a local anesthetic to her leg, followed by disinfection. The operation to extract the shrapnel had begun. He gently reminded Wang Xia to prepare herself. Then, with a sterilized scalpel, he carefully entered her wound. Applying pressure, he discovered several pieces of shrapnel amidst the flesh. Methodically, he extracted each fragment with surgical tweezers, exhibiting utmost precision. Strangely, as his body underwent continuous transformation, he found himself adept at performing surgery, a skill he had not previously possessed beyond basic first aid. A sense of intuition led him to believe that his surgical capabilities were now among the finest in the world. Wang Xia could not suppress a cry of pain. The anesthetic did not completely sever her sensory nerves. The extraction of the shrapnel was excruciating. It will be over soon. Just hold on a little longer. Xiao Zhengdong reassured her. He hastened the removal process while ensuring each motion remained gentle and meticulous, striving to leave no trace of shrapnel within her flesh. A doctor must possess confidence in their profession. All done. Now, let us begin suturing, he announced. In Yulin Mountain Stronghold, not only was there an abundance of ammunition, but medical supplies were also readily available, including professional surgical needles and sutures. It was evident that the leaders of Yulin Mountain were engaged in more than just arms dealing. Medical supplies were likely among their contraband as well, profiting from the chaos of war. They truly deserved their fate. As Xiao Zhengdong completed the suturing, Wang Xia fainted. He touched her forehead, which was burning with fever. His greatest concern had materialized. Her wound had not received prompt treatment and had become infected, leading to her fever. Without delay, he broke open a vial of antipyretic medication, drew it into a syringe, and administered it to her. In about an hour, it should take effect. But if she developed a fever again in a few hours, he would have no choice but to administer another dose. Xiao Zhengdong gazed at the unconscious Wang Xia, feeling a pang of sympathy. He fervently hoped that she would recover swiftly. The persistent fever undoubtedly posed a significant threat to her health. The Dahuang guerrilla team could not afford to be without her, for she played an indispensable role as a competent captain. Naturally, Xiao Zhengdong wished for her prompt recovery. Fortunately, her injuries had been treated, and her life was no longer in jeopardy. For a considerable time, Xiao Zhengdong had been focused on tending to Wang Xia's wounds. At last, he noticed her legs, long, slender, and as fair as jade. This woman had consistently faced death in her struggle against the enemy, braving the winds and flames. However, her skin appeared untouched by time, remarkably youthful. Assisting her in donning trousers? That would be taking advantage of her vulnerability. Shaking his head, he ultimately chose to envelop her fully in the blanket, ensuring her entire body, including her legs, was securely wrapped. He then lifted Wang Xia onto his back and made his way down the slopes of Yulin Mountain. By now, the Dahuang guerrilla fighters had long since departed. Having evacuated entirely, and Xiao Zhengdong's surgery on Wang Xia had delayed him significantly. At least an hour had passed since the main force of the guerrilla team had retreated. It was he who had ordered the Dahuang guerrilla team to withdraw without a trace. Damn it! Damn it! The fury of a Japanese officer echoed through the mountains as he vented his impotent rage. Search. I want a thorough search. What if there are still Dahuang guerrilla fighters hidden within Yulin Mountain? Conduct a meticulous search. This Dahuang guerrilla team must be dealt with swiftly. They have not only caused chaos in Datsong County, but have also turned Highway County upside down. This lawlessness cannot continue. A major from the Highway County Gendarmerie shouted to the Japanese soldiers under his command. Yes, yes. The soldiers dispersed in large numbers. Xiao Zhengdong furrowed his brow upon overhearing the Japanese officers' orders. They were now surrounded, and given the magnitude of the turmoil unfolding, it was evident that there were far more than 100 Japanese soldiers in Yulin Mountain. Reinforcements would undoubtedly continue to pour in, spreading outwards to conduct their search. Wang Xia, unbeknownst to you, we may have to traverse the gates of hell once again, Xiao Zhengdong remarked softly, glancing at the still unconscious Wang Xia on his back. He continued his descent down the mountain, realizing that retreating upwards would offer no escape. Only by moving downward could there be a glimmer of hope. He did not intentionally evade the Japanese forces. Rather, he advanced towards them. In the face of adversity, the brave prevail. Xiao Zhengdong did not perceive his actions as fleeing. With a swift motion, he drew a flying dart, which struck a Japanese soldier on the opposite side of a tree. The body of the fallen soldier tumbled to the ground, creating a considerable noise. Almost immediately, another Japanese soldier approached, drawn by the sound. Xiao Zhengdong, even while carrying Wang Xia on his back, managed to wield a dagger with one hand without any hindrance to his actions. With a swift stride, he reached the Japanese soldier before him and mercilessly sliced through the adversary's throat. Blood gushed forth. The soldier's eyes widened in shock as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Curiosity can be perilous. Foolishness. Xiao Zhengdong let out a cold chuckle. He did not falter in his pace, continuing to sprint with Wang Xia in his arms. Weighing no more than 90 pounds, she was not particularly heavy. Especially considering Xiao Zhengdong's immense strength, carrying her along with a blanket did not impede his speed. Bang! A Japanese soldier fired at Xiao Zhengdong. He had spotted him. Bullets whizzed past Xiao Zhengdong's eyes. He could distinctly see the bullets spinning rapidly before they zipped by. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Zhengdong felt the close brush with danger. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly enough to evade the shot. The opportunity for him to respond had been fleeting. The Japanese forces on Yulin Mountain were overwhelming, and with Wang Xia on his back, his focus was inevitably divided. It was likely that the soldier had spotted him through the branches and foliage, prompting the immediate gunfire. After all, the mountain bandits had been wiped out, leaving only the Japanese soldiers and possibly guerrilla fighters. Whoosh! Xiao Zhengdong hurled his dagger at the Japanese soldier. The blade sliced through several small branches before plunging directly into the center of the soldier's forehead. In that instant, the fallen Japanese soldier did not even have a chance to bleed. His demise was swift and decisive. Tat tat tat. A few of the dead soldier's comrades, having caught a glimpse of Xiao Zhengdong, opened fire in response. Their submachine guns severed numerous branches, and several bullets narrowly missed, claiming Xiao Zhengdong's life. Amidst the chaos, he had to remain vigilant to ensure that none of the stray bullets harmed the unconscious Wang Xia. Damn it! Those devils were truly a pack of dogs. Xiao Zhengdong muttered under his breath, filled with anger. The Japanese soldiers were indeed causing him significant trouble. He was confident in his ability to dodge a single bullet. But facing a barrage posed a real threat. His speed was remarkable, yet it was not enough to weave through a hail of bullets without risk. Perhaps, in the future, as his physical prowess improved, he would be able to evade such dangers, but for now, that was not the case. Whoosh! A bullet grazed Xiao Zhengdong's arm, tearing through his clothing. He narrowly escaped a grievous injury. The enemy's gunfire persisted. Bang! Seizing an opportunity as one of the soldiers reloaded, Xiao Zhengdong fired, striking the head of a Japanese soldier still firing. Bang! He fired again, claiming another enemy's life. However, Xiao Zhengdong did not intend to eliminate every soldier. His priority was to break through with Wang Xia. He could not afford to linger. Tat tat tat. The Japanese soldiers behind him continued to shoot while pursuing him. Guerrilla fighters! Guerrilla fighters have been spotted. Several Japanese soldiers shouted loudly as they summoned their comrades to encircle Xiao Zhengdong. In an instant, the mountains were teeming with Japanese troops converging on his position. He could no longer descend via the conventional route. His location had been fully compromised, and he would soon face the daunting prospect of being surrounded by hundreds. I must break through diagonally to a small cliff halfway down the mountain. My physical prowess will allow me to leap down the 6-meter drop safely, while those soldiers will not fare as well. Xiao Zhengdong swiftly revised his escape plan, sprinting westward. He understood how to leverage his advantages and had a thorough comprehension of the terrain of Yulin Mountain, which he utilized to perfection. However, reaching the small cliff was no simple task. Xiao Zhengdong's expression turned serious as he encountered obstacles. Yet, having survived countless life and death trials during the long march, he was undeterred by difficulties. He quickened his pace, carrying Wang Xia on his back, moving through the forest like a nimble leopard. No, he was even swifter than a leopard. In a flash, he could move faster than a bullet. With a swift motion, he confronted a Japanese soldier, using his dagger to slice across the adversary's throat, leaving only a fleeting shadow of himself in the air. A second strike followed, severing the throat of another soldier nearby. In the blink of an eye, he dispatched 7 Japanese soldiers. Before their bodies even hit the ground, he had already eliminated another. Panting heavily, he paused to catch his breath. This extraordinary speed pushed him to his limits. It could only be sustained over short distances and consumed considerable energy. He felt fatigued for the first time in 3 years. Over here, a few Japanese soldiers had caught sight of Xiao Zhengdong. The crack of gunfire erupted once more. At this moment, he had reached the small cliff. Glancing back at Wang Xia, he leaped down. Countless bullets erupted in the air as he descended, barely missing him by less than a second. Yet, none struck their mark. Xiao Zhengdong landed safely, burrowing into the thickets of the surrounding mountains. Damn it, he escaped. How infuriating. A dozen Japanese soldiers reached the cliff, their teeth clenched in frustration upon realizing Xiao Zhengdong had eluded them. A late arriving major shouted furiously, raising his submachine gun toward the direction where Xiao Zhengdong had vanished, unleashing a volley into the woods as a means of venting his dissatisfaction. Xiao Zhengdong, the notorious leader of Yulin Mountain, has been sketched in a portrait. Today, I have seen you, and you are exactly as depicted. You were the one who annihilated the garrison in Datsun County and robbed the Manchukuo Bank there. You also eliminated the mountain bandits and killed Colonel Inoue. Where did you come from? If I catch you, I will ensure your demise is agonizing. The Japanese major's voice echoed through the mountains. Bang! In the dense woods, a gunshot echoed, and a bullet pierced the brow of a Japanese major. He plummeted from the cliff, lifeless. Some Japanese soldiers exchanged anxious glances, hastily retreating, fearful of another gunshot ringing out from the thicket. Meanwhile, in the distance, Xiao Zhengdong had already stowed his weapon and was carrying Wang Xia on his back, racing through the mountains. The barrel of the gun felt warm against his abdomen, radiating a subtle heat. What did that little major call out for? Seeking death, perhaps, Xiao Zhengdong murmured to himself. He proceeded towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with the guerrilla fighters of the Great Wilderness, a place for rest and recuperation. A soft sigh escaped Wang Xia, indicating she had regained consciousness. Xiao Zhengdong instinctively reached to touch her forehead. Her fever had subsided. Comrade Wang Xia, just rest on my back. We are nearly safe now. I am taking you to join the main forces, he reassured her. Wang Xia, feeling the warmth of his back, experienced an unprecedented sense of security and nodded slightly. She was unaware of the harrowing event Xiao Zhengdong had just endured while carrying her. This was the advantage of being under his command, in times of danger. He stood at the forefront, allowing her to rest peacefully. Captain, thank you, Wang Xia said weakly. As Xiao Zhengdong continued to run, she felt the exertion, her cheeks flushing with warmth. However, she knew she could not engage in vigorous activity due to her recovering abdominal stitches. No need for thanks. We are united in the fight against Japanese aggression, sharing the same purpose and striving together, Xiao Zhengdong replied, shaking his head. Wang Xia, a heroine of remarkable courage, deserved respect. Saving her was simply the right thing to do. Captain, I don't know what you went through to reach this point from Yulin Mountain. But I must be quite heavy, Wang Xiao whispered, her lips brushing against his ear. She was surprised by her own sudden tenderness in his presence. Wanting to speak softly to him, her gentle breath tingled against his ear, a sensation that made it itch. You are not heavy at all. If you were, there would be no light women in this world, Xiao Zhengdong chuckled. Feeling a sense of relief after narrowly escaping danger and with the successful outcome of their mission lifting his spirits. Upon hearing his compliments, Wang Xiao's cheeks flushed a deeper shade. Xiao Zhengdong had been running through the woods for over an hour, and she marveled at his impressive stamina. She thought to herself, a man like him must be incredibly strong. Marrying him and having children would surely not be a problem. With a gentle tap on her forehead, Wang Xiao exclaimed in dismay, pondering how she had come to such a thought. Ever since the notion of having a child with Xiao Zhengdong had crossed her mind, her feelings for him had transformed, becoming distinctly different from her sentiments towards others. Commander, Commander. As Xiao Zhengdong traversed mountains and valleys with Wang Xiao on his back, they stumbled upon Sun Haizi perched atop a horse, leading another steed alongside. The moment Sun Haizi spotted Xiao Zhengdong, he shouted exuberantly, Blackie. Upon seeing Sun Haizi, Xiao Zhengdong promptly approached him, still carrying Wang Xia. Get on the horse, Commander, Sun Haizi remarked, noticing Xiao Zhengdong's somewhat disheveled appearance. It was evident to Sun Haizi that Xiao Zhengdong must have encountered some perilous situation to appear thus. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong stepped onto the saddle, still bearing Wang Xia. Wang Xia softly gasped in Xiao Zhengdong's ear as she suddenly settled onto the horse, which inadvertently pulled at her wound, inflicting excruciating pain. It was a sharp, penetrating agony that she could no longer suppress. At that moment, Xiao Zhengdong glanced at her, a hint of embarrassment in his tone as he said, I apologize, Comrade Wang Xia, for being a bit too abrupt while mounting. It's quite all right, Wang Xia replied softly, shaking her head. Observing their interaction, Sun Haizi felt a surge of confusion. He had never witnessed such camaraderie between Xiao Zhengdong and Wang Xia. Their gaze met with a depth of affection, even conveying unspoken sentiments. Comrade Wang Xia, I promise never to oppose you again, Sun Haizi declared. Why? Wang Xia inquired, directing her gaze at Sun Haizi, her demeanor reverting to its usual icy facade. It was only in Xiao Zhengdong's presence that she could truly let her guard down. With others, it was simply impossible. Wang Xiao's coldness was not a fade, but rather a result of her harrowing experiences, having lost family members to the enemy, witnessing the decline of her household, and the sacrifices of comrades. She found it increasingly difficult to smile, as her former cheerful self had long been eclipsed by sorrow. You might become my sister-in-law, and thus you must be respected, Sun Haizi chuckled, scratching his head. Enough chatter, lead us to the main force, Xiao Zhengdong instructed Sun Haizi. Wang Xiao, seated closely behind Xiao Zhengdong on the same horse, did not counter Sun Haizi's remark, but instead gazed at Xiao Zhengdong's profile, marveling at his striking handsomeness. How could such a perfect man exist in this world? With a gentle pat on the horse's back, Xiao Zhengdong urged the steed into a gallop. Blackie, when did our Dahuang guerrilla brigade acquire horses? He inquired. Previously, we didn't even have a single horse or mule, Sun Haizi replied. Regarding the Dahuang guerrilla team, Xiao Zhengdong holds a rather favorable opinion of the horses, as they significantly enhance the team's operational efficiency. At times, having horses to transport ammunition boxes alleviates the burden on many soldiers. Should urgent support be required, riding a horse can facilitate swift assistance. The Dahuang guerrilla team primarily operates within the mountains and forests where vehicles are impractical. Thus, horses are of paramount importance. We procured the horses from a local farmer. After our retreat from Yulin Mountain, we fortuitously encountered a farmer who raised horses, and we acquired 2 fine steeds for $3 silver. Sun Haizi remarked that these horses were indeed of commendable quality and reasonably priced. Xiao Zhengdong nodded in agreement, expressing his belief that over the next few days, we should acquire more horses, specifically, a total of 30. While riding, Xiao Zhengdong shared his thoughts with Sun Haizi, acknowledging that having too many horses could complicate their upkeep. 30 would be just right, and would greatly enhance the team's mobility. Sun Haizi, upon hearing Xiao Zhengdong's plan, could hardly contain his joy. He had a fondness for riding horses, having grown up on horseback, and was reluctant to dismount. Approximately 20 minutes later, Sun Haizi guided Xiao Zhengdong to the main body of the Dahuang guerrilla team. The soldiers, upon seeing Xiao Zhengdong and Wang Xiaoping return safely, were filled with joy, particularly as they mourned the loss of Lin Guiyon and hoped for Wang Xiaoping's continued safety. Their admiration for Xiao Zhengdong grew. He was a commendable commander. Commander, how did you manage to escort Comrade Wang Xiaoping back? We were quite anxious and had planned to provide assistance, but we discovered that Yulin Mountain was heavily surrounded by the Japanese forces and had no choice but to retreat, Thin Monkey inquired. Xiao Zhengdong recounted the events as they transpired, though he refrained from divulging the specifics of his extraordinary tactics against the Japanese forces. The soldiers listened, astonished at how Xiao Zhengdong managed to emerge unscathed while ensuring Wang Xiaoping's safety as well. "Commander!" Wang Xiaoping gazed at Xiao Zhengdong, deeply moved, realizing the extent of his efforts while she was unconscious. At that moment, Ouyang returned with a contingent of Da Huang guerrilla team soldiers. "How did it go? Have you gathered intelligence on the garrison of the Dazhong County Constabulary?" Xiao Zhengdong inquired. "All of it has been ascertained." Ouyang began to relay the details. Sun Haizi and the other soldiers eagerly gathered around to listen. In Chapter 74, Taking Down the Bunker, Xiao Zhengdong meticulously transcribed the entire garrison situation of the Dazhong County Constabulary onto a sheet of paper, detailing the surrounding streets, additional Japanese troop placements, bunkers, and checkpoints along the route. Everything was accounted for with precision. It was imperative to master every detail before taking action, as Xiao Zhengdong never engaged in battles without confidence. "Ouyang, please examine this map. Do you notice any discrepancies or errors?" After finishing the drawing, Xiao Zhengdong handed the blueprint to Ouyang for a thorough review. Zhao's artwork was remarkably meticulous. Any discerning eye could see that he was indeed skilled in the craft of drawing. The members of the Da Huang guerrilla team were momentarily taken aback by Zhao's artistic prowess, but quickly found solace in the realization that this was, without a doubt, their captain. Xiao Zhengdong was a man of many talents, always capable of surprising them with his ingenuity amidst the ordinary. The collective impression of him among the team was that aside from the inability to conceive, he was truly omnipotent. Indeed, this was the case. Ouyang, after perusing the map, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Without any guidance from him, Xiao had flawlessly illustrated a map, capturing even the precise distances between buildings as he had described. What a masterful display of artistry. "We will launch our assault on the Dazhong County garrison in 2 days, catching them off guard. The current garrison, believing we have retreated to the vicinity of Haiwei County, assumes we will continue fleeing further. After all, we have stirred up quite a hornet's nest, and the Japanese forces might think we are terrified and cowardly, leading them to believe that there will be no significant actions from us for the foreseeable future. They are gravely mistaken. The art of war teaches us to pursue victory relentlessly. We must strike while the iron is hot, inflicting greater casualties upon the Japanese troops and delivering a counterattack." Xiao Zhengdong articulated his strategy, aiming to enlighten his comrades about the rationale behind their forthcoming engagement. "Haizi, we must finalize the procurement of horses within these 2 days. It is imperative that we acquire sound steeds. Those that are disobedient or ailing must be avoided at all costs," Xiao instructed Sun Haizi. "I understand." Sun Haizi nodded in agreement. Having spent considerable time alongside Xiao Zhengdong, he had amassed a wealth of experience, and even without explicit instruction, he was well aware of what needed to be done. Xiao felt no need to elaborate further. He had complete trust in Sun Haizi. Among the Da Huang guerrilla team, Sun Haizi had spent the longest time with Xiao Zhengdong, even sharing a room for an extended period. Furthermore, the Da Huang guerrilla team would continue to recruit soldiers. This endeavor could persist indefinitely. Despite having contributed significant funds to the organization, there remained ample resources. Additionally, with the wealth and arms acquired from Yulin Mountain, the mere 400 warriors they had were far from exhausting their supplies. Xiao Zhengdong continued. The troops nodded in agreement, fully supporting his initiative to enlist more soldiers. His strategic acumen was unparalleled. The greater the number of troops, the more convenient it would be to execute various missions. 2 days later, the Da Huang guerrilla team welcomed over 80 new recruits, bringing their ranks to 500. After 2 days of rest, every soldier was invigorated, and the combat capability of the Da Huang guerrilla team had reached unprecedented heights. "Let us set forth," Xiao Zhengdong proclaimed loudly from atop his steed. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao rode away, gradually parting ways with the detachment led by Xiao Zhengdong. This included Sun Haizi and Ouyang, each leading their respective groups, as they diverged from Xiao Zhengdong's command. Moreover, Wang Bo has succeeded Lin Guiyong as the squad leader, leading a contingent of soldiers southeastward. This is a tactical maneuver. Troops are dispatched from various directions to eliminate all sentries at the checkpoints of Dazhong County, ultimately encircling the Japanese military police station there. With a rhythmic clatter, Xiao Zhengdong gallops ahead, kicking up clouds of dust as he speeds along the narrow path. Upon encountering a sentry post, he opens fire without hesitation, denying his fellow cavalrymen any opportunity to shoot. The Da Huang guerrilla unit boasts numerous skilled horsemen, and thus, Xiao Zhengdong organizes a cadre of cavalry. Presently, these horsemen are dispersed across multiple squads. With cavalry leading the charge, the soldiers following are able to advance with remarkable swiftness. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupts once more as Xiao Zhengdong dispatches 5 Japanese soldiers patrolling a nearby village. The 5 soldiers meet their demise at the village entrance, caught completely off guard by the sudden onslaught of galloping steeds. Boom! Boom! As they pass a fortified position, Xiao Zhengdong and the other cavalrymen hurl explosive charges toward the stronghold. This fortification was noted by Ouyang during reconnaissance and subsequently marked on Xiao Zhengdong's meticulously drawn map. Their choice of route is deliberate, aimed at dismantling the fortifications along their path and eliminating the Japanese presence in Datsang County entirely. Xiao Zhengdong's objective extends far beyond merely assaulting the military police. He intends to eradicate every last Japanese soldier in the area. The explosives devastate the stronghold, sending debris flying. Bang! Miraculously, one Japanese soldier crawls out alive, only to be met with a bullet to the head from Xiao Zhengdong as he gallops by. His horse trampling over the charred remains. The stronghold continues to burn in flames. Bang! When they attempt to dismantle the third stronghold, complications arise. This particular fortification is heavily armed, and during the assault, one soldier is struck down by machine gun fire, his mount also hit multiple times. Rolling on the ground until both rider and horse are lost. This soldier was carefully selected by Xiao Zhengdong for his cavalry. The loss weighs heavily on him. His face darkened with fury. Damn it! He curses. Bang! He swiftly eliminates the machine gunner within the stronghold. Quickly, he urges his horse toward the fortification. Bang! A weapon from within aims at Xiao Zhengdong, but he does not grant the Japanese soldier the chance to fire. Another bullet finds its mark, silencing the enemy. Xiao Zhengdong reaches the entrance of the stronghold, dismounts, and forcefully kicks open the iron door. Clang! Clang! Bullets from the Japanese soldiers ricochet off the door, sparks flying. Humph! Such a waste of ammunition. I did not come here merely to meet my end. How could I simply kick the door down? Xiao Zhengdong smirks, having successfully drawn the enemy's attention. As the Japanese soldiers continued their relentless gunfire towards the iron gate, Xiao Zhengdong executed a swift roll, entering the confines of the bunker. He squeezed the trigger of his submachine gun, unleashing a torrent of over 20 bullets in rapid succession. Gripping the firearm tightly, he pressed the stock against his shoulder, minimizing the recoil from the barrage. Each bullet found its mark, claiming the lives of 5 Japanese soldiers. Amidst the chaos, the bunker concealed a small loft from which 8 additional Japanese soldiers descended. With precision, Xiao Zhengdong fired, shattering the foot of the foremost soldier. Before they could fully expose themselves, he continued his assault. The Japanese soldiers instinctively rolled away from the imminent threat. With a sharp clang, a hand grenade was hurled towards Xiao Zhengdong, landing perilously close. His immediate instinct was to kick it away and swiftly retreat, acknowledging the destructive power of explosives. Despite his extraordinary physical prowess, he understood the peril of underestimating such threats. A detonation beneath him could lead to severe injury or worse. The grenade detonated, unleashing a wave of searing air that knocked him off balance. A lesser man would have succumbed to unconsciousness from such an impact. The relentless onslaught of grenades continued to roll toward him within the cramped confines of the bunker, where multiple explosions erupted, creating a pressure cooker effect that threatened to consume the air and engulf the space in flames. Recognizing the urgency, Xiao Zhengdong made a hasty retreat from the bunker. A particularly volatile grenade detonated mid-air just as he exited, followed by a cacophony of explosions from several others. The first floor of the bunker was engulfed in flames, with fire tongues licking out from various gun ports. Remaining inside would have been tantamount to certain death. You think you can blast me away? You must be suffering just as much on the second floor, Xiao Zhengdong scoffed, bemused by the enemy's futile efforts. While they exerted immense effort to eliminate him, he emerged relatively unscathed. Captain, should we use explosives to obliterate them? Suggested a cavalryman, observing Xiao Zhengdong being thrust backward by the force of the explosion. There's no need. I will go in alone and eliminate them all. No one is to follow me, Xiao Zhengdong declared, a flicker of anger evident in his voice. He harbored an intense disdain for the enemy. You think your grenades are impressive? You are still a far cry from being able to kill me, he hissed. His teeth clenched in contempt for each and every one of his adversaries, fueled by an intense desire for vengeance. One could almost wish to flay their skin and drink their blood. Yet, Xiao Zhengdong is not a cruel individual. It is merely that the enemy displays a flagrant disregard for humanity. If a measure of ruthlessness is not employed against them, they will undoubtedly take advantage of any leniency shown. As Xiao Zhengdong re-entered the bunker, the oppressive heat from the recent explosions enveloped him, lingering in the air. He ascended the makeshift steps, when suddenly, several Japanese soldiers, alerted by the sound of his footsteps, opened fire. Instinctively, he crouched down as a hail of bullets ricocheted off the concrete floor. A stray bullet struck one of the soldiers in the thigh, embedding itself within flesh and sinew. The soldier let out a piercing scream, prompting his comrades to glance over in alarm. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Xiao Zhengdong surged up the stairs, unleashing a barrage from his submachine gun that claimed the lives of 3 enemy soldiers. The remaining 2 soldiers, the first to regain their composure, began firing at him. But he adeptly dropped to the ground, aiming his weapon at their heart regions. A relentless storm of bullets rained upon them, their bodies collapsing amidst a cloud of crimson mist. With 5 enemy soldiers dispatched in swift succession, he then hurled 2 throwing knives. piercing the hearts of the final two foes. As the battle drew to a close, Xiao Zhengdong rose slowly, choosing not to brush off the dust from his uniform, and quietly exited the bunker. Onward, he instructed his comrades, mounting his horse as he addressed the remaining fighters. The offensive route he had chosen encompassed nearly all the bunkers in Datsang County, a particularly arduous path. As the battalion commander, it was imperative for Xiao Zhengdong to bear the banner of resistance against the Japanese, resolutely opting for the most challenging course of action. With relentless determination, they systematically dismantled 5 bunkers in quick succession, and ahead lay Guilin Town. Skinny Monkey, one of his comrades, called out to him, gazing towards Guilin Town. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. The guerrilla forces had once numbered only a few dozen at the Dahuang Fortress, and in a remarkably short span, they had swelled to over 500. As the battalion commander, Xiao Zhengdong felt a tinge of disbelief at this transformation. Yet, he understood that with effort and a commitment to justice, circumstances would inevitably improve. The enemy in Guilin Town received special attention, with a garrison assigned to nearly every village. We are likely to engage in fierce combat once more, Xiao Zhengdong declared. We must eradicate the enemy. It is everyone's duty to vanquish the Japanese. We fear not their presence in Guilin Town. The more there are, the more we can kill. The soldiers of the Dahuang guerrilla unit, inspired by their commander's words, were filled with fervor, each one resolute and unwavering. Very well, Xiao Zhengdong nodded. Then let us set forth. With a rallying cry, he led a contingent of over 100 men towards Guilin Town. Xiao Zhengdong pondered the possibility of splitting his forces. However, given that he had already divided them with Sun Haizi and Ouyang Bai, further division seemed imprudent. Most of the soldiers were new recruits. An excessive fragmentation would severely test their ability to coordinate effectively. The new warriors of the Dahuang guerrilla team had yet to achieve a level of seamless operational unity. Without experienced leadership, they would be perilously vulnerable. At the entrance of Guilin Town, a contingent of Japanese soldiers guarded the area, having established checkpoints and fortified their position with extensive barbed wire. Fire! Xiao Zhengdong commanded. The sound of gunfire erupted, yet the Japanese soldiers remained concealed, reluctant to expose themselves. A few brave warriors advanced under the cover of fire, but the enemy suddenly opened fire, mercilessly gunning down 3 of the Dahuang guerrilla team's charging soldiers. Witnessing this, Xiao Zhengdong furrowed his brow in deep concern. The enemy was cunning. Their ability to shoot accurately even under such heavy cover suggested they had cleverly left minute gaps between the sandbags to observe the movements of the guerrilla team. They could not simply charge ahead. The covering fire did not entirely shield them from the enemy's guns. Bring the howitzer over, he bellowed. 3 brothers had perished. These damned invaders would pay for it. Every soldier of the Dahuang guerrilla team had left their homes, risking their lives to follow him into battle. The loss of 3 was unacceptable, and he could not allow further casualties. The howitzer had originally been intended for an assault on the Japanese garrison in Datsang County, but it was now imperative to deploy it immediately. Yes, a soldier replied. A cart was swiftly brought before Xiao Zhengdong, and 2 soldiers carefully unloaded the howitzer. The Dahuang guerrilla team continued to suppress the Japanese troops at the entrance of Guilin Town. Without this firepower, more lives would be lost. Not a single person could die again. A direct assault might succeed, but Xiao Zhengdong deemed it unnecessary to sacrifice more lives. He began to adjust the angle of the howitzer's barrel, meticulously aiming with precision. Even the slightest deviation could be catastrophic. Loading the ammunition, he forcefully pulled the firing cord. Boom! The howitzer shot forth with sudden ferocity, detonating accurately at the entrance of Guilin Town. 6 Japanese soldiers were obliterated, while the others were left disoriented, their ears ringing and minds blank. The sandbags and barbed wire were reduced to chaos, their defenses utterly shattered. Charge! Xiao Zhengdong commanded. The Dahuang guerrilla team surged forward, and the Japanese soldiers at the town's entrance could no longer withstand the assault. They were so stunned by the explosion that they lacked the strength to wield their weapons. Xiao Zhengdong ruthlessly squeezed the trigger, continuing to fire even as the enemy's fighting spirit had crumbled. They deserved no mercy. Sparing them would be tantamount to sparing oneself. When the opportunity to strike arose, they would be met with unrelenting force. Upon breaching the outpost of Guilin Town, they were immediately confronted by over 20 Japanese soldiers, likely on patrol or stationed nearby. Hearing the commotion, they swiftly approached and opened fire on the guerrilla fighters of the Dahuang Brigade, resulting in the immediate death of 2 of their number. In a rapid response, Xiao Zhengdong led his comrades to retaliate, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The 2 factions engaged in a fierce exchange, utterly devoid of cover, both sides unaware of their proximity. This stretch of road had been cleared of trees by the Japanese to prevent guerrilla fighters from hiding among them. The clash was brutal, with over 20 Japanese soldiers falling. Yet 9 brave members of the Dahuang Brigade also lost their lives. For Xiao Zhengdong, this encounter was a grievous defeat. The loss of life among the Japanese could never compensate for the sacrifices of the resistance heroes. We cannot proceed along the main road. We must navigate through the narrow paths of the nearby village, Xiao Zhengdong declared. Entering the village, he tethered their horses beneath a large locust tree in a dilapidated settlement. The other cavalrymen dismounted and secured their mounts as well. This was Baijiazwang, a village reduced to ruin after a massacre perpetrated by the Japanese, who annihilated the inhabitants due to the village chief's daughter being assaulted. Fearing the chief would incite rebellion, they slaughtered the entire village. The beautiful daughter of the chief was taken into the Japanese camp, where she endured torment until her untimely death. I am one of the few who escaped the massacre at Baijiazwang, said the thin monkey, his eyes reddened with emotion. This was his homeland, where he had lived peacefully for many years. All has changed due to the arrival of the Japanese. My family now rests here eternally. The hatred for the Japanese was palpable, which is why, in this land, the very mention of their name incited deep loathing. Xiao Zhengdong looked at the thin monkey, surprised to uncover such a tragic history. Those damn Japanese will eventually be eradicated, he vowed. Indeed, the thin monkey nodded emphatically. Unbeknownst to Xiao Zhengdong, the village chief's daughter, who had suffered at the hands of countless Japanese soldiers, was his childhood sweetheart, and they had even set a wedding date. Leading the Dahuang Brigade, Xiao Zhengdong continued to traverse village after village. Commander, this is the home of a squad leader from the county's security corps. He is a bachelor. His door is open. Since we are passing by, shall we execute him? This scoundrel has committed numerous atrocities, forcing virtuous women into prostitution, and has even murdered widows in the village. He is nothing but a dog for the Japanese, one guerrilla fighter remarked during their advance. Indeed, I am from this village as well. This traitorous scoundrel must be dealt with, another guerrilla fighter agreed. It is entrusted to you. Be swift, Xiao Zhengdong instructed. With his consent, four guerrilla fighters charged into the traitor's home, and soon several gunshots rang out. The traitor met his demise in a most thorough manner. Xiao Zhengdong, accompanied by his soldiers, launched an offensive against the military police from this strategic vantage point, simultaneously clearing the obstacles within the villages. As they advanced, they encountered a contingent of Japanese troops. However, this time, Xiao Zhengdong skillfully orchestrated a flanking maneuver, resulting in the complete annihilation of over 20 enemy soldiers without incurring any losses. In Guilin Town and Datsang County, the Japanese fortifications had significantly increased. Just a fortnight prior, the defensive presence was nowhere near as formidable. Even before reaching the city of Datsang, they had already dispatched nearly 100 Japanese soldiers. One can only imagine the magnitude of the battle that lay ahead. It is likely that the current garrison of the Japanese military police within Datsang City is greater than ever before. A county town occupied by the Japanese had been thoroughly infiltrated by a mere handful of guerrilla fighters, and the Japanese, unwilling to fall victim to the same tactics again, were compelled to bolster their defenses, having already been humiliated once. Xiao Zhengdong was resolute in his intent to once again bring the Japanese to shame. The robbery of the Datsang Manchurian Bank had made headlines. Should the entirety of the Japanese forces within Datsang County be vanquished once more, it would undoubtedly serve as an exhilarating triumph for the entire anti-Japanese coalition. Captain, we are approaching Datsang City, reported the scout, the slender figure known as the Thin Monkey. At that moment, Xiao Zhengdong was surveying the situation of the Japanese guards at the city gate through his binoculars. The eastern gate was fortified with 2 heavy machine guns atop the wall and 1 light machine gun. 8 Japanese soldiers were stationed at the checkpoint by the gate. We shall bombard the checkpoint at the gate with our artillery, followed by a mortar strike on the heavy machine guns, Xiao Zhengdong declared. Having already devised a plan for their assault, we will infiltrate the nearby forest and circle around to a dilapidated earthen house from which we can fire upon the city wall, he instructed. Without delay, he led the Dahuang guerrilla fighters to reposition themselves. Xiao Zhengdong began adjusting the mortars and artillery to ensure pinpoint accuracy. The eastern gate, being the most frequented entrance to Datsang County, was heavily fortified by the Japanese, while the defenses at the other gates were less stringent. Glancing at his watch, Xiao Zhengdong noted that there were only 20 minutes remaining until the scheduled assault. In due course, the 20 minutes elapsed. Xiao Zhengdong pulled the firing cord of the artillery, while the Thin Monkey directly loaded the bomb into the mortar. Boom, boom. 2 resounding explosions echoed, precisely as Xiao Zhengdong had anticipated, obliterating the defenses at the city gate and wall. Charge, he commanded. Simultaneously, the other gates, as planned, were also under siege. 5 groups of troops were engaged, among them Ouyang led a team entering the city via the underground passage. As the gunfire erupted, Xiao Zhengdong swiftly dispatched the remaining Japanese soldiers at the city gate. Let us ascend the gate first and eliminate the high ground enemies entirely. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves at a disadvantage under their fire, he stated. The soldiers, ever obedient to Xiao Zhengdong's commands, promptly surged towards the battlements. The sandbags atop the tower were ablaze, engulfed in flames. The Japanese soldiers could hardly anticipate that within such a brief span, the Dahuang guerrilla squad would burgeon to such a formidable scale, even acquiring artillery to lay siege. As the soldiers on the city wall faced the valiant fighters of the Dahuang guerrilla squad, they squeezed the triggers to fire, yet their numbers were insufficient. The mortars unleashed devastating firepower, obliterating them entirely. The remaining Japanese forces exhibited no combat prowess whatsoever, falling victim to a single confrontation. Light machine guns were carried away, while heavy machine guns were utterly destroyed. Xiao Zhengdong remarked that the heavy machine guns were too cumbersome. Not every soldier possessed the strength of Sun Haizi. Since they could not be transported, they must be destroyed to prevent them from falling back into Japanese hands after the battle. Boom, boom. The lean monkey utilized grenades to obliterate 2 heavy machine guns. Reluctantly, it was a necessary course of action. Chapter 77. Slaughter of the Japanese military police camped the Japanese soldiers at the city gate, realizing the tide had turned, began to flee. Their escape directed towards the military police station in Datsang County. Will you also run? I thought you were fearless on this land. Xiao Zhengdong observed coldly as the Japanese retreated. Bang! He pulled the trigger, and a bullet from his pistol struck a Japanese soldier from behind, ending his life. Kill the Japanese. Damn you. Even in flight, you shall meet your end. The soldiers of the Dahuang guerrilla squad felt no fear upon seeing the Japanese. Instead, they were invigorated, akin to being infused with adrenaline. In the presence of the Dahuang guerrilla squad, the Japanese were mere prey, while they assumed the role of hunters. It was truly laughable that these prey had come into the hunter's domain. They were awaiting their demise. The bullets from the Dahuang guerrilla squad continued to penetrate the bodies of the Japanese soldiers at the city gate. Like a whirlwind, the battle at the gate concluded, leaving all the Japanese soldiers dead. A patrol of Japanese soldiers, hearing the dense gunfire, approached in 3 trucks, each laden with a dozen soldiers. The military police's vehicles. Excellent. Let us eliminate more of the military police. This will make our assault on them far simpler, Xiao Zhengdong remarked with nonchalance, his actions unceasing. He retrieved 4 wooden-handled grenades, bound them together, pulled the pins, and after a brief 2-second wait, hurled them at the foremost truck. Boom. These were instant exploding grenades. Xiao Zhengdong's 4 grenades detonated near the heads of the Japanese soldiers, shattering 7 or 8 skulls in an instant. The remaining soldiers in the truck were left limbless, all perishing in the explosion. What was once a clean truck now bore the gruesome remnants of not just soldiers, but a harrowing scene filled with corpses, blood, severed heads, and entrails. The front of the truck was utterly destroyed, with the driver succumbing to a fatal head injury. A rare smile graced Xiao Zhengdong's lips. The demise of the Japanese was indeed gratifying. The soldiers of the Dahuang guerrilla squad, now positioned atop the city tower, unleashed a barrage upon the remaining 2 trucks, rendering the Japanese soldiers there utterly defenseless, falling like birds under the relentless hail of gunfire. Down with them. Xiao Zhengdong led his soldiers down from the city wall. He did not leave any soldiers stationed at the wall, for there was no intention to exit through the eastern city gate, and alternative routes were available. There remained a functioning truck. He inquired among the members of the Dahuang guerrilla team if anyone could drive. I can. A soldier named Wang Dahai stepped forward. Having previously worked as a driver for the Railway Bureau, he was a distant cousin of Wang Xia, being her older male relative. You may drive that functional truck. I have use for it. There is no need to clear away the bodies of those Japanese soldiers. I intend to use the truck for a single purpose. Xiao Zhengdong instructed Wang Dahai. Understood. Wang Dahai nodded in affirmation. Xiao Zhengdong led his troops onward, drawing ever closer to the Japanese garrison. The citizens of Dachang County, witnessing the Dahuang guerrilla team sprinting through the streets, felt an inexplicable swell of pride. They were a spirited people upon this land. There were still those willing to stand up. Let us eliminate those devils, shouted many citizens, unable to contain their fervor. Though they lacked the courage to join the Dahuang guerrilla team, they would not become traitors. They merely sought to live their lives while wholeheartedly supporting the guerrilla fighters in spirit and attitude. Xiao Zhengdong listened to the voices of the populace. Their words sufficed. The burden of their march was worthwhile. Captain, we are nearing the garrison. I wonder if the other squads of our guerrilla team have yet to arrive. We may have advanced a bit too swiftly, the thin monkey queried as they approached the Japanese garrison. Our route has been challenging, even at this pace. Our speed is comparable to that of the other teams, Xiao Zhengdong responded. Indeed, the thin monkey nodded. Everything was as Xiao Zhengdong had planned. Yet, he found it peculiar that as they neared the Japanese garrison, they encountered no enemy forces. Previously, they had frequently crossed paths with them. The thin monkey expressed his confusion. Xiao Zhengdong remarked calmly. It appears that after the considerable commotion we've caused, the Japanese soldiers must have deduced our intentions. They likely realize we are targeting the garrison, thus consolidating their forces instead of spreading them thin. They intend to engage us in a defensive battle. Xiao Zhengdong had to concede that the Japanese were experienced in combat. However, they were up against Xiao Zhengdong himself, a man with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes. His experience was bound to be greater. So, have we not forced the Japanese to retreat like turtles withdrawing into their shells? The thin monkey chuckled, eliciting laughter from the other soldiers of the Dahuang guerrilla team. Xiao Zhengdong remained serious, his expression grave, as his mind continuously replayed the tactical plans he had devised. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted as a group of Japanese soldiers atop the high walls of the garrison, having spotted Xiao Zhengdong and his Dahuang guerrilla team, opened fire. Suddenly, several warriors from the Great Wilderness guerrilla team fell dead. Bang! With a single shot, Xiao Zhengdong eliminated a Japanese soldier. Almost instantly, a second shot rang out, claiming another life. We must not only vanquish the Japanese soldiers atop the walls, but also obliterate their ladders, Xiao Zhengdong declared. The soldiers commenced their barrage of grenades. Engaging the Japanese military police camp, Xiao Zhengdong was determined to deny any advantage to the enemy. With the armory at Yulin Mountain now under their control, the Great Wilderness guerrilla team found themselves abundantly supplied with ammunition, leaving no need for restraint. Utilizing the weaponry produced by the Japanese against them was a stroke of tactical brilliance. Boom, boom, boom. The Japanese grenades exploded incessantly, shattering ladders into fragments. The soldiers stationed on the walls were swiftly cleared. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong continued to fire his pistol. Akin to a reaper marking the fates of the damned, those he targeted were doomed. Each shot found its mark, leaving the Japanese soldiers in a state of bewilderment. Despite their relentless training, they had never encountered such a marksman. In the Dragon Kingdom, the emergence of such a formidable presence could not help but instill fear. Commence the assault on the military police's main gate. Xiao Zhengdong bellowed. Boom, boom. Just as his command echoed, skirmishes erupted across other sections of the military police. The sounds of gunfire resonating. Reinforcements from other squads had evidently arrived. Wonderful news indeed. They would encircle the enemy. To the main gate, Xiao Zhengdong ordered. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Approximately 200 Japanese soldiers were arrayed at the main entrance, their guns positioned wide apart, fortified with numerous sandbags as defensive structures. It was evident that, following the previous heist led by Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades against the Manchurian commander, the Japanese military police had significantly bolstered their defenses. Despite having eliminated over 100 enemy soldiers, the military police still boasted at least 600 troops within their ranks, originally numbering just over 500. The Datsang County military police had now swelled to around 800. Bullets flew back and forth in the fierce exchange. The situation was somewhat unfavorable for Xiao Zhengdong and his men, as their earthen structures were ill-equipped to withstand the relentless gunfire from the Japanese. The walls were gradually crumbling, and it would not be long before they were rendered defenseless. Moreover, the Japanese were certain to call for reinforcements, their vehicles ensuring swift arrival. Xiao Zhengdong and his team needed to breach the city within an hour and eliminate the enemy to ensure a safe retreat, a seemingly impossible task. However, if the mission were too simple, there would be no need for Xiao Zhengdong to lead the Great Wilderness guerrilla team. The gunfire exchanged between the military police and the guerrilla fighters was fierce, with the latter suffering casualties at an alarming rate. Damn those little devils! Bring all the artillery to me. Target the gate. With a commanding voice, Xiao Zhengdong ordered. The soldiers swiftly arranged the howitzers and mortars in a straight line before the entrance of the Japanese garrison. Numerous ammunition boxes were hastily opened by the warriors. Commence bombardment. Xiao Zhengdong shouted. Meanwhile, some Japanese soldiers were also positioning their cannons at the gate, but the Dahuang guerrillas were quicker in their loading, giving them a significant advantage. Almost instantaneously, as they prepared for the onslaught, Xiao Zhengdong had commanded the soldiers to bring out the cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of shells detonated within the defenses of the Japanese garrison. The Dahuang guerrilla fighters were exhilarated by the sounds of explosions. This was their fighting spirit. The townsfolk, hiding in their homes, were equally horrified by the thunderous blasts. Was the Dahuang guerrilla force truly this formidable? Just a month ago, they had fled in disarray from the Japanese garrison outside Lin Town. Now, they suddenly possessed the strength to challenge the garrison of Datsang County. The Japanese forces were being blown to pieces, limbs flying through the air. Do not cease. Bombard relentlessly. Utilize all the captured ammunition here. Shatter everything. Xiao Zhengdong bellowed to his men. To achieve a swift victory, continuous explosions were essential, reducing the Japanese troops to mere fragments. Once the garrison was taken, Xiao Zhengdong was certain there would be more ammunition to seize, leaving no need for restraint. Any conservation might grant the Japanese a chance to retaliate, which would spell disaster. Xiao Zhengdong would not allow them the opportunity to bombard the Dahuang guerrillas. The Japanese garrison had received advance warning of the Dahuang guerrillas' advance and had prepared some mortars, but they were utterly unprepared for the sheer volume of artillery the guerrillas possessed, leaving them no opportunity to unleash their heavy firepower. Blast! Blast. Explosions are an art. Sun Haizi, leading a contingent of soldiers alongside Xiao Zhengdong, was filled with exhilaration. He longed to become a bomb himself, to obliterate the Japanese forces, facing the relentless bombardment. Over 200 Japanese soldiers found their defenses utterly shattered. Witnessing this scene unfold, Xiao Zhengdong's gaze hardened with determination. He had awaited this moment for a long time, and it had finally arrived. I will drive directly into the garrison's gate. You all charge forward under the cover of the bombardment. It is time to breach the garrison, Xiao Zhengdong declared. He then climbed into a truck laden with the bodies of Japanese soldiers, blood still dripping from the corpses, as Wang Dehai drove. A trail of Japanese blood stained the ground. Truth be told, Xiao Zhengdong found the blood to sully the road. The blood of the Japanese was undeniably the most foul and repugnant. Commander, you are the leader of the entire Da Wang guerrilla unit, and your willingness to risk your life seems rather inappropriate. Perhaps it would be better if I took charge instead, Wang Dehai remarked to Xiao Zhengdong. In response to Wang Dehai's concern, Xiao Zhengdong merely smiled nonchalantly. I cannot trust anyone else. Leading the charge is crucial to set a strong precedent for this assault. Only I can ensure our success, he declared. Boom. With a swift press of the accelerator, Xiao Zhengdong propelled the truck towards the Japanese military police. A mere road separated them, yet this distance significantly impeded the advance of the Da Wang guerrilla unit. The moment had arrived. The future was at hand. Now was the prime opportunity to confront the Japanese forces. Xiao Zhengdong dismissed any thoughts of prior conflicts, believing that eliminating the enemy was paramount. The Japanese had already invaded. Resistance was not bound by time. So long as the enemy occupied our land, action was imperative. The assault on the military police in Datsang County was merely the beginning. Xiao Zhengdong was adamant that the 500 troops of the Da Wang guerrilla unit were insufficient. As Xiao Zhengdong drove the truck towards the enemy camp, a barrage of bullets erupted, striking the vehicle and sending sparks flying. Some rounds penetrated the metal body, shattering the windows. Leaning forward, he pressed the accelerator, his grip on the steering wheel firm, ensuring no deviation in direction. With a resounding crash, he smashed through the military police's barbed wire. Charge! Take down those bastards! Sun Haizi shouted. Ouyang Bai and others followed closely, leading their comrades through the gates of the military police station. Upon crashing into the Datsang military police station, Xiao Zhengdong leaped from the vehicle, which was immediately engulfed by a storm of grenades. After rolling to his feet, he fired his weapon, eliminating 4 Japanese soldiers before diving into the sandbagged fortifications. The surrounding enemy troops unleashed a hail of bullets, all of which struck the sandbags. With a decisive throw, Xiao Zhengdong utilized a grenade to obliterate a nearby cluster of Japanese soldiers, preventing them from launching grenades of their own. Chapter 79. Fierce battle. Xiao Zhengdong single-handedly attracted a multitude of Japanese troops, and, having bombarded them, left the military police with little firepower to counter the advance of the Da Wang guerrilla unit. The howitzers continued to rain down shells, following Xiao Zhengdong's orders to indiscriminately bombard the enemy camp. However, it was not entirely random. He was aware of the Japanese defensive positions and aimed primarily at their barracks. Swiftly reloading his weapon, Xiao Zhengdong squeezed the trigger, emptying the magazine in a short span of time. 3 more Japanese soldiers fell to his marksmanship. Each round fired was deliberate, none was wasted. Some rounds found their mark, while others provided cover. At this moment, Sun Haizi, Ouyang Bai, Wang Xia, and Wang Bo led the guerrilla fighters as they swiftly crossed the road to hurl grenades into the garrison of the military police. They divided into 8 small teams, launching their attacks from various angles. Xiao Zhengdong refrained from immediately charging into the military police camp. Undoubtedly, the defenses within were as solid as a fortress. A reckless assault would result in certain death, as the Japanese forces had undoubtedly fortified their positions with a web of traps. The optimal strategy was to first undermine the enemy's defenses. The military police garrison in Datsang County was not as impenetrable as a castle, merely a reinforced brick and tile structure. Faced with a barrage of explosives, such defenses proved inadequate. The Japanese forces, believing themselves invincible in northeast China, had become somewhat arrogant and dismissive. Today, Xiao Zhengdong intended to teach them a lesson. Boom, boom. The grenades and shells from the Da Wang guerrilla team infiltrated every crevice. Wherever there were windows, chimneys, or openings, they were filled with ordnance. The entire military police garrison in Datsang County was engulfed in chaos and destruction. Ample ammunition was the fundamental reason Xiao Zhengdong dared to engage a numerically superior enemy in the county town, and his skill in achieving victory against greater odds was well known. Charge! The military police camp was transformed into a sea of flames, with the anguished cries of Japanese soldiers echoing through the air, interspersed with the thunderous sounds of exploding ammunition boxes. It was time to advance, and with a commanding shout from Xiao Zhengdong, the Japanese forces were thrown into disarray. He was the first to breach the military police garrison. As he entered, 2 Japanese soldiers hiding behind a large wooden crate spotted him and immediately opened fire. Xiao Zhengdong accelerated, evading the bullets with agility, and retaliated with 2 shots, one striking a soldier in the heart, the other hitting the throat of another. Both men collapsed, bleeding profusely. Wang Xia, witnessing Xiao Zhengdong's bold advance, felt an overwhelming concern for his safety. She feared he might perish in the fray. But as she observed his remarkable speed, which allowed him to dodge bullets, she was momentarily entranced by the terror of his prowess. Wang Xia, Xiao Zhengdong called out sharply, jolting her back to reality. Bang! He fired at a Japanese soldier who was about to shoot her, eliminating the threat. Xiao Zhengdong furrowed his brow. Wang Xia, an experienced member of the Dahuang guerrilla team, should not have succumbed to such a lapse in concentration on the battlefield. Bang! Regaining her senses, Wang Xia quickly shot down a Japanese soldier. I'm fine, she assured him, grateful for his timely intervention. She understood the necessity of immersing herself fully in the battle, no longer fixating on Xiao Zhengdong. Ever since he had treated her, her feelings towards him had transcended the typical hierarchy of rank. Yet, she forcefully suppressed those emotions, recognizing the gravity of their fight against Japanese aggression. This was war, a noble cause, where personal sentiments must be set aside. Kill. Eliminate all Japanese soldiers of the gendarmerie. No surrender will be accepted. Kill them all. Xiao Zhengdong proclaimed loudly. Before him, a Japanese soldier had already knelt, even raising a white flag with a bayonet. Yet he was still shot dead by Xiao Zhengdong. Xiao Zhengdong shouted vehemently, these invaders deserved death, having slaughtered countless villages on this land and brutally murdered numerous women. They even took pleasure in killing. How could Xiao Zhengdong possibly let them go? Not everyone had the chance to live just by surrendering. The Japanese could not be spared. Bang! Sun Haizi shot down a Japanese soldier on the barracks upper floor. Charge into the building. There are many enemies hiding inside. Thinking they would be safe by not coming out. We will find them ourselves, as Captain Xiao commanded. Annihilate the gendarmerie. Sun Haizi shouted to his troops. He now commanded over 100 men. Despite his rough exterior, Sun Haizi had performed admirably after taking command of a unit from Xiao Zhengdong. He meticulously taught his soldiers various combat experiences, training the new recruits strictly according to Zhao's methods. On multiple occasions during battles, Sun Haizi saved the lives of his comrades. He had become a competent company commander, influenced by Xiao Zhengdong to become an outstanding leader. Often, Sun Haizi felt the presence of Xiao Zhengdong in his actions. But he regarded this as an honor, for Xiao Zhengdong was indeed correct. Puff, puff, puff. Several Japanese soldiers emerged from a side building, opening fire on the Dahuang guerrilla fighters, killing 7 or 8 of them instantly. Heavy machine gun. Damn it. There are heavy weapons in that building. Ouyang Bai shouted furiously. Charge. Clear that building. Ouyang Bai led his team forward. Bang. While under the fire of the Japanese heavy machine gun, Xiao Zhengdong raised his arm and shot the gunner in the head. Humph. From this moment, that heavy machine gun belonged to us, the Dahuang guerrilla fighters. Xiao Zhengdong sneered. The Dahuang guerrilla fighters relied almost entirely on looting for their equipment. However, Xiao Zhengdong did not see the act of seizing Japanese weaponry as shameful. The true shame lay with the Japanese, who despised their own territory and invaded other nations, brutally harming their people, even slaughtering for amusement. What kind of beasts were they? Xiao Zhengdong merely killed them and took their weapons, showing enough mercy. Even if he were to capture the Japanese soldiers alive, lining them up and executing them methodically, it would be justifiable. Puff. Xiao Zhengdong led a charge into a gendarmerie dormitory, engaging in close combat. He plunged his dagger into a Japanese soldier's abdomen. With a swift motion, he withdrew the blade and slashed another soldier's throat. The momentum carried him to sever a second soldier's throat. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Nearby, a Japanese soldier was locked in a fierce struggle with a Dahuang guerrilla fighter. The soldier's bayonet had pierced the fighter's intestines, while the fighter had plunged his knife into the soldier's throat. A life for a life. On the battlefield, there are countless scenes of life exchange for life. Chapter 80. Making dumplings. Whoosh. A bullet whizzed past Xiao Zhengdong's head, leaving him with a chilling sensation. There was no time for him to evade. He had just been engaged in combat, oblivious to the danger. This bullet transformed his expression, instilling in him a renewed reverence for life. He had narrowly escaped death. Xiao Zhengdong was acutely aware that he was not invincible, yet he continued to rely on his physical prowess to create more offensive opportunities for the guerrilla fighters. He resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. On the battlefield, no one can claim to be immune to death. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired, nearly taking down the Japanese soldier who had almost killed him. Damn it! Let us resolve this swiftly. Sun Haizi, in a fit of urgency, shouted loudly. Fully cognizant that the time for the Dahuang guerrilla squad to annihilate the Japanese garrison was drawing near. Yet, the team remained embroiled in fierce combat, unaware of when enemy reinforcements might arrive. Ouyang Bai and the others were gradually becoming anxious. Xiao Zhengdong noticed that the warriors were exhibiting signs of impatience amidst the fray. Boom. One soldier from the Da Huang guerrilla team, strapped with explosives, charged the staircase leading to the third floor, sacrificing his life to obliterate the heavy machine gunner stationed there. This was indeed untenable. We must accelerate, Xiao Zhengdong declared. The Japanese forces outnumbered expectations by 200. Their tenacity took Xiao Zhengdong by surprise. Perhaps the Japanese had realized that the Da Huang guerrilla team would not accept surrender, understanding that failure equated to death. Hence, they fought with fierce determination. Exhibiting greater resistance than any Japanese forces Xiao Zhengdong had previously encountered, displaying formidable combat prowess. All of you, charge forward. Charge. Xiao Zhengdong was the first to surge ahead. No longer exchanging fire with the enemy. The battle had reached a fever pitch. There could be no pause, no retreat, no stalemate. Only advance. Rat-a-tat-tat. The relentless Japanese bullets claimed the lives of many Da Huang guerrilla warriors at the front lines. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong fired, taking the life of a Japanese soldier who had opened fire. After a batch of Da Huang guerrilla fighters fell, another wave surged forth, continuing to shoot and suppress the Japanese forces with overwhelming firepower. This was a charge where lives served as shields. Not a single soldier of the Da Huang guerrilla team feared death, nor did anyone falter. They pressed on, undaunted. Thud! A bullet struck Xiao Zhengdong's arm. Instantly, he felt his arm grow heavy and limp. This was the second time he had been injured. The bullet had lodged firmly within his arm, and he could sense the shards of pain radiating from the wound. Yet, Xiao Zhengdong feigned indifference, raising his arm high as he shouted, "Charge! Take down the Japanese garrison in Datsun County, and let them know the strength of the Da Huang guerrilla team. We are also setting an example in the fight against Japanese aggression. The enemy is not to be feared, for bullets will fell them just as easily. As long as we rise in resistance, we shall emerge victorious in this struggle. In the face of invasion, we must take up arms and eliminate the aggressors. Kill. Damn the little devils. Kill." The words of Xiao Zhengdong inspired the soldiers. As the bodies of the enemy fall, they affirm his declaration. With the last of his pistol ammunition expended, Xiao Zhengdong switches to a submachine gun, dispatching 4 more Japanese soldiers. Soon, the battle concludes. Despite the tenacity of the enemy's resistance, the warriors of the Da Huang guerrilla team fight with reckless abandon. It is the audacious who instill fear in the cowardly. Otherwise, the consequence is naught but death. We have a mere quarter of an hour left. Quickly scour the Japanese garrison and seize all ammunition, heavy machine guns, and more. We must also take the tents. The garrison will undoubtedly possess a wealth of marching tents. For the time to come, we may need to live in the mountains. And tents are of utmost importance, Xiao Zhengdong declares. The weather is not particularly warm. Tents are paramount. Yes. Yes. The soldiers respond loudly, beginning their search for tents. 15 minutes later, Xiao Zhengdong leads the Da Huang guerrilla team swiftly away from the Japanese garrison, exiting the county town through the west gate. Upon arriving at the Da Huang County garrison, the 300 Japanese soldiers from Highway County witness countless enemy corpses along the way. The sight of the lifeless bodies within the garrison sends chills down their spines. Too many have perished. Most importantly, the Da Huang guerrilla team annihilated the Da Huang County garrison in less than an hour, a demonstration of astonishing swiftness. Their spines tingle with fear, pondering if they too might one day become targets of the Da Huang guerrilla team. Xiao Zhengdong, you scoundrel. As long as this man remains, we Japanese shall know no peace. A lieutenant colonel from the Highway County garrison exclaims, drawing his sword and pointing it skyward. The Japanese reinforcements from Yunlin County finally arrive at the Da Huang County garrison, joining forces with those from Highway County. Yet they find no sign of the Da Huang guerrilla team, left only to stare at one another in confusion. Each county possesses its own guerrilla fighters resisting the Japanese. With such a considerable mobilization of troops, the local guerrilla forces will undoubtedly find their tasks much easier and engage in significant acts of sabotage. Commander, there are Japanese soldiers ahead. A scout from the Da Huang guerrilla team reports to Xiao Zhengdong. It must be the reinforcements from Zhonan County coming to assist. We shall take a detour and launch a flanking attack. Let us eliminate them all. Xiao Zhengdong commands. The battle is far from over. In following Xiao Zhengdong into combat, one never lacks for opportunities to confront the enemy. It is merely a matter of capability. Xiao Zhengdong operates tirelessly, seizing every moment to engage the Japanese. The soldiers promptly heed his orders, preparing ambushes on either side of the road. Before long, Japanese vehicles begin to appear along the thoroughfare. Boom, boom. The hidden landmines of the Da Huang guerrilla team explode. Suddenly, enemy vehicles were brought to a halt one after another. Boom, boom. The warriors of the Da Huang guerrilla team, adhering to Xiao Zhengdong's directives, unleashed a barrage of shells upon the Japanese forces in Zhonan County. Landmines effectively constrained the enemy to a nearly fixed position, while the artillery strikes were exceedingly precise. Rat-a-tat-tat. Some Japanese soldiers attempted to flee, but they were swiftly eliminated by guerrillas emerging from the nearby thickets. Explosions continued. The Da Huang guerrillas hurled grenades at the Japanese troops. The reinforcements from the Japanese army, arriving to support Datsang County, met with misfortune, fortuitously encountering the direction in which Xiao Zhengdong and his team were retreating. This encounter was indeed anticipated by Xiao Zhengdong. Ha ha ha, it's time to make dumplings. Sun Haizi, wielding a light machine gun, dispatched 3 more Japanese soldiers, grinning from ear to ear, reveling in the thrill of each campaign alongside Xiao Zhengdong. Unlike the previous skirmish at the military camp of the garrison in Datsang County, which had been somewhat arduous, this battle was undeniably effortless and entirely within their calculations. Ouyang Bai, shouted a Japanese major as he fled in that direction. Lead the pursuit, commanded Xiao Zhengdong. I can handle it alone. Ouyang Bai replied with a shrug and a smile. Without delay, he took off with his weapon in pursuit. Xiao Zhengdong furrowed his brow at Ouyang Bai's solitary endeavor. Sensing that it was ill-advised, there were certainly more prudent strategies available. Why take such a risk alone? Ouyang Bai, though exceptionally clever, occasionally exhibited a hint of arrogance. Haizi, take a few men and follow Ouyang Bai, Xiao Zhengdong instructed, his concern for Ouyang Bai's disappearance growing. Understood, replied Sun Haizi, promptly moving out. Rat-a-tat-tat. Xiao Zhengdong continued to pull the trigger, targeting the fleeing Japanese amidst the cacophony of explosions. The enemy was in a state of utter panic, devoid of any combat capability. Chapter 81, The Sacrifice of Ouyang Bai. Fire. No one must slacken their efforts. We must not allow any Japanese soldiers to escape. None shall engage in open conflict with them. Xiao Zhengdong admonished the Dahuang guerrilla warriors. In this scenario of concealed engagement, the Dahuang guerrilla team held the upper hand. Xiao Zhengdong deemed it necessary to remind them periodically, lest the soldiers, in their bloodlust, expose themselves to the enemy. The current tactic of bombarding and ambushing fleeing soldiers was flawlessly executed. The battle raged on, with the gunfire from the Japanese gradually diminishing. Even their major had fled. Indicative of the chaos within their ranks, they were akin to headless flies, utterly disorganized and like scattered sand, ripe for the taking by the Dahuang guerrilla team. Rat-a-tat-tat. A Dahuang guerrilla warrior manned a heavy machine gun, relentlessly sweeping fire at the retreating Japanese, with their escape routes already obstructed by the guerrillas. Any opportunity for flight had vanished. It was a dead end. Constrict the encirclement. Until the enemy's gunfire dwindled to a level where Xiao Zhengdong felt it was time to conclude the conflict, he declared loudly. Xiao Zhengdong was determined to minimize casualties among his warriors. Charge. Kill. Little devils, perish. The warriors surged forward in mass, bullets flying, eliminating every remaining Japanese soldier hidden in the nooks and crannies without leaving a single life spared. The over 100 enemy troops in Zhonan County were thoroughly vanquished. Wang Bo remarked. Captain Xiao employed his military strategy with remarkable prowess, praised Wang Xia to Xiao Zhengdong. As the soldiers cleared the battlefield, they whispered their admiration for Xiao Zhengdong, their commendations overflowing. Observing the soldiers continuously collecting firearms and swords, Xiao Zhengdong reiterated, if the corpses appear intact and you harbor any doubts, shoot again immediately to ensure they are not merely feigning death, thereby endangering our men. Understood. Received. The soldiers replied in unison. At that moment, Xiao Zhengdong felt no joy from the victory. Instead, his thoughts were with the fallen soldiers in Datsang County. They were heroes, shining stars destined for glory. Their deeds should be eternally commemorated. In their sacrifice for the nation and its people, Xiao Zhengdong believed them to be of unparalleled nobility. Heroes do not inquire about their origins. Regardless of their past, they are now heroes in the eyes of the common folk, having perished so that future generations may live in peace and prosperity. The number of sacrificed soldiers exceeded expectations by dozens. This warranted reflection from Xiao Zhengdong, as he had perhaps underestimated the Japanese army's capacity for resistance. A small nation could possess such military strength, which is indeed commendable. One must not simplify their adversary too much. Although they had achieved victory this time, the greatest lesson for Xiao Zhengdong was to never underestimate any opponent, lest it lead to disaster. Yet, one must also refrain from overestimating the enemy, which could induce unwarranted hesitation. Captain, I have confiscated a telescope. I request permission to use it myself. During combat, I can observe more positions, Wang Xia stated with a smile as she approached Xiao Zhengdong. He was momentarily taken aback, as were the other soldiers, all wearing peculiar expressions. What is happening? Wang Xia is actually smiling. She looked stunning when she smiled. However, it was the first time the soldiers had witnessed this side of her. Realizing the shift in Xiao Zhengdong's and the soldiers' gazes, Wang Xia quickly returned to her usual cold demeanor, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She thought to herself, when coldness is the norm, a smile feels like an earth-shattering event, yet I am not truly cold. Comrade Wang Xia, from now on, the telescope will be yours. In our Dahuang guerrilla unit, anything we confiscate that can enhance our combat capabilities, I will generally approve of, Xiao Zhengdong said, smiling at Wang Xia. Wang Xia nodded emphatically, knowing he would agree. While chatting with Wang Xia, Xiao Zhengdong noticed Sun Haizi returning from the dense forest with several soldiers. They had previously gone to pursue Ouyangbai and the Japanese lieutenant. Haizi, where is Ouyangbai? Xiao Zhengdong inquired, noticing the grave expressions on Sun Haizi and the others. Sun Haizi hesitated, at a loss for words. The other soldiers bowed their heads. Where is Ouyangbai? Speak. What has happened to him? Xiao Zhengdong, upon witnessing Sun Haizi's reaction, was immediately engulfed by a sense of foreboding. Anger surged within him as he seized Sun Haizi by the collar and vociferously demanded answers. Although Ouyangbai had joined the Red 1st Regiment midway through the long march, his patriotic fervor was undeniable, and he shared a profound camaraderie with Xiao Zhengdong. Having faced numerous life-and-death situations together, Xiao Zhengdong was resolutely determined to protect Ouyangbai, recognizing him as a pillar of the nation, a talented leader. Yet, Sun Haizi found it difficult to articulate the grim news. You speak, Xiao Zhengdong commanded, pointing to a soldier from the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Unit. The soldier hesitated before revealing. Captain Ouyangbai perished alongside a Japanese major. When we arrived, we witnessed Captain Ouyangbai dispatching the major, but to our horror, the major was laden with explosives. In his final moments, he ignited them, resulting in the death of Captain Ouyangbai as well. Upon hearing of Ouyangbay's demise, Xiao Zhengdong felt as though his mind had been shattered. It was like a bolt from the blue. He could have borne the loss of a limb, but sacrifice was the last thing he wished to hear. Alas, reality is often fraught with disappointment. I have arranged for Ouyangbay's body to be placed upon a horse and sent to the assembly point, he said, his tone heavy with resignation. I initially intended to spare you this news, but since you are aware, it is indeed the case. Sun Haizi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, despite the profound sorrow. Ouyangbai had indeed sacrificed himself, such is the capricious nature of fate. He shared a bond with Ouyangbai akin to that of brothers, and felt an equal weight of grief. Yes, Xiao Zhengdong nodded, suppressing his tears. He had resolved to quell his anger. Losing control would serve no purpose and would only undermine his authority in front of his subordinates. He stifled all emotions and instructed, let us transport the bodies of our fallen comrades, those we can recover, using horses and carts into the mountains for burial. He turned to Wang Xia, Wang Bo, and the other soldiers. Previously, Xiao Zhengdong had dispatched soldiers to retrieve the horses hidden in the mountain village amidst the chaos of war. And now they had reunited with their mounts. Understood, several cavalrymen affirmed. This method of retrieval was not solely due to Ouyangbay's sacrifice. It was a practice Xiao Zhengdong had long upheld. 10 hours later, Xiao Zhengdong and Sun Haizi sat before Ouyangbay's grave. The suddenness of Ouyangbay's sacrifice weighed heavily on them. Each poured a bottle of liquor as a tribute. Brother, let us be brothers again in the next life. Sun Haizi murmured. Brother, I shall look after your family, Xiao Zhengdong replied. Sun Haizi mentioned, Ouyangbai has a younger sister who should be 16 this year. Xiao Zhengdong was unaware that Ouyangbai had a sister. Where does she reside? He inquired of Sun Haizi. Sun Haizi provided the address without hesitation. And Xiao Zhengdong nodded slightly, committing it to memory. Once the turmoil in this region stabilizes, Xiao Zhengdong contemplates visiting Ouyangbay's sister. He fears that if he waits until the end of the conflict, it may be too late. She could suffer from hunger, face peril, or be subjected to mistreatment. Xiao Zhengdong gazes at Ouyangbay's grave, feeling a profound sense of loss. Ouyangbai, your death weighs heavily upon me. When peace is restored, I shall return to share with you my experiences of battle and the tales of a future filled with tranquility, he declares. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Zhengdong and Sun Haizi depart from Ouyangbay's gravesite. In addition to Ouyangbai, they visit the graves of other valiant members of the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Team, each deserving of remembrance. I must make another trip to Changchun to connect with the liaison officer and report on our current situation. Furthermore, I wish to request the organization to provide us with a doctor and a telegrapher. We have seized a considerable amount of medical supplies and a radio, necessitating skilled personnel to operate them, Xiao Zhengdong states. Upon returning, he gathers core members like Wang Bo and Wang Xia of the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Team to announce his forthcoming plans. Indeed, we require a professional doctor. It is impractical for the camp leader to be preoccupied with medical matters when tactical command is at stake, Wang Bo remarks. I would like to accompany you on this trip to Changchun, Wang Xia expresses. I have yet to visit the city and wish to witness it firsthand. Having two of us would also provide mutual support, she adds, clarifying in response to Xiao Zhengdong's puzzled gaze. Ultimately, she does not want him to venture alone. Feeling uneasy about it. Very well, Xiao Zhengdong nods. His previous trip to Changchun was undertaken solo due to urgency and danger. This time, he intends to guide Wang Xia, nurturing her capabilities so that, in the future, she may assume his role in liaison tasks. Particularly as a woman, her presence during such missions would likely disarm the enemy's vigilance more effectively than that of her male counterparts. Xiao Zhengdong recognizes that he cannot always be the one to navigate the challenges faced by the great wilderness guerrilla team. Thus, he must prepare successors. Even in his absence, there will be someone capable of shouldering the leadership. Are there any among you with pressing matters to attend to in Changchun? If urgent, I can assist, he inquires. No. Everyone replies, shaking their heads. Xiao Zhengdong's trip to Changchun is of official nature, and unless it were a matter of utmost urgency, they would not have permitted him to undertake it. Very well, Comrade Wang Xia, let us depart for Changchun tomorrow, Xiao Zhengdong concludes. Wang Xia nods in agreement. The valiant warriors of the Dahuang guerrilla unit have now established their camp, taking refuge in tents, having seized nearly 100 tents from the garrison of Datsong County, which is more than sufficient for their respite. Furthermore, the Dahuang guerrilla unit is now armed with an impressive array of heavy and light machine guns, as well as submachine guns, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities with the recent upgrade of their weaponry. Xiao Zhengdong has designated a specific area for the unit, serving as a sanctuary in the event of enemy detection, ensuring that they remain connected. On the following morning, Xiao Zhengdong and Wang Xia set off for Changchun, traveling by horse-drawn carriage until they reached the gates of the city. The security forces at Changchun, comprised of the enemy's troops, approached to conduct an inspection upon noticing Xiao Zhengdong and Wang Xia attempting to enter. What is this? One of the soldiers inquired, pulling several watches from Xiao Zhengdong's pocket. His tone icy. Another soldier leveled his weapon at Xiao Zhengdong. In response, Xiao Zhengdong produced $2 and, with a congenial smile, addressed the soldiers, "Gentlemen, my cousin and I have come to the city to purchase some watches for trade. Might you grant us a small favor?" The soldiers inspected the coins, their expressions softening into smiles as they waved them through the gate. As they entered, Xiao Zhengdong took precautions to conceal the attractiveness of Wang Xia, applying a layer of soot to her face to deter the unwanted attention of the soldiers, who were known for their predatory behavior towards beautiful women. The depravity and perversion of these soldiers were well known, and Xiao Zhengdong remained vigilant. Inside the city, they discreetly concealed their pistols around their ankles, successfully evading further scrutiny at the city gates. "Shu," Wang Xia began to speak, but was silenced by a piercing glare from Xiao Zhengdong. "We are siblings now. Remember that," he reminded her. "Brother Dong," Wang Xia affectionately addressed him, a first for her, feeling a newfound closeness. "Xiao," Xiao Zhengdong replied with a warm smile, towering at 185 meters while Wang Xia stood at 165 meters, appearing delicate and demure beside him. "You are impressive, having navigated our way and while avoiding interrogation," Wang Xia remarked. "You too shall learn to do the same," he assured her earnestly. "Yes, I will," Wang Xia affirmed with a determined nod. Their previous meeting place had been at the dye house, but with its exposure, the rendezvous location had shifted. They would need to locate it themselves. The shop adorned with 3 pairs of redstone lions at its entrance would serve as their new meeting point. Xiao Zhengdong followed Wang Xia through the streets of Changchun, carefully observing the displays before each shop. "Do you fancy that bracelet?" he asked, noticing her lingering gaze on a piece in a jewelry store as they passed by. Wang Xia found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Xiao Zhengdong's inquiry. She harbored feelings for him, but was apprehensive that her affection might impede their mission's progress, thus she concealed her true emotions deep within her heart. "Let us go. I shall buy it for you," Xiao Zhengdong declared, taking Wang Xia's hand and leading her into the jewelry store. As Wang Xia gazed down at their intertwined fingers, a warm sensation enveloped her, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Was this truly the first time someone held her hand? "Donggu, perhaps we should reconsider," Wang Xia murmured softly. Xiao Zhengdong gently squeezed her hand, offering a casual smile. "We have been traveling all day. Haste is of no use. It would be better to calm ourselves. If you desire the bracelet, let us acquire it. This mission is not as urgent as you might think." With that, he guided her into the jewelry store. Wang Xia felt a rush of warmth, so much so that she failed to notice the threshold beneath her feet. "Ah," she gasped, nearly losing her balance, only to be caught by Xiao Zhengdong, who swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist. Wang Xia's waist was remarkably slender. "Be careful, Xiao," Xiao Zhengdong advised, not immediately releasing his hold, concerned that she might stumble again, especially given her recent thigh injury, which had only recently healed. Wang Xia nodded. Her face flushed. She reveled in the warmth of his hand resting on her waist. When his hand finally withdrew, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over her, as if she had lost something precious. Looking at Xiao Zhengdong, she began to realize that she had developed feelings for this man. Once upon a time, Wang Xia believed she would never fall for anyone, yet Xiao Zhengdong had seamlessly entered her emotional realm. To love someone, she felt, was a profound emotion. She would even willingly sacrifice herself for him. "Sir, how much is that jade bracelet?" Xiao Zhengdong inquired of the jewelry store owner regarding the bracelet that had captured Wang Xia's attention for quite some time. Strangely, he seemed to possess an innate understanding of jade. The bracelet, crafted from green jade, was of commendable quality. $20, the shopkeeper replied. 20, Wang Xia exclaimed in astonishment. Coming from the great wilderness fort, where $20 could sustain her for years, this price struck her as exceedingly steep. If you find it too expensive, you may consider the pieces over there, the shopkeeper suggested, indicating a section with more ordinary jade. Rest assured, all of our jade is genuine and can be passed down through generations. We guarantee honesty. Noticing Wang Xia's discontent with the price, the shopkeeper hurried to reassure her. Xiao Zhengdong nodded in agreement, expressing his confidence in the shopkeeper's words. The jade is authentic, though the quality may vary. In this era, fake jade is nearly non-existent. We shall not consider any other jade. We want that one, he stated with resolute determination. Very well, the shopkeeper replied. At that moment, the owner of the jewelry store was overjoyed to hear that Xiao Zhengdong had requested $20 silver worth of bracelets. In this tumultuous era, it is indeed money that serves as the universal currency. Jade holds little value. Otherwise, such a magnificent green jadeite would not be priced at merely $20 silver. Furthermore, with the frequent incursions of Japanese soldiers, securing these $20 silver could even allow the owner to retire, ensuring he would not starve. Xiao Zhengdong produced the $20 silver. Allow me to wrap it for you, the owner said. Xiao Zhengdong nodded in agreement. As the jewelry store proprietor carefully packaged the jade bracelet, Xiao Zhengdong placed the $20 silver on the table. The owner meticulously examined each coin, confirming their authenticity, and smiled warmly. Dear guests, is there anything else you wish to purchase? I have some exquisite jade at home. You understand, with the Japanese soldiers roaming about, displaying fine goods could lead to them being seized. I have suffered considerable losses, so I keep my best pieces hidden. This bracelet is the only fine item I have on display, the owner inquired, primarily addressing Xiao Zhengdong, who clearly demonstrated substantial purchasing power. Next time for sure. We must take our leave now, Xiao Zhengdong replied, pulling Wang Xia away. He handed the wrapped jade box to her. This seems a bit too extravagant, Wang Xia hesitated, feeling the weight of the bracelet's value, which exceeded her expectations. No wonder it looks so exquisite. It is indeed costly. You called me brother. Is it not only natural for me to buy you a bracelet? Moreover, this is my military salary, not funds from the guerrilla unit. Rest assured and accept it. Xiao Zhengdong reassured her. As Wang Xia continued to hesitate, Xiao Zhengdong gently placed the bracelet into her palm. With that gesture, she accepted it, realizing that to refuse would seem rather pretentious. Having slain numerous foes, she was a revered warrior in the army, unyielding and steadfast. It is getting dark. We should find somewhere to stay before continuing our search, Xiao Zhengdong suggested to Wang Xia. Yes, she nodded in agreement. While Wang Xia excelled in battle, she felt like an inexperienced recruit in unfamiliar territory. Since she lacked knowledge, she decided to heed Xiao Zhengdong's guidance. Xiao Zhengdong led Wang Xia to an inn. 2 rooms. Please, he requested confidently, exuding an air of calm that belied his true purpose in Changchun. The inn was a bustling hub, likely harboring Japanese intelligence agents. So Xiao Zhengdong remained vigilant. Wang Xia also maintained her composure, relying on him entirely. I apologize, dear guest, but we only have 1 room available today, the innkeeper said, slightly embarrassed. 1 room? Then I shall seek accommodations elsewhere, Xiao Zhengdong replied, glancing at Wang Xia before making his decision. After all, there exists a distinction between men and women, and sharing a room ultimately feels somewhat inappropriate. Wang Xia's cheeks flushed as she turned to follow Xiao Zhengdong. To be candid, there are only a handful of inns in the city. The rest are fully booked. Should you seek another establishment, after wandering about, you would likely return to our inn. And by the time you do, it might also be fully occupied. You two clearly appear to be a couple, so sharing a room should not be a concern. The innkeeper called out to Xiao Zhengdong. Xiao Zhengdong turned back, meeting the innkeeper's gaze, sensing no deceit in his words. Very well, we shall take this room, he replied. Upon hearing Xiao Zhengdong's decision to share a room, Wang Xia glanced at him with surprise. Dong Gu. Xiao Zhengdong raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. It is better than having no room at all. If we wander around only to find no accommodations, Wang Xia and I would be left to sleep on the streets. At this hour, being outdoors could lead to a fatal encounter with the Japanese soldiers, who are utterly merciless. If they were to find us, anything could happen. After settling the payment, Xiao Zhengdong was led by the bellboy to a room on the 2nd floor. It contained but a single bed. Let us go out for a meal, and then we can continue our search for a new rendezvous point in the evening, he suggested to Wang Xia. Wang Xia nodded in agreement. I can sleep on the floor while you take the bed. Xiao Zhengdong replied. That arrangement is fine. Wang Xia fell silent, seemingly resigned to this outcome. After all, was it proper to share the same bed with him? Although she had developed feelings for Xiao Zhengdong, she remained uncertain of his intentions, and it would seem too forward otherwise. They dined on some fried sauce noodles at a noodle shop and continued to wander until darkness fell, finally returning to the inn. Japanese soldiers. On their way back, they encountered a solitary Japanese soldier, swaggering with his rifle while whistling, swaying like a crab. His demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Chapter 84. Found him, we must eliminate him. Xiao Zhengdong remarked coolly, observing the isolated soldier. This encounter is fate, and it demands his life. The surroundings were decidedly advantageous for both Xiao Zhengdong and Wang Xia. With no one else in sight, only the two of them and the Japanese soldier. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong advanced and slit the soldier's throat. Blood gushed forth, and the body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, the soldier having made no sound before succumbing to death. Wang Xia, please check the intersection ahead for any passers-by while I drag the body into the alley and dispose of it in the sewer, Xiao Zhengdong instructed. Recognizing the necessity of handling the corpse discreetly, they could not afford for it to be discovered, as it would lead to suspicion if the area were to be surrounded. All right, Wang Xia nodded. What are you doing? Just then, as Xiao Zhengdong was prying open the sewer cover, a drunken Japanese man in a kimono stumbled out, pointing at him and shouting. Xiao Zhengdong glanced into the distance and saw that they were near a tavern run by the Japanese. No wonder it is easy to encounter solitary enemies here at night. It turns out there is a tavern. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong lunged forward and stabbed a Japanese soldier clad in a kimono, dragging the lifeless body into the sewer before discarding it entirely. He then closed the lid, and a gentle breeze swept through, as if nothing had transpired. One in, one out, is it? I find it rather enjoyable, Xiao Zhengdong remarked with a sly smile. Xiao, we must make our retreat swiftly. Tomorrow, we shall continue our search for the rendezvous point, he instructed. Wang Xia nodded slightly. The two departed the scene with haste. Although the body had been disposed of, the bloodstains remained, and it wouldn't be long before the corpse was discovered. It was prudent to keep their distance from the area. Upon returning to the inn, the innkeeper greeted them warmly. Xiao Zhengdong and Wang Xia exchanged casual smiles, concealing any signs of disturbance. He noticed a man seated in the lobby, donning a black round hat. This individual cast glances every time a new guest entered, and his presence was conspicuous, revealing him to be an intelligence officer. Xiao Zhengdong's expression darkened. As he had suspected, such establishments were often frequented by spies. Given the scarcity of inns in Changchun City, it was likely that those that remained operational had agents embedded within them. Please bring us a pot of hot water, Xiao Zhengdong instructed the innkeeper before leading Wang Xia into their room. Certainly, the innkeeper replied with a smile. Once inside, Xiao Zhengdong leaned close to Wang Xia and whispered, This inn harbors Japanese intelligence officers in the lobby. Our conversations may be overheard, so we must exercise caution. Understood, Wang Xia replied, a sheen of cold sweat forming on her brow as she nodded. The thought of being eavesdropped upon, even within the confines of their room, was indeed terrifying. The potential consequences of uttering a careless word could be fatal. The city is fraught with peril, Wang Xia remarked in dismay. After washing up, the two prepared for bed. Wang Xia had cleansed her face, revealing her exquisite features. Xiao Zhengdong settled on the floor. 2 hours passed, and the hour grew late. Wang Xia lay restlessly in bed. Donggu, are you asleep? She whispered softly. I cannot sleep either, Xiao Zhengdong responded. Why not join me in bed? The floor is rather cold, Wang Xia suggested, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at her own audacity. Though she felt somewhat forward, her affection for Xiao Zhengdong compelled her. He had always slept on the ground during his time with the guerrilla forces, and now that they were in the city, it pained her to see him on the floor. Very well, Xiao Zhengdong nodded, climbing into bed. Wang Xia made room for him, and as dawn approached, the night continued to unfold. Wang Xia rose early, meticulously arranging her hair. After her bath, her locks cascaded smoothly, exuding an invigorating freshness. She was truly stunning. As Xiao Zhengdong opened his eyes, Wang Xia graced him with a gentle smile. Donggu, you're awake, she said. A fleeting flush of shyness crossed her face as she glanced at her bed linens. Let us go have breakfast, then continue our search for the rendezvous point, Xiao Zhengdong suggested. All right, I'll follow your lead, Donggu, Wang Xia nodded. In front of Xiao Zhengdong, she completely embodied the essence of a tender woman, naturally linking her arm with his. That night, only the two of them knew the depths of their shared experience, which had drawn them closer together. At the break of dawn, an intelligence officer sat in the lobby, observing various individuals. Upon spotting Wang Xia, he was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Yesterday, she had appeared disheveled, but today, she was dazzling. The officer mused that Colonel Sakata had a penchant for enchanting women. If he could present this beauty to the colonel, it might earn him accolades and even a promotion. Without hesitation, he departed to summon others. Upon Wang Xia's return to the inn, he was determined to abduct her and present her to Colonel Sakata. Wei just left, and that intelligence officer has already departed. He likely harbors ulterior motives, Xiao Zhengdong remarked to Wang Xia after exiting the inn. She was taken aback, not anticipating his keen observation. She too had sensed the gaze of the hurried individual before he left, feeling that something was amiss, yet not contemplating it as deeply as Xiao Zhengdong did. Found it. This is the new rendezvous point, he declared, spotting a shop adorned with 3 pairs of redstone lions around noon. Chapter 85. A Reunion with Gujai. This establishment was a traditional Chinese medicine shop, and the 3 pairs of conspicuous red lions at the entrance were striking. The unusual display served as a distinctive marker for their meeting, preventing any potential confusion. Wang Xia and Xiao Zhengdong exchanged a glance before stepping inside. The proprietor of the medicine shop, Lu Yuzhao, was also responsible for coordinating the underground operations in Changchun. Xiao Zhengdong had assumed that Lu would withdraw after his exposure and appoint someone else for the task. Yet, Lu's audacity was commendable. He continued to operate in Changchun despite the risks. Although the dye house had been compromised, the Japanese had never laid eyes on Lu and his associates, as Xiao Zhengdong had secretly extricated them, leaving the Japanese empty-handed. Were it not for Xiao Zhengdong, Lu Yuzhao and his comrades would likely have perished by now. Lu's ongoing mission was undeniably perilous, but in times of revolution, who did not live with their lives on the line? Boss Xiao? Lu Yuzhao exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Xiao Zhengdong. Boss Lu, Xiao Zhengdong replied with a subtle smile. Once again, the sight of Boss Xiao is as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze, Lu Yuzhao remarked. Fully aware of Xiao Zhengdong's formidable role in the frontline battles against the Japanese forces, the Dahuang guerrilla team has consistently triumphed, igniting a fervent spirit of resistance throughout Changchun. It can be said that Xiao Zhengdong not only achieved significant victories but also inspired and rallied the masses, leaving an indelible impact. Shall we discuss this further inside? I have a batch of medicinal herbs to procure, Xiao Zhengdong suggested to Lu Yuzhao. The traditional Chinese medicine shop was bustling with customers, and Xiao Zhengdong sought a plausible reason to create a private opportunity with Lu Yuzhao. A batch of medicinal herbs? Boss Xiao, it seems you have a lucrative business opportunity. Lu Yuzhao responded, readily inviting him into the inner courtyard of the shop. There, they entered a study, where a clerk stood guard. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, Lu Yuzhao greeted warmly. Shaking his hand, Comrade Lu Yuzhao, Xiao Zhengdong replied. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Wang Xia, the squad leader of the Dahuang guerrilla team. She is a pillar of strength among us, having vanquished countless foes. Releasing Lu Yuzhao's hand, Xiao Zhengdong provided a detailed introduction of Wang Xia, ensuring Lu Yuzhao would not underestimate her and thus avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Greetings, Comrade Wang Xia, Lu Yuzhao waved, acknowledging her. With Xiao Zhengdong's introduction, Lu Yuzhao's gaze toward Wang Xia brimmed with admiration. Only those who have served in the military can truly appreciate the formidable challenges faced by a female warrior like Wang Xia, whose achievements transcend mere physical prowess. It encompasses tenacity, patience, and the resilience to endure, even during those few days when nature takes its toll, continuing to fight on the battlefield. To cut to the chase, let us first discuss the recent anti-Japanese efforts of our Dahuang guerrilla team. Xiao Zhengdong then sat down with Wang Xia and Lu Yuzhao, detailing their recent substantial victories against the bandits of Yulin Mountain and their successful campaign in Dasong County, where they eradicated all Japanese troops within the region. Lu Yuzhao listened intently, committing every word to memory, as he would later telegraph this information to the organization. He also believed that in a few days, the exploits of the Dahuang guerrilla team would resonate throughout Changchun. Even without Xiao Zhengdong's words, the news would spread. However, the achievements of the Dahuang guerrilla team would not reach the newspapers. This territory had long been tightly controlled by the Japanese, including the narrative. Comrade Xiao Zhengdong, the transformation of the Dahuang guerrilla team under your leadership in just 1 month is nothing short of astounding. You have posed significant challenges to the Japanese forces during this time. The number of Japanese soldiers you have slain must be around 1,000. And the number of traitors you have dealt with is at least 600 or 700. Such accomplishments are remarkable. 1,000 Japanese soldiers is indeed a terrifying figure. If each guerrilla unit could achieve what your Dahuang guerrilla team has in a month, the Japanese would have been obliterated by now. Captain Xiao, your prowess is formidable. And your leadership capabilities are truly impressive, Lu Yuzhao expressed with deep admiration. Lu Yuzhao was aware of Xiao Zhengdong's formidable combat capabilities. Yet he had not anticipated such sheer valor. If Xiao Zhengdong were to continue at this pace, Lu Yuzhao felt that even the Japanese forces of Changchun would be insufficient to withstand him. Suddenly, Lu Yuzhao comprehended the magnitude of the man standing before him. He possessed exceptionally advanced tactical command abilities, unparalleled leadership, and extraordinary individual combat skills. This was a general, a military prodigy, Xiao Zhengdong was destined to become. At the very least, a general, with potential so vast that Lu Yuzhao could scarcely fathom it. A newfound respect glimmered in Lu Yuzhao's gaze towards Xiao Zhengdong. We ought to petition the organization for a telegraph operator and a doctor or nurse for our Dahuang guerrilla unit, Xiao Zhengdong proposed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuzhao chuckled. Comrade Lu Yuzhao, have you already identified candidates? Xiao Zhengdong raised an eyebrow. Lu Yuzhao was taken aback. With just a smile, Xiao Zhengdong had deduced nearly everything. The organization has dispatched a female comrade to assist our Dahuang guerrilla unit, She is proficient in nursing and telegraphy. Her name should be quite familiar to you, Captain Xiao. You were comrades during the long march. She is Gu Jiai, Lu Yuzhao informed him. At the mention of Gu Jiai, Xiao Zhengdong paused momentarily. Truth be told, his departure from the 6th Company had been rather abrupt, driven by urgent tasks. He had merely exchanged brief greetings with Gu Jiai before leaving. And he had fond memories of her, as well as of his brothers in the 6th Company. The prospect of reuniting with an old acquaintance was indeed splendid. Where is she? Xiao Zhengdong inquired of Lu Yuzhao. She is at our traditional medicine shop. She was sent by the organization to reinforce your Dahuang guerrilla unit. Had you not come, I would have had to send someone to locate you since your whereabouts are quite unpredictable. Now that you're here, I can simply bring her along. Lu Yuzhao replied, a broad smile illuminating his face. What a coincidence. Ah, then please bring Gu Jiai over, Xiao Zhengdong said. Certainly. Lu Yuzhao rose to seek out Gu Jiai. At that moment, the study was left with only Xiao Zhengdong and Wang Xia. Wang Xia gazed at Xiao Zhengdong, her lips parting and closing as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Ultimately, she broke the silence. Are you and Gu Jiai former lovers? Upon hearing her name, you clearly displayed a surge of emotion. Coughing lightly at Wang Xia's words, Xiao Zhengdong quickly clarified, we are merely comrades. The term former lovers is an exaggeration. Gu Jiai was someone I personally recruited into the 6th Company. Later, I became the company commander, and subsequently, the leader of the Dahuang guerrilla unit as well as the battalion commander. My relationship with Gu Jiai is one of mutual respect and camaraderie. Our bond of friendship is profoundly strong. Wang Xia nodded in understanding. Just then, the door to the study creaked open. Gu Jiai entered, accompanied by Lu Yuzhao. Upon seeing Xiao Zhengdong, Gu Jiai's eyes welled with tears. Oh, how time has flown. She once believed she would never see Xiao Zhengdong again. Yet fate has reunited them. You've grown quite a bit, Gu Jiai remarked, tears cascading down her cheeks. Chapter 86. The guerrilla position exposed. Xiao Zhengdong longed for Gu Jiai. And she too yearned for him. She was the one he had guided into the military, her journey as a soldier intricately woven by his hands. His meticulous care for her on the battlefield was unparalleled. Without him, Gu Jiai felt she would not have survived to this moment. Nor evolved into the person she had become. Once, she had been a delicate young lady, and now she stood as a competent revolutionary warrior. Xiao Zhengdong had profoundly influenced Gu Jiai. She could not forget him. In this rare moment of charge, how could she refrain from tears? Brother Xiao. Gu Jiai dashed into Xiao Zhengdong's embrace. She had intended to hold back her emotions, but upon seeing him, her resolve crumbled. Even though she had anticipated once again serving under him, her feelings were uncontrollable. Xiao Zhengdong gently wrapped his arms around Gu Jiai, sensing her exhilaration. He contemplated whether to push her away, but ultimately dismissed the thought. This reunion was precious, and the future remained uncertain. Cherishing the present was paramount. And he wished to provide Gu Jiai with a moment free of regrets. Wang Xia observed the embrace between Xiao Zhengdong and Gu Jiai, her expression subtly shifting. However, she refrained from speaking further, understanding the depth of their bond. Reuniting with comrades in arms is like this, Lu Yuzhao remarked with a smile. Comrade Lu Yuzhao? We shall take our leave now, Xiao Zhengdong said, helping Gu Jiai wipe away her tears. Once she had regained her composure, he continued. We should not linger in this herbal shop, as it serves as a rendezvous point for the underground organization. The sooner we depart, the sooner we can evade danger and avoid troubling the shop. All right, Lu Yuzhao nodded, not insisting they stay. It was indeed time for Xiao Zhengdong and his companions to leave. He led Wang Xia and Gu Jiai out of the herbal shop, making their way towards the outskirts of the city. But how do we leave with our weapons? Gu Jiai inquired, glancing at Xiao Zhengdong. The guards at the city gate were stringent, thoroughly searching all passers-by. Given their striking beauty, it was undeniable that both Wang Xia and Gu Jiai would be thoroughly inspected if they attempted to exit the city. We shall not take this route, Xiao Zhengdong replied. I know of a small path that leads out of the city. There are sentries there as well, but the Japanese forces are sparse. This was the very path Xiao Zhengdong had once taken to escape, albeit it was a bit longer. Moreover, this route only allowed exit, not entry, which is why he had opted to use the main gate when entering the city. He had employed his cunning once at the main gate and deemed it unwise to do so again, aware of the dangers it posed. Wang Xia and Gu Jiai readily acquiesced to Xiao Zhengdong's plan, following him without hesitation to the small path. Upon reaching it, Xiao Zhengdong quickly spotted a sentry post with 4 familiar Japanese soldiers. A smile crept across his face. On the last excursion beyond the city, he had vanquished all 4 Japanese soldiers stationed at this checkpoint, and he presumed that their numbers would have increased this time. It appears they still underestimate him. Remarkably, they have not bolstered their ranks at this outpost. Open fire, Xiao Zhengdong instructed Wang Xia and Gu Jiai, as they had already closed in on shooting distance. Bang! Following Xiao Zhengdong's directive, Wang Xia acted without hesitation, immediately firing at the Japanese soldiers. Her first bullet struck true, hitting one soldier in the thigh. Ah! The soldier cried out, collapsing to his knees. Gu Jiai, equally swift, fired decisively, her bullet finding its mark in a soldier's shoulder. Bang! Bang! Xiao Zhengdong discharged 2 shots in rapid succession, eliminating 2 more soldiers. Without delay, he hurled a grenade into the enemy's pavilion, a device designed for instantaneous detonation. The explosion claimed the lives of 2 soldiers within, scattering their remains across the ground, limbs and flesh reduced to mere fragments. All right, let us depart the city, Xiao Zhengdong declared. The 3 of them boldly passed through the checkpoint and exited. Donggu, this is the familiar you I remember. Dispatching foes is as effortless as sipping cool water, Gu Jiai remarked with a smile as she walked past the corpses of the 4 soldiers. This was her first encounter with the Japanese, and having struck one of them with her bullet filled her with exhilaration. The atrocities committed by the Japanese and Longhua over the years have enraged both gods and men alike. Now, being part of the anti-Japanese coalition was a coveted opportunity for Gu Jiai. The thrill of firing upon the enemy was immensely gratifying, lifting her spirits. Xiao Zhengdong smiled silently, considering the praise as a matter of course, hardly worthy of mention. For enemies were still too few, if there had been 6. Perhaps he and Gu Jiai could have each claimed one, leaving none for him. Wang Xiao interjected, feeling a tinge of regret at not having personally dispatched any of the soldiers, despite having hit one. Xiao Zhengdong found her complaint somewhat amusing. She was lamenting the lack of challenge in their excursion. We must retreat swiftly. This narrow path is typically a supply route for the enemy and seldom permits civilian passage. Should we encounter a truck laden with soldiers, we could easily be overwhelmed, he cautioned Wang Xia and Gu Jiai. Only 4 enemies slain will not cloud my judgment. Run, he commanded. Wang Xia and Gu Jiai immediately followed in his wake. Boom, boom. As they neared the exit of the narrow path, they encountered 2 enemy trucks head-on. The vehicles were devoid of soldiers, save for the drivers. Fire! Eliminate them, Xiao Zhengdong ordered. Bang! Bang! Wang Xia and Gu Jiai joined him in firing their weapons. Each of them struck down a driver, seizing the opportunity to claim their first kills. They exchanged astonished glances, both equally impressed by the other's marksmanship. As if they were perfectly matched in skill. The path ahead is clear, with no further obstacles. Xiao Zhengdong, accompanied by Wang Xia and Gu Jiai, heads towards the main force. The rhythmic sound of gunfire echoes through the dense mountain woods. This is bad. The enemy has discovered our stronghold, he mused. It is the only plausible reason for such a firefight to erupt in these remote mountains. We must urgently break through the encirclement and reunite with our comrades, he asserted. Fearing that without his guidance, the guerrilla fighters might descend into chaos and face annihilation. From the sounds of gunfire, he surmised that at least several hundred Japanese troops were advancing, with their numbers likely to increase. Chapter 87. 3 kills, 7 wounds. Gunfire resounds across the hills. How can we penetrate their defenses? Wang Xia questioned. Gu Jiai looked to Xiao Zhengdong, sharing the same bewilderment. This thicket has been our base for quite some time. We are intimately familiar with the surroundings. There exists a stretch of thorny underbrush to the west that leads directly to our encampment. It is extensive and under normal circumstances. No one would dare to traverse it without caution. Typically, only a few scouts would venture forth to probe the area. As we search for our comrades, we can simultaneously eliminate any enemies lurking within the thicket, preventing any shortcuts to our position from being discovered. Xiao Zhengdong elaborated. Wang Xia and Gu Jiai nodded in understanding, recognizing that Xiao Zhengdong never speaks without purpose. Whenever he articulates a plan, it is assuredly feasible. We must set off without delay. Moreover, we must refrain from firing our weapons. Otherwise, our position will be compromised, and we shall be encircled, Xiao Zhengdong cautioned. Leading the 2 women, he advanced towards the thicket. Wang Xia and Gu Jiai were by no means a burden. They were exceptional fighters and staunch allies of Xiao Zhengdong. Conceal yourselves. Hearing the clatter of footsteps approaching from behind, Xiao Zhengdong swiftly ushered Wang Xia and Gu Jiai behind a cluster of trees. Soon, a squad of enemy soldiers passed by, heading deeper into the mountains, undoubtedly under orders to assist the Japanese in their assault on the guerrilla fighters. Those traitorous soldiers are despicable, colluding with the Japanese to oppress their own kin. They dare not resist and instead aid in suppressing their compatriots, Wang Xia remarked, her disdain palpable as she longed to eliminate them all. Indeed, such traitors deserve their fate. In this land, those who must perish will meet their end. Xiao Zhengdong replied solemnly. Let us proceed. As the enemy squad moved away, Xiao Zhengdong continued to guide the 2 women forward. Ah, a few stragglers, he noted. Spotting 2 enemy soldiers sitting beneath a large tree, smoking and laughing, treating their mission as though it were an effortless task, devoid of any sense of shame. The Dahuang guerrilla team represents the hope for the local populace to live in peace and stability. They exhibit no remorse for undermining the aspirations of the nation. Should they be eliminated? Wang Xia turned to Xiao Zhengdong. Indeed, Xiao Zhengdong nodded. Having spent several days together, Wang Xia began to comprehend his demeanor when encountering the enemy. He felt compelled to eliminate them, as long as it did not impede their mission. It was a matter of convenience for him. Xiao Zhengdong was resolute in his decision to kill whenever possible, which aligned perfectly with Wang Xia's character. You two, flank from the left, I will approach from the right, instructed Xiao Zhengdong. He then stealthily advanced towards the two enemy soldiers. That girl was quite a handful. I had my way with her. And she is still tied to her grinding stone. After we return, we shall have our fun with her. Sounds good, replied the two soldiers, animatedly conversing, their spirits high. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong lunged forward, plunging his dagger directly into the heart of one soldier. Wang Xia and Gu Jiai, not to be outdone, simultaneously struck, with one dagger piercing the throat of the second soldier and another thrust into his groin. They collectively withdrew their daggers, blood spraying profusely. Dragging the two corpses into the underbrush for concealment, Xiao Zhengdong led Wang Xia and Gu Jiai onward. The Japanese forces and enemy soldiers were numerous, necessitating constant detours. They had even established a checkpoint nearby. Upon reaching the foot of a mountain forest, Xiao Zhengdong observed 7 Japanese soldiers patrolling with their rifles. Why set up a checkpoint here? Wang Xia questioned. If the Japanese intend to attack the Dahuang guerrilla team, shouldn't they all converge for a siege? This is a strategic preemptive measure by the Japanese to anticipate our escape route. Should we attempt to flee through this area, they would immediately open fire, thus drawing their main forces from various directions. These 7 soldiers hold significant tactical importance, and I suspect similar checkpoints exist in other regions. Xiao Zhengdong patiently explained to Wang Xia and Gu Jiai, broadening their understanding of warfare and enhancing their tactical acumen. Our current predicament requires us to eliminate these 7 Japanese soldiers to access the thorny jungle, which is our only path forward, Xiao Zhengdong stated. What bad luck. Encountering a checkpoint just now, Wang Xia remarked. I see this as an opportunity for us to take them out one by one. By eliminating these 7 Japanese soldiers now, we will face fewer of them in the future, Xiao Zhengdong replied with a smile. Killing the 7 Japanese soldiers was indeed feasible. You two will each handle one. I will take down 5, declared Xiao Zhengdong. Assassination was his forte, and simultaneously dispatching 5 Japanese soldiers was never a daunting task for him. Whispering a few tactical instructions to Wang Xia and Gu Jiai, Xiao Zhengdong promptly set forth. 7 Japanese soldiers were not all gathered together. Instead, 4 of them stood rigidly in a straight line, guarding the checkpoint, while the other 3 moved back and forth, surveying the surroundings. They maintained a distance of approximately 10 meters from each other. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong began to run, launching 2 shurikens that struck 2 of the soldiers in the chest, causing a spray of blood as their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. By the time another soldier reacted, Xiao Zhengdong had already slashed his throat with a dagger, eliminating 3 of the enemy in mere moments. Wang Xia and Gu Jiai moved gracefully and swiftly, each dispatching 2 of the sentinels stationed at the checkpoint. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong dashed forward, severing the throats of the remaining 2 soldiers, even nearly decapitating one in the process. Blood splattered, rendering the bodies beyond any means of concealment. We must continue running, Xiao Zhengdong urged, showing no signs of hesitation as they entered the thicket of thorns. The dry, hardened thorns were laden with barbs, making the path treacherous yet unavoidable. Suddenly, a barb pierced Wang Xia's delicate skin. What happened? Xiao Zhengdong rushed to her side and promptly extracted the thorn. Be cautious. Avoid getting pricked by the thorns, he advised. With so many thorns around, it was inevitable that they would sustain injuries. Their only course of action was to minimize the damage. Despite Xiao Zhengdong's remarkable physical prowess and keen observation, he too would suffer from the thorns, for time was of the essence. The Dahuang guerrilla team was encircled by Japanese forces and their allies, and in such a dire situation, they could not afford to slow down. Xiao Zhengdong felt no sympathy for Wang Xia or Gu Jiai. They were all resistance fighters enduring hardship, with some having even lost their lives. Pain was merely one of the lighter forms of injury. As they progressed halfway through the thicket, a disturbance ahead caught Xiao Zhengdong's attention. He quickly signaled Wang Xia and Gu Jiai to halt. It was likely that Japanese scouts had discovered this route leading directly to the heart of the Dahuang guerrilla team, and they were returning to relay their findings. We must eliminate them, Xiao Zhengdong stated with grave seriousness. This is critical intelligence that cannot be allowed to escape, otherwise our team will be in grave danger. Xiao Zhengdong's demeanor was stern. This team was one he had nurtured, and he could not bear to see them annihilated by the enemy. Their outing, albeit perilous, had inadvertently proven beneficial, as it could prevent the Japanese from uncovering the thicket, which would otherwise spell disaster for the Dahuang guerrilla team. Taking the lead, Xiao Zhengdong advanced in the direction of the sound. Since they had detected the enemy beforehand, they remained concealed while the Japanese were exposed. As long as Xiao Zhengdong, Wang Xia, and Gu Jiai remained silent, they could ambush the enemy. Stop, he commanded. Reaching a position capable of confronting the enemy directly, Xiao Zhengdong gestured for silence. At once, Wang Xia and Gu Jiai halted. The three of them chose to conceal themselves, taking refuge on one side, their bodies adorned with thorns. Even if the Japanese soldiers caught sight of their direction at first glance, they would perceive no hint of their presence. The rustling of the thorns grew increasingly pronounced, accompanied by the distinct sound of approaching footsteps. Xiao Zhengdong, attentive, discerned from the sounds that the enemy force was likely small, comprising around 5 men. Such reconnaissance troops, by nature, seldom operated in large numbers for fear of exposure. Each soldier possessed formidable counter-surveillance and survival skills, allowing them to execute their missions effectively in smaller groups. Suddenly, a Japanese soldier snapped a dry twig underfoot, advancing towards Xiao Zhengdong. The soldier remained oblivious to Zhao's presence, who remained perfectly still, biding his time. One by one, the remaining 4 Japanese reconnaissance soldiers revealed themselves. In a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong sprang forth, disregarding the pain from the thorns, and plunged his knife into the back of one soldier. Blood flowed profusely. Wang Xia and Gu Jiai, like phantoms, darted out, each dispatching a Japanese soldier with lethal precision. The last 2 soldiers fell victim to Xiao Zhengdong's assault. Ensnared by the multitude of thorns, they struggled in vain as Zhao's grip tightened around their throats, their faces shifting from crimson to a ghastly pallor as life slipped away. They perished, choked to death by Xiao Zhengdong's relentless hold. All 5 Japanese soldiers lay lifeless. With unwavering resolve, Xiao Zhengdong led Wang Xia and Gu Jiai onward. They swiftly arrived at the rear of the Dahuang guerrilla unit, where fierce gunfire erupted as the soldiers engaged the enemy. Bullets whizzed perilously close. Commander! Commander! The sight of Xiao Zhengdong's return ignited a fervent excitement among the troops. In this dire moment, his presence instilled a renewed sense of hope. The soldiers of the Dahuang guerrilla unit, facing an overwhelming onslaught of Japanese forces, had almost resigned themselves to a final, desperate stand against the enemy. Yet, Xiao Zhengdong's return offered them a glimmer of survival. Bring the other captains here, Xiao Zhengdong commanded. Instantly, several soldiers rushed to relay the message. Sun Haizi and others hastened to gather around Xiao Zhengdong. He understood their urgent desire for tactical direction. Only he could lead the Dahuang guerrilla unit effectively. Without his presence, they lacked a decisive figure to command the troops, and the execution of their tactics would falter. Xiao Zhengdong declared, "We shall advance in 3 separate contingents. Our approach comes from the direction of the Japanese assault, allowing us to discern all their movement routes. There are only 3 locations where the Japanese forces are relatively vulnerable. By leveraging our intimate knowledge of the terrain, we can execute a breakout through these 3 points. If we attempt to breach from a single location, the sheer number of our forces would impede our progress and expose us to the risk of being encircled anew by the Japanese. Thus, we shall split into 3 paths to enhance our speed and advance with minimal encumbrance. Leave behind all unnecessary items. Only the essentials should be concealed, buried within the mountains." Nods of agreement resonated among the group. Subsequently, Xiao Zhengdong began sketching 3 specific routes in the dirt with a branch. Each member was well acquainted with this forested expanse and could readily interpret the significance of Xiao Zhengdong's diagram. Their resolve rekindled, they found their hearts steadying, dispelling their earlier anxiety. "Move out," commanded Xiao Zhengdong. He led one team, while Sun Haizi and Wang Bo took charge of the others. At this moment, they were thoroughly divided into 3 factions. Xiao Zhengdong assumed the responsibility of breaching through the central route, which, while hosting the greatest number of Japanese troops, was also the most perilous. In times of hardship, Xiao Zhengdong willingly bore the heaviest burdens. When life and death hung in the balance, he faced the greatest dangers himself. Such qualities are the hallmark of a true commander. Gunfire erupted, tat-tat-tat. Xiao Zhengdong surged ahead, a volley of bullets claiming the lives of 5 or 6 Japanese soldiers. Under the force of his fire, the enemy crumbled like brittle tofu. Li Shifeng. How did he end up among the Japanese forces? The base of the Dahuang guerrilla unit had always been shrouded in secrecy, impervious to detection by the Japanese or their informants. It now appeared that Li Shifeng was the traitor, the informant who had betrayed them. During the recruitment phase of the Dahuang guerrilla unit, they had cast a wide net, thus inadvertently inviting the risk of enemy infiltration. It seemed they had indeed captured a spy from within their ranks. Xiao Zhengdong recognized a familiar figure among the Japanese troops, his voice icy as he spoke. His memory was nearly infallible. He could identify nearly every soldier of the Dahuang guerrilla unit at a glance. Li Shifeng. Who would have thought he was a traitor? So deeply hidden among us? Wang Xia ground her teeth in anger, a wave of dread washing over her at the realization that a spy had infiltrated their ranks. To serve the Japanese is truly a betrayal of the highest order. Why not fight for one's homeland instead? At least one would earn the love and respect of the people. At that moment, Gu Jiai muttered softly, struggling to comprehend the situation. Xiao Zhengdong heard her confusion but offered no answers, for he too was uncertain of the truth. In a vast forest, one finds all manner of creatures. It is difficult to make assumptions. However, the motives often converge upon the same themes of fame and profit. Ultimately, it remains uncertain whether the price of one's life will yield the desired rewards. Suddenly, a bullet whistled through the air, claiming the life of a Dahuang guerrilla unit soldier beside Wang Xia. We cannot charge recklessly. We must maneuver with care, opting for routes that offer cover. Xiao Zhengdong admonished all the soldiers. Bang! With a single shot, he struck down Li Shifeng, hitting him squarely in the head. The fact that Xiao Zhengdong could see Li Shifeng naturally implied that the bullet could find its mark as well. Chapter 89. Breaking through the siege, the treacherous dog. A traitor to his own kind, who willingly served the enemy, deserved nothing less than death. To serve the Japanese like a dog. One must have been kicked in the head by a donkey at birth, Wang Xia spat venomously, having lost her family to the atrocities of the Japanese army. She had witnessed countless comrades perish at their hands, and innumerable innocent civilians suffer. In such dire circumstances, how could anyone still choose to serve the Japanese? The existence of people like Li Shifeng baffled her. It was incomprehensible how one could sink to such depths of depravity and moral repugnance. Gu Jiayi was visiting the battlefield for the first time, though she understood the hatred towards the Japanese. She had yet to personally experience the full extent of their outrageous brutality. Xiao Zhengdong and Wang Xia, however, had directly endured the suffering inflicted upon countless innocents by the Japanese. Wang Xia, in particular, harbored a profound loathing for the enemy, having grown up on this land. She had lost relatives, neighbors, and friends to the Japanese atrocities. This fueled her resolve as a soldier to avenge those who had fallen. The many brave warriors of the Dahuang guerrilla team had also suffered greatly at the hands of the Japanese, which compelled them to take up arms and join the anti-Japanese coalition. Were it not for the dire circumstances that left them with no means of survival, who would willingly sacrifice themselves in such a struggle? The hatred for national humiliation and personal loss was all wrought by the enemy. The urge to eradicate the Japanese was palpable, yet some still chose to betray their own people, aiding the enemy and oppressing the populace. At times, it was simply unfathomable to comprehend. Press forward, Xiao Zhengdong shouted with conviction. He was not swayed by the actions of a treacherous dog in his assessment of the broader battlefield. The soldiers swiftly advanced, following his command without hesitation. The Dahuang guerrilla team was well equipped, fully stocked with ammunition. The breakout was far from impossible, especially under Xiao Zhengdong's tactical leadership. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong shot down several more Japanese soldiers. Bang! Wang Xia eliminated another enemy combatant. Each fallen Japanese soldier brought a measure of ease to Xiao Zhengdong's heart. Slaying the enemy felt akin to prying barnacles off a whale, an incredibly relieving and gratifying endeavor, for they were indeed deserving of their fate. After dispatching another 20 or so Japanese soldiers, Xiao Zhengdong led his team down a small hillside. Suddenly, Gu Jiayi lost her footing and nearly slipped down the slope. But Xiao Zhengdong caught her hand just in time to prevent her fall. There seemed to be many Japanese ahead, one soldier remarked. Charge! The more the merrier. Slay them all, Xiao Zhengdong bellowed. Adhering strictly to the predetermined route for the breakout, this indeed represents the optimal solution and the most prudent approach. Only by following a rigorous plan can one successfully rendezvous with other units. Deviating from Xiao Zhengdong's designated path may render other teams vulnerable to disintegration, as they would be systematically dismantled, leaving no chance for regrouping. The presence of the Japanese forces is undeniable. One cannot expect a smooth passage in the midst of an encirclement. Xiao Zhengdong holds firm in his belief that the other divisions of his unit will also adhere to their principles. The sound of gunfire erupted as Xiao Zhengdong led the Dahuang guerrilla squad in an offensive against the Japanese. Passively enduring attacks was not an option. A proactive strike was imperative. The finest defense is indeed a formidable offense. Xiao Zhengdong was not one to relinquish his fate to others. He preferred to confront challenges head-on through aggression. The outcome of this confrontation would be dictated solely by his own hands. Damn it! Those wretched devils! I shall annihilate you. A comrade beside the lean monkey was shot in one eye by the Japanese, igniting a surge of fury within him. Witnessing his fellow soldiers being harmed or slain stirred an overwhelming rage. With a fierce resolve, the lean monkey pulled the trigger of his light machine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward the Japanese forces stationed below the hillside. As the gunfire erupted, the Japanese troops converged towards their location in increasing numbers, posing a significant obstacle for Xiao Zhengdong's guerrillas. Kill. Slay them all. Xiao Zhengdong charged towards a group of Japanese soldiers, engaging them in close combat. He delivered a powerful blow with his machete, cleaving into the shoulder of one enemy, severing it completely. The visceral satisfaction of striking bone coursed through him as the soldier collapsed, blood gushing forth, writhing in agony before succumbing to his wounds. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Zhengdong heard the sound of bayonets behind him. He swiftly turned, withdrawing his machete and delivering a solid strike to a Japanese soldier's abdomen. The impact crushed the soldier's insides, leaving a deep indentation in his belly. The brutality of hand-to-hand combat was palpable. Limbs lay scattered across the ground. With another decisive swing of his blade, he severed the head of yet another adversary. Even in the thick of melee, Xiao Zhengdong remained at the forefront, instilling terror in the hearts of his enemies. The mere sight of him rendered the Japanese soldier's steadfastness into fear and trepidation, creating an opening for the Dahuang guerrilla squad to gain the upper hand. As the Japanese, realizing they could not prevail in close quarters, began to resort to gunfire. One soldier found himself on the receiving end of Xiao Zhengdong's kick, sending him sprawling and causing his shot to veer skyward. With a swift motion, Xiao Zhengdong brought his machete down once more, dispatching yet another enemy. The battle unfolded in this relentless manner, with the Japanese soldiers falling one after another. As they abandoned their bayonets in favor of firearms, their demise came swifter than before, caught in a constricted space with their long rifles rendered ineffective. The muzzle had scarcely been aimed when the soldiers of the Dahuang guerrilla team swiftly eliminated him. This victory was a testament to the overwhelming prowess of Xiao Zhengdong. 70 or 80 enemy soldiers fell in an instant. Another wave of adversaries may soon encircle us. We must retreat at once, Xiao Zhengdong shouted. Devoid of any elation from victory, the soldiers quickly assembled, marching in disciplined formation alongside him. Over the past few days, Xiao Zhengdong had rapidly forged a regiment characterized by strict military discipline. Rat-a-tat-tat, another contingent of over 20 Japanese troops approached. Yet they were all gunned down by the Dahuang guerrilla team in a single encounter. 20 enemies were evidently insufficient to deter them. Just 2 more miles, and we shall break free from the encirclement, Xiao Zhengdong exclaimed fervently. Chapter 90. The daunting threat of 2 armored vehicles. The previously dire situation had been dramatically altered by Xiao Zhengdong's strategic acumen. They were on the verge of breaking through. Whoosh! A bullet, slicing through the air, hurtled towards Wang Xia beside Xiao Zhengdong. He sensed the trajectory. It was aimed directly at her forehead. Watch out! Xiao Zhengdong instinctively tackled Wang Xia to the ground. The bullet whizzed past his own head, narrowly missing him. Thud! The projectile ultimately embedded itself in a tree behind them. Wang Xia was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that Xiao Zhengdong had just saved her life. Had it not been for his swift action, the bullet would have struck her directly. She could no longer count the number of times he had rescued her. As she lay beneath him, memories flooded back of a night spent together during a mission in Changchun, where she had entrusted him with her most cherished possession. Comrade Wang Xia, Xiao Zhengdong said, pulling her up with urgency. This was a moment of battle. He was oblivious to her thoughts, but noticed her momentary distraction, prompting him to call out her name. Instantly, she snapped back to her senses, as if awakened from a stupor. Whoosh! Another bullet from afar struck one of the Dahuang guerrilla soldiers squarely in the forehead. Xiao Zhengdong's brow furrowed in concern. The distant gunfire was lethal. Every bullet seemed intent on claiming the lives of his comrades. Among the Japanese forces were skilled sharpshooters. Everyone, be cautious. We must evacuate quickly. Do not remain stationary, he urged. A single precise marksman could rival 1,000 soldiers, instilling a palpable sense of dread among the Dahuang guerrilla fighters. The threat loomed like a sword over their heads, and Xiao Zhengdong struggled to locate the enemy sniper. Each soldier in the Dahuang guerrilla team was invaluable, and he was determined to avert any loss of life. Upon hearing his command, the soldiers acted without hesitation, hastening their advance. Whoosh! The sniper fired again, but the sudden shift in the guerrilla fighter's pace caused the shot to miss its mark. Xiao Zhengdong's ears twitched, allowing him to discern the position of the Japanese sharpshooter. However, he needed to wait for the adversary to fire another shot, as he could not accurately pinpoint the exact location. Damn it! I will use myself as bait, Xiao Zhengdong declared. He then paused, feigning an examination of the terrain. At that moment, he was nothing short of a living target, deliberately inviting the enemy to take a shot at him. He could not allow his fellow soldiers to serve as bait. That would mean the soldiers of the Dahuang guerrilla team would pay with their lives. Even if Xiao Zhengdong succeeded in eliminating the sharpshooter, he would not feel any sense of pride. He was not Japanese and could not treat his comrades' lives as expendable like the enemy. Whoosh! A bullet whizzed from a distance, its velocity astonishing. Almost the instant Xiao Zhengdong stood still, the bullet was upon him. Indeed, the enemy was a sharpshooter, and the speed of the shot was remarkable. From the sharpshooter's perspective, Xiao Zhengdong presented an inviting target, glaringly obvious and impossible to ignore. A smirk appeared at the corner of Xiao Zhengdong's mouth, a cold smile that signified his satisfaction with the outcome. You've fallen for my trap, he said nonchalantly. With a slight shift of his shoulder, the bullet narrowly missed him. Xiao Zhengdong deftly evaded the projectile, leaving the hidden sharpshooter in a state of shock. The realization that someone could dodge a bullet traveling at such high speed shattered his understanding of human limits. Additionally, an ominous premonition arose within the sharpshooter. It was clear that Xiao Zhengdong had deliberately lured him into firing. I've been tricked, the Japanese sharpshooter muttered. He immediately began to reposition himself. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong pulled the trigger, sending a bullet straight into the center of the sharpshooter's forehead. Thinking you could escape? I've got you now, Xiao Zhengdong murmured. He had initially stood still, only to suddenly fire again, leaving many of the soldiers bewildered, unaware of what had transpired until the enemy sharpshooter lay dead. There was no need for alarm now that the Japanese sharpshooter had been eliminated, but they needed to maintain their pace, ready to break through the encirclement. The closer they approached success, the more they had to grit their teeth and avoid any semblance of complacency. Xiao Zhengdong, having witnessed too many near misses in his past life, understood the importance of learning from history's painful lessons. History is replete with such tragedies, and it is essential to extract wisdom from these experiences. This is the very purpose of history and the reason for its documentation. As they neared the foot of the mountain, a large contingent of Japanese soldiers appeared, including 2 armored vehicles, with Xiao Zhengdong leading the Da Huang guerrilla team. The heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles erupted in a torrent of fire. On the armored vehicle, even the shells were raining down upon the warriors of the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Squad, showing no mercy. The deployment of armored vehicles signified the enemy's desperate desire to annihilate us. At that moment, the lean monkey could not help but curse the Japanese forces as he gazed at the armored vehicle. Take cover. We must avoid the heavy machine gun fire from the armored vehicle and also protect ourselves from its bombardments, shouted Xiao Zhengdong. Having previously seized an armored vehicle during the Long March, he understood its significance in battle. It was a steel behemoth capable of altering the course of combat and creating immense challenges. The sound of bullets echoed as several struck the tree before Xiao Zhengdong, embedding themselves in the trunk. He could feel the tremors of the bullets penetrating the wood. Fortunately, the tree he had chosen was sturdy. Otherwise, the bullets could have pierced through and claimed his life. However, not all the warriors of the Great Wilderness were as fortunate. 4 or 5 had chosen weaker trees and were either struck directly or hit by bullets that passed through the trunks. Ah! Gu Jiai cried out as a bullet grazed her cheek, leaving a wound, albeit not severe. The Japanese are charging towards us, the lean monkey exclaimed. With the threat of encirclement looming from behind, these 2 armored vehicles were indeed infuriating. Cover me with fire. I will blow up those 2 armored vehicles. Pass me the explosives, commanded Xiao Zhengdong. He refused to sit idly by and await his fate. Inaction equated to certain death. Chapter 91. Overwhelming challenges. Grabbing a substantial amount of explosives and grenades, Xiao Zhengdong sprinted towards the Japanese armored vehicles, his eyes filled with resolute determination. He was intent on single-handedly destroying the 2 armored vehicles. If I do not enter hell, who will? I shall go forth, regardless of the multitude. This was a display of a warrior-esque spirit, underscored by immense self-confidence. Cover! Cover the captain! Wang Xia shouted loudly. In her moments alone with Xiao Zhengdong, her voice had been soft and self-assured, but now she took the initiative, directing the soldiers. Having learned much from Xiao Zhengdong, she recognized that aiding him directly could become a burden. Providing fire cover was the best course of action, as it would also draw enemy fire. As Xiao Zhengdong dashed through the forest, a barrage of bullets whizzed past him, striking the trees instead. Whoosh! A bullet tore through his clothing. Yet he remained unharmed as he shot down a Japanese soldier. Damn it! He shouted, and then hurled an explosive onto one of the armored vehicles. Indeed, he had reached the front of one of the vehicles. Boom! The explosion of the explosive pack sent shockwaves through the armored vehicle, resulting in the immediate demise of several Japanese soldiers within. Although the vehicle itself remained intact, the sheer force of the blast proved fatal for the soldiers inside. Despite its formidable design, the armored vehicle of this era lacked substantial shock resistance, a fact that left Xiao Zhengdong in awe. With a resounding boom, he deployed 2 more explosive packs, obliterating the Japanese armored vehicle into countless fragments. Xiao Zhengdong was resolute in his mission. Not only did he aim to eliminate the enemy soldiers, but he also sought to destroy their vehicles to prevent future encounters that could inflict significant pressure and losses upon his forces. Following the destruction of the first armored vehicle, Xiao Zhengdong swiftly moved onto the second. With a sharp crack, he shot down a Japanese soldier who was providing cover for the vehicle, delivering a precise headshot. A few more shots felled 4 additional soldiers. He was a true warrior, a deity of individual combat. When Xiao Zhengdong infiltrated the enemy lines alone, he was invincible, unburdened, and able to fully showcase his innate prowess. As he approached the second armored vehicle, Xiao Zhengdong hurled all the explosives he carried, along with several grenades, beneath it, triggering a violent explosion that lifted the vehicle over a meter off the ground, scattering debris in all directions. Success! He had neutralized another enemy armored vehicle. Leading the Da Huang guerrillas, they pressed forward, with only a kilometer remaining to break through the encirclement. While a kilometer is not a vast distance, it still posed risks at every step. Suddenly, around 50 Japanese soldiers charged from the side. Fortunately, a small slope provided cover. Otherwise, the Da Huang guerrillas would have faced devastating losses from the surprise attack. Bullets rained down upon the slope. Boom, boom. Xiao Zhengdong swiftly retrieved a grenade from his pocket and threw it toward the advancing Japanese. Each grenade detonated with deadly accuracy, claiming at least one soldier per explosion. The force of the blast toppled several others, impeding their advance. In response, the other Dahuang guerrillas opened fire, engaging the Japanese in a fierce exchange of gunfire. Tragically, one of their own fell victim to the onslaught. This encounter with the Japanese resulted in significant casualties for the Dahuang guerrillas, a sobering reminder for Xiao Zhengdong. He realized that in the future, he could no longer allow his forces to gather in one place. A larger group would necessitate dispersing each squad to prevent the enemy from encircling them. Even if the Japanese learned of the Dahuang guerrillas' position and attempted an attack, they would find it difficult to surround them. Once encircled, the remaining squads could rush in to provide support, creating a pincer movement that would turn the tables on the Japanese, forcing them into a defensive stance. Although Xiao Zhengdong had consistently demonstrated tactical acumen, he had indeed overlooked this crucial aspect in this instance. No one is perfect, and Xiao Zhengdong is no exception, however. He possesses the remarkable ability to rectify his mistakes promptly. Bang! At this moment, Wang Xia has shot down yet another Japanese soldier. She has already claimed the lives of numerous enemy combatants in this battle. Gu Jiai, who has always been by her side, watches in awe at Wang Xia's fierce prowess in combat. Having endured the trials of the Long March, Gu Jiai is also an exceptional and outstanding female warrior. Nevertheless, in this breakout battle, she has not matched Wang Xia's tally of slain foes, a fact that humbles her. She holds Wang Xia in high regard. Having heard from Xiao Zhengdong about her tragic backstory, despite her misfortunes, Wang Xia has not succumbed to despair. She has weathered countless adversities and continues to rise and fight against the Japanese forces, embodying a spirit worthy of admiration. Rat-a-tat-tat, Gu Jiai wields a submachine gun, dispatching several Japanese soldiers with precision. Both Wang Xia and Gu Jiai need not feel competitive. They are both remarkable female warriors in their own right. Many members of the Dahuang guerrilla unit are curious about the sudden emergence of this female soldier and question Gu Jiai's capabilities. However, throughout this battle, she earns the respect of all. Despite being a woman, her combat prowess surpasses that of the vast majority. Charge! Forward! Xiao Zhengdong commands loudly after they have decimated most of the Japanese troops on the reverse slope. They have no time to become entangled with the enemy for an extended period. After repelling their initial assault, the Japanese are momentarily unable to regroup. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. The Dahuang guerrilla unit draws closer to breaking through the encirclement. The dawn of victory glimmers ahead as Xiao Zhengdong leads his comrades in a relentless sprint. They have already driven back or eliminated at least 5 or 6 waves of enemy troops, and in the heat of battle, Xiao Zhengdong and all the soldiers have united as one cohesive force. Most of the Dahuang guerrilla unit soldiers are fresh recruits, having been in the ranks for only a short time. However, through repeated engagements, they have forged a bond of unity. Their hearts aligned as if they were a formidable ironclad unit. Xiao Zhengdong has not specifically focused on fostering their camaraderie. Rather, it is the Japanese forces' oppressive actions that have compelled these anti-Japanese warriors to unite with unwavering determination toward a common goal. 200 meters. 100 meters. Suddenly, over 60 Japanese soldiers appear, launching a relentless barrage against the Dahuang guerrilla unit. Even mortars and howitzers are involved, a development that catches Xiao Zhengdong off guard. He had not anticipated such heavy artillery positioned here. Previously, Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades were already taken aback by the armored vehicles, but they never anticipated such an extensive ambush lying in wait. They had chosen a specific route for their breakout, while other paths were heavily guarded by numerous Japanese soldiers. It was unfathomable how many troops the Japanese had dispatched to encircle them. However, upon reflection, Xiao Zhengdong could comprehend the rationale behind it. The Dahuang guerrilla team had recently engaged in audacious acts, robbing banks and depleting the coffers of the enemy, while also eliminating the bandits of Yulin Mountain. Additionally, they had annihilated all the Japanese troops stationed in Datsun County, including the security battalion, the garrison, and the military police. Such repeated exterminations had undoubtedly inflicted immense losses upon the Japanese forces, losses that were incalculable and catastrophic. If the Japanese did not eradicate them, how could they continue to operate in Changchun City? Their hatred was palpable. Boom, boom. The Japanese bombardment persisted. Over a dozen soldiers from the Dahuang guerrilla team had already fallen victim to the initial wave of attacks. The casualty count was likely to escalate further. Monkey, and the rest of you, follow me as we maneuver around. The others press forward, Xiao Zhengdong commanded. Chapter 92. Choosing to believe Xiao Zhengdong led 7 warriors to flank the enemy, intent on neutralizing the Japanese artillerymen utilizing mortars. If this relentless barrage continued, his team would suffer grievous losses, which was unacceptable to him. While he was unaware of the conditions faced by other squads, he surmised that the fiercer the assault on their side, the easier it would be for the other units. This burden Xiao Zhengdong bore without a hint of remorse. Bang! Bang! Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades fired relentlessly, eliminating every Japanese soldier obstructing their encirclement. Even though the enemy had spotted Xiao Zhengdong leading a contingent around, they could not spare many troops to intervene, as the main force of the Dahuang guerrilla team continued to charge forward. Diverting too many soldiers to thwart Xiao Zhengdong would leave the front vulnerable to a swift breakthrough. Thus, they could only allocate a small contingent for defense. The Japanese did not regard Xiao Zhengdong's group of 7 with particular concern, sending only about 20 to impede them. Yet, Xiao Zhengdong's combat prowess should not be underestimated. Rat-a-tat-tat. Another burst from Xiao Zhengdong's weapon felled 6 Japanese soldiers. In terms of firepower output, they were relatively equal, yet the disparity in accuracy was striking. With Xiao Zhengdong in their midst, the average shooting precision was exceptionally high. Each shot found its mark. Leading his team, Xiao Zhengdong ultimately arrived before the Japanese gunners, who remained exposed under the crosshairs of their weapons. Bang! Bang! The Japanese artillerymen continued their bombardment against the Dahuang guerrilla team, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Open fire! Xiao Zhengdong commanded loudly. Xiao Zhengdong was the first to pull the trigger of his submachine gun, instantly claiming the lives of 2 Japanese gunners who were in the process of loading mortar shells. The shells they dropped onto the ground did not detonate, for the mortar's firing mechanism required a substantial impact to activate. A shell falling from less than a meter would not easily explode. Bang! Bang! The lean monkey and his companions also began to fire. You think you can bombard our guerrilla squad, you filthy scoundrels? Let us see how you like being shot at. The lean monkey cursed vehemently while pulling the trigger. Xiao Zhengdong found himself both amused and exasperated. The lean monkey was indeed a loquacious character. Even the sound of gunfire could not drown out his incessant tirades. However, Xiao Zhengdong saw no fault in the lean monkey's behavior. Warfare demanded one to find their own suitable method to achieve victory. And the lean monkey's strategy of verbally humiliating the enemy to bolster his own fighting spirit was quite effective. Xiao Zhengdong also had his own method of enhancing his combat prowess, killing, relentlessly killing. With each enemy he dispatched, he felt a surge of exhilaration, a fervor that only intensified as he continued to eliminate foes. In battle, he likened himself to Olaf, relentlessly pursuing and slaying his targets. For it was through this continuous cycle of bloodshed that he maintained a fervent zeal. There were approximately 7 or 8 enemy gunners, all of whom Xiao Zhengdong and his team swiftly eliminated. Boom! He fired a shell that detonated, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. Flames erupted violently, consuming several Japanese soldiers in the inferno. With the gunners dispatched, the pressure on the Dahuang guerrilla squad significantly lessened. Without the threat of bombardment, their movements became swifter. The Japanese forces, unable to withstand Xiao Zhengdong's onslaught, found themselves unable to ignore him any longer. Though they had sent reinforcements to confront Xiao Zhengdong and his comrades, it was too late. The enemy gunners were already dead, and nearly 100 additional Dahuang soldiers surged forward. As Xiao Zhengdong and his 7 companions continued their barrage, they effectively encircled this small contingent of Japanese troops. Should the enemy attempt to advance on Xiao Zhengdong's position, they would face the concentrated fire of nearly 100 soldiers from behind. Conversely, if they chose to attack the larger force, they would be met with the deadly aim of Xiao Zhengdong and his allies. This precarious situation left the Japanese forces caught in a deadly crossfire. Xiao Zhengdong fired continuously, and the other warriors followed suit, each soldier laden with an abundance of ammunition. Initially, every soldier carried over 200 rounds, and after such an extended firefight, they still possessed more than 100 rounds each, rendering any concerns about ammunition irrelevant. Their sole focus was on firing at the enemy troops. Furthermore, all the ammunition was produced by the Japanese, seized from their hands to be used against them, a situation that was nothing short of perfect. The squad of over 60 Japanese soldiers was swiftly annihilated by Xiao Zhengdong's team, the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Group, as their overwhelming numbers proved futile against the absolute dominance of their adversaries, reduced to mere skeletons beneath the boots of the guerrilla fighters. Change your weapon. The lean soldier spotted a more pristine submachine gun than the one he currently wielded and dashed forward to switch arms. Noticing that other warriors were inclined to emulate the lean soldier, Xiao Zhengdong coldly admonished, "Hurry and run. Keep pushing forward. We are on the brink of breaking through. We cannot afford to be complacent at this moment. This is not a time for clearing the battlefield. We are in a breakout. If each soldier were to behave like the lean soldier, stooping to scavenge for new equipment, we would waste invaluable time. There are pursuing enemies behind us, and Japanese forces may still obstruct our path. This is not the opportune moment for equipment changes." Although the lean soldier merely made a brief equipment switch, Xiao Zhengdong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with his behavior. However, he chose not to address it immediately, deciding to reserve any reprimands until they had successfully broken free. Leading his team forward, they soon encountered few remaining Japanese soldiers and finally burst through the encirclement. reaching their designated assembly point ahead of others. Sun Haizi and Wang Bo had yet to arrive, prompting Wang Xia to ask, "Commander, should we go look for them? They may not be able to break through." Xiao Zhengdong shook his head. "If we go to assist them, we risk becoming ensnared once more. The route I provided them had minimal Japanese presence. They will emerge shortly. If we venture back in and become trapped again, our previous breakout will be in vain. Walking into a snare is the height of folly. We must trust our comrades." His expression darkened, though his concern for those still trapped was palpable. Rationality dictated that assistance was not an option. Wang Xia nodded, realizing her oversight. She followed Xiao Zhengdong. Progressing each day. Chapter 93. Supporting Wang Bo's squad. Everyone else, take this opportunity to rest, Xiao Zhengdong instructed. Although we have escaped the encirclement, there remains a chance of being pursued by the Japanese. Consume your rations and hydrate. Restore your spirits and prepare yourselves to return to peak fighting form. While waiting, he handed his military canteen to Gu Jiai, who had arrived at the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Group without any provisions, including water. "Thank you," she replied. Gu Jiai was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the water from Xiao Zhengdong, yet without the slightest hesitation, she unscrewed the cap and began to drink. Her neck, so fair and delicate, glistened like crystal under the sunlight. Gu Jiai and Wang Xia stood on either side of Xiao Zhengdong, his two most trusted allies. Suddenly, Wang Xia, with a pair of binoculars in hand, spotted comrade Sun Haizi along with over 100 warriors from the Da Huang guerrilla team emerging in the distance. Overjoyed, she exclaimed that preserving more living forces in this breakout battle was indeed splendid. Wang Xia had long considered the Da Huang guerrilla team as her own family, and now that the team had grown so formidable, she was determined to prevent its destruction. This was her home. Wonderful, Xiao Zhengdong remarked with a smile, nodding in approval as he observed Sun Haizi's arrival. Sun Haizi had not disappointed his trust. "Comrade Sun Haizi, over here." Wang Xia called out loudly to ensure he and his comrades would find their way. Hearing her voice, Sun Haizi promptly led the other warriors of the Da Huang guerrilla team towards them. The two breakout squads finally converged, their numbers swelling to over 200. "Commander!" Sun Haizi embraced Xiao Zhengdong warmly. They had come to the Da Huang guerrilla team as a trio, but with Ouyang by now gone. Both Xiao Zhengdong and Sun Haizi wished to spare each other further loss. The reunion after their escape was undeniably a joyful occasion. The Da Huang guerrilla team had never before engaged in such a passive battle. This experience had only fortified their resolve. "Only Wang Bo's team remains unaccounted for," Xiao Zhengdong murmured, casting his gaze towards the rear. His planned route involved Wang Bo making a flank attack from the left before reaching this rendezvous point. However, the left remained eerily silent, devoid of any signs of movement or even the sounds of gunfire. The absence of gunfire was troubling. Even the faintest sound would indicate they were approaching. The chosen meeting location was strategically astute, nestled between two mountains, allowing for both offense and defense. Standing there, they would be nearly impenetrable should the Japanese forces catch up. They would become easy targets, while a retreat could lead them swiftly into the cover of nearby woods. To have selected such a location in a remarkably short span of time showcased his military prowess, rendering any doubts about Xiao Zhengdong's tactical decisions unfounded. However, all of this hinged on the premise that the entire team could arrive safely. After waiting for approximately another 10 minutes, the absence of Wang Bo and the remaining warriors from the Da Huang guerrilla team began to gnaw at Xiao Zhengdong's composure. The longer they delayed, the more perilous their situation became. With over 100 soldiers at stake, should they all perish, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to the Da Huang guerrilla team, which had never before suffered such significant losses. Moreover, a considerable number of warriors have already made the ultimate sacrifice. How can we bear to witness further loss of life? Over 100 heroes of the anti-Japanese struggle, Xiao Zhengdong addressed Sun Haizi and Wang Xia, stating, "We have but 1 hour. If Wang Bo's contingent has not arrived by then, you must lead the retreat immediately. I will personally scout Wang Bo's evacuation route." Unable to contain his resolve any longer, Xiao Zhengdong chose to venture forth to assist Wang Bo's troops. "I shall accompany you," Sun Haizi declared to Xiao Zhengdong. "That is not permissible. The Da Huang guerrilla unit cannot afford your absence. I require you to uphold our cause in my stead." Xiao Zhengdong firmly rejected Sun Haizi's request. He was sufficient on his own, and moreover, Sun Haizi was designated as his successor. Should he fall, Sun Haizi would become the new leader of the Da Huang guerrilla unit. Observing the grim expression on Xiao Zhengdong's face, Sun Haizi refrained from further protest. Now was not the time for idle chatter. Gu Jiai had also wished to accompany Xiao Zhengdong on his mission. However, upon hearing his insistence on solitude, she hesitated, ultimately holding her tongue. If both Sun Haizi and Xiao Zhengdong deemed her a burden, her presence would only exacerbate the situation. Xiao Zhengdong set forth, gradually vanishing from the sight of the others as he began to run along the designated path for Wang Bo. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers, He encountered several Japanese soldiers and 2 members of the security corps patrolling the area. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhengdong opened fire, dispatching the 3 Japanese soldiers with precision. As they were unaware of his presence, they fell effortlessly before him. How could the guerrillas have appeared from behind? The 2 security corps members, upon seeing Xiao Zhengdong, momentarily froze before erupting in outrage. Xiao Zhengdong. That bastard is Xiao Zhengdong, the captain of the Da Huang guerrilla unit. Recognizing the face of Xiao Zhengdong, one of the security members paled, for numerous wanted posters bearing his likeness were plastered across many towns. The 2 men, gripped by fear, found their legs trembling and could not muster the strength to raise their weapons. In a panic, they attempted to flee, only to be met with the sound of gunfire as Xiao Zhengdong took their lives with 2 well-aimed shots. Their intent to fire upon him had sealed their fate. As Xiao Zhengdong pressed deeper into enemy territory, he began to hear the distant echoes of gunfire, which grew increasingly frequent and intense. At last, he had located Wang Bo's small unit. A sigh of relief escaped him. As long as they were alive, there was hope. He had feared they might be overwhelmed by the enemy. Wang Bo's squad was still engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the Japanese soldiers. Due to the narrowness of the path and the parity in numbers, Wang Bo's forces found themselves unable to break through. Chapter 94. The overwhelming Japanese forces. Xiao Zhengdong furrowed his brow upon discovering that Wang Bo was leading a small detachment engaged in a standoff against a substantial number of Japanese troops. The enemy, cunning as ever, had strategically stationed a significant force at this location, likely anticipating that the Da Huang guerrillas would attempt to break through here. As fate would have it, they had indeed guessed correctly. Wang Bo's team was making their escape from this very spot. It was not merely a stroke of luck for the Japanese. They had likely set ambushes at every narrow passage, and Xiao Zhengdong had grossly miscalculated the enemy's strength. The sheer number of Japanese soldiers was staggering. Despite deploying so many troops elsewhere, they still had the capacity to concentrate such a formidable presence here. A fact that was almost beyond belief. The Japanese harbored an intense hatred for the Da Huang guerrillas. Xiao Zhengdong estimated that this encirclement had mobilized at least 2,000 Japanese forces, a sea of soldiers spreading across the mountains. The reality was unavoidable. Bang! Through the trees. Xiao Zhengdong caught sight of several Japanese soldiers' backs and immediately fired, taking down one of them. Having made the observation, he struck first. Bang! Bang! With a relentless barrage, he dispatched all the visible soldiers, their bodies crumpling irregularly to the ground, blood seeping into the earth beneath them. Enemies were approaching from behind. To their astonishment, guerrillas were appearing in their rear. The Japanese soldiers, startled by the gunfire from behind, shouted in alarm. After eliminating the initial threat, Xiao Zhengdong swiftly changed direction and fired again, taking down another Japanese soldier, thereby creating the illusion that 2 Da Huang guerrilla fighters were present. Xiao Zhengdong continued his relentless advance. Rat-a-tat-tat. After exhausting his pistol's ammunition, he switched to his submachine gun, taking advantage of the new angle that presented him with more unsuspecting foes. He dispatched 3 more Japanese soldiers, who fell like living targets before him. From multiple angles, the Japanese continued to perish, their numbers swiftly diminishing. Damn it! Third squad. Eliminate everyone behind us. A furious Japanese lieutenant, red-faced with rage, unsheathed his katana and cleaved through a stout tree, his anger palpable. Initially believing that this band of guerrillas was doomed, the emergence of additional guerrilla fighters from behind signified a troubling turn of events. How could the lieutenant not be infuriated? It felt as though Xiao Zhengdong's very thoughts were being scrutinized. Moreover, the rapid movement and continuous firing from Xiao Zhengdong created the illusion of 7 or 8 guerrilla fighters engaging in combat. With a single individual simulating the combat effectiveness of an entire squad, the remaining 80 or so Japanese soldiers were compelled to send over 20 in search of Xiao Zhengdong, thereby significantly alleviating the pressure on Wang Bo and his Da Huang guerrilla detachment. Seeing numerous Japanese soldiers converge on him, a cold smile crept across Xiao Zhengdong's lips. This was precisely what he desired. They were coming after him, and they would all perish. With a resolute declaration, Xiao Zhengdong uttered 3 words. Bang! With a single shot, he dispatched a Japanese soldier. In the brief span of mere minutes since Xiao Zhengdong's arrival, he had already claimed the lives of over a dozen enemy troops. A testament to his formidable combat prowess. A single platoon was insufficient. Xiao Zhengdong's capabilities undoubtedly surpassed those of an entire squad, though he had not meticulously tallied his kills. It was evident that within these 2 months, he had eliminated at least a battalion of Japanese soldiers, more than 150, perhaps even more. This fact underscores why the Japanese should never have dared to invade this sacred land. The Dragon Nation is akin to a majestic dragon, whereas the invaders are nothing more than vermin, tiny insects that, according to historical records, were once a mere vassal of the Dragon Nation. Their audacity to invade today is nothing short of a cosmic rebellion. Perhaps it has always been evident that this minuscule territory has harbored a rebellious spirit. indicative of its unworthy nature. The Japanese, a twisted race with a penchant for defiance, approached with 2 soldiers charging forth. Xiao Zhengdong swiftly hurled 2 throwing daggers, each finding its mark in the throats of his adversaries, who collapsed lifelessly. Youth is a blessing, he mused, as he observed the fallen. The thud of bodies alerted the remaining Japanese soldiers, who rushed towards the commotion. With the proximity of their numbers, the group quickly converged. Yet, Xiao Zhengdong welcomed the impending onslaught. The more, the merrier. His intent was to eliminate them all in one decisive sweep. With a swift barrage of bullets, Xiao Zhengdong leaned against a tree, unleashing a volley that felled 6 soldiers before his ammunition ran dry. In a seamless motion, he discarded the empty magazine and drew a fresh one from his pocket, reloading his submachine gun in less than 5 seconds. This is what excellence looks like. Once a top-tier special forces operative, Xiao Zhengdong had honed his physical abilities to surpass that of any ordinary human, possessing extraordinary strength, speed, and perception. Continuing his assault, he dispatched 4 more soldiers with precision. In a remarkable display of multitasking, he drew a hand grenade from his pocket, timing its detonation to perfection before tossing it into the fray. The explosion echoed, claiming 3 more lives. His ability to shoot one-handed while accurately timing the grenade showcased his unparalleled skill. He could effortlessly juggle multiple tasks. Fate will not be kind to the Japanese, Xiao Zhengdong declared. At this juncture, only 5 soldiers remained of the platoon. Despite Xiao Zhengdong standing openly before them, they hesitated, exchanging fearful glances, uncertain whether to fight or flee. They were gripped by fear, paralyzed by cowardice. Like a god of death, Xiao Zhengdong exuded an aura of terror. With a single-handed sweep of his submachine gun, he eliminated the 5 remaining soldiers, who no longer dared to fire back. So it turns out you are all cowards, Xiao Zhengdong scoffed. After Xiao Zhengdong annihilated the entire 3rd squad of the Japanese army, he continued his previous tactics, disguising himself as an entire squad and relentlessly attacking the enemy from behind. The Japanese were utterly infuriated. They had faced hundreds from Wang Bo's vast guerrilla unit and had never been decimated so swiftly. Xiao Zhengdong was indeed a significant source of trouble for them, as yet another dozen Japanese soldiers fell, drastically reducing their combat effectiveness by nearly half. Commander. It must be our commander coming to our aid. At this moment, Wang Bo could sense that the gunfire from the Japanese had become increasingly sparse, and the sound of gunfire continued to echo from behind the enemy lines. He proclaimed loudly, only Xiao Zhengdong could achieve such a feat indeed. It was Xiao Zhengdong. Bang! He shot down another Japanese soldier. The Japanese major observed the diminishing number of his troops around him, feeling a sense of despair. Was his hard-earned merit about to be destroyed by Xiao Zhengdong? He was unwilling to accept this. Squads 5 and 10, eliminate that entire guerrilla squad immediately. We must act swiftly, the Japanese major commanded. If this continued, they would inevitably be wiped out by Xiao Zhengdong, leaving only the Japanese to deal with the remaining guerrilla forces. Had this major known that it was solely Xiao Zhengdong, he might have succumbed to utter despair. Chapter 95. Into the trap. Xiao Zhengdong could see nearly 40 enemy soldiers surging toward him. The more, the merrier. The greater the pressure on his side, the lighter Wang Bo's burden would be. The 40-plus Japanese formed a fan-shaped formation, advancing toward Xiao Zhengdong as he continued to dispatch enemies with gunfire. The volume of gunfire was substantial, allowing the Japanese to pinpoint his position within a small area, prompting them to swarm toward him. Wang Bo, as the sub-commander of the guerrilla unit, was no novice. He quickly discerned the significant movement of enemy troops and noted the drastic reduction in their gunfire. It seemed that only about 30 Japanese remained to engage them. Charge! Now is the time to advance, Wang Bo shouted. He raised his arm high and hurled grenades with great force toward the Japanese. The other soldiers followed suit, launching an array of grenades that shattered the Japanese lines. With overwhelming numbers, Wang Bo led the charge, and the guerrilla unit advanced with an undeniable advantage, making it nearly impossible for the Japanese to withstand the assault. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhengdong faced the daunting challenge of 40 Japanese soldiers, yet he remained composed. Bang! He used his pistol to eliminate the foremost enemy combatant. A barrage of bullets began to rain down on his position. Before being struck, Xiao Zhengdong swiftly evaded, darting in another direction with remarkable speed. Utilizing his submachine gun, he unleashed a hail of bullets, resulting in the immediate death of 5 Japanese soldiers. In one encounter, 6 had already perished. Damn it! This squad from the guerrilla unit is composed of exceptionally formidable fighters. We must remain vigilant, a Japanese soldier shouted fervently. As the Japanese soldiers advanced, they fired into the forest, gradually forming a tightening circle. Xiao Zhengdong darted between the trees, and with the encroaching perimeter, his space for movement diminished. Bang! Another bullet struck, claiming the life of a Japanese soldier. With his handgun ammunition expended, Xiao swiftly transitioned to his submachine gun. He found himself yearning for the sniper rifle he had carried on the long march, but alas, it was too conspicuous to bring to the northeast by train. Had he possessed 3 weapons, they would have constituted 3 distinct sources of firepower. However, for Xiao, wielding 3 guns was akin to possessing a single supercharged weapon, an amalgamation of firepower. Rat-tat-tat. A burst of bullets felled 2 more Japanese soldiers. From the initial 40, only about 30 remained. After what felt like an eternity, it seemed the guerrilla force consisted solely of Xiao Zhengdong. A Japanese squad leader sensed something amiss. Amidst the chaos, the only figure moving through the trees was Xiao. Clad in the same attire against a consistent backdrop, this was the work of a singular individual rather than a unit. The realization dawned on everyone, their faces paling in horror. They had been thwarted by one man, who had decimated dozens of their ranks. It was terrifying. The prowess of this guerrilla fighter was almost beyond belief. If every soldier in the guerrilla unit possessed such skill, the Japanese would be better off retreating home, utterly outmatched. As the truth settled in, beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads, and a chill ran down their spines. They recognized that coming to this land might have been a grave mistake. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhengdong realized that his identity as a lone fighter had been exposed. Yet, it mattered little now. He had already engaged in the fight, and discovery was inconsequential. Rat-tat-tat. He reloaded his weapon and exchanged fire with the Japanese, landing 2 shots directly into the chest of one soldier, who collapsed lifelessly. Bullets began to rain from both sides, and from behind as well. Xiao could only evade the onslaught by skillfully maneuvering between the trees, avoiding being completely encircled. Though his operational area had shrunk considerably, a dozen trees still offered him refuge. Xiao Zhengdong epitomized guerrilla warfare in its purest form. Despite being vastly outnumbered, he remained elusive. Bang! Another shot claimed yet another Japanese life. Xiao moved with the grace of a war deity, effortlessly dispatching his foes, while the numbers of the Japanese continued to dwindle. Once a formidable force of over 40, they were now reduced to a mere handful. Commander, we are here. Xiao Zhengdong played a game of hide-and-seek with the Japanese, and after approximately 20 minutes, they were down to only a few remaining soldiers. Just as Xiao prepared to confront the imminent threat of multiple gun barrels, he heard the voices of Wang Bo and other members of the Great Wilderness guerrilla unit approaching. The incessant sound of gunfire echoed, and all Japanese soldiers were annihilated. Xiao Zhengdong successfully liberated Wang Bo and his fellow warriors from their dire predicament. Wang Bo, leading the Dahuang guerrilla fighters, met with Xiao Zhengdong. Captain, is it just you? Wang Bo remarked, glancing around at the desolate surroundings. Taken aback by the absence of others, he had anticipated that Xiao Zhengdong would arrive accompanied by all the guerrilla fighters, given the considerable commotion that had just transpired, which seemed far beyond the capabilities of a single individual. The multitude of Japanese corpses strewn across the ground was, astonishingly, the result of Xiao Zhengdong's solitary efforts. Indeed, it is only me. We must leave quickly, Xiao Zhengdong replied, dismissing any further discussion regarding his singular feat of eliminating so many Japanese soldiers, deeming it inconsequential. The urgency of their escape was paramount. The ground was littered with Japanese soldiers, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. As gunfire erupted behind them, it was evident that the Japanese were in pursuit. What should we do? Wang Bo inquired, casting a glance at Xiao Zhengdong. In this critical moment, he relied on Xiao Zhengdong for guidance. Since the Japanese have arrived, we must draw them deeper into our territory. The gunfire indicates a small contingent of around 200 Japanese troops is approaching. We cannot confront them head-on. Although we could prevail, the potential casualties would be severe. Our best course of action is to swiftly regroup with the main body of the Dahuang guerrilla fighters. Only then can we confront the enemy collectively, and perhaps leave these hundreds stranded in the mountains, Xiao Zhengdong stated decisively. The battlefield was ever-changing. And although Xiao Zhengdong could not predict every variable, he was confident that his strategic decisions were fundamentally sound. Understood, Wang Bo nodded earnestly, recognizing the wisdom in Xiao Zhengdong's words. Having narrowly escaped the enemy's encirclement, engaging further with the Japanese would likely lead to another trap. Regrouping with the main force would provide reassurance, and their numbers would surpass the 200 Japanese soldiers in pursuit. The Japanese would stand no chance against them. Xiao Zhengdong led the Dahuang guerrilla fighters onward, covering a distance of 5 kilometers in a single breath, leaving the Japanese far behind. The guerrilla fighters, accustomed to the rugged terrain, possessed remarkable stamina, while the Japanese, despite their training, lagged behind in endurance. Captain, it seems we have completely outpaced the Japanese. Should we wait for them? Wang Bo asked. Let us wait for a moment, Xiao Zhengdong replied, wary of the Japanese catching up, as that would thwart his plans. Let them pursue us, he resolved, intending to unite with the main body of the Dahuang guerrilla fighters and lure the Japanese into a trap. What exactly were the Japanese pursuing? Chapter 96. Luring the enemy in Xiao Zhengdong led Wang Bo and several soldiers from the Dahuang guerrilla unit, waiting for approximately 5 minutes for the Japanese forces to make their move, but there was no sign of activity. These Japanese soldiers are utterly useless. I shall personally greet them. I fear they may struggle to find us, Xiao Zhengdong declared, and he swiftly ran towards the direction of the enemy. Captain Wang Bo, upon witnessing Xiao Zhengdong's immediate departure, felt compelled to intervene, hoping to send other soldiers in his stead. However, Xiao Zhengdong had already dashed far ahead. Wang Bo rubbed his nose, bemused yet amused. Our captain leads by example in all matters, great and small. He genuinely cares for the safety of his men and would never ask others to do what he can accomplish himself, Wang Bo remarked softly. His eyes filled with admiration for Xiao Zhengdong. To have such a leader instilled an immense sense of pride within him. With a commander of this caliber, how could one not wholeheartedly engage in battle? How could the Japanese not be entirely expelled? The haunting image of the recent encounter, where Xiao Zhengdong faced a field strewn with corpses, lingered in Wang Bo's mind, striking him with profound shock. He marveled at how one man could hold off nearly 100 enemies and rescue his comrades from peril. Had it not been for Xiao Zhengdong, Wang Bo was certain they would have been captured by the Japanese, with none emerging alive. Xiao Zhengdong's solitary combat prowess was astounding. Moreover, Wang Bo understood why Xiao Zhengdong had ventured alone without other soldiers, had they found themselves ensnared in a trap. Bringing others along would have only resulted in their collective demise. The wisest course was for one man to scout for information. Xiao Zhengdong not only gathered intelligence, but also resolved the dilemma. In such a perilous situation, there was no time for him to return for assistance. Just as they had experienced before, with pursuers hot on their heels, had Xiao Zhengdong been delayed by even 20 minutes, they would have undoubtedly found themselves completely ensnared. With no hope of survival, the previous breakout battle had been fraught with peril. Wang Bo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reflecting on the narrow escape with a tinge of dread. At that moment, Xiao Zhengdong had located the Japanese forces. Over 200 soldiers were scattered about, looking around in confusion, unaware of the whereabouts of the Dahuang guerrilla unit. They had ceased any further action, as the scattered scouts had yet to return, leaving them to wait in place. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong suddenly fired a shot, striking down a Japanese soldier. The bullet pierced the soldier's chest, leaving him dazed as he clutched his wound, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. The death was sudden and unexpected. There. The Dahuang guerrilla unit is over there. We haven't lost them. They are resting. One Japanese soldier exclaimed, mistakenly believing himself astute. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong swiftly silenced him with another shot. The Japanese soldier who spoke earlier exhibited a rather foolish demeanor, prompting Xiao Zhengdong to feel a sense of disdain. If only all Japanese soldiers were such simpletons. However, it is important to acknowledge that the Japanese military holds a certain standing on the international stage, and thus Xiao Zhengdong would not underestimate them. Although the Japanese forces are comprised of brutish individuals deserving of contempt, underestimating them could lead to peril. It is essential to maintain a degree of respect for one's adversary, not for their character, which is undoubtedly lacking, but for their capabilities. Suddenly, a throng of Japanese soldiers began to pursue Xiao Zhengdong. With a resounding boom, he hurled a grenade into their midst, resulting in the demise of 5 or 6 soldiers. The effectiveness of that grenade was indisputable. As the Japanese soldiers surged toward him, Xiao Zhengdong unleashed another grenade, claiming 4 more lives. Disperse. Spread out, shouted a Japanese major. Instantly, the soldiers began to scatter. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong had expended his last grenade, yet he still possessed an ample supply of ammunition. He pulled the trigger, and a bullet struck the major squarely between the eyes, creating a gaping wound. The major stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Xiao Zhengdong felt no remorse for the major's death. After all, he had already dispatched a colonel. In the hierarchy of the Japanese military, a major is roughly equivalent to a deputy battalion commander, while a colonel is akin to a senior colonel or a regimental commander. Xiao Zhengdong himself was a battalion commander, making the elimination of a major a rather trivial matter. Engaging in such actions beyond one's rank was second nature to him. Following the major's demise, Xiao Zhengdong quickly resumed his flight, his speed leaving the Japanese soldiers struggling to keep pace. Nonetheless, he was careful not to completely lose them, maintaining a delicate balance that allowed them to trace his movements. The Japanese soldiers continued to fire relentlessly at him, yet none found their mark. Xiao Zhengdong adopted an erratic running style, his movements unpredictable and devoid of pattern. The trees around him offered cover, shielding him from bullets. And despite the overwhelming volume of fire, there were always gaps through which he could evade capture. At this point, the Japanese forces realized that after an extended pursuit, they had only glimpsed Xiao Zhengdong alone. Nevertheless, they persisted, as some soldiers recognized him as the leader of the Dahuang guerrilla corps. Chasing him was undoubtedly justified, for his direction must lead to their main force. Follow him. Quickly. Eliminate Xiao Zhengdong. He is the leader of the Dahuang guerrilla corps. If we kill him, the organization will be left leaderless and much easier to handle, a Japanese lieutenant colonel exclaimed, his teeth nearly grinding in frustration. How many Japanese commanders have fallen to Xiao Zhengdong's gun? Xiao Zhengdong has slain numerous Japanese soldiers, including a multitude of their commanders. as long as Xiao Zhengdong remains alive. None of the Japanese troops in Changchun City can find peace. Even now, the Japanese soldiers tremble at the mere mention of his name. For them to experience tranquility and sleep soundly, Xiao Zhengdong must perish. Otherwise, some of these soldiers are haunted by nightmares of him pursuing and killing them. This illustrates the formidable aura he exudes. In less than 2 months, he has transformed into a nightmarish specter. Bang! As he sprinted, Xiao Zhengdong executed another swift shot reminiscent of a lunar gaze, taking down yet another Japanese soldier. Engaging the enemy while on the move seemed as effortless as drinking a glass of cool water. The more he demonstrated such prowess, the angrier the Japanese soldiers became. Their frustration reaching its peak, yet they remained incapable of eliminating him. Xiao Zhengdong's demeanor suggested he regarded them with disdain, treating them like mere puppets. Some Japanese soldiers even set up mortars to bombard him, not just 1, but 3 or 4, yet they failed to strike their target. Even bullets could not find their mark. And the mortars, despite their rapid projectile speed, lacked the precision of firearms. At last, amidst the chaos, Xiao Zhengdong arrived at the location of the Great Wilderness guerrilla team. Nestled between 2 towering mountains, the Japanese soldiers, witnessing the open terrain ahead of him, erupted into laughter, believing Xiao Zhengdong had reached a dead end. Chapter 97. The radio. At this moment, Xiao Zhengdong turned to see the gleeful expressions of the Japanese troops, as if he were already on the brink of death. The distinction between hunter and prey was about to become apparent. Go ahead and laugh, Xiao Zhengdong mused, touching his nose. The Japanese soldiers unleashed a barrage of bullets in his direction, but Xiao Zhengdong remained unperturbed. Was there truly no cover? A ruse. He had previously scouted this area. Without certainty, he would never have lured the enemy in such a manner. With a swift movement, he concealed himself behind a massive boulder, his sole refuge. The Japanese soldiers observed Xiao Zhengdong retreating behind the stone, remaining calm, for they numbered over 200 against a solitary foe. How could he escape? The Japanese lieutenant signaled, and the 200 soldiers split into several groups, stealthily advancing towards the boulder. Should Xiao Zhengdong dare to expose himself, the troops from various directions would have the opportunity to close in. Some aimed their weapons at him, while others hastened their steps to encircle him. For Xiao Zhengdong, hiding behind the boulder was not a perfect evasion. It was an inescapable trap, a self-imposed web. Yet, at that moment, his gaze held only 2 words: foolish child. He silently chided these little devils for their audacity. Xiao Zhengdong was determined to demonstrate through action what it meant to be the one who captures the mischievous. The Japanese soldiers had indeed chosen the right adversary in him. Bang! Xiao Zhengdong suddenly revealed himself, firing a shot that struck a Japanese soldier. As the Japanese troops advanced towards his position behind the stone, they were met with continuous covering fire from others. Yet, despite this, a soldier fell dead, while Xiao Zhengdong remained unscathed. The commander, a lieutenant colonel leading over 200 Japanese soldiers, trembled with rage. Kill him. We must eliminate him. If we do not end his life today, there will be no peace. If he remains alive, I shall return and commit seppuku, he declared loudly. For the Japanese, the vow of seppuku is considered a grave commitment, steeped in profound respect. Those who make such a pledge typically adhere to it without fail. For to violate this sacred promise brings dishonor upon one's family, rendering death preferable. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the heights between the mountains. It was the other warriors of the Dahuang guerrilla team opening fire. In the open plains, the Japanese, who had pursued with unwavering determination, found themselves the hunted. They were momentarily stunned, having initially presumed that Xiao Zhengdong was fleeing to join a larger force, only to realize that he had lured them into a trap. Xiao Zhengdong had drawn the enemy in, and the Japanese finally grasped the situation, but it was too late. They found themselves in a precarious position. Retreating would mean being mercilessly targeted by the Dahuang guerrilla team, while an offensive would only hasten their demise, placing them at an insurmountable disadvantage. Cover the retreat. The lieutenant colonel reacted swiftly, with no hint of hesitation in his voice. A reckless mass flight was ill-advised. The optimal strategy was to leave a portion behind to facilitate the withdrawal, effectively sacrificing those soldiers. In critical moments, one must often abandon lesser assets to preserve the more valuable. This tactic, while seemingly ruthless, is a common military strategy. Sacrificing a fraction of one's forces is preferable to the total loss of all. The Japanese had discreetly studied the military strategies of the Dragon Nation. However, the Japanese miscalculated. Wang Bo had already relayed Xiao Zhengdong's plan of luring the enemy deeper into their territory, and the Dahuang guerrilla team was well prepared. Having stationed not only sharpshooters between the mountains but also ambushes behind and on either side, ensuring that this contingent of Japanese soldiers would have no chance of returning. The earlier breakout had inflicted significant losses on the Dahuang guerrilla team, who had never before faced such a passive battle. It was time to retaliate. The sound of gunfire resonated from all directions as the Dahuang guerrilla team, a remarkable force, transitioned from a defensive breakout to an offensive annihilation campaign against the Japanese troops, who were now in a state of panic. The Japanese, once the aggressors, found themselves fleeing in terror, having already suffered humiliation at the hands of Xiao Zhengdong. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiao Zhengdong demanded that they surrender their very lives. One by one, the Japanese soldiers fell, amidst the lush greenery that adorned the mountains. In the vast wilderness, the guerrilla fighters began to blend with the vegetation, leaving the Japanese troops utterly bewildered. They perceived the landscape as teeming with the presence of the guerrilla warriors. Xiao Zhengdong smirked. "Aren't you fond of chasing me? Continue the pursuit, you fools," he proclaimed in Japanese, exacerbating the already frenzied state of the enemy. His intent was to stoke their ire further, hoping to provoke them to the point of despair, thus inflicting both physical and psychological torment. Xiao Zhengdong had indeed succeeded. The Japanese were on the brink of fury, as he single-handedly disrupted their plans and decimated their ranks. The sensation of being unable to eliminate him, despite his proximity, left them feeling powerless. Many Japanese soldiers, realizing their fate was sealed, abandoned all hope of resistance. Some, unable to endure the humiliation, resorted to committing seppuku with their bayonets. Over 300 guerrilla fighters unleashed a torrent of bullets from all directions, resulting in the deaths of numerous Japanese soldiers. The enemy was led to believe that they were facing a force of thousands. Panic set in as they fired indiscriminately, resembling headless flies, yet their efforts bore no fruit. They could not distinguish between friend and foe amidst the blinding sunlight. The Japanese were utterly disoriented, a chaotic mass. Xiao Zhengdong shot down another Japanese soldier, and the morale of the remaining 200 plummeted. No one among them dared to fight back. Approximately an hour later, this annihilation came to an end with a resounding gunshot as Xiao Zhengdong personally executed a Japanese lieutenant colonel. The ground was strewn with the bodies of the fallen, while the guerrilla fighters scavenged the weapons left behind. Xiao Zhengdong made no attempt to halt them, for they were no longer pursued, having inflicted heavy casualties. The Japanese likely believed that the guerrilla force was vast and bolstered by reinforcements. The remaining troops lacked the courage to pursue further, dissuaded by the sight of the corpses that littered the ground. This counteroffensive not only demonstrated their might, but also shattered the Japanese resolve to annihilate the guerrilla fighters. It became evident that the guerrilla force could not be extinguished. Rather, they grew more formidable with each encounter. "Retreat. We must relocate at once," Xiao Zhengdong commanded as the clearing operation concluded. After a day and a night of rapid marching, they arrived in a mountainous forest in Haiyue County, where Xiao Zhengdong finally led his warriors to a halt. "Comrade Gujai, come here," he called. "This is the radio we seized from the Japanese forces. See if you can operate it." Xiao Zhengdong informed Gujai. The Dahuang guerrilla force was equipped with a complete radio system, including a telegraph machine and a battery box, ensuring they could send and receive messages at any time. This cutting-edge equipment had been appropriated from the Japanese military police. At this moment, Gujai swiftly approached the telegraph machine and began her meticulous operations. She incessantly adjusted the radio signals until she finally tuned in to the channel of the 7th Army of the anti-Japanese coalition. The air was filled with the sounds of incoming telegrams. Turning to Xiao Zhengdong, she remarked, "This must be our 7th Army issuing commands to various units. I shall now report our situation to them and establish communication with the 7th Army." Xiao Zhengdong nodded in agreement. If that were the case, he would no longer need to venture into Changchun City for every matter. Entering the city posed certain risks, and the process of reporting and relaying information was often lengthy. Establishing direct contact with the 7th Army would greatly facilitate matters, particularly in terms of intelligence transmission, which is crucial in times of war. Gujai, designated as the liaison officer and nurse for the Dahuang guerrilla unit by the 7th Army, was well versed in the means of communication with them. Beep beep beep, she began typing out the telegrams. It was at this moment that the soldiers of the Dahuang guerrilla unit realized the significance of Gu Jiai's role. Not only was she unmatched in combat, rivaling even Wang Xia in prowess, but she was also a skilled technician capable of operating the radio, truly a master of both arts and arms. Even Wang Xia, at that moment, found herself admiring Gu Jiai. She perceived a remarkable charm in Gu Jiai as she sent out the telegrams. The rhythmic beeping of the telegrams was a mystery to the Dahuang soldiers, who struggled to comprehend how these sounds could eventually be deciphered into coherent text. Who could have invented the telegraph and Morse code? A genius, indeed. Approximately 20 minutes later, Gu Jiai completed sending her telegrams. "It's done. I'll keep the radio on and switch to the signal I designated for the 7th Army. Now we await their response." A smile graced her lips. Being able to contribute to Xiao Zhengdong's efforts filled her with pride. Previously, it had always been Xiao Zhengdong protecting her, granting her a splendid start in her military journey. Now, as a battle-hardened veteran, she felt a deep sense of fulfillment in returning the favor. A gentle breeze swept through, easing the tension among the group. At that moment, Sun Haizi approached Gu Jiayi and inquired, "Comrade Gu Jiayi, I noticed that other operators often refer to a book while sending telegrams. I haven't seen you with one. Isn't that book filled with the various translations of Morse code? Have you memorized all of it?" Having grown familiar with Gu Jiayi since Xiao Zhengdong introduced her to the unit, Sun Haizi shared a camaraderie with her, forged through their shared experiences. Even if they hadn't spoken much. "Yes, I have memorized it all," Gu Jiayi replied with a nod. Coming from a family of educators, she possessed a natural aptitude for memorization. Gu Jiayi had a passion for reading and a penchant for committing things to memory. The intricacies of Morse code, despite their complexity, are firmly etched in her memory, indelible and persistent. Perhaps this embodies the spirit of resistance against Japanese aggression. No matter the challenges faced, the transformation of the mundane into the extraordinary is the essence of true success. What one can accomplish is achievable by others, and conversely, others may achieve feats beyond one's capabilities. Thus, how can one hope to prevail? It is imperative to undertake the unexpected, to accomplish what seems impossible, and to secure victory through ingenuity. Gu Jiayi can send telegrams without any books, fully deciphering them, showcasing her absolute professional competence. Should the books become wet or damaged, the entire radio station would be rendered useless. Prevention is better than cure. Remarkable, indeed, remarked Sun Haizi. Previously, he held reservations about Xiao Zhengdong's decision to enlist Gu Jiayi in the military, but reality has proven Xiao Zhengdong correct, deepening Sun Haizi's admiration for him. In matters of discernment, Sun Haizi humbly acknowledged that he could not compare to Xiao Zhengdong. "What is our next plan?" Sun Haizi inquired with curiosity, glancing at Xiao Zhengdong. Everyone turned their attention to Xiao, aware of the prolonged battles against the Japanese forces. Each engagement yielded significant gains. Although the recent breakout battle did not yield monetary rewards or ammunition from the enemy, it did enhance the soldiers' equipment and resulted in the elimination of nearly 500 Japanese troops. There is great anticipation for what grand endeavors Xiao Zhengdong will lead them into next. The relentless campaign against the Japanese continues, exhilarating in its intensity. However, this recent breakout battle has claimed over 100 members of the Dahuang guerrilla team, marking it as one of their most costly encounters in recent times. Fortunately, Xiao Zhengdong successfully evacuated Wang Bo and other soldiers of the Dahuang guerrilla team. Without this, the loss of another 100 men would have left them severely diminished. This time, it was due to a traitor within our ranks that our position was exposed to the Japanese, Xiao Zhengdong remarked, still contemplating the next steps, choosing instead to shift the conversation. A traitor indeed. How disgraceful. The Japanese are already on our doorstep, and yet some would choose to serve as their dogs. Sun Haizi exclaimed in indignation. "I have executed the traitor. Moving forward, we will continue to recruit for the Dahuang guerrilla team, but we must thoroughly vet candidates. We need to inquire about their backgrounds, family details, and verify their information to prevent any traitors from infiltrating our ranks. Any potential recruit attempting to join us will likely use a false identity, and a few questions can reveal the truth. By confirming their residential information, we can avert such occurrences," Xiao Zhengdong continued. "What about outsiders? It's nearly impossible to check their backgrounds," Wang Xia interjected. "For outsiders from distant regions, we will treat them as having unclear origins. Unless they have made significant contributions, they will not be permitted to join the Dahuang guerrilla team," Xiao Zhengdong stated resolutely. "There must be certain rules in place. Otherwise, if traitors infiltrate again and reveal their positions, we will face yet another encirclement and have to break through once more. The Great Wilderness guerrilla team cannot withstand such turmoil. This would breed distrust among the soldiers, shattering the trust essential within the camp. How can we fight under such circumstances? The Great Wilderness guerrilla red team must not find itself in a passive situation again. Having suffered once, we must learn from our experiences. This seems entirely reasonable." Wang Bo concurred with Xiao Zhengdong's regulations, and the other soldiers also voiced their agreement. Even if it meant enlisting fewer soldiers, at least we would ensure safety and reliability. At that moment, a voice crackled through the radio. Upon hearing it, Gu Jiayi immediately took her seat, donned her specialized headphones, and hurriedly began to jot down the incoming telegram information. About 5 minutes later, the transmission ceased. "Comrade Gu Jiayi, how is it?" inquired Sun Haizi. "They haven't yet deciphered the Morse code," Xiao Zhengdong replied, bemused, as he reminded Sun Haizi of the urgency. The young man was quite flustered. Hee. Sun Haizi scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he had been a tad hasty and attempting to calm himself. Perhaps it was the recent combat that had left him in such a state. He had yet to fully detach from the battlefield, and his emotions were easily ignited. "Haizi, to become a true commander and progress further, you must learn to maintain emotional stability at all times," Xiao Zhengdong advised. Sun Haizi nodded earnestly. Understanding that Xiao Zhengdong had his best interests at heart, he resolved to change. The 7th Army headquarters sent word. expressing their strong approval of the current situation of our great wilderness guerrilla team, and they wish to change our designation, transforming us into the Independent Regiment of the 7th Army. Captain Xiao, you are promoted to the position of Independent Regiment Commander, Gu Jiai announced, smiling as she completed the decoding of the telegram. Upon hearing the title of Independent Regiment Commander, everyone was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Xiao Zhengdong, their faces alight with joy for his new rank. Xiao Zhengdong had contributed immensely to the Great Wilderness Guerrilla Team, and its elevation to an independent regiment was a tremendous honor. As commander, Xiao Zhengdong was undeniably deserving. He should have assumed this role long ago. His remarkable achievements on the battlefield made him a figure of unparalleled merit, and the soldiers felt that even appointing him as a division commander would be entirely justified. My goodness, it's hard to believe that our Great Wilderness Guerrilla Team once consisted of merely a handful of individuals, not even a full company, and certainly less than 2 enemy platoons, yet we bore the title of a battalion. I felt embarrassed when I first heard that the organization had designated our team as a battalion. But with Captain Xiao, no, Commander Xiao, arriving, everything has changed. Now I truly understand the rationale behind the organization's decision. Commander Xiao is extraordinary. He alone is capable of leading a battalion, even a regiment. As long as he is present, this team possesses a soul, forming an indomitable force. It felt like a dream, ethereal and surreal. The achievements we possess are inextricably linked to the sagacious leadership of Commander Xiao. At this moment, the slender monkey felt compelled to express his sentiments. Xiao Zhengdong cast a surprised glance at the slender monkey, who was unexpectedly extolling his virtues with such flamboyance, akin to a vendor skillfully crafting pancakes, layer upon layer. Commander! Commander! The assembled crowd began to salute Xiao Zhengdong, vociferously calling out his title. With a solemn demeanor, Xiao Zhengdong returned the gesture. The title of Independent Regiment Commander was one that Xiao Zhengdong rather cherished. After all, who among us does not take pleasure in occupying a position of higher regard? Furthermore, with the designation of commander, he could attract a greater number of soldiers. When he had previously seized a substantial sum from the Manchurian Bank in Dasong County, he allocated a portion to the organization and retained another portion as military funds, in addition to acquiring a significant amount of silver dollars and banknotes from Yulin Mountain. The current state of the Dahuang Guerrilla Corps was exceedingly prosperous, and the title of a regiment was more than sufficient to sustain it. Notably, the military funds for the Dahuang Guerrilla Corps were always dispersed punctually each month, without fail. Xiao Zhengdong preferred to ensure that adequate funds were provided before engaging in battle. After all, every soldier was risking their life on the front lines. It would indeed be unseemly to withhold even a meager amount of their pay. Moreover, fallen soldiers would receive compensation, for Xiao Zhengdong had ample resources at his disposal. Whenever there was a shortage, he would simply procure funds from the Japanese adversaries, ensuring that not a single cent was ever owed to the soldiers. From now on, we shall be known as the Independent Regiment, and each of us shall essentially be promoted a rank. We must rally together and continue to vanquish the Japanese, repaying the trust that the organization has placed in us. Furthermore, our original intent in joining the military was to confront the enemy head-on. Let us not be blinded by titles. Our elevation to an independent regiment signifies an increase in our numbers to confront and eliminate the Japanese. Remember, our sole objective is to eradicate the enemy. Until the Japanese are completely vanquished, the Dahuang Guerrilla Corps shall not rest. Xiao Zhengdong reminded the soldiers. The Dahuang Guerrilla Corps has but one guiding principle: to annihilate the enemy. As long as the enemy exists in this world, the Dahuang Guerrilla Corps will remain resolute in its opposition. Applause erupted in response to Xiao Zhengdong's words, as the soldiers wholeheartedly agreed with him. Indeed, that is the essence of our mission, to slay the enemy, exclaimed a soldier from the Dahuang Guerrilla Corps, whose family had been slain by the Japanese. Driven by a fervent desire for vengeance, Comrade Gujiai, please assist me in replying to the 7th Army Headquarters. We are grateful for the organization's support and trust. The Dahuang Guerrilla Corps will certainly persevere in our resistance against the Japanese, Xiao Zhengdong addressed Gujiai. Certainly, Gujiai beamed with joy for Xiao Zhengdong. Promptly commencing the telegraph, Wang Xiao approached Xiao Zhengdong with a smile. Commander Wang, she said playfully. Oh, you. Xiao Zhengdong teased, gently pinching Wang Xiao's cheek. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson. The soldiers of the Dahuang Guerrilla Corps, taken aback, were astonished to witness the frosty beauty. Wang Xia, an individual they typically dared not approach, being playfully engaged by Xiao Zhengdong. They exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, it struck me how well-matched Xiao Zhengdong and Wang Xia appeared. A true embodiment of talent and beauty. Gu Jiai noticed their interaction and felt an inexplicable tremor in her hand, quickly regaining her composure to focus intently on sending telegrams. Observing Xiao Zhengdong pinch Wang Xiao's cheek, she had a fleeting sense of having lost something profoundly significant. At times, time truly can alter much, and distance can yield numerous unexpected outcomes. Since we have arrived near Highway County, we might as well venture into its territory. It is said that the Japanese army operates with rampant ferocity in Highway, frequently engaging in village massacres. We have made considerable improvements in Datsang County. While the people of Highway continue to endure a life fraught with suffering, we have every reason to endeavor to alter the current state of affairs here and rescue the populace from their dire circumstances. Xiao Zhengdong proclaimed with righteous fervor. Now that we are here, we must undertake a significant transformation in Highway County, ideally eradicating all Japanese forces present. The Japanese in Datsang County have been deterred by our actions, and now it is almost devoid of their presence. The citizens of Datsang County enjoy a state of complete freedom. Xiao Zhengdong aspired to see Highway County transformed into a second Datsang County. The soldiers expressed no dissent. Many hailed from Highway and wholeheartedly supported Xiao Zhengdong's leadership for the benefit of their fellow citizens. Having learned from our previous encirclement, we can no longer gather en masse. We must divide into 4 teams and establish dispersed encampments within the forest. Additionally, we must continue to recruit and train new soldiers. For only then can our great wilderness guerrilla squad evolve into a truly independent regiment, well-equipped, well-stocked with ammunition, and sufficiently manned. This would empower us to undertake more significant endeavors and confront the Japanese forces more robustly. Xiao Zhengdong continued, and the soldiers responded with enthusiastic shouts of agreement. The great wilderness guerrilla squad had endured an encirclement, yet not a single face bore signs of despair. Instead, they were animated with excitement, filled with hope for the future and a yearning for peace. Xiao Zhengdong proceeded to delineate the specific distribution and encampment locations for the 4 teams. The great wilderness guerrilla squad soon dispersed, with Xiao Zhengdong leading a contingent of over 70 men, settling at the designated location to rest for a day. After a day of relentless travel, weary yet rejuvenated by the rest, Xiao Zhengdong resolved to accompany Wang Xia and Gu Jiai to explore the nearby villages of Highway County the following morning. He wished to observe firsthand the living conditions of the local populace. We must proceed with utmost caution. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals or situations, relay them to me immediately. Xiao Zhengdong instructed Gu Jiai and Wang Xia, who nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. Chapter 100. The 300-pound Japanese soldier approximately 2 months prior. The Japanese defensive measures in Highway County were rather lax. However, with the formidable rise of the Dahuang Guerrilla Brigade, the vigilance among the Japanese troops in the various counties under the jurisdiction of Changchun City has intensified. Each soldier has become exceedingly alert, and the Japanese intelligence agency has dispatched various operatives to infiltrate the county, relentlessly searching for the whereabouts of the Dahuang guerrillas and their families. Additionally, these intelligence agencies oversee a multitude of traders, providing them with information. In summary, the Japanese intelligence apparatus has become omnipresent, and Highway County is no exception at any moment. A traitor could emerge from the shadows, prompting caution in what is said. Xiao Zhengdong's admonition to Wang Xia and Gu Jiai was undoubtedly prudent. Both women understood his intent and refrained from speaking indiscriminately during their journey. The reason Xiao Zhengdong chose to bring them along to scout the countryside was that their presence might slightly diminish the suspicion of the Japanese soldiers or traders. It is uncommon for a guerrilla fighter to venture out accompanied by 2 women. Their mere presence beside Xiao Zhengdong would signal to onlookers that he was a civilian, not a member of the guerrilla forces. Furthermore, it was fortunate that portraits of Xiao Zhengdong were plastered throughout Highway County, albeit the likeness was not entirely accurate. A casual observer glancing at the portrait would likely fail to recognize him in person. That portrait bears little resemblance to you. The lines on your face are far deeper, Wang Xia remarked. Indeed, and look at the size of the mouth in the image. It appears capable of devouring a Japanese soldier whole. Gu Jiai chimed in with a giggle, pointing at the figure in the portrait. Xiao Zhengdong playfully pinched their cheeks. I am relieved that you were not tasked with creating my likeness. Otherwise, I would be a notorious criminal on every street corner. How could we ever depict you for the Japanese? They retorted, rolling their eyes in playful indignation. Xiao Zhengdong found himself momentarily lost in thought, pondering the unexpected camaraderie between the 2 women. Just then, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, approached, inquiring about the person depicted in the portrait. Upon noticing the striking beauty of Gu Jiai and Wang Xia, he paused, stroking his chin, his gaze lingering upon them with an unmistakable and unsettling interest. Clearly captivated by their figures, Xiao Zhengdong frowned slightly. Wang Xia and Gu Jiai instinctively positioned themselves behind him, clearly uncomfortable under the scrutiny of such a gaze. Were it not for the presence of other passers-by, they would have likely confronted the man without hesitation. It seems we may have encountered the individual in the portrait, Xiao Zhengdong responded. Wang Xia and Gu Jiai exchanged glances, surprised by his reply to the man. However, they chose to remain silent, respecting Xiao Zhengdong's apparent strategy, ready to unconditionally follow his lead. Upon hearing Xiao Zhengdong's words, the man in his 30s raised his eyebrows, feeling invigorated. He thought to himself that if he could indeed assist the Japanese in capturing Xiao Zhengdong, it would be nothing short of perfect. Surely, the Japanese would reward him handsomely, elevating him to the position of the village head in the nearby Shanshui town, a position that would bestow upon him great prestige. Take me to see him, he urged, or at least reveal his whereabouts. The man, now visibly eager, leaned in closer, grasping Xiao Zhengdong's shoulder with fervor, almost desperate to pry the information from him. What are you doing? Wang Xia interjected, displeased at seeing Xiao Zhengdong being roughly handled. Let the men speak. What business is it of yours? Shut up. The man in his 30s retorted angrily. Who are you? Why are you so keen to discover the whereabouts of the man depicted in the wanted poster? It states he is part of the anti-Japanese coalition. Are you aiding the Japanese in capturing him? Is that not obvious? If I'm not helping the Japanese catch him, am I to serve him with food and drink? Xiao Zhengdong replied. I am the captain of the patrol team in Shanshui village. Reveal Xiao Zhengdong's location. And when the Japanese reward me, I shall share a portion with you. As Xiao Zhengdong hesitated to respond, the man's patience began to wane. Oh, might you facilitate an introduction? I would accompany you to meet that Japanese officer, Xiao Zhengdong suggested, raising an eyebrow. The man faltered. For the Japanese officer was currently at his home, entertaining his wife. He would not mind sharing the credit with Xiao Zhengdong, however. The knowledge of his wife being involved with the Japanese was a secret he wished to keep, a clandestine arrangement between him and the officer. Fine. Damn it. I will take you to meet the officer. The man conceded, thinking that once he extracted information from this youth, he would simply eliminate him and claim all the glory for himself. The man steeled his resolve, contemplating the harm he had inflicted upon the innocent before. Since he had already entertained thoughts of murder, revealing his wife's secret to Xiao Zhengdong seemed inconsequential. After all, the dead keep secrets. Moreover, he could offer the two beauties accompanying Xiao Zhengdong to the Japanese, while retaining the remnants for himself. Such a plan seemed flawless in his eyes, and he was convinced of its success. In truth, had it been a typical malefactor or a novice informant, they might have genuinely fallen victim to his murderous intentions. Xiao Zhengdong and Wang Xiayi exchanged a glance before following the man in his 30s. This village, known as Shanshui Village, serves as the heart of Shanshui town. In contrast to other villages, Shanshui Village boasts a bustling main street adorned with numerous small stalls selling wontons and fried sauce noodles. They meandered along with the 30-something man until he finally declared, "Here we are. Come in." The man led them to his somewhat secluded small building, pushing open the wooden door and stepping inside first. This man, undoubtedly a trader, resided in a two-story house, a stark distinction from the other single-story dwellings. His wealth stemmed from colluding with the Japanese, and while it may seem that his quality of life and social status have ascended, this is merely a fleeting illusion. The local populace undoubtedly harbors disdain for him, having long been offended by his actions. Should misfortune befall him, the surrounding community would surely revel in his downfall. Wait a moment, let me play with my wife first. Step outside. The man in his 30s knocked on the door to the inner room and announced, I have found the lead on Xiao Zhengdong. Shortly thereafter, a rotund figure weighing around 300 to 400 pounds emerged from within. His military uniform disheveled as he struggled to adjust his trousers, resembling a pig in appearance.